Good evening, and welcome to our podcast. And tonight, I'll serve as your companion as we travel through the ancient Norse cosmos, following the greatest god of thunder who ever lived, Thor, the son of Odin, the defender of Midgard, and one of the most beloved figures in all of world mythology. We will follow him across all 9 worlds, from the golden halls of Asgard to the frozen mountains of Jotunheim, from the misty depths of Niflheim to the shimmering luminous plains of Alfheim. We will stand beside him as he lifts his hammer against giants and serpents, as he outwits creatures far stranger than anything the daylit world contains, and as he returns home again and again to the world he loves and the people he was born to protect. It is a long and winding story, told across many adventures, and tonight it belongs entirely to you. First though, let us pause together to settle in and let the day grow quiet around us. Whatever the hours before this moment asked of you, they are finished now. There is nothing left tonight that requires your attention or your effort. All of that has been set aside. Here, in this space, the only thing you are asked to do is rest. Close your eyes if you haven't already, and allow your body to grow heavy against the surface beneath you. Feel the mattress or pillow holding you, supporting you completely, asking nothing of you in return. Notice the places where your body makes contact with the bed, your shoulders, the backs of your arms, your hips and legs, and allow each of those places to soften just a little, releasing whatever small amount of tension they may still be holding. There is no need to hurry. You have all the time in the world. With your eyes closed, take a slow breath in through your nose and feel your chest and belly rise gently. Hold it there for just a moment, easy, unhurried, and then let it go. As you exhale, imagine that the breath carries with it some small portion of whatever still feels unresolved from the day. A worry, a thought, a tightness somewhere in the body. You are not forcing anything away. You are simply allowing it to go, the way a leaf releases from a branch in autumn when the time is right. Take another breath, slow and full, and feel yourself sinking a little deeper into the warmth beneath you. Your body already knows how to rest. It has been waiting for this permission all day. With every breath out, it remembers a little more. Now, let us imagine together that you are lying in a field somewhere in a place that feels very old and very safe. The ground beneath you is soft and cool, covered in deep grass that has grown undisturbed for centuries. Overhead, the sky is wide and darkening, moving from the last pale grey of evening toward a deep, clear blue scattered with early stars. There is a wind moving through the grass around you, gentle, unhurried, carrying with it the faint smell of pine from forests somewhere in the distance. You feel completely held by the earth beneath you, the way you might feel cradled in something much larger than yourself, something that has been here long before you arrived and will remain long after the night has passed. There is a kind of stillness in this place that does not feel empty. It feels full of old stories, old memory, old power, the kind that does not demand anything of you but simply exists, like stone and starlight. Somewhere, very far above you and very far away, a soft rumble of thunder moves across the sky. Not threatening, low and long and almost musical, the way thunder sounds when a storm is still hours distant, still far out over the open sea. You breathe in again, and the air tastes clean, the way it always does when rain is somewhere on the horizon. It is in a world very much like this one, wide and ancient and full of quiet power, that our story takes place. A world where gods walked out into the 9 realms the way a traveller walks out into an open road, where the sky had a name and the earth had a mother, and the great tree at the center of all things held the cosmos together the way roots hold a hillside after a long rain. And at the heart of that world, moving through all of it with a hammer in his hand and fire in his heart, was Thor. Let your breathing slow just a little more now. Feel the weight of your body settling, your thoughts beginning to loosen and drift, the day growing quieter and further away with every breath. You are safe here. You are warm. There is nowhere else to be tonight. And so, with the sound of distant thunder rolling softly across a wide and open sky, our story begins. Before we can follow Thor across the 9 worlds, we need to understand the world that holds all 9 of them together. In the Old Norse tradition, the cosmos was not a vast and empty darkness with scattered points of light. It was a living structure, rooted and branching, held in place by something ancient beyond measure. That structure was Yggdrasil, the great ash tree. The Norse people understood it, not as a symbol or a metaphor, but as the actual framework of all existence. The thing that kept the worlds from flying apart into nothing. Yggdrasil stretched from the deepest cold beneath everything to the highest reaches of the divine. Its branches arched over Asgard, the home of the gods, spreading across the sky like an open hand cradling everything it could reach. 3 great roots extended downward from its base, each drinking from a different well. One root reached into Asgard itself, drawing from the well of Erd, that sat at the foot of the tree and held the waters of fate, waters so sacred that anything touched by them turned white as the inside of an eggshell. Another root stretched toward the realm of the frost giants, where the well of Mimir lay quiet and still, filled with the kind of knowledge that most beings could not carry without being changed by it. The 3rd root descended into Niflheim, the oldest and coldest of all the realms, where the spring called Vergelmir bubbled up from beneath the ice and fed the tree from below. At the well of Erd, 3 women worked without rest. They were the Norns, Erd, who represented what had already passed, Verdandi, who held the present moment in her hands, Skuld, who turned slowly toward what was yet to come. Each day, the Norns drew water from the well and poured it over the roots of Yggdrasil, packed its bark with clay and white earth, worked to keep it strong. This was because, if Yggdrasil weakened, everything would weaken with it. Beneath all of this, in the deepest cold beneath Niflheim, a creature called Nidhogg gnawed endlessly at the roots of the tree. Nidhogg was a dragon, according to the old sources. Though the word barely captures what it meant, it was ancient and patient and relentless. It had been working at the roots of the world for as long as anyone could remember. A great eagle perched somewhere high in the upper branches. A squirrel named Ratatoskra ran between them, carrying messages from one end of the tree to the other, stirring whatever unease it could along the way. The tree itself was always tending toward decay, always being repaired, always under some form of pressure from above and below. Yet it held through everything, age after age. This was because the Norns would not let it fall. The 9 worlds themselves were arranged along the tree-like stops on a road that bent through very different kinds of country. High in the branches, where the light was clear and steady, sat Asgard, the home of the Aesir gods, a place of golden halls and wide skies, of order and divine authority. Not far from it, also in the upper reaches, lay Vanaheim, home to a different family of gods, the Vanir, who were older in certain ways and more deeply connected to the rhythms of the natural world. Alfheim occupied a bright tier of its own, inhabited by the Light Elves, beings of extraordinary grace. In the middle of the tree, at the center of everything, sat Midgard, the realm of human beings, the world that Thor would come to think of as his particular responsibility, the place he returned to again and again across all his adventures. Midgard was ringed by a vast and restless ocean. and in those waters something enormous coiled and waited. But that is a story for later. Nearby in the middle reaches sat Jotunheim, the homeland of the giants, a place of dark forests and bare stone mountains where the wind never quite stopped. There was also Nidavellir, sometimes called Svartalfheim, the underground realm of the dwarves, carved into the deep places of the earth and filled with the amber light of forge fires and the sound of metal being shaped by patient, expert hands. Lower still, in the cold and mist, lay Niflheim, the primordial world of ice and darkness, one of the two realms that had existed before all the others. Across from it in spirit, if not in physical arrangement, burned Muspelheim, the realm of fire, a place so hot and bright that no frost giant could enter it, and no ordinary god had any reason to, and below all of it, reachable only by a long road through Niflheim, sat Helheim, the realm of the dead, ruled by a being called Hel, who was neither entirely living nor entirely departed, whose hall was vast and quiet in the way that only a place holding the countless dead can be quiet. These were the 9 worlds, each distinct, each inhabited by its own kinds of beings, each tethered to the others by the roots and branches of the great ash tree. The connections between these worlds were not merely physical, but fundamental to how they functioned. A being traveling from one realm to another would feel the shift immediately, not just in scenery, but in the nature of reality itself. Time moved differently in some places. The very air felt heavier or lighter, depending on which realm one inhabited. Magic that worked perfectly in Asgard might fail entirely in Midgard, while the dwarves' ancient craftsmanship held power everywhere. The inhabitants of each world understood their place within the greater structure, understood that the survival of one realm depended upon the survival of all the others. This was not a voluntary arrangement, but a cosmic necessity, woven into the fabric of existence itself by forces older than memory. No single god held all of it in view, not even Odin with his ravens and his restless seeking, but Thor, who would travel further and more often than almost any other among the Aesir, would come to know more of it than most. He would walk through its forests and cross its rivers and stand in halls that no human being would ever see, driven by something that was not quite duty and not quite restlessness, but something partway between the two. And at the center of it all, the great tree breathed on, its leaves trembling with the weight of everything that had ever happened and everything that ever would. Thor was not born the way most gods in Asgard were born. His mother was not one of the celestial goddesses who walked the golden halls of the divine realm, draped in light and attended by handmaidens. His mother was Jord, the earth herself, the deep, dark, enduring presence beneath every mountain and every root and every stone. She was older than most things, vast and unhurried and utterly indifferent to the politics of gods. From her, Thor inherited something that no amount of divine lineage could have given him on its own. He inherited a connection to the physical world, to soil and storm and the raw, patient weight of things that grow. His father, Odin, was the All-Father, the god of wisdom and war and poetry and death, a figure of enormous complexity who moved through the world in use as often as he moved through it openly. Between these two parents, Thor arrived into the Norse cosmos, carrying something of both, the keen, far-reaching mind of Odin's bloodline, the grounded, elemental power of the earth beneath every living thing. This dual inheritance created a tension in him that never fully resolved. Where Odin sought knowledge through cunning and transformation, Thor sought truth through directness and force. Where the All-Father trafficked in hidden things and necessary deceptions, His son preferred clarity and honest dealing. Yet from his mother he had learned patience, the long, steady endurance of stone and soil, the knowledge that some things could not be rushed, that power expressed with restraint was sometimes greater than power expressed without limit. This combination of impulses created something unique among the divine beings of Asgard. A god who was both passionate and grounded, both fierce and measured, capable of understanding both the ambitions of heaven and the needs of the earth below. He was immense. The old sources describe him as the strongest of all the gods, stronger than any being in any of the 9 worlds, save perhaps a handful of the oldest giants. Even then the comparison was a close one. His hair was red, his beard full and red as well. His eyes were said to carry the color of a sky just before a storm breaks. Not quite blue, not quite grey, alive with something coiled and ready. He had a laugh that could shake the rafters of a great hall, a temper that could do the same thing for different reasons. He was not a subtle god. He did not deal in riddles or disguises the way his father did. When Thor arrived somewhere, the air knew it, the ground knew it. Anyone within a considerable distance knew it as well. There was a directness to him that the other gods sometimes found blunt, and the people of Midgard found deeply reassuring. This was because a god who says plainly what he means is a god you can understand. A god you can understand is a god you can trust. His hall in Asgard was called Bilskirnir. According to the old traditions, it was the largest building ever constructed anywhere in the 9 worlds. 540 rooms, a number so large it suggests something less like a home and more like a small country contained under one roof. He shared it with his wife Sif, whose hair was the color of ripe wheat fields in late summer. A golden, so warm and particular that it was said the hair itself was a kind of blessing, something that carried the fertility of the harvest in its very color. Together they had a life that was, in its quieter moments, something genuinely peaceful. The great god of thunder sitting in his enormous hall, the fire going, Sif moving through the rooms with the unhurried grace that seemed to come naturally to her. But the hall could not hold him for long. Thor kept a chariot. The chariot was pulled by 2 goats whose names were Tangrisnir and Tangnjostra, names that translate, roughly, to something like teeth-bearer and teeth-grinder. That gives you a reasonable impression of the animals in question. They were not gentle creatures. They were large and loud, and capable of crossing the sky at a speed that sent thunder rolling across every world below. Thor rode them with evident pleasure, the chariot swaying, Mjolnir resting at his side, the smell of rain and ozone spreading out behind him like a wake. When storms moved across Midgard and the people below heard the rumble building in the clouds, they understood that sound as the sound of Thor's chariot wheels on the road of the sky. The understanding was a comfort rather than a fear. He wore a belt called Meggingjord, that when fastened around his waist, doubled the already extraordinary strength he carried naturally. He wore iron gloves called Jarngripra, without which he could not properly grip Mjolnir. The hammer's handle was short enough, for reasons that would come later, that the iron gloves were not a luxury, but a necessity. Together these things, the belt, the gloves, the hammer, made him something beyond even what he already was. A figure whose capacity for protection was nearly without limit in any of the 9 worlds he chose to move through. The hammer itself was the most important of these possessions, a weapon forged by the dwarven craftsman in ages past and made to return always to his hand after it was thrown. In the old stories, Mjolnir was described not merely as a tool of war, but as an instrument of order itself, a physical representation of Thor's role as the defender of cosmic stability against the forces of chaos that pressed always at the boundaries of the world, and he chose to move through them often. That was perhaps the most important thing about Thor, the quality that distinguished him from many of the other gods who were content to remain in Asgard and let the worlds turn without them. Thor was not built for stillness. He felt the threats gathering at the edges of things, the giants testing their strength, the great serpents circling beneath the sea, the old chaotic energies pressing against the order that the gods had spent so long constructing. And he could not simply sit with that knowledge and do nothing. He went out, again and again, in story after story preserved in the Old Norse poems and later in the prose collections of Snorri Sturluson. Thor went out into the cold and the dark and the difficult places of the cosmos, and he put himself, elf between the danger and the things he had decided to protect. The people of Midgard were chief among those things, the farmers and fishermen and travelers who lived in the middle world. Surrounded by seas and forests and all the uncertainty that comes with a life lived close to the earth, those were Thor's people in a way that felt personal rather than merely divine. He was their guardian, not because some arrangement had made him so, but because he had chosen it over and over. Every time he picked up Mjolnir and walked towards something difficult. He was not content to sit in golden halls while the 9 worlds turned. He wanted to be out in them, moving through them, present in them, alive in every corner of them. The story of how Thor came to carry the most famous hammer in all of mythology begins, as so many Norse stories do, with Loki doing something he absolutely should not have done. No one knows exactly what possessed him to do it. Perhaps it was boredom. Perhaps it was the particular restlessness that seemed to live inside Loki the way storms live inside clouds, always looking for a way out. But one night, while the halls of Asgard were quiet and Sif lay sleeping, Loki crept to her side and cut away every strand of her golden hair. Sif's hair was not ordinary hair, the way that nothing in Asgard was ever quite ordinary. It fell like sunlight made solid. It was one of the most admired things in all the 9 worlds. When she woke and found it gone, shorn to the root and left in a pile on the floor beside her, the grief and humiliation she felt were immediate and absolute. And when Thor found out what had happened, which he did very quickly, this was because Loki was not as careful about hiding these things as he perhaps believed. His rage was the kind that shook the walls of Bilskirnir and sent the lesser gods stepping quietly out of his way. Thor seized Loki by whatever part of him was easiest to hold and made it very clear, with the kind of directness that Thor was known for, that there were only 2 possible mess. Loki would find a way to restore Sif's hair, or Loki would find himself considerably worse off than he currently was. Faced with this choice, Loki agreed to make things right. The stakes of his failure were not abstract to Loki. Thor's anger was not something that could be reasoned away or delayed indefinitely. The god of thunder was famously patient with the giants and monsters arrayed against the 9 worlds, but his patience with Loki had long since worn thin from repeated insults and betrayals. There was a sense, as Loki made his decision, that this particular debt would be his last chance, that if he failed now, all of Asgard would not be large enough to contain Thor's wrath. This was the desperation that drove him forward, the knowledge that he had already used up most of the gods' goodwill, and that his existence in Asgard hung by a thread as thin and fragile as Sif's severed hair. He travelled down through the roots of Yggdrasil, deep beneath the world that ordinary beings inhabited, into the underground realm of Svartalfheim, where the dwarves lived and worked in their great carved halls. These were not creatures of the upper world. They had no interest in open sky or open meadow. Their kingdom was one of stone and firelight, of forges burning in the dark, of hammers ringing against metal through the long hours when the rest of the 9 worlds slept. The sons of Ivaldi were the finest craftsmen among them, Loki came to them with his most persuasive manner and asked them to make new hair for Sif, hair spun from real gold that would grow as living hair grows, feel as living hair feels. The sons of Ivaldi agreed, and what they produced was extraordinary. The hair they fashioned was finer than anything made of metal had any right to be. Soft enough to move in a breeze, golden enough to seem lit from within. But they did not stop there. While the forges were hot and the work was flowing well, they also crafted two other treasures, a great ship called Skidbladnir, that could sail any sea and fold down small enough to fit inside a pocket, a spear called Gungnir, which would become Odin's own weapon and never miss its mark. 3 treasures, each one singular in all the 9 worlds. Loki looked at them and, in the way that Loki's mind worked, immediately began to wonder if he could do even better. There were 2 other dwarves in Svartalfheim, brothers named Sindri and Brokkr, and Loki approached them with a wager. He offered his own head as the prize, betting that Sindri and Brokkr could not forge 3 treasures equal in quality to those of the sons of Ivaldi. The brothers accepted without hesitation. Brokkr worked the bellows while Sindri fed the forge. What emerged first was a golden boar named Gullinbursti, whose bristles shone so brightly that it could light the way through the darkest night. Then came the ring Draupnir, a gold ring from which 8 identical rings would drop every 9th night, multiplying wealth without end. And then they began the hammer. Sindri placed the metal in the forge and told Brokkr not to stop working the bellows under any circumstances, no matter what happened. Loki watched this with growing unease. He had been so confident in his wager. Now he was watching something extraordinary take shape in the fire. He understood that he had miscalculated. So he did what he sometimes did when the world was not going the way he preferred. He changed his shape. He became a small biting insect and landed on Brokkr's hand and stung him once. While Sindri was out of the room, Brokkr flinched but kept working. Loki stung him again, harder this time, on the neck. Brokkr gritted his teeth and kept the bellows moving. The 3rd time, Loki landed on Brokkr's eyelid and drove in the deepest sting he could manage. This time Brokkr's hands faltered just briefly, just for a moment, before he recovered. When Sindri pulled the hammer from the forge, it was complete in every way but one. The handle was shorter than it should have been, shortened by that single moment when the bellows had slowed and the heat had shifted. In every other respect, the hammer was unlike anything that had ever been made. They called it Mjolnir. Loki carried all 6 treasures back up through the deep roots of the world tree and into Asgard. Where the gods assembled to judge them, Sif received her golden hair. It settled onto her head and took root and gleamed just as her own hair once had. Odin received Gungnir and Skidbladnir. The Vanir god Freyr received Gullinbursti and Skidbladnir. Odin received Draupnir, and Thor received Mjolnir. When he lifted it, even the shortened handle felt exactly right in his hand. When the gods debated the quality of all 6 treasures, they were unanimous. Despite the imperfect handle, Mjolnir was the greatest of them all. It could level mountains when he swung it. It would return to his hand whenever he threw it, flying back through whatever distance lay between them as inevitably as thunder follows lightning. It could be made small enough to tuck beneath his shirt, hidden from any enemy's eye, and it could do something that no weapon of destruction ought to have been able to do. It could hallow and bless. Thor would hold it over newborns to protect them, over fields at the start of planting season to bring rain, over the bodies of the dead to consecrate their passage. It was both the weapon that defended Midgard from the giants who would unmake it, the sacred instrument through which Thor connected the world of gods to the world of human beings. Loki, for his part, kept his head. The gods ruled that while Sindri and Brokkr had won the wager fairly. They could have Loki's head, but not his neck. Since there was no way to take one without the other, the matter was settled in a compromise that satisfied almost no one. And in a way, the very flaw in the handle, the thing Loki's meddling had caused, only made it more Thor's own. One morning, Thor reached beside him in sleep and found nothing. His hand moved across the place where Mjolnir always rested, close enough to touch without thinking, close enough that he could find it in total darkness, and it was not there. He sat up. He searched the floor beside the bed, then the room, then the hall beyond, moving through Bilskirnir with a growing urgency that he could not quite contain. The hammer was gone, not misplaced, not moved to another corner of the room by accident, gone entirely as though it had never been there at all. For a god who had carried that hammer since the dwarves had placed it in his hands, whose arm had grown so accustomed to its weight that sleep itself felt incomplete without it, the absence was almost physically wrong, like a sound that had been playing for years and had suddenly stopped in the middle of night. He found Loki not long after, and the look on Thor's face told Loki everything before a word was spoken. Together, they began the work of finding out what had happened. Loki, who had a particular talent for moving through the 9 worlds unnoticed, borrowed the falcon cloak that belonged to Freya, slipping into it and rising into the sky above Asgard, angling north and east toward the cold territories that lay beyond the borders of the god's realm. He did not have to search for very long. The giant Thrym was not difficult to find, and he was not particularly interested in hiding what he had done. He sat on a hillside in Jotunheim, plaiting golden collars for his hounds with the comfortable satisfaction of someone who had already won. When Loki asked him, directly, whether he knew anything about a missing hammer, Thrym smiled the way people smile when they have been waiting for the question. He had taken it, he said. He had buried it 8 miles deep in the earth, somewhere no one would find it without his help. And he would return it under one condition, that Freya, the most beautiful of all the goddesses, be given to him as his bride. Loki brought this message back to Asgard, and the gods gathered to consider it. Freya, when she heard the terms, was not calm about it. She was furious in the particular way that someone is furious when they have been treated as a thing to be bargained with, and the fury radiated off her in a way that, according to some tellings, actually shook the great hall of the gods. Her necklace, the famous Brisingamen, trembled at her throat. She refused plainly and without negotiation, and that was the end of that avenue. The gods stood in council and tried to think of another way. It was Heimdall, the watchman of Asgard, who had always been a patient and far-seeing sort of god, who offered the suggestion that no one else had been quite willing to say aloud. Thor, he said, should dress as the bride. He should put on the veil, the dress, the famous necklace that Freya refused to lend but that might be borrowed for the occasion, and travel to Jotunheim in disguise. Once Thrym placed Mjolnir in his lap, which was the custom to lay the hammer in the bride's lap as a blessing at a Norse wedding, Thor would have everything he needed. Thor did not like this plan. He said so, at some length, in the way that a very large and very proud god tends to say things he does not like. The idea of dressing in women's clothes and presenting himself to a hall full of giants as something he was not offended him, on several levels simultaneously. But the gods reminded him, quietly and persistently, that without Mjolnir, Asgard had no real protection. The hammer was not simply his weapon. It was the thing that stood between the 9 worlds and the forces that wished to break them apart. And so, eventually, Thor agreed. Loki offered to come along as the bridesmaid, which was either an act of genuine loyalty or an opportunity he found too interesting to pass up, and likely it was both. They dressed Thor carefully. The veil was long enough to hide the red beard, if one was not looking too closely. The gown was fitted with keys hung at the belt, in the traditional manner of a Norse bride, and the brisingamen was fastened at the throat. When they were finished, he looked from a certain distance, in a certain light, approximately like what they needed him to look like. Loki beside him appeared entirely comfortable with the situation, which was its own kind of thing. The journey to Jotunheim passed through cold and open country, and the chariot moved fast across the landscape, the goats pulling hard, the wheels throwing sparks where they touched the stones of the road. Thrym had prepared a feast. He had been expecting this outcome, apparently, had believed his terms would be met, and had set the long tables of his hall with an abundance that suggested he was genuinely pleased about the marriage he believed he was about to enter into. He came out to meet them with the warmth of a host who has been looking forward to the evening for some time. They sat down to the feast, and this is where things became complicated. Thor, who had not eaten since before the journey, and who was, at his most restrained, a person of considerable appetite, began to work through the food on the table with a thoroughness that began to attract attention. An entire ox disappeared. 8 salmon followed. All the smaller dishes that had been set aside for the women of the party were gone. 3 full horns of mead were drained in succession. Thrym watched this with a growing uncertainty that he could not quite name. He leaned toward the veiled figure beside him and remarked that he had never, in all his years, seen a bride eat quite like that. Loki, sitting across the table in his bridesmaid's dress, answered without missing a beat. The bride, he explained, had been so overcome with longing for this wedding, had been so feverish with anticipation for 8 entire days, that she had not been able to eat a single thing since the invitation arrived. She had saved her appetite, you might say, for the occasion itself. Thrym seemed to find this touching. He leaned in a little closer and attempted to steal a look beneath the veil, trying to catch the eye of his new bride, and what he saw there gave him a moment of genuine alarm. The eyes beneath that veil were not soft or shy. They were the color of firelight, and they were looking at him with an intensity that he found difficult to explain. He mentioned this as well. He had never seen a bride with eyes that burned quite like that. Loki, again, was ready. She had not slept in 8 nights, he said. The excitement, you understand. The sleeplessness had made her eyes fierce. Thrym accepted this. The feast continued, and then, because the evening had reached the point where the old traditions called for it, Thrym ordered that Mjolnir be brought forward and laid in the bride's lap as a blessing, as a hallowing of the marriage that was about to be made. The hammer was carried in and placed across Thor's knees. The hall erupted in the next moment in a way that left very little of it standing. Thor's hand closed around the handle of Mjolnir with the completeness of something returning to where it belonged, and he rose from the table in a single motion, the veil falling away, and what had seemed like a wedding became something else entirely in the space of a breath. Thrym was the first, and then the rest of the hall, and when it was over, the long tables and the careful preparations and the golden dog collars were all part of a landscape that had changed considerably from what it had been an hour before. Thor stood in the wreckage of the feast with Mjolnir in his hand, and the weight of it settled into his arm the way it always did, the way that nothing else ever quite did, solid and familiar and exactly right. Loki gathered the hem of his bridesmaid's dress with considerable dignity and suggested that they begin the journey home. They went back the way they had come, through the cold open miles of Jotunheim, the chariot moving fast under a wide sky that was beginning to pale toward dawn. Thor held the hammer across his knees and did not say very much. There was, perhaps, not a great deal to say. He had done what needed to be done. He had done it in a veil and a borrowed necklace, which was a detail he intended to think about as little as possible going forward. And he had his hammer back, and the 9 worlds were, for the moment, as safe as they had been before Thrym had decided to make his move. By the time he crossed back into Asgard, hammer in hand and veil trailing behind him, even Odin was laughing. There was a journey to Jotunheim that Thor did not fully understand until it was over. It began simply enough, the way many of his journeys did, with companions, a road. The particular confidence that comes from having already faced worse things than whatever might be waiting ahead. Loki was with him, as Loki so often was. Alongside them travelled Thor's young servant, Thjalfi, a fleet-footed boy who had come to serve Thor under circumstances that would eventually find their own place in these stories. The 3 of them made their way east, through the borderlands where Midgard gave way to the wilder country of Jotunheim, where the trees grew enormous and the light changed quality in a way that was difficult to name, thinner somehow and slower to warm. They had no particular quarrel to settle when they set out, no giant they had been sent to punish, and no errand from Asgard pressing at their backs. Thor was, in his own quiet way, curious about the great fortress he had heard spoken of. Utgard, they called it, a place ruled by a giant who went by the name Utgard Loki, though he had no blood or kinship with the trickster god at Thor's side. The name was a coincidence that would later carry its own kind of irony. Utgard itself was said to be vast, a place unlike any hall in Asgard, not beautiful in the way that Asgard was beautiful, but immense in a way that was almost beyond reasoning. Its walls so tall that you had to tilt your head far back to find where they ended against the sky. When they arrived and passed through the gates, Utgard Loki received them in his great hall with a courtesy that had something cool and watchful behind it. He was enormous even by the standards of the Jotnar, settled among his companions like a mountain that had decided to take a seat. He looked Thor over with an expression that carried neither fear nor particular respect. He said, according to the telling preserved in Snorri Sturluson's Prose Edda, that no one was permitted to remain in Utgard who could not demonstrate some skill or ability beyond what ordinary beings possessed. He said it pleasantly. Thor accepted the terms without hesitation, because Thor generally did. Loki went first. He had been hungry for some time, and offered to prove himself in an eating contest. That seemed a reasonable enough way to begin. His opponent was a figure called Logi, who sat down across a long wooden trough filled with meat and took up his position without ceremony. They began at opposite ends and ate toward the middle. Loki ate with a speed and determination that would have been remarkable in almost any other company. By the time he reached the center of the trough, he had consumed every scrap of meat along his half. Logi, however, had consumed not only the meat, but the bones alongside it, and the trough itself. He had eaten everything. The hall registered this result with quiet satisfaction. Loki sat back with the particular expression of a man who has lost fairly and is not entirely pleased about it. Thjalfi ran next, and his opponent was called Hugi. The boy was genuinely fast, faster than most beings in Midgard had cause to be, and he ran the length of the course with everything he had. Hugi reached the far end and was already turned and waiting by the time Thjalfi arrived. They ran again, and the margin was larger. A third time, and Thjalfi had barely reached the midpoint of the course before Hugi crossed the finish. There was no argument to be made. The boy had run as well as he was capable of running, and it had not been close. Then it was Thor's turn, and the hall waited. The first challenge Utgard Loki offered him was a drinking horn, a long, curved vessel that the giants apparently used for ordinary drinking, or so they said. Utgard Loki mentioned, almost as an aside, that the custom among his people was to drain such a horn in a single draught, or at most 2, that a man of genuine ability might manage it in 3. Thor lifted the horn. It was heavier than he expected. When he looked into it, the liquid caught the light in a way that made it seem very deep. He drank. He drank with the full strength of his lungs and his will, the way he had drained horns at feasts in Valhalla without a second thought. When he pulled the horn from his lips, expecting to find it empty or nearly so, the level had dropped by only a little. He could not say by how much. It had barely changed. He drank again, with even more determination. He could feel the effort of it in his chest and his jaw. He lowered the horn and looked. It was marginally lower than before. The hall observed this with the careful attention of beings who already knew what was happening and were watching to see how long it would take to become obvious. Thor drank a third time. He gave it everything he had, the kind of effort that belongs to a being who carries storms inside him, who throws lightning across the sky between worlds. When he finally set the horn down on the bench beside him, it was still substantially full. He looked at it for a long moment. The hall was quiet. The next test Loki offered was simpler in appearance. He asked Thor to lift his cat. A large grey cat moved out from somewhere near the wall and settled on the floor in front of Thor, regarding him with the particular indifference that cats carry as a matter of principle. Thor reached down and placed both hands beneath it and lifted. The cat arched. One paw left the floor, only one, no matter how Thor pressed upward, with all the strength he possessed. The animal curved above him like an arch that wouldn't break. Only a single paw rose into the air before the effort became something Thor could not sustain. He lowered his hands. The cat settled back onto the floor and looked at nothing in particular. The hall was very quiet now. Loki offered him a third challenge, almost gently. If Thor was reluctant to compete in feats of strength, perhaps he might try a wrestling match. His proposed opponent was an old woman named Ellie, who moved out from the side of the hall with the slow and deliberate steps of someone who has long since stopped hurrying for anyone. She was ancient in the way that few things in the 9 worlds are ancient, worn and settled and beyond surprise. Thor took hold of her and found that she was entirely immovable. He pressed harder. She did not shift. She pressed back, and gradually, with a steadiness that was more unsettling than force would have been, she brought him to one knee. He could not get up from it. He remained there for a moment, braced against something that seemed to have no edge, to push against. Then Loki called an end to the contest, as if out of a kind of courtesy. Thor sat down. He did not speak for a while. They were fed well that night and given a place to sleep. Loki was a generous host in every other respect, but the weight of the evening had settled over Thor's companions, and even Loki was quieter than usual. In the morning, Loki himself walked them to the gates of the fortress. It was there, as they were about to go their separate ways, that he told them the truth. There had been no horn. That is to say, there had been a horn, but its far end had been resting in the ocean. Thor had drunk from the sea itself. In doing so, had caused the tide to go out in a way that had frightened the peoples of Midgard along the shore. The cat was Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, coiled and disguised. The fact that Thor had lifted a single paw meant that he had moved the creature that encircles the entire world. And Ellie, the old woman, was old age itself, that nothing in existence has ever wrestled to the ground. The eating contest had pitted Loki against fire, which consumes everything. The foot race had set Thjalfi against thought, which arrives before the body has left its starting position. Loki said all of this calmly, standing in the gateway of his fortress. He said that he had not believed such a being as Thor could exist before that night, that he could never allow Thor inside his halls again. This was because now that he understood what Thor was actually capable of, he knew what the result would be. He said this without embarrassment or particular apology, in the manner of someone explaining a practical decision. Thor raised Mjolnir. Utgard Loki was gone. The fortress was gone. There was only open ground where the walls had been, a flat and featureless expanse of Jotunheim, without a stone or timber to account for what had just been there. Thor stood with the hammer raised and nowhere to bring it down. He stood like that for a moment. Then slowly he lowered his arm. What remained with him, in the quiet that followed, was something more complicated than anger. He had failed 3 contests and been told, afterward, that he had nearly moved the ocean, nearly lifted the world serpent, nearly matched the force of time itself. He had not known any of that while it was happening. He had simply felt, for the first time in any contest he could remember, genuinely unable to do enough. And there was something in that feeling, not comfortable, but not entirely without value either, that stayed with him on the road. When he turned back to the road, the fortress was gone. There was only the wide, cold landscape of Jotunheim, spreading out in every direction, as silent and unchanged as it had always been. Not all of Thor's journeys to Jotunheim began with a plan he had made himself. Some of them began with Loki. That was, in its own way, a plan of the very worst kind. This particular story is preserved in the Prose Edda and in the old skaldic poem known as Thor's Drapa. It begins not with thunder or a missing hammer or any clear cause for alarm, but simply with Loki borrowing something that did not belong to him. Freya owned a cloak made of falcon feathers, a garment that allowed whoever wore it to take the shape of a bird and move through the sky with perfect freedom. Loki borrowed this cloak, as he had done before, lifted himself into the air above Asgard in the body of a falcon, riding the high cold currents between worlds with what could only be described as entirely unwarranted confidence. He flew down into Jotunheim, drifting over dark forests and barren stone ridges, until he found himself near the hall of a giant named Gyrd. He perched there on a ledge, looking in, and Gyrd noticed him. Giants were not generally fond of birds sitting on their halls and staring at them with the particular intensity of a creature that knows more than it should. Gyrd ordered one of his servants to climb up and retrieve the falcon. The servant scrambled up the stone wall. Loki, finding this enormously entertaining, waited until the man was nearly within reach before attempting to fly away, and discovered, to his considerable alarm, that his feet had become stuck. Gyrd pulled him down and looked into the bird's strange eyes and understood immediately that this was no ordinary falcon. He kept Loki locked away, starved and uncomfortable, for 3 months, until Loki finally admitted who he was. Gyrd had no love for the gods of Asgard. He released Loki only after extracting a promise from him that Loki would return with Thor, that Thor would come without Mjolnir, without his belt of strength, without his iron gloves. Loki agreed, because Loki in a cage will agree to almost anything, then set about the complicated business of making it happen. The deception required careful planning. Loki could not simply inform Thor that Gyrd had demanded his presence. Such directness would have raised immediate suspicion and refusal. Instead, Loki framed the journey as an adventure, speaking of wonders to be seen and giants to be met with civility rather than conflict. He suggested that Thor's reputation as a warrior had grown perhaps too fierce, that it might be good for the god to demonstrate restraint and diplomatic skill rather than his customary violence. It was a cunning appeal to Thor's pride, and it worked as such appeals often do. Loki also convinced Thor that bringing his hammer and other protective gear would seem threatening to a host, that it would be interpreted as an insult, suggesting the giant could not be trusted to treat visitors fairly. With each suggestion, Loki wove the trap tighter, piece by piece, until Thor stood ready to walk into Geirrod's hall exactly as the giant had demanded. He found Thor and persuaded him to make the journey. Thor, who was not always as suspicious of Loki's invitations as he perhaps ought to have been, agreed to go. They travelled together through the outer reaches of Asgard and into the wild country between worlds. It was along this road that something unexpected happened in Thor's favour. They passed through the lands of a giantess named Grid, a figure who appears in the old sources as a being of unusual goodwill toward the gods. Grid knew exactly where they were going and what Geirrod intended. She sat Thor down and told him plainly what Loki had promised on his behalf. Thor, who had left Mjolnir and his other gear behind at Loki's urging, understood the shape of the trap that had been laid. Grid did not linger on the unfairness of it. She simply went to her own stores and brought out what she had: her belt of strength, her own iron gloves, a sturdy magical staff she called Gridarvel. She pressed them into Thor's hands with the calm efficiency of someone who has seen enough of the world to know that a god walking into a giant's hall unarmed is a god who will not walk back out again. Thor accepted them without any excess of words. They parted ways with the quiet understanding that Grid had done what she could. The rest was his. He and Thjalfi, his young companion who had been travelling with him through this part of the journey, continued south and east into Geirrod's territory, moving through country that grew darker and more inhospitable with every mile. The trees thinning out, the ground hardening beneath their feet, the sky above acquiring the flat grey quality that Jotunheim skies often had, as though all the warmth of the world had been pressed out of it by the sheer weight of stone and cold. Eventually they reached the river Vimur, one of the great rivers that ran through the territories of the giants, and they waded in. The water was deep and fast to begin with, rushing dark and cold around their legs. Partway across, the river began to rise. It came up quickly, fed by something other than rain or snowmelt. Climbing from their knees to their waists and beyond, the current strengthening as the water climbed. Thor understood at once. Geirrod, watching from somewhere upstream, had caused the flooding deliberately, channeling the river higher to sweep them off their feet and drown them before they ever reached the hall. Thor drove the Gridarvel into the riverbed and pressed against it, holding his footing while the water churned white around him. He looked to the bank and found what he needed: a rowan tree leaning out over the water, its branches close enough to grasp. He caught hold of it and steadied himself against both the staff and the tree, bracing in the full force of the flood, with the kind of calm that only comes from having stood against worse things before. The river reached its height and found that it could not move him. After some time it began to fall again. The retreat of the waters was as sudden as their rise, as though Geirrod had released them from his power all at once. Thor waded the remaining distance to the far bank with the deliberate pace of a warrior who understands that showing haste is sometimes interpreted as fear. The Alfie followed close behind, both of them watching the water cascade back to its normal channels with the same careful attention they would have given to a living enemy. The rowan tree that had saved Thor's life bent and groaned as the pressure eased, its roots straining against the stone and earth that held it. Thor made a mental note of this, the small acts of aid that came unexpectedly in a hostile land, the way the simplest things could mean the difference between life and drowning. He stood dripping on the stones of Jotunheim and looked toward the hall that waited ahead. Geirrod's hall was enormous in the way that all giant architecture tends to be, built on a scale that communicates power before anything else has a chance to speak. Thor and Thjalfi were shown to a building near the main hall, a kind of outbuilding where guests were left to wait. Thor found a chair there and sat down. Almost immediately the chair began to rise, lifting him toward the ceiling with a slow but steady force. Thor planted the gridarvel against the rafters above him and pressed back downward. There was a sharp sound from beneath the chair. The sound, it turned out, of two of Gyrod's daughters breaking. Daughters who had hidden below the seat and were trying to hurl him upward into the beams. He pressed until they cried out and the chair fell back to the floor. That was the end of that. When he was finally brought into the great hall itself, Gyrod was waiting. The giant reached into a forge that burned along one wall and pulled out a bolt of iron glowing with heat. Hurled it across the hall at Thor with his full strength. Thor caught it in the iron gloves Grid had given him, the heat doing nothing against the enchanted metal on his hands. He looked at the iron bolt sitting in his palm for only a moment before he threw it back. Gyrod tried to take cover behind an iron pill, in the middle of the hall. But the bolt went through the pillar and through the wall behind it and buried itself in the earth outside. That was the end of Gyrod. The silence that fell over the hall was absolute and unforgiving. The giant's body lay still on the stone floor, and the gathered company of his people seemed to disappear into the shadows of the high rafters like smoke dispersing. Some fled through the great doors. Others simply ceased to be visible as the dominance in the room shifted irreversibly toward the thunder god. Thjalfi stood at Thor's side, his young face showing the strain of what he had witnessed, the quick and terrible justice that followed betrayal. Thor looked around the empty hall with the satisfaction of a man who had been tested and had not faltered, who had come without his greatest weapon and had found that he did not need it. The hall fell very quiet. Thor and Thjalfi left the way they had come, walking back through Gyrod's territory and out into the open country between Jotunheim and the warmer worlds. The land gradually softening around them as they moved, the trees growing taller and more generous, the sky recovering something of its usual depth. The river behind him had gone still again, running cool and clear over its stones, as if nothing had happened at all. Of all the creatures in the 9 worlds that Thor had business with, none took up more space in his mind, or in the sea, than Jormungandr. The world serpent was the second child of Loki, cast into the ocean that encircled Midgard by Odin himself, who had seen in the creature's eyes something too vast and too ancient to be allowed anywhere near the halls of the gods. And so Jormungandr had grown in the cold, dark water at the edge of the world, growing longer and longer until its body wrapped entirely around Midgard, its own tail held between its teeth, the great ring of it as steady and unbroken as the horizon itself. Thor and the serpent had been woven into each other's fate from the beginning. Every encounter between them carried the weight of something that had not yet finished happening. The first of those encounters came during the journey to Utgard, the great fortress of Jotunheim, though Thor did not know it was an encounter at the time. Utgard Loki, the cunning giant who ruled that enormous hall, had challenged Thor to lift a grey cat from the floor, a task that seemed beneath a god of thunder, until Thor strained with everything he had and managed only to raise one of the creature's paws from the stone. He had felt humiliated that day. But when Utgard Loki revealed the truth on their departure from the fortress, explaining that the cat had been no cat at all, but Jormungandr itself, coiled and compressed into a shape that could fit inside a hall, Thor understood something about the nature of what he was dealing with. The serpent had been so large, so fundamentally enormous, that even one of its paws lifted off the ground had shaken the foundations of the realm around them. Utgard Loki had confessed that watching Thor come so close to lifting it had genuinely frightened him. It was not defeat, exactly. It was something stranger and more difficult to carry. The knowledge that he had touched the edge of a thing beyond reckoning and had not been destroyed by it. The second encounter was altogether different. It came about because Thor had decided to go to Jotunheim not as a warrior, but as a traveller, his way to the hall of the giant Hymir, who lived near the edge of the known world in a place where the land gave way to cold grey shoreline and the sea beyond it stretched out without any visible end. Hymir was enormous even by the standards of giants, with a frost-white beard that crackled when he moved and eyes that were pale as winter ice. The two of them regarded each other with a wariness that was almost courteous. Two beings who understood the other's capacity for destruction and chose, for the time being, to set it aside. Thor asked to go fishing with the giant, and after some deliberation, Hymir agreed. Before they set out, Thor walked among Hymir's cattle and took the head of the largest ox he could find, cutting it cleanly away to use as bait. Hymir said nothing about this, though something shifted behind his eyes. They carried the boat together down to the water in the grey early morning, the sea air carrying the smell of brine and deep cold. They rowed out past the place where Hymir usually dropped his lines, past the point where even Hymir felt comfortable, into water so dark and still that the surface of it seemed less like water than like a passage into something beneath the world. Thor had planned this. He had baited his hook with the ox head and dropped the line down into the darkness below the hull of the boat. He sat with the line between his fingers and waited with a patience that did not come naturally to him, but that he had made himself practice for exactly this purpose. For a long time there was nothing. The water moved almost imperceptibly beneath them. The sky above was the colourless white of overcast late autumn. Then the line went tight. It did not pull with the sudden jerk of an ordinary fish, but with a slow, immense ascending pressure, as if the floor of the sea itself had taken hold of the hook and was considering what to do about it. Thor wrapped the line around his hands and pulled. The boat shifted, and the water around them began to move in long swells that had nothing to do with the wind. And then Jormungandr broke the surface. Its head was enormous, scaled in dull green and dark grey, water pouring from the ridges of its skull, its eyes level way, with Thor as it rose. Those eyes neither warm nor cold, but simply vast. The eyes of something that had been alive since before the gods had names. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Thor held the line and the hammer. The serpent held the hook in its jaw and looked at the god across the narrow distance of dark water. It was Hymir who broke what might otherwise have never ended. The giant reached forward with his knife, and before Thor could stop him, he had cut the line. Jormungandr slid back beneath the surface without a sound. Thor turned toward Hymir with an anger so immediate and complete that the giant shrank back against the stern of the boat. For a time, Thor sat there in the rocking silence with nothing in his hands where the line had been, the loss of the moment settling over him like the cold that came off the water. The third encounter between Thor and Jormungandr was the one the Norns had always known was coming, the one that stood at the far end of all the paths they had woven. It did not happen during any of the adventures described in these earlier stories. According to the old tradition, it would come at Ragnarok, the final great collision of all the forces that the 9 worlds had been holding in tension since the beginning. Jormungandr would release its tail from its own teeth and rise from the sea. The ocean would follow it onto the land. The two of them would meet on the plain of Vigrid, where all the last battles of the cosmos were to be fought. Thor, according to the tradition preserved in the Prose Edda, would slay the serpent there, a strike from Mjolnir that would end the creature that had circled the world for as long as the world had been worth circling. But the serpent's venom, released in those final moments, would reach Thor as he walked away. He would take 9 steps before he fell. 9 steps. The number carries something in the Norse tradition. 9 worlds. 9 nights Odin hung from the world tree, and those 9 steps of Thor's feel less like a defeat than a completing of something, a last measurement of the distance he had always been walking. What the myths understood about these 3 encounters was that they were not simply events in a sequence, but something more like the same moment returning to itself across time. Each encounter an echo of the one before, and a shadow of the one to come. The god and the serpent finding each other again and again, not out of accident, but out of the nature of what they both were. 2 forces whose relationship defined the edge of the world they both inhabited. The fishing trip with Hymir, in particular, settled into the Norse imagination as an image of something caught and almost held, a thing glimpsed across the dark water and then lost before it could be resolved, a tension that could not be finished until everything else was finished too. The serpent sank back into the deep water. The sea closed over it as smoothly as if the whole thing had been a dream. When Thor was home in Asgard, the halls of the gods felt larger somehow, more certain of themselves. There was something about his presence that filled a room without effort, the way a fire fills a dark space, not by reaching out, but simply by burning. His hall, Bilskirnir, stood at the heart of Asgard like a mountain that had decided to become a building. Its great roof stretching over 540 rooms, a number so vast that even the other gods sometimes forgot how deep into it they had walked. According to the old traditions, Bilskirnir was the largest structure ever raised anywhere across all 9 worlds. Standing before it, you could believe that easily. The walls were broad and solid, the timbers heavy with age and use, the air inside carrying the faint warmth of the fires that were almost never allowed to go entirely out. It was not a delicate place. It was not a place that had been built to impress visitors or to signal wealth in the way that golden halls sometimes do. It had been built to be inhabited. There was a difference between those 2 things that the hall wore quietly but plainly. The stones of Bilskirnir held memories the way ancient things do. Gods and giants had walked those halls. Alliances had been forged and broken within those walls. Ordinary moments had accumulated there like snowfall, quiet and constant, layer upon layer of what it meant to be home. The hall did not boast about these things. It simply contained them the way the earth contains the bones of what has come before. Sif moved through it the way she always had, unhurried and calm, her golden hair catching the firelight as she passed between rooms. The hair the dwarves of Svartalfheim had woven for her strand by strand, so perfectly made that it grew as living hair grows and moved the way living hair moves. It was one of the most extraordinary things ever crafted anywhere in the 9 worlds. She wore it as simply as if it had always been hers. That of course it had been, before Loki had taken it. Then in its new form it was hers again. Thor watched her sometimes with the particular kind of attention that people give to things they almost lost. His sons, Magni and Modi, grew up in those halls and in the wide yards around them, boys of enormous size, even by the standards of Asgard, with the kind of energy that expressed itself in loud running and the crashing of things that could stand to be crashed. Magni, whose name meant strength, was said to carry within him a power that would one day surpass even his father's. Thor looked at him sometimes with something between pride and a kind of wondering quietness, the way a river might regard the sea it is running toward. Modi, whose name carried the meaning of courage or wrath depending on the telling, was fiercer in disposition, quicker to bristle. Thor recognized that quality, the way you recognize something you have seen in a mirror. The boys filled Bilskirnir with noise and motion on the days they were home. Thor, who was himself not a quiet presence anywhere, seemed to soften slightly in their company, as if the hall knew the difference between the thunder of a god returning from Jotunheim and the ordinary wonderful noise of children. In fatherhood, even a god learns what it means to be ordinary in the ways that matter most. To wake in the night at the sound of a child's cry, to teach a boy how to hold a weapon and know that you are handing him both protection and responsibility, to witness the particular ways your own nature repeats itself in another being, and to understand that you are not the first and will not be the last. There was a humility in this that Thor carried without complaint. There were evenings when he walked across the great plain of Asgard to the hall of Valhalla, where Odin presided over the warriors who had been brought there from Midgard's battlefields. Those evenings carried their own particular character. The feasting hall was immense and loud, the long tables crowded with the chosen dead, the mead flowing with the kind of abundance that belongs only to divine places. The fire in the center, throwing light and shadow in equal measure across the rafters and the faces of the gods who came to sit among them. Thor sat at those tables with the ease of someone who is never quite out of place anywhere. Though he was aware of Odin's presence, the way you are always aware of a storm front moving in from the north, even on a clear day. His relationship with his father was not one that either of them put easily into words. There was deep respect in it, and something close to love. But there was also the particular wariness that comes from knowing that Odin sees further and holds more back, that his motives are rarely as simple as they appear, and his silences carry as much information as anything he says aloud. Thor was honest in a way that Odin was not always. Or perhaps it would be fairer to say that Thor's honesty was the honesty of directness, while Odin's was the honesty of depth. Those are not always the same thing. He trusted his father with his life, as he always had. He trusted him slightly less than that with everything else. And then there was Loki, who was usually somewhere nearby on those evenings, leaning against a post or seated just slightly removed from the warmth of the main gathering, watching things with that particular expression he had, that could be amusement or calculation or both at once. Thor and Loki had been traveling companions across more of the 9 worlds than either of them could easily count. That history between them was a complicated thing, full of moments where Loki had saved the situation and moments where Loki had caused the situation that required saving. There was genuine affection in it, the kind that survives a great deal of friction and still holds. But there was also the knowledge, sitting quietly at the back of Thor's mind, that Loki was capable of things that affection does not prevent. He loved him the way you love someone whose nature you understand completely and trust incompletely. He kept him close for both those reasons, and others he didn't always examine. On the long evenings after the feast had settled into its later, quieter phase, Thor would make his way back to Bilskirnir. He would sit beside the fire in the main hall, Mjolnir resting on the stones beside him, close enough to touch without reaching. The hammer was warm, always, or perhaps it only seemed that way. Outside, Asgard was still, and the stars above the 9 worlds turned in their slow, vast courses. Somewhere at the base of Yggdrasil, the Norns went on with their weaving, the threads of every life running through their hands in the darkness. He would sit there for a long time, listening to the fire. For a while at least, all 9 worlds were quiet. Among all the gods of Asgard, it was Thor that ordinary people called on most often. Not Odin, who was distant and unknowable, who walked the world in disguise and asked things of those he visited that they could not always afford to give. Not Freya, whose domain was love and longing and the private interior of the heart. It was Thor, broad-shouldered, direct, reliable as the turning of seasons, who heard his name spoken most often in the dark of a longhouse, or at the edge of a field just before planting, or in the hushed moments before a wedding ceremony began. There was a reason for this. It was not simply that Thor was the loudest god, or the one whose presence in a storm was hardest to ignore. It was that Thor was genuinely, consistently on the side of the people who called on him. They could feel that in some fundamental way that did not require explanation. Before any of that, though, there was a time in the long history of the Norse gods when the divine world itself was split, when the Aesir of Asgard and the Vanir gods of Vanaheim went to war with one another, trading hostages and victories in a conflict that shook the roots of Yggdrasil. Eventually, as is often the case with such things, the war gave way to a peace. The two families of gods learned to live alongside one another. From that accord came one of the most remarkable objects in all of Norse tradition, the mead of poetry, that the gods produce by mixing their saliva together as a seal of the peace between them, from which sprang a being named Kvasir, who was said to be the wisest creature alive. In myth, as it is told, Kvasir eventually met his end at the hands of two dwarves, who drained his blood and mixed it with honey to create a mead that granted the gift of wisdom and poetic inspiration to anyone who drank it. The mead passed through many hands, causing trouble and wonder in nearly equal measure, before Odin himself retrieved it through a series of elaborate deceptions and brought it back to Asgard, where it became one of the great treasures of the gods. Thor played no central part in the mead story, and that, in a way, was exactly the point. While Odin traveled in disguise, and bargained, and seduced and transformed himself into an eagle to escape with what he had taken, Thor remained, the steady weight at the center of Asgard, the god who held things in place while others moved through the shadows. It was a role he inhabited naturally, not because he lacked the cunning for anything else, but because steadiness was not a lesser quality in him. It was, in its way, the most essential one. In Asgard itself, Thor's presence served as a counterbalance to the schemes and intrigues of his peers. While Loki plotted and Odin pursued hidden knowledge, while Freya commanded her own considerable power, and Frigg worked through whispers and influence in the background, Thor stood as a symbol of direct purpose. His strength was not a secret or a tool of manipulation, but something visible and dependable. When conflicts arose among the gods themselves, it was often Thor's judgment that settled them, not through cleverness but through a kind of straightforward moral clarity that others could not easily dismiss. He was a god without pretense, and in a realm filled with beings capable of infinite deception, this made him uniquely valuable. His hammer Mjolnir, forged in the depths of Muspelheim by the sons of Ivaldi, was not merely a weapon, but a symbol of this directness, a tool created with absolute reliability, incapable of failure or faltering in the hand of its wielder. The relationship between Thor and the people of Midgard was unlike anything else in the Norse world. Odin collected warriors and favored the exceptional, the heroes, the kings, the ones he had already chosen for Valhalla. But Thor's attention was broader than that. He concerned himself with farmers and fishermen and the families who watched storms coming from the sea with genuine fear. When the thunder rolled across a Scandinavian sky, people did not hear it as an omen of divine anger. They heard Thor's chariot moving through the heavens, his goats Tangrisnir and Tanjostru pulling it forward. However close the storm came, there was comfort in the knowing that the thunder was his. He was driving out the forces that threatened the living world, the frost giants, the creatures of chaos, the deep and unfriendly cold, and the sound of the storm was the sound of that labor being done on their behalf. His hammer Mjolnir had purposes far gentler than battle. It was raised over newborn children to bring them under his protection and give them a strong beginning. It was laid across the laps of brides at wedding ceremonies to hallow the union and call down his blessing on the household being formed. It was pressed to the earth at the beginning of planting season, when farmers needed the rains to come and the soil to yield. This was because Thor was also the god of those rains, the thunder that preceded them, the lightning that cleared the sky, the deep rolling rumble that told the earth something fertile was coming. Small hammer-shaped amulets were worn at the throat, not as decorations but as genuine appeals to his presence, worn by people who wanted to feel that they were carrying something of him through their days. He showed up in the stories people told about him as someone who could be inconvenienced, who could be fooled, who could eat too much at a feast and feel the weight of a long road. And this was not a diminishment of his divinity, but rather the source of his particular appeal. He was accessible in a way that made people feel that their lives and their fears and their harvests were worth a god's attention. The rain that fell on a good summer evening, soaking slowly into the dry ground of a field, was not anonymous weather. It was something Thor had sent. The people who worked that field knew who to thank when the crops came in. He was theirs in a way no other god was. They knew it, and he knew it too. The thing about Loki was that Thor never entirely trusted him. Loki never entirely deserved to be trusted. Somehow that was the whole foundation of what held them together. It was a strange kind of bond, not the clean, uncomplicated loyalty that Thor shared with his sons, or the deep reverent love he felt for Sif, but something more complicated and more durable than either of those things in its own way. They had walked together through more of the 9 worlds than most gods ever saw in their long lives. If you asked Thor in a quiet moment whether he was glad of that company, he would probably not answer you directly, which was, in its own way, an answer. Loki was a shapeshifter, a schemer, a being who found the gap in any plan and slipped through it like water through cracked stone. He was brilliant in the way that certain creatures are brilliant, not through effort or discipline, but through some quality of mind that seemed to run faster than the world around him. Always 3 steps ahead, always looking sideways at a problem rather than straight at it. Thor was not slow. No one who has driven a chariot across the sky should be called slow. But his intelligence moved differently, more directly, more honestly. He looked at a problem and walked around it twice before anyone else had finished deciding it was a problem at all. Between those 2 ways of moving through the world, a great deal of ground could be covered. Consider the incident with Sif's hair, which was not one of Loki's finer moments by any measure. He cut it away while she slept, every strand of that extraordinary golden hair. For reasons that the old sources never entirely explain, some impulse of mischief that went further than even he had intended. When Thor found out, his anger was the kind of anger that shakes walls. There was nothing quiet about it, nothing measured. He seized Loki by whatever he could reach. He made him understand, in the clearest possible terms, that the only acceptable outcome was that Sif's hair be restored. That whatever it cost, Loki would be the one to pay it. And so Loki went to Svartalfheim, to the deep forges of the dwarves. Through a combination of charm and recklessness, and a wager he nearly lost, he returned with hair of pure gold thread that the dwarves had spun, hair that took root and grew as naturally as anything living. Thor's anger cooled. The matter was settled. They travelled together again not long after, as if the whole thing had been a rough patch in a longer road rather than a fundamental rupture. That was how it always seemed to go between them. Loki would do something that pulled a thread loose in the fabric of the world. Thor would demand it be put right. Loki would manage it, sometimes brilliantly, sometimes barely, and then they would be back on the road together as the sun came up over whatever cold and interesting landscape they had wandered into next. The journey to Utgard was one of those roads. So was the crossing of the flooded river Vimur on the way to Gerard's Hall, where Loki's instinct for survival and Thor's sheer physical force combined into something that neither of them could have managed alone. Alone, Loki would have talked his way into a corner. Alone, Thor might have broken through the corner, but he would have missed the door entirely. Together, they tended to arrive somewhere. There is a tenderness in the old stories, if you read them slowly enough, in the fact that these two kept choosing the road together. Loki was not always kind. Thor was not always patient. Neither of them was particularly good at explaining what the other one meant to them. This was because that was not the kind of thing the Norse world tended to put into words. But they showed up, again and again across the 9 worlds, in the frost of Jotunheim, and the deep passages of the Dwarven realm, and the strange courts of giants who built their halls of illusion. They showed up together. That counted for something. There was never a contract between them, never a formal agreement binding them to the road together. It existed in the space between words, in the quick glance that passed between them when danger appeared, in the way Thor's hand would reach out to catch Loki when he stumbled, and the way Loki would find a path when Thor was ready to charge through solid stone. These gestures spoke louder than any oath could. There was no ceremony that made them allies, only the steady accumulation of moments where the other had shown up when it mattered most. This wordless understanding ran deeper than any formal bonds that held the other gods together. It was tested again and again, bent near to breaking, yet it never quite snapped. What makes the later part of their story so difficult to sit with is knowing what changed. At Aegir's great feast, Loki spoke cruelly, not the sharp, clever mischief of his better days, but something colder, something that crossed lines even the gods of Asgard had agreed to leave uncrossed. He mocked the gods one by one, including Thor, though Thor's presence was enough to finally drive him from the hall. After that, events moved quickly, as they do when something has finally broken that had been bending for a long time. Loki was captured and bound in a cave beneath the earth. A serpent fastened above him to drip venom onto his face for what would remain of the age of the gods. His wife Sigyn held a bowl above him to catch the drops. She held it faithfully, and still when she had to turn away to empty it, he suffered. There is a version of events, not widely written, but present in the texture of the mythology, in which Thor knew where Loki was after the binding, whether he visited or simply knew, whether the thought of that cave below the earth sat quietly at the back of his mind during the long years that followed. The old stories do not say precisely, but something in the shape of their relationship across all those adventures suggests that Thor would not have been entirely at peace with it, even if he understood why it had to be. The line between justice and cruelty can be difficult to see clearly when you are standing close to it. Both of them knew what was coming, in the way that all beings in the Norse cosmos knew, in the soft and certain way that knowledge of Ragnarok lived in the bones rather than the mind. Loki would break free at the end. They would stand on opposite sides of the final field. That too was part of the pattern that had always been woven into the years they had spent crossing the 9 worlds side by side. There is something worth sitting quietly with in that image. 2 beings who had travelled so far together, who had pulled each other out of more impossible situations than either could easily count, arriving at last at the one situation from which there was no escape and no clever workaround. The Norns had seen to that long before either of them was born. Whatever lay ahead for both of them, the years of road behind them were real. The cold mornings in Jotunheim, the giants defeated, the laughter, the anger, all of it was real. There was a road that most gods preferred not to know too much about, a road that ran down from the roots of Yggdrasil into country where the light did not quite reach. To understand why Thor eventually came to travel that road, you have to understand what had happened to Balder. Balder was the son of Odin and Frigg, and he was, by nearly all accounts in the Norse tradition, the most beloved of all the gods. Bright-faced, gentle, well-liked by every being in every realm. His mother Frigg had gone to extraordinary lengths to protect him. According to the stories, she travelled throughout the 9 worlds and asked every living thing, every stone, every root, every blade of grass, every creature with a name, to swear an oath that it would never harm her son. Almost everything agreed. There was only one thing she overlooked, because it seemed too small and young to matter: the mistletoe growing on the eastern side of a great oak. That omission was all Loki did. He carved the mistletoe into a dart, placed it in the hand of Balder's blind brother Hodor, and guided his arm. The dart flew, and Balder fell, and the hall of the gods went very quiet. What followed was one of the deepest silences Asgard had ever known. The gods sent Hermod, Odin's swift son, riding down through the mist on Odin's horse Sleipnir, to beg Hel for Balder's return. According to the telling preserved in the Prose Edda, Hel agreed to release Balder on one condition: that every living thing in the 9 worlds weep for him. Every creature wept, all but one, a giantess named Thurk, who refused, and whom many believed to be Loki in one more disguise. And so Balder remained in Helheim, and the gods returned to their halls without him. Thor had sat with that outcome for a long time. He was not a god given to long silences, but this particular loss had settled into him in a way that other losses hadn't. It wasn't grief exactly, though there was grief in it. It was something closer to a question he could not quite form into words. Something about why the world was built so that even the most beloved of beings could be taken away, and kept, and not returned. And eventually, in a way that the old stories preserve only as a faint thread rather than a fully drawn narrative, he came to feel that he needed to see that place for himself. Not to fight, not to bargain, simply to understand. The road down began at the base of Yggdrasil, where the roots went deepest into the cold earth. Thor went alone, leaving Mjolnir behind, or perhaps carrying it more quietly than usual, its weight different in a place with no giants to throw it at. The path descended through Niflheim first, which is the oldest of all the realms, a world of ice and mist that existed before even the gods themselves were born. The mist there was not the mist of weather. It had a different quality to it, thick and pale, slow-moving, carrying a cold that was not exactly unpleasant, but that made everything around it feel very still. Trees, if you could call them that, stood between the vapours. They were white-barked and thin, their branches reaching upward without leaves, as though they had given up waiting for a season that had never come. The sound that accompanied him was almost nothing. A faint dripping somewhere in the distance, the soft movement of the mist itself across the ground, his own breathing. Eventually, the river Jol appeared, dark water running along a bed of glittering gravel, quick and cold, cutting through the grey landscape with a clarity that seemed almost aggressive in contrast to the fog around it. A bridge crossed it, roofed with gleaming gold, which was tended by a guardian named Modgud. In the stories, she had asked Hermod who he was and where he was going, and she would have asked the same of anyone who came this way. The bridge was the boundary, or close enough to one. On the far side of it, the realm of Hel began. Helheim was not what the word might make you imagine. There were no flames, no torments, no dramatic gates of iron. It was simply very, very quiet. The light there was the grey of a sky that cannot decide between day and night, and has settled into a permanent state somewhere between the two. You could see clearly enough, but nothing cast sharp shadows. Everything had the soft-edged quality of a landscape seen through still water. Hel's hall, called Eldjidnir, stood at the center of it all. It was enormous, the largest structure Thor had seen outside of Bilskirnir, built of pale stone and dark timber, with a roof that seemed to press down rather than rise up, as though the whole building had been designed with weight in mind. Her gate was named Folander Forad, which in the old tongue meant something close to the stumbling block, and her threshold was called Kor, meaning a sick bed. Even the furniture in her hall had names that spoke of slow decline and eventual stillness. These details are preserved in the Prose Edda, and they are worth sitting with. The Norse people thought carefully about what a place of the dead should feel like, and what they imagined was not violence, but a kind of gravity, a permanent settling down. Hel herself was, according to the tradition, half the color of living flesh, and half the blue-grey of the long dead. One side of her face like any woman's face, the other side something else entirely. She was calm in a way that was not indifference, but something deeper than indifference. She ruled her realm without cruelty and without warmth, because warmth and cruelty both belong to the living, and her domain was elsewhere. She had not released Balder, and she had not been wrong by her own understanding to refuse. The condition had not been met. The world had not wept completely. That was simply the way of things. Thor stood in that hall and felt, perhaps for one of the few times in his long life, that there was nothing for his hands to do. He could not hit the silence. He could not challenge the grey light to a contest. The countless dead who moved quietly through Hel's halls went about whatever it was they did, resting, waiting, simply being, and they did not need him, and he could not help them, and that was the understanding that he had come looking for without quite knowing it. The cycle of the 9 worlds was not broken by loss. It was made of it, the way the great ash Yggdrasil was made of its own slow decay as much as its growth, Nidhogg gnawing at its roots from below, while the eagle sat in its highest branches, and the 3 Norns drew water up from the well to keep it living. The world was that entire motion, the growing and the gnawing both, and Balder in Helheim was as much a part of it as Balder laughing in the fields of Asgard had ever been. That was not a comfortable thought, but it was a true one, and Thor was a god who preferred true things to comfortable ones, even when the true things were heavy. He stayed as long as it seemed right to stay. He did not speak at great length with Hel. The stories do not give us that conversation in any complete form, and it would be a mistake to invent it. What the tradition gives us is the shape of the journey, the descent, the encounter with a kind of reality that strength alone cannot change, and the return. He made his way back up through the mist with something he hadn't carried before, a quieter understanding of why the world was made the way it was. Of all the 9 worlds, Midgard was the one Thor returned to again and again, not because it required the most of his strength, but because it gave him something the other realms couldn't. Asgard had its golden halls, and its feasting and its eternal, radiant order. Jotunheim had its contests and its cold fury, its dark forests stretching away into distances that even Thor found difficult to measure. But Midgard had people, ordinary people, farmers and fishermen, and families gathered around fires at the end of long days. And Thor, for all his power and all his thunder, seemed to find something in their company that the company of gods could not quite provide. He was drawn to them the way the sea is drawn back again and again to the same shoreline, not by any force he could name, but by something quieter and more essential than that. The Old Norse traditions speak of Thor not as a distant figure dwelling unreachably in the heavens, but as a presence woven into the everyday fabric of the world, into the sound of rain on a longhouse roof, into the smell of turned earth before a storm, into the particular quality of light that falls across a pine forest just after thunder has passed and the air has gone clean and still. There is a story told of Thor coming to Midgard on one of his many crossings, traveling with Loki as he so often did. His goats Tangrisnir and Tanjostra pulling his chariot down from the sky and through the green, forested countryside of Scandinavia. The land through which they moved was a world of long coastlines and cold water, of pine trees rising so densely along the ridgelines that their tops seemed to brush against the low grey clouds, of fjords cutting inland between walls of dark stone where the water lay perfectly still in the early morning. It was an austere landscape in many ways, winters long and severe, the sea unforgiving, but it had a beauty that grew on a person quietly, the way all the most lasting beauties do without announcing itself. Thor moved through it with the ease of someone who had walked it many times before and felt no need to rush. According to the old accounts in the Prose Edda, it was on one such journey that Thor and Loki came to a farmhouse as evening was settling over the countryside. The farmer was a man named Egil. He had a son called Thjolfi and a daughter called Roskva. The family had little enough to offer their unexpected guests, but they offered what they had, as the traditions of hospitality required. Thor, needing a meal for himself and Loki, slaughtered his 2 goats. This was something he could do. This was because Mjolnir held the power to restore them come morning, provided every bone was kept whole and unbroken. He instructed the family carefully, "Eat what you like, but take nothing from the bones." The meal was eaten and the bones collected and laid out on the goatskins. Come first, light Thor raised his hammer over them, and the goats rose whole and living again. But one of the animals rose lame. Thor looked at the bones and understood what had happened. Thjolfi, tempted by the richness of the marrow, had cracked one of the leg bones in the night. The god's anger rose in him the way the thunder rises, sudden and enormous. The family was terrified. However, as is often the case in these old stories, the anger passed into something more measured. Thor accepted Thjolfi and Roskva into his service instead of extracting a harsher price. The 2 young people left their home and went with him. Thjolfi would go on to travel at Thor's side through some of his most difficult adventures, proving himself swift and loyal beyond what anyone might have expected from a farmer's son from Midgard. And this was something the story seemed to want to say about Thor, that his relationship with human beings was not simply one of power descending from above, but one of genuine exchange, sometimes painful, sometimes requiring forgiveness, always grounded in something more mutual than a god and his worshippers might ordinarily share. In the Norse tradition, people called on Thor at the moments that mattered most to them, at weddings, at births, at the beginning of a sea voyage, or the start of a planting season. His hammer was drawn in the air over newborns and drawn symbolically over the earth before seeds went in. Small iron hammers were worn around the neck as amulets, a practice that survived for centuries in Scandinavia. A quiet daily reminder that the god of thunder was close by and paying attention. When lightning split the sky over a fjord and the thunder followed a moment later, rolling in across the water and through the forests and down into the valleys where the farms sat, people did not simply hear weather. They heard Thor, his chariot crossing the high sky, his goats pulling hard against the harness, wheels turning over clouds with that deep, resonant sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. There was comfort in that understanding. The storm was not random. The storm had a name. The name belonged to a god who was, at his most fundamental, on the side of the people below. You can almost feel it, Even now, if you let yourself settle into the image, a long winter evening in a house built from dark timber, the fire burning low in the center of the room, the smell of pine smoke and wood smoke braiding together in the warm air. Outside, the wind is moving through the trees. The fjord beyond the settlement is invisible in the darkness, but you know it's there by the sound of the water and by the cold that comes in beneath the door. And then the thunder begins, far away at first, a low murmur rolling in from the west over the mountains. The person sitting nearest the fire looks up from their work and says nothing, but perhaps they feel something loosen slightly in their chest. The storm is coming, yes, but they know whose storm it is. That was what Midgard gave Thor, what Thor gave back to it, a relationship built not on fear alone, but on a kind of familiarity that softened the vast distance between God and human. He had eaten at their tables, in the old stories. He had travelled their roads. His boots had walked through the same mud. The rain had fallen on him the same as it fell on anyone else moving through a grey Scandinavian afternoon. He was immense, and he was divine. But he was also, in some essential way, present, genuinely, continuously present in the world of ordinary life. The thunder was not merely a natural force. It was a reminder that something watchful and immensely powerful was moving through the sky overhead, keeping its ancient agreement with the world below. Back the darkness on behalf of people who could not do it themselves. And on nights when the sky flickered with distant lightning and the thunder came rolling in long and low, people would look up and feel, in whatever way people feel such things, that they were not alone. Beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, in halls carved from the living rock of the earth, lived beings whose hands could shape metal into things that had no business existing. The dwarves of Nidavellir were not gods, and they did not ask to be remembered the way gods are remembered. They asked only for their work to be recognized for what it was, which was, by any measure across all 9 worlds, extraordinary. The realm itself was unlike anything above ground, where Asgard gleamed with open sky and golden light, and Midgard spread out beneath clouds and rain. Nidavellir existed in a world of its own making entirely. The tunnels ran deep and wide through the bones of the earth, their walls smoothed by countless generations of careful hands. The forges burned at the heart of those halls with a heat that had no equal anywhere in the 9 worlds, throwing amber light across the stone in long, warm waves. The sound of hammers carried through the rock the way thunder carries through open air. Steady, purposeful, arriving before you expected it and staying longer than you thought it would. Everything down there had weight to it, a density born not just from the stone and metal, but from the concentration of craft that had been practiced in those halls since long before most of the gods could remember. It was the sons of Ivaldi who first made something for the Aesir, working at Loki's request after he had done the unforgivable thing of cutting away Sif's golden hair while she slept. What they produced was hair made from real gold, spun so finely and with such skill that it grew from Sif's head as naturally as the hair it replaced, moving in the wind, catching light the way living things catch light. That alone would have been enough to establish the dwarves as the finest craftsmen in all of existence. But the sons of Ivaldi did not stop there. They also produced Gungnir, the great spear that became Odin's constant companion, balanced so perfectly that it would never miss whatever it was thrown toward, and so sacred that oaths sworn over it could not be broken. And they built Skidbladnir, a ship large enough to carry all the gods and their armor and weapons together, yet capable of being folded down to the size of a cloth and carried in a pocket. It moved under its own power across any sea, catching favorable wind whenever its sail was raised, on any water, in any weather. These were not weapons in the ordinary sense, They were objects that carried intention in their very structure, the way a well-built house carries the intentions of the person who planned it. The dwarves understood something about making things that most of the other beings in the 9 worlds did not fully grasp, that a thing built with complete attention to its purpose becomes something more than the sum of its materials. The gold in Sif's hair was gold, yes, but it was also the dwarves' understanding of what hair should be and what it should do. Gungnir was iron and wood, but it was also the dwarves' understanding of what a spear is for. Thor had more reason than most to think about this. Mjolnir came from the brothers Sindri and Brokkr, forged in a contest that nearly went another way entirely. Despite Loki's interference during the forging process, the shortened handle that resulted from his meddling, the gods of Asgard judged Mjolnir the greatest treasure of all the things laid before them that day. What made it so was not simply the power it carried, though that power was immense. It was the combination of properties. It returned to Thor's hand no matter how far he threw it. It could be made small enough to tuck away and hidden entirely, and it could do things a weapon had no right to do. It could bless a marriage, hallow a funeral, sanctify a field before planting. It moved between the sacred and the dangerous, as easily as Thor himself moved between Asgard and the outer worlds. Alongside Mjolnir, Thor carried 2 other things made with care equal to any treasure in Asgard. The belt called Meggingjord doubled his already enormous strength when he wore it, wrapping around him like a second skin made of pure intention. The iron gloves called Jarngripr allowed him to grip the hammer's handle at all, channeling the force that moved through the weapon without burning away his hands. These 3 things together, hammer, belt, gloves, were not separate objects so much as a single complete system, each one designed with the others in mind, each one incomplete without the rest. The dwarves had understood that too. They had built not just a weapon, but an entire framework for the god who would carry it through the 9 worlds. Thor was not, by nature, someone who spent much time thinking about objects. He was drawn to action, to the road, to whatever stood in front of him and needed addressing. But he understood what the dwarves had made in a way that went beyond simple gratitude. He understood that the belt and gloves were not additions to his strength. They were completions of it. They allowed what was already in him to work the way it was meant to work. Every time he strapped on the belt or pulled on those gloves, he felt the weight of that craft. Not just the power in it, but the intention. Alfheim was unlike any other world in the Norse cosmos. It had no mountains to climb, no giants to outwit, no dungeons or dungeons of frost. Where the dwarven realm of Nidavellir sat deep beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, lit by forge fire and amber heat, Alfheim floated in something closer to perpetual morning. A realm where the light arrived from no particular direction and simply was, filling everything it touched with a softness that was difficult to describe and impossible to forget. Thor had travelled through cold rivers and burning halls, through mist so thick it pressed against his chest like a living thing, through the dark corridors beneath the earth, where metal rang against metal and the dwarves worked without pause. Alfheim asked nothing like that of him. It simply opened, the way a field opens when you crest a long hill. There it was, the most quietly astonishing of all the 9 worlds, spread out before him in colours that had no names in the language of the gods. The light elves who made their home in Alfheim were described in the oldest accounts as beings of surpassing beauty, luminous in the way that certain hours of the day are luminous, when the sun is low and the air is clean and everything seems to glow faintly from within. In some of the ancient traditions, the elves of Alfheim were considered older than the Aesir themselves. Not in the way that Niflheim's cold was old, heavy and geological, but old in the way that light is old, predating most of the things it illuminates. They moved through their world with a quietness that was not timid. It was the quietness of something that had no need to announce itself. They tended the world around them as naturally as breathing. The world around them responded in kind. The grasses grew long and unhurried. The trees held their branches open like cupped hands. The streams that ran through the lowlands of Alfheim moved with a clarity so complete that you could count the grains of sand at their bottoms from a great distance above. Thor, who had crossed the Vimur River, braced against a rowan tree with floodwater rising to his shoulders, stood for a long moment at the edge of one of those streams and simply watched the water move. It was not inaction, exactly. It was something more like recognition, the sense of being in a place that operated according to rules gentler than the ones he was accustomed to. Finding, to his own surprise, that he did not entirely mind. He was not a subtle presence in Alfheim. He never was, anywhere. The ground registered his footsteps. The elves were aware of him long before he was aware of them, in the same way that a calm room becomes aware of a door opening somewhere down the hall. But they did not shrink from him or approach him with the wariness that the frost giants carried in their faces when they saw him coming. They regarded him with something closer to patient curiosity, the way you might watch a large and well-meaning animal make its way through a garden, interested to see what it would do next. One of the elves, older in bearing if not in appearance, came to sit near where Thor had stopped by the water. There was no formal greeting, no announcement of purpose. They simply sat together for a while, the god of thunder and the elf of the light, listening to the stream. What passed between them in those quiet hours was not recorded in the Eddas with any specificity. It would not be honest to fill that silence with invented words. But the tradition holds that the light elves possessed a particular kind of knowledge, not the dramatic, rune-carved wisdom that Odin had purchased at great cost, not the technical mastery that the dwarves carried in their hands, but something quieter and perhaps more durable than either. They understood the world not as a series of problems to be solved or enemies to be defeated, but as something that was always, at every moment, in the process of continuing. The sun that rose over Alfheim each morning was not fighting its way up. It was simply doing what it had always done. The light elves had been watching it long enough to rust that. Thor, who carried a hammer and spent a considerable portion of his existence traveling toward conflict, sat with that understanding for a while and let it rest in him without arguing with it. When he finally rose to leave, the light fell differently than it had when he arrived. Warmer in tone, leaning toward the colors that come just before evening in open country. The elf by the water did not see him off with ceremony. There was only a brief gesture, unhurried, the way you might acknowledge someone you expect to see again without knowing quite when. Thor walked back the way he had come, through the long grasses and the open light, past the trees with their open arms and the streams with their visible hearts. The realm of Alfheim held its particular quiet around him for as long as he remained inside it. He left Alfheim slower than he had arrived, moving as if he was carrying something fragile that he didn't want to disturb. There was one story the Norns had woven, but all the gods of Asgard had heard. None of them spoke of it very often. It had no beginning that anyone could point to clearly. This was because it was less like a story, and more like a weight that had always been there, present beneath every feast and every battle, and every quiet evening in the golden halls. The gods of Asgard were not ignorant of what was coming. The prophecy of Ragnarok, the final unraveling of the 9 worlds, the last great collision between order and chaos, had been known to them from very early on. Carried in the memory of the Norns and whispered in the turning of Yggdrasil's ancient roots. What the prophecy described was enormous in its scope, a winter that would not end, called the Fimble Winter, stretching across 3 full years without the relief of spring or summer. The cold deepening until it reached places it had never reached before, until even the bonds between people grew thin and brittle. The world, the prophecy said, would fracture before it broke. Families would turn against one another. The wolves, Skull and Hearty, who had always chased the sun and moon across the sky without ever quite catching them, would finally close the distance and swallow them whole. The sky would go dark. Fenrir, the great wolf whom the gods had bound on an island at the center of the world with a silken chain of impossible strength, would break free of that binding at last, his jaws wide enough to scrape both the earth and the sky at once. And Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, coiled so tightly around the ocean floor that his tail met his own mouth, would release his grip and rise from the deep water, flooding the coasts of every land as he came ashore. These were not distant abstractions to Thor. He had met Jormungandr before. He had looked into those enormous eyes across a stretch of dark sea water and felt the weight of what lay between them. He knew the prophecy's particular detail concerning himself with a clarity that never quite left him, that when the serpent rose at Ragnarok, Thor would face him. He would kill him, driving Mjolnir down with every measure of strength he possessed, and then he would walk 9 steps before the venom overtook him. On the 9th step, he would fall. 9 steps. The Norse people who told this story did not soften that detail or explain it away. Thor would win his greatest battle and survive it for exactly 9 steps, and that was all. Odin, too, was spoken for. His fate at Ragnarok was bound up with Fenrir. The outcome of that encounter was equally clear in the tradition. The great ship Naglfar, made of the nails and hair of the dead, would sail on the flooded sea. The fire giant Surt would come from Muspelheim with a sword that burned brighter than the sun. Yggdrasil itself would shudder and crack, its roots loosening in the soil of all 9 worlds as the axis of the cosmos gave way. The gods had lived with this knowledge for ages beyond counting. They did not speak of it often, not because they denied it or hoped it might somehow be untrue, but because there was a quality of ceremony to the knowledge itself, a weight that required respect. To speak of Ragnarok carelessly would have been like speaking carelessly of death in the presence of the dying. The prophecy hung over Asgard not as a threat that might be averted, but as a fact written into the very fabric of existence. Each god carried this knowledge differently. Some bore it as a quiet burden they turned over in their minds during long nights. Others seemed to have made a kind of peace with it, integrating the certainty of ending into the structure of how they lived each day. This was what the gods knew. This was what they had always known. And yet Thor went out every morning into whatever the 9 worlds required of him. That is the part of the story that the Norse tradition asks you to sit with quietly. This was because it carries something that is neither simple despair nor simple hope, but something steadier and older than either of those things. The Norse understanding of fate was not the same as helplessness. The word the old texts used, weird in its older form, the turning of what is fixed, described fate not as a prison, but as a ground, the firm earth beneath a person's feet that allowed them to stand upright and move forward with purpose. The gods of Asgard knew what was coming. They prepared and they acted and they protected what was worth protecting. And they did all of this without pretending the prophecy did not exist. There is something in that which the people who told these stories clearly found deeply meaningful. Not a command to be cheerful in the face of loss, but a different kind of courage altogether, the kind that does not require uncertainty in order to function. Thor embodied that understanding more completely than almost any other figure in the Norse world. That may be part of why ordinary people felt so close to him. He was not remote. He was not calculating. He went out into Jotunheim, knowing the gear. NTS would keep coming. He crossed rivers and climbed mountains and sat at tables with beings who wished him harm. He did it again the following season. The season after that, because the people of Midgard were there and they needed protecting. The fact that the world would one day end did not change what was needed from him today. In a strange way, the prophecy of Ragnarok made Thor's ordinary days more luminous rather than less so. Every time he drove his goat-drawn chariot across the sky, and the thunder rolled down over the farmlands below. Every time a family heard that sound and felt a small, instinctive easing of their fear, that moment was complete in itself. The Norse tradition did not ask its gods or its people to pretend that time was endless. It asked them to fill the time they had with action that was worth the effort. Thor did not spend his years in Asgard grieving over what the Norns had already set down. He spent them out in the 9 worlds, doing exactly what he had always done, for exactly the reasons he had always done it. Moving through the days with the uncomplicated directness that had always defined him. The prophecy was real. The end would come when it came. But the morning was also real. The hammer was in his hand, and somewhere in Midgard, the day was already beginning. He picked up his hammer, went to the door, and walked out into whatever the day had brought. But the Norse cosmos did not end in darkness. It ended in water. From the water it rose again. According to the ancient Norse traditions preserved in the Prose Edda and the Völuspá, what came after Ragnarok was not a final silence, but something far more extraordinary, a renewal, slow and green and unhurried, rising from the depths of the sea, the way a breath rises after a long, still pause. The world that had been consumed by fire and then swallowed by the ocean did not stay swallowed. In time, the earth lifted itself back above the surface of the water, dripping and clean, as though the sea had simply been holding it in safekeeping all along. The fields that emerged were not burned or barren. They were lush with grain that no one had planted. This was because the land itself remembered what it was supposed to do and went quietly about doing it. The sky, which had been darkened for so long by the Fimbulwinter and then by the fires of Muspelheim, opened once more into something clear and wide and boundless. A new sun crossed it, the daughter of the old sun, moving along the same path her mother had travelled for countless ages, carrying the same warmth with her into the reborn world. The streams that had run underground through the roots of Yggdrasil found their way to the surface and ran clear over smooth stones, carrying nothing with them but the sound of water. That is among the most peaceful sounds in any world. On the plain of Yggdrasil, where the gods had once gathered in the time before the end, some of them gathered again, Odin's sons among them, others who had survived the great unravelling of the cosmos. They came to that open place not in grief, but in something quieter than grief, something closer to the feeling of waking after a very long sleep and finding that the room is still there, still familiar, still holding the shape of everything you had hoped to return to. They found on that plain, half buried in the soft new grass, the golden gaming pieces that the Aesir had used in the days before, small bright things that had waited through the end of one world for the beginning of the next, patient as only objects can be. And there, on that same green plain, with the new sun warming the earth and the streams finding their courses through the meadows, Thor's sons Magni and Modi came forward, carrying Mjolnir between them. The great hammer that had crossed so many worlds in their father's hand, now passing into theirs, heavy with everything it had meant and everything it would mean going forward. The tradition holds that Magni and Modi were among the gods who survived to inherit the new age. That with them they brought the hammer that had hallowed fields and protected farmsteads, and driven iron bolts back into the chests of giants across all the long years of the previous world. They carried it not as a weapon waiting for a war, but as a guardian carried by guardians. The protection their father had offered to Midgard now offered again in a world that was only just learning to breathe. What the Norse traditions are careful to describe about this new world is its quietness. The way everything in it seems to have arrived at something rather than departed from it. The waters are still in the early morning, reflecting the sky the way the lakes in the gardens of the Hesperides once reflected the passing of the day, perfectly, without disturbance, as though the surface of the water and the surface of the sky have reached an agreement about the nature of light. There are birds in the reborn world. Their sounds carry far in the clean air, across meadows where the grain stands without anyone having sown it, and through forests where the trees are young and certain of their own growth. The rivers that run through this world are not the rivers of Niflheim or the cold dark waters, or had waded through in Jotunheim. They are something gentler, clear over their stones, moving at a pace that asks nothing of you, that carries nothing urgent in its current. If you were to sit beside one of those rivers in the world that rose from the sea after Ragnarok, you would feel, as the Norse tradition quietly suggests, that the weight of the previous age had been dissolved by the water and carried away to somewhere it could not find you anymore. This is what endings meant in the Norse understanding of things. Not finality, but completion, the way a long winter is complete when the first green pushes up through the soil, not negated, but simply finished. Room for what was always going to come next. Thor's adventures across the 9 worlds. All those journeys through Jotunheim, and across the dark rivers, and into the halls of giants, and down toward the roots of the world tree. All of it was not lost when the old world sank. It had been folded into the fabric of what came after. The way stories are always folded into the people who carry them forward. Magni and Modi walked across the plain of Yggdrasil with their father's hammer. The new sun crossed the sky above them. The streams ran clear through the new grass, somewhere in the deep roots of whatever grew in place of Yggdrasil. The ancient quiet that had always underlain the 9 worlds continued on, unchanged by the end of one age and the beginning of another. The world that was reborn was a world that still needed tending, still needed watching over, still needed the kind of steady, tireless presence that Thor had offered to Midgard for all the long years of the previous age. And so that presence continued, carried forward in the hands of those he had left behind, in the weight of the hammer turning slowly in the morning light of a world made new. And somewhere, in the green silence of the world reborn, a hammer turned slowly in the morning light, and all was well. That is the story of Thor. Not one story really, but many, spread across the 9 worlds like stars across a winter sky. Each one is its own small fire, burning with something true about what it means to move through a difficult world and still choose to protect the things you love. Thor was not a perfect god, and the old storytellers never pretended that he was. He was impulsive and proud, prone to great rages, occasionally fooled by beings cleverer than himself, and yet he kept showing up, to the frozen shores of Jotunheim, to the deep sea where the serpent waited, to the quiet farmhouses of Midgard, where ordinary people needed him. That willingness to show up, again and again, knowing the road would be hard and knowing too what waited at its farthest end, that is the thing the Norse people seemed to love most about him. Not his strength, though his strength was legendary. Not Mjolnir, though the hammer is as recognizable today as it ever was. It was the loyalty in him, the warmth beneath all that thunder, The tales of Thor endured through countless centuries of change and transformation, passed from one generation to the next, because they spoke to something fundamental and true in the human heart. These were not stories meant merely to frighten or impress with displays of power alone, but rather chronicles of commitment and courage that reminded people of what it meant to stand against the gathering darkness and refuse to abandon those who needed protection. There is something in these old stories that has always found its way into the quiet hours of the night, into the half-dreaming space between wakefulness and sleep. Perhaps it is the great tree at the center of everything, its branches wide enough to hold all worlds at once. Perhaps it is the image of Thor walking out into a cold morning with his hammer in his hand and his mind already on the road ahead, ready for whatever the 9 worlds intended to send his way. Or perhaps it is simply the comfort of knowing that in the old tradition, even the thunder had a name, and that name meant protection. Thank you for spending this night in the company of these ancient stories. I hope the journey through the 9 worlds has left something soft and restful behind your eyes, images of golden halls, and still lakes, of deep forges glowing amber in the dark, of a new green world rising slowly from still water. Let those images carry you now, the way a current carries a leaf, gently and without effort, down into the deeper quiet that is waiting for you. There is nothing more that needs doing tonight. Wherever you are safe, and the night is long and soft, and the thunder, if you hear it, is only Thor out there somewhere, doing what he has always done. Until then, sweet dreams.
The name itself is worth sitting with for a moment before anything else. It is a word that carries more inside it than most words do, a kind of compressed mythology, a whole story folded into a single sound. Yggdrasil. Even spoken quietly in the dark, it has a weight to it, a stillness, the way very old things tend to feel when you hold them. The name comes from 2 Old Norse words placed together. The first is Yggdrasil, which was one of the many names belonging to Odin, the chief of the Norse gods. Yggdrasil means something close to the terrifier, or the one who fills others with dread. The second word, Drasil, carries the sense of a horse, not any ordinary horse, but one with a ceremonial quality, a horse moving with gravity and purpose. And so the full name, Yggdrasil, means something like Odin's horse, or the horse of the terrifier. To understand why the great tree at the center of all creation would be named after a horse, you first need to understand how the Norse people spoke about gallows. In the Old Norse tradition of kenning, a poetic convention in which one thing is described through an indirect, often layered phrase, a gallows was commonly called the horse of the hanged. The idea comes from the way a body moves when it hangs, swaying gently as though riding. A man on a gallows was a man on horseback, in this way of speaking. And so when Odin, according to one of the oldest and most important poems in the Norse canon, sacrificed himself by hanging from the great tree, wounded by his own spear, given neither food nor water, suspended there for 9 nights, he was, in the language of kenning, riding. He rode the tree as a condemned man rides the gallows. The tree was his horse, and the name it carries, Yggdrasil, is the permanent record of that act, carved into its identity for as long as the cosmos endures. This is worth pausing over. The Norse people named the cosmic tree, the structure that holds together all 9 worlds, that stretches from the heavens down into the deepest cold, that the gods themselves ride out to sit beneath each day, after an act of suffering and sacrifice. Not after power, not after beauty, not after creation. After the moment their most important god chose to hang in the dark for 9 nights, in pain, in order to gain wisdom he could not have obtained any other way. The name is not decorative, it is a monument. The tree was also known by other names in the surviving texts. One of them is Mima Mather, which translates roughly as Mimir's tree, a reference to the great well of wisdom that lies beneath one of its roots, tended by the ancient being Mimir. Another name sometimes given is Leirava, though the sources are less consistent on what exactly Leirava refers to, and scholars have debated whether it names the same tree or something related but distinct. What these alternative names suggest, taken together, is that the Norse understood this tree to be something so significant, so woven into the fabric of everything, that a single name could not quite contain it. Different aspects of the tree called for different words. When we speak of what we know about Yggdrasil, we are drawing from two bodies of text that have survived from medieval Iceland. The first is the Poetic Edda, a collection of poems composed and transmitted orally over centuries before being written down, most likely in the 13th century, though the poems themselves reach back considerably further. Among them, a poem called Grimnismal is particularly rich with cosmological detail. It is presented as Odin himself, in disguise and under duress, reciting the nature of the worlds and the tree that holds them. The second source is the Prose Edda, written by the Icelandic scholar and poet Snorri Sturluson in the early 13th century. Snorri set out to preserve and explain the old mythological tradition, and his work is remarkably detailed, but he was writing centuries after the original belief system had given way to Christianity, and some scholars read certain passages in the Prose Edda with that distance in mind. The picture of Yggdrasil we have then is assembled from both of these sources, held together carefully, and it is not without its seams. There are places where the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda offer slightly different arrangements, slightly different emphases, slightly different lists of names and creatures and locations. Where those differences exist, it seems more honest to acknowledge them gently than to smooth them over. The Norse cosmos, as it has come down to us, is not a perfectly consistent diagram. It is something assembled across centuries of telling and retelling, shaped by poets and scholars and the long passage of time. That is part of what it is, and all of it rests on a tree whose name means, quietly and permanently, that its most important story was not one of triumph, but of willing, purposeful suffering in the pursuit of something greater than power alone. And knowing that, every branch and root and creature we encounter from here on carries a slightly different weight. Long before the tree existed, there was nothing, or very nearly nothing. The Norse accounts preserved in both the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda describe this first condition not as darkness exactly, but as a kind of open emptiness, a gap so vast and so without feature that the Norse called it Ginnungagap. That might be translated as the yawning void, or the gap charged with magical potential, depending on the source consulted. It was not darkness in the way we usually think of darkness, not the absence of light in a room that once had light, but something older than that, a state of existence before light had ever been imagined. Within this void, however, two regions had already taken shape, pressing in from opposite ends of that great emptiness. To the north lay Niflheim, a world of ice and mist, and a cold so fundamental that it did not feel like weather, but like a kind of permanent condition, like the natural resting state of things left entirely alone. At its center flowed Vegalmir, a great spring from which rivers poured outward in every direction, carrying that cold with them wherever they went. To the south lay Muspelheim, the realm of fire, that the surviving texts suggest existed even before the void itself had fully settled into its stillness. Muspelheim was governed by a being named Surtur, ancient and enormous, carrying a sword that burned with a light brighter than the sun would ever be. These two regions, the frozen north and the burning south, faced each other across the silence of Ginnungagap for a span of time that the myths do not attempt to measure. This was because there was as yet nothing by which time could be measured. There were no seasons, no days, no creatures watching the sky change. There was only the cold and the fire, and the space between them waiting for something to happen. The Norse sources do not describe these primordial forces as enemies exactly, though their opposition to one another was absolute. Rather, they existed in a kind of suspended tension, each maintaining its own domain without encroaching visibly upon the other. Niflheim was not merely cold, it was the template for all cold that would ever exist in the worlds to come, the source from which all ice and frost would ultimately derive. Muspelheim likewise was not simply hot, it represented the essential nature of fire itself, the animating principle behind all warmth and light. The spring Hvergelmir, which fed the rivers flowing from Niflheim's center, was no ordinary water source. According to the texts, it was described as a kind of cosmic wellspring from which all waters would eventually flow. The accounts suggest that this spring possessed knowledge of its own function, as though the water that flowed from it understood where it was meant to go. Similarly, the fire that characterized Muspelheim under Surtur's dominion was not chaotic or random. It burned according to principles that were ancient beyond reckoning, following patterns that had existed before anything else came into being. What happened, according to the Prose Edda as Snorri Sturluson recorded it, was gradual rather than sudden. The rivers flowing outward from Hvergelmir carried their cold water into the void. Layer by layer, that water froze as it moved away from its source, building up into great masses of frost and ice that slowly filled the northern portion of the gap. Meanwhile, from the south, sparks and embers drifted upward from Muspelheim, warming the air above them, sending heat forward into the emptiness. When the edges of these two forces finally met somewhere near the center of the void, the frost began to melt. Water dripped. And from that dripping, from that slow collision of primordial heat and primordial cold, the first being took shape. He was called Ymir. He was the first of the frost giants, a figure so enormous and so fundamental that the entire physical world would eventually be constructed from his body. But that came later. In those first moments, Ymir simply existed, vast, sleeping, the first living thing in a universe that had not yet decided what it was going to be. As Ymir lay there in the melting frost, a second creature also took form from the thawing ice, a great cow named Audumla, whose own existence seems to have needed no explanation in the Norse telling, as though a nourishing creature was simply the natural companion to a newly formed one. Audumla gave milk, 4 rivers of it, according to the Prose Edda, and Ymir drank. In that way, the first being was sustained by the second. Audumla herself found nourishment by licking at the great blocks of salty ice that surrounded them both. It was in this way that she performed what may be the quietest act of creation in the entire Norse tradition. On the first day she licked, the hair of a figure appeared in the ice. On the second day, the head emerged. By the third day, a complete being had been freed from the frost, a man. According to the account, handsome and powerful, he was called Buri. Buri would become the ancestor of the Aesir gods, the grandfather of Odin himself, though none of that was knowable yet in those wordless, lightless early moments when a cow was licking salt from the ice at the beginning of time, and the world's first giant slept in the meltwater nearby. Ymir, meanwhile, was generating life of his own. From the sweat of his sleeping body, the first frost giants came into being. Emerging from him, the way a landscape might slowly reveal features that were always there but hidden. What the Norse texts give us here is not a creation built by intention or spoken into existence by a commanding voice, but something altogether more physical and more patient, ice melting, salt being licked away, a sleeping body releasing warmth into the cold around it. Out of that first cold, dripping darkness, the conditions for everything else slowly began to take shape. The world did not grow from nothing. It was built from something that had already existed. What had existed was Ymir, the first frost giant, enormous and primordial, nourished by the great cow Audhumla from the melting ice of the void. He was not a god, and he was not, by most accounts, a being with any particular wisdom or intention. He simply was, the first thing to be, before order or purpose had entered the picture. And from him, eventually, 3 brothers would make everything else. According to the Prose Edda, the brothers were Odin and his 2 siblings, Vili and Ve, grandsons of the very first Aesir line that Ordhumla had licked free from the salted ice. Together, they killed Ymir. The act itself is described without ceremony in the old sources. It is stated plainly, almost matter-of-factly, as though the Norse storytellers understood it as simply the necessary first step in building something livable out of what already existed. When Ymir fell, so much blood poured from his body that it drowned nearly all of the frost giants who had grown from him. Only 2 survived, and from them the giant race continued, which is worth keeping in mind, because the giants would remain a presence at the edges of the world for as long as the world endured. The survival of these 2 giants held significant meaning for the Norse understanding of creation. Their descendants would inherit the earth as eternal rivals to gods and human order. These survivors represented what the brothers had not destroyed, the potential for chaos to regenerate and spread. The giants who came after would remember Ymir and hunger for the world built from his body. They would press eternally against the boundaries the brothers had carefully established. In Norse imagination, the threat from giants was not incidental, but fundamental to creation itself. A world without such enemies at its margins, without pressure from older forces, could not be called truly complete. The cosmos would always contain this friction and struggle. Creation and destruction would remain locked in opposition throughout all the ages of time. What the brothers did next was careful and thorough. They carried Ymir's body to the center of Ginnungagap, the primordial void, and there they began to work. His flesh became the earth, the wide, rolling ground beneath every living thing. His blood became the seas and lakes that circled and filled the land, and the sheer quantity of it tells you something about the scale of what Ymir had been. His bones were shaped into the mountains, which is why the mountains feel so old and so unmovable, as though they belonged to something that existed before the world itself did. His teeth and the fragments of his shattered bones became the smaller stones and rocks scattered across the ground. His skull was lifted and set above everything as the sky, held at its 4 corners by 4 dwarves whose names, Nordri, Sudri, Ostri, and Vestri, correspond to the 4 directions. And his brain was thrown upward to become the clouds, which drift and shift above the earth just as thought drifts and shifts before it settles into something certain. There is something in this account that is unlike creation myths that begin with a god speaking the world into being or fashioning it from pure divine will. The Norse version insists on transformation rather than invention. Nothing new is made. What was already there is simply rearranged, repurposed, given a different form and a different function. The chaos that Ymir represented does not disappear. It becomes the substance of everything orderly. The mountains are his bones. The sea is his blood. The clouds are his thoughts, or whatever passed for thoughts in a being that vast and that old. The world, in this telling, carries its violent origin inside it always. The waystone carries the memory of whatever pressed it into shape. Midgard, the middle world, the place set aside for human beings, was made specifically from Ymir's flesh, and it was made with a particular purpose. The gods shaped it into a kind of enclosure, a protected region within the larger cosmos, and according to the Prose Edda, they used Ymir's eyebrows to construct a wall around it, a boundary between the ordered world of humans and the wild outer reaches where the giants lived. The word Midgard itself means something like middle enclosure, and that sense of enclosure is deliberate. The world humans would inhabit was never meant to be the whole of existence. It was a carefully bounded place within a much larger and more dangerous one, kept habitable by walls made from the body of the very being whose descendants, the giants, posed the greatest threat to it. When the world had been shaped, and the sky set in place, and the seas contained within their boundaries, Odin and his brothers walked along the shore and found two trees lying there. The poetic Edda in the Völuspá tells it this way: two trees on the land, lacking in breath, lacking in sense, lacking in warmth, and in the living colour that marks a being who is truly alive. The three brothers gave them what they were missing. Odin gave them breath and life. Vili gave them sense and the ability to move. Vi gave them warmth, good colour, and the capacity to speak and see and hear. One tree was an ash, and from it came the first man, whose name was Aska, which is simply the Old Norse word for ash tree. The other tree was an elm, and from it came the first woman, Embla. These two were placed in Midgard, in the world that had been built and walled and made ready for them, and from them came all of humanity that followed. The elm does not carry the same weight in what comes later, but the ash does. Aska, the first man, shares his substance with the great world tree, Yggdrasil, which is itself an ash, an immense and ancient ash, whose roots reach into the deepest places of the cosmos, and whose branches touch the highest. The first human was made from a fallen ash tree on a shore, given life by three brothers who had just finished building the world. The great tree at the center of everything is also an ash, tended by the Norns, gnawed by the serpent, home to the eagle and the squirrel and the four wandering stags. Whether this parallel was held as a deep cosmological truth, or simply recognized as a meaningful resonance, is not something the surviving sources spell out clearly. But the connection sits there in the material, the same wood, the same species, one small and fallen and waiting to be given life, the other vast and central and holding all of creation in its branches. And the fact that the first man was made from ash, the same wood as the great tree itself, is not something the Norse storytellers seem to treat as a coincidence. Picture, if you can, a tree so old that even the gods do not know when it first pushed its roots into the earth. This is not a poetic exaggeration offered for effect. The Norse sources themselves describe Yggdrasil in terms that deliberately resist a clear origin, as though the tree precedes the very act of remembering. It is an ash tree, an evergreen one, and it stands at the geographic center of everything that exists. Not at the center of one world or one region of the sky, but at the center of all creation, its trunk rising from a point that is simultaneously the middle of the cosmos and the axis around which everything else arranges itself. When the Eddic poem, known as the Grimnismal, gives voice to Odin speaking in disguise about the nature of the world, he describes the tree with the casual authority of someone describing a thing so obvious and so ancient that it barely requires elaboration. The ash, he says, is the best of all trees. It sheds dew into the valleys each morning. It stands forever green above the well of Erd. These details accumulate quietly, without drama, and that quietness is itself telling. Yggdrasil does not need to announce itself. It simply is, and has been, and will be, for as long as anything continues. The scale of the tree is genuinely difficult to hold in the mind. Its branches extend far into the heavens, reaching into the upper regions of the cosmos, where the realm of the gods sits among the highest crowns of the canopy. Its roots press downward into three different directions simultaneously, each one reaching a destination of enormous significance, though the full telling of those roots belongs to its own chapter of this story. What matters here is the sheer vertical reach of the tree, from the highest divine realm above, all the way down through the world of human beings in the middle, and then further still into the cold and ancient depths below. The 9 worlds of Norse cosmology do not simply exist alongside this tree or near it. They exist within it, suspended among its roots and branches, like fruit that has grown too large to fall. Each world occupies its own position in this arrangement, and the position is not arbitrary. The upper worlds, the realms of gods, of light, of order and divine deliberation, rest near the crown, where the leaves catch whatever light exists above the sky. The middle realm, Midgard, where human beings live out their brief and mortal lives, sits around the great trunk itself, neither elevated into the divine nor submerged into the deep places below. And the lower realms, the worlds of cold, of the dead, of fire, of ancient and ungovernable things, hang near the roots, down in the regions where the light does not easily reach. To say that Yggdrasil holds the 9 worlds together is accurate, but it does not quite capture what that means in practical terms. The tree is not a symbol placed at the center of the cosmos, the way a monument might be placed in a public square. It is the structural support of existence itself. The worlds do not merely orbit it or decorate it. They depend on it entirely, the way a building depends on the beams inside its walls. When, in the great mythological poem Völuspá, the seeress describes the approach of Ragnarok, one of the signs she offers is that the ash tree shakes and groans. Not that the sky changes color, not that a star falls, but that the tree trembles, because a trembling tree means that everything trembling with it. A serpent gnaws at its roots deep in the realm of the dead, and this gnawing is not incidental damage, but a slow erosion of the foundations of creation. The Eddas treat this with a seriousness that feels geological, the way one might speak of tectonic movement beneath the earth, patient, constant, and capable of changing everything. The leaves of Yggdrasil are always green, which is itself a remarkable detail when you consider what surrounds the tree on various sides. Realms of frost, realms of fire, the cold grey stillness of the land of the dead. Through all of it, the ash remains evergreen. It catches the morning dew and releases it into the valleys below. Animals graze on its foliage. The text names 4 stags who wander perpetually through the branches, cropping the new growth as it appears. And even this constant browsing does not seem to diminish the tree. It simply continues to put forth leaves, the way it has always put forth leaves, with the patient indifference of something that has never known a season it could not survive. The remarkable stability of Yggdrasil is not something that happens by accident or through passive endurance. The tree exists in constant dialogue with the creatures and forces that surround it. The 4 stags consume the leaves perpetually, and in doing so, they participate in a cycle of renewal that keeps the tree alive and vital. The serpent Nithhöggrug gnaws at the roots in the realm of the dead, but this gnawing should perhaps be understood not as purely destructive, but as part of a cosmic balance, a force that tests and strengthens what it assails. The tree endures these pressures, not by resisting them, but by existing within them, by being so fundamentally rooted in the structure of creation itself that no single creature or force can unmake it entirely. Even the great eagle that perches in the topmost branches and the squirrel that scurries along the trunk from root to crown exist as essential parts of this cosmic ecosystem. No creature alive knows when Yggdrasil began. This is stated or implied across multiple passages in the Eddic literature, and it carries a particular weight when you consider the Norse cosmological timeline. The sources describe the creation of the world, the shaping of the earth from the body of the primordial giant, the making of the first human beings from wood lying on a shore. All of these things have a sequence, a before and after. Yggdrasil does not seem to exist within that sequence in the same way. It is simply already there when the stories begin to take their present shape. Even Odin, who in the Grimnismal describes the tree in detail, does not explain where it came from or how it grew. He describes it the way one describes the ocean or the mountains, as a given, as a fact of existence that precedes the question of its origin. The tree also serves as a gathering place and a reference point. According to the Grimnismal, the gods ride out each day to hold their council at the base of Yggdrasil, near the well that sits beneath one of its great roots. The tree marks the place where divine decisions are made. Its roots are associated with the wells from which the most important knowledge in the cosmos flows. It is, in this sense, not only the physical structure that holds the worlds in place, but also the location around which the most consequential events in Norse mythology tend to unfold. The sacrifice Odin made to gain wisdom happened on this tree. The Norns who weave the fates of all beings dwell at its roots. The creature that represents entropy and dissolution gnaws at its foundation in the dark. The tree is present at the most significant moments because the most significant moments cannot happen anywhere else. Everything that exists, every world that breathes or burns or freezes, does so within the shelter or shadow of this one tree. The tree has 3 great roots. Each one reaches somewhere that tells you something important about how the Norse understood the world. This is not decorative architecture. The Norse did not imagine Yggdrasil as a beautiful thing standing at the center of creation merely for the sake of beauty, the way one might place an ornament at the middle of a room. The roots of the tree are structural in the most literal sense. They hold the 9 worlds in relationship to one another, but they are also philosophical. Each root descends into a different kind of truth. One reaches toward fate. One reaches toward wisdom. One reaches toward entropy, toward the slow, patient unmaking of things. And together, those 3 destinations describe something close to a complete picture of how the Norse believed existence actually worked, that all things are shaped by what has been decided, limited by what can be known, always, quietly, being worn away. The architecture of Yggdrasil, then, is not arbitrary. The choice of 3 roots rather than 1 or 7 or some other number reflects a deliberate cosmology, a way of saying that reality operates according to principles that can be identified and understood, not through emotion or wishful thinking, but through careful observation of how the world actually moves. The Norse poets and thinkers who developed these ideas were not trying to provide comfort. They were trying to provide accuracy. The 3 roots form a kind of philosophical tripod, each one essential, none of them capable of standing alone. To lose any one of them would be to lose the entire structure. The tree would collapse. The 9 worlds would fall into chaos. This is why the Norns tend the roots so carefully, and why even Nidhogg's gnawing, for all its destructive hunger, has not yet brought the great tree down. The first root extends in the direction of Asgard, the high realm of the Aesir gods. It reaches down into the ground beneath the well of Urd. Urd is one of the 3 Norns, the ancient women who dwell beside that well and who spend their days weaving the fates of every living being, from the smallest creature in Midgard to the gods themselves seated on their golden thrones. The well itself is described in the old sources as still and luminous, surrounded by white clay and the soft sounds of the Norns at their work. Every day, according to the Prose Edda, they draw water from the well and mix it with the pale earth at its edges. They pour this mixture over the roots and trunk of Yggdrasil to keep the tree from rotting and going grey. The first root, then, connects the tree directly to the force that determines the shape of all things before they happen. The Norns do not simply record what occurs. They set down what will occur. No amount of divine power or mortal cleverness has ever been known to fully undo what they have written. The first root drinks from a well of fate. Perhaps that is why the tree continues to stand. The second root reaches outward in the direction of Jotunheim, the realm of the giants. It stretches down toward a very different kind of water. This is the well of Mimir, called Mimisbrunn in the old language, and it holds something that fate alone cannot provide. Mimir is described in the surviving sources as a being of immense and ancient intelligence, a keeper of wisdom so deep and so old that even the gods regard him with something resembling reverence. The water of his well, according to the tradition, contains the accumulated understanding of everything that has ever happened in all the worlds, not merely events, but their meaning, their weight, their consequence. To drink from it would be to understand the cosmos in a way that ordinary knowledge, no matter how carefully gathered, could never quite reach. Odin knew this, and knowing it, he went to Mimir and asked for a drink from the well. Mimir did not refuse him, but he did not simply offer the water either. There was a price, and the price was one of Odin's eyes. The Allfather, the chief of the gods, the figure around whom much of Norse mythology arranges itself, agreed to this without any recorded hesitation. He reached into his own face and surrendered an eye. Mimir took it and placed it in the well, where it is said to remain. Then Odin drank, and the wisdom of the well passed into him, and he carried it back into the world. What he learned from that single drink is never fully described in the texts that survive, perhaps because some things are only legible to the person who has paid the price for them. But the eye stayed in the well, and Mimir, it is said, still keeps it there. In some of the older sources, Odin later consults Mimir's severed head, a story involving the Aesir-Vanir War and a grim piece of preservation. And the head continues to speak and offer counsel. The figure of Mimir, in whatever form he appears, remains associated with a kind of knowledge that is ancient enough and costly enough to be genuinely useful. The second route, then, connects Yggdrasil to wisdom, not the ordinary kind that accumulates through experience, but the kind that requires sacrifice, that demands something irreplaceable in exchange for what it gives. The third route reaches downward into Niflheim, the oldest and coldest of all the realms, the primordial world of ice and mist that existed at the northern edge of Ginnungagap before creation had even properly begun. Beneath this route lies Hvergelmir, the Great Spring. The sources describe Hvergelmir as the origin of all rivers, an enormous, churning source of water from which the 11 rivers called the Elivagar once flowed outward and eventually helped set the conditions for the beginning of everything. All of the rivers of the Norse cosmos trace themselves back to this one spring. It, something like the circulatory source of the world's water, the point from which all that flowing and rushing and wearing away of stone ultimately begins. But Hvergelmir is not a peaceful place. The third route, which drinks from this ancient spring, is also the route that Nidhogg gnaws. Nidhogg, sometimes rendered as Nithogre, is the great serpent or dragon who dwells in the depths of Niflheim. He has been working at the wood of this route since long before any mortal being drew breath. He is not alone. The sources mention that many serpents gnaw alongside him, names listed in the Grindismal with a calm matter-of-factness that suggests the Norse regarded this as simply a condition of existence rather than an emergency. The tree is being eaten. The tree has always been being eaten, and yet it stands. The third route connects Yggdrasil to entropy, to the slow, patient force that wears at everything, that finds the weakest point in any structure and works at it across an expanse of time too long to fully imagine. The Norns pour water over the roots. Nidhogg gnaws. Both of these things are true at the same time, and neither one has finished its work. What the three roots describe, taken together, is something that the Norse seem to have held with a kind of quiet, unsentimental clarity. Fate governs what will be. Wisdom illuminates what is, and entropy erodes what has been built, regardless of how carefully it was constructed or how worthy it seemed. There is no route that reaches towards safety or permanence. There is no well that offers protection from any of these three forces. The tree itself participates in all of them, nourished by the water of fate, structurally connected to the source of all wisdom, perpetually threatened by the force that unmakes. Odin understood this, or at least understood it well enough to go and sit at the edge of the second well and offer something he could never get back. He gained the wisdom he was looking for. But the eye stayed in the well. Mimir kept it, and perhaps that was always the point. At the base of the first route, beside the still water of the well of Urd, 3 women have been sitting since before most living things can remember. Their names, according to the Old Norse sources, are Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld. And though those names translate, roughly, as what has become, what is becoming, and what shall be, the translation does not quite capture the weight of what they represent. They are not simply three sisters with an unusual vocation. They are, in the understanding of the Norse tradition, the reason that anything unfolds in any particular order at all. They sit at the point where time first began to distinguish itself from chaos, and they have not moved from that place since. The well beside which they dwell takes its name from the eldest of the three. Urðabrunr, the well of Urd, lies in a stillness that the texts seem almost reluctant to disturb. The water within it is described in the old sources as so sacred that anything submerged in it emerges white, the way the membrane of an eggshell is white, pale and clean and altered. The ground around the well is white as well, coated in a fine clay that the Norns gather each day, along with the water itself. This is their daily work, and it is more essential than it might first appear. They draw the water up, and they take the pale clay from around the well's edge, and they mix the two together, and they carry that mixture to the roots of Yggdrasil and pour it carefully over the wood. This is what keeps the great ash tree from rotting. This is what prevents the cosmos from softening and falling inward. The tree is so old, and the forces gnawing at its roots are so relentless, that without this daily tending it would not survive. And if the tree did not survive, nothing else would either. The Norns do not tend the tree out of affection for it. They tend it because it is their function, the way the heart does not beat out of enthusiasm, but simply because that is what it does, and everything depends on it continuing. Their weaving, however, is what the old sources speak of most. In the Völuspá, the great visionary poem of the poetic Edda, the Norns are described cutting into wood and carving out the fates of the children of men, working not with cloth and thread in every account, but sometimes with cords, sometimes with letters carved into surfaces, the specific imagery shifting between sources. What remains consistent is the principle that the Norns determine what will happen to each living being, and that once that determination has been made, no power within the 9 worlds can undo it. The gods of Asgard, the giants of Jotunheim, the craftsmen working deep beneath the surface of the world, all of them live within fates that the Norns have already settled. There is no appeal. There is no renegotiation. The Eddic literature is quite clear on this point, and it is one of the details that gives Norse mythology its particular texture of resigned courage. The sense that what is coming is already known in some sense, that nothing can be bargained away, and that living well and dying well are simply the only choices left. The prose Edda, assembled by the Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century, makes a point of noting that the Norns are not alone in their function. Beyond the 3 great Norns who dwell at the Well of Urd, there are said to be lesser Norns, beings of the same order, though perhaps less ancient and less universal in their reach, who appear at the births of individual people and gods. Each birth, in this understanding, is attended by its own dispensers of fate. Some sources suggest that the character of these lesser Norns varied, that the fortune of a given life might depend not only on the weave being drawn tight, but on what sort of being arrived to set those early threads in place. This is one of the places where the surviving sources leave questions open, as they often do. The picture that emerges is not of a single bureaucratic system with one set of rules, but of fate as something pervasive and plural, present at every beginning and every threshold, woven through every life from the moment it starts. The dwelling of the great Norns, as the sources describe it, carries a mood that is difficult to name precisely, but that feels somewhere between ceremony and silence. The well is still. The white ground around it is undisturbed except by their own daily movements. The first great root of Yggdrasil descends into this place and remains here, sheltered and tended. Nothing violent happens at the Well of Urd. No battles are fought there. No storms pass through. It is simply old and purposeful and continuous. The Norns have been going about their ritual long enough that the gesture of lifting water and carrying clay has the quality of something that was never not happening. a background condition of existence rather than an event within it. Even in the Eddic texts, where the language can be vivid and the imagery fierce, the passages about the Norns tend toward a certain quietness, as though the writers understood that this particular subject called for something more deliberate than excitement. What is perhaps most remarkable about the Norns, when you sit with their role for a while, is what they are not. They are not cruel. The sources do not describe them as taking pleasure in hard fates or grief in gentle ones. They are simply the mechanism by which things are as they are. If the life they weave for someone is brief or full of loss, that is not malice. It is the weave. And if it is long and warm and full of good things, that too is simply what was set. The Norse mythological tradition does not offer much comfort on this point, and it does not seem to intend to. The Norns sit at their well, pour their water and clay, and return to what they were doing before any particular person or god came to mind. Even the gods, on their golden thrones in Asgard, ride toward the ending the Norns have already set down in the weave. The tree is not empty. The Eddas make this clear from the very first moment they describe Yggdrasil's inhabitants, not as mythological flourishes or symbols added later for dramatic weight, but as settled, matter-of-fact residents whose presence is simply part of how things are. The texts list them with the same quiet certainty one might use to describe the animals in a familiar field, as though anyone worth speaking to already knew they were there. And perhaps, for the people who composed and listened to these poems, that was exactly the case. The creatures of Yggdrasil were not surprises. They were old facts, as dependable as the tree itself. The inhabitants of Yggdrasil are not distributed randomly or in places of merely symbolic importance. Rather, they occupy specific zones within the tree's vast structure, each location corresponding to a particular role in the cosmos's functioning. These are not poetic additions designed to please audiences hungry for narrative detail. The placement and purpose of each creature speaks to a deeper understanding of how the different levels of existence relate to one another. The Norse who preserved these stories in the Eddas were describing not fanciful decorations, but the actual mechanics of cosmic operation as they understood them. At the very top of the tree, where the highest branches press into whatever exists beyond the rim of the sky, there sits an eagle. The Eddas do not give this eagle a name, which is itself worth noticing. Everything else in Norse cosmology tends to have a name: the wells, the stags, the rivers flowing from Hvergelmir. But the eagle at the crown of Yggdrasil remains unnamed, as though its age or its nature places it slightly outside the ordinary catalogue of things. It is described as wise, as ancient, as possessing a knowledge of the world that comes from having looked down upon it for longer than memory can trace. Between its eyes, resting on the broad ridge of the eagle's brow, sits a smaller creature, the hawk, Vidofalnir, whose name carries something of wind and of watching. The two of them together occupy the highest point in all of creation, looking outward and downward at everything that exists beneath them. What the eagle knows and what Vidofalnir sees from that perch, the texts do not fully say, but the image alone carries a certain gravity, the idea that at the very peak of the cosmic structure, there are eyes open and watching, always, in every direction at once. This pairing of the great eagle with the smaller hawk suggests a hierarchy even among watchers, a graduated order of observation and awareness. The eagle represents ultimate vision and timeless knowledge, while Vidofalnir seems to serve as an agent of that vision, a more active presence capable of reporting what it sees. Together they form a united consciousness at the crown of existence, watching all that transpires below without intervening directly. This kind of distant superintendence, aware but non-intrusive, appears again and again in Norse cosmology, suggesting a universe where the highest powers do not constantly meddle in affairs beneath them, but rather observe the unfolding of events with patient understanding. At the opposite end of the tree, down in the cold dark of Niflheim, where the third root disappears into the mist and the ancient spring of Vegelmir churns somewhere nearby, there is Nidhogg. The name is sometimes rendered as the Malice Striker, or something close to it. The creature itself is described variously as a serpent and as a dragon. The two are not always carefully distinguished in the old sources. What is consistent across accounts is what Nidhogg does. It gnaws. Day and night, without ceasing, without apparent purpose beyond the gnawing itself. Nidhogg works at the root of Yggdrasil from below. Alongside it, the Prose Edda mentions other serpents, so many that the Grimnismal, the poem in which Odin speaks of the tree while disguised and suffering, says the number of them gnawing at the roots is beyond counting. They have names: Goin, Moin, Grafitnir's sons, Grabak, Graffolod, Ofnir, Svafnir, a long list of creatures doing the same slow, patient, destructive work. One imagines the roots of the tree bearing an almost incomprehensible weight of damage, year after year, world age after world age. And yet the tree stands. The Norns water it each morning with the pale clay and the cold water of the well of Erd. Somehow that act of daily tending is enough, though only just enough, and perhaps not forever. The relentless gnawing at the roots raises a question that may have occurred to Norse audiences then as it does now. Why would the creators and maintainers of the world allow such damage to persist? The answer seems to lie in acceptance rather than prevention. The Norns do not attempt to drive away Nidhogg or seal the roots against the serpents. They do not seek to eliminate the threat. Instead, they simply maintain the tree in the face of ongoing deterioration, suggesting a worldview that recognizes destruction as inevitable, but chooses to slow its progress rather than fight against its fundamental nature. Between the eagle at the crown and Nidhogg at the root, running the full length of the trunk, there is a squirrel. His name is Ratatoskr. The Grimnismal describes his purpose with a dry economy that somehow makes it more unsettling. He runs up and down the ash tree, carrying words between the eagle above and the serpent below. The words are not kind ones. Ratatoskr is described specifically as carrying malicious speech, hostile messages, insults and provocations that pass between the two great creatures at either end of the tree. He tells the eagle what Nidhogg has said about it. He tells Nidhogg what the eagle has said in return. Whether he embellishes these messages, whether he is a willing agent of discord, or simply a very fast messenger who enjoys his work, the texts do not entirely clarify. What is clear is that the result of his running is a deepening animosity between two beings who might otherwise ignore one another across the vast length of the tree. Ratatoskr ensures they cannot. He ensures the tension between the crown and the root is kept alive and fed, that the eagle's contempt for what gnaws below remains fresh, that Nidhogg's resentment of what watches from above never quite cools. Elsewhere in the branches, not at the extremes, but in the middle reaches of the tree, among the leaves and the budding growth, 4 stags wander. Their names are Dain, Dvalin, Dunir, Durathra, and they move through Yggdrasil's canopy constantly, cropping its leaves and young buds as they go. They represent, according to some interpretations, the 4 winds, or the 4 directions, or simply the principle of ongoing natural consumption that is part of any living thing. A tree that nothing eats is not quite alive in the way this one is. The stags eating from Yggdrasil are perhaps the most ordinary seeming of all its inhabitants. Large animals in a forest, doing what large animals do, and yet the forest they inhabit is the structure of all creation. What they eat is the growth of the cosmos itself. There is something gently sobering about that, offered without alarm in the original texts, as though the Norse who first shaped these stories had made a clear-eyed accounting of how existence actually functions and found it neither comforting nor horrifying, simply true. What the creature list of Yggdrasil suggests, taken together, is a cosmology that understood tension as fundamental rather than exceptional. The eagle and Nidhogg are not in open conflict. They are separated by the entire length of the tree, but through Ratatoska, they are kept in a state of permanent low hostility. That hostility, slowly, incrementally, does damage. The serpents gnaw, the stags eat, the eagle watches and cannot stop what happens below. The Norns water the roots and slow the decay, but do not halt it. Nothing in this picture is in equilibrium. Everything is being held together through continuous effort against forces that are always, quietly, working the other way. It is a remarkable image of the cosmos, not as a balanced, perfected system, but as something that endures because enough things are working to maintain it, even as other things work just as steadily to unmake it. And at the center of all of it, running between the two poles of the conflict, carrying the messages that sharpen the antagonism between above and below, is a small, tireless, perhaps even cheerful squirrel who will not stop. Ratatoskra runs and runs. The insults get heavier, the roots get a little weaker. Perhaps that is the most honest thing Norse mythology has to say about how the world actually works. At the top of the world, where Yggdrasil's highest branches stretch toward whatever lies beyond even the sky, sits Asgard. It is the home of the Aesir, the ruling family of Norse gods, Odin, Thor, Frigg, Balder, all those who dwell in the golden halls that the old texts describe with a kind of reverent admiration. The Prose Edda tells us that Asgard is more fertile than any other land, blessed with an abundance that no other realm can quite match. Gold and jewels, deep soil, air that carries the quality of permanence, as though the very atmosphere up there has been polished by the presence of divine beings for so long that it holds a faint, steady light. When you try to picture it, the image that comes is not of something gaudy or overwhelming, but of something quietly, assuredly beautiful. The way a place looks when it has been cared for across an unimaginable span of time. The gods built Asgard themselves, according to the old accounts, though in some versions a mysterious builder offered to construct its great walls for a price almost too steep to contemplate. However that building came to pass, the result was a realm of halls and high places, of green land and shining architecture, arranged among the upper reaches of the world tree, as though the branches themselves had grown to accommodate it. One root of Yggdrasil reaches down from Asgard toward the Well of Erd. That means that the Norns who weave fate dwell in some sense beneath Asgard itself, an arrangement that perhaps explains something about the temperament of the gods who live there, magnificent and assured, but never quite free of the awareness that their fate has already been recorded somewhere below them. Of all the halls in Asgard, the one the surviving texts return to most often is Valhalla. Its name means simply the Hall of the Slain. It belongs to Odin, vast in a way that human language struggles to hold, with a roof made of interlocked shields and walls built from great spear shafts. According to the Grimnismal, one of the poems of the Poetic Edda, Valhalla has 540 doors, each wide enough that 800 warriors could march through them side by side. Whether those numbers were meant as precise count, or as an expression of sheer incomprehensible scale, the feeling they produce is the same. This is a hall that was built to hold armies. The warriors inside are called the Einherjar, those chosen ones who fell in battle and were carried to Asgard by the Valkyries, Odin's handmaidens who ride across the fields of the dead and select those deemed worthy. Every day in Valhalla, the Einherjar arm themselves and fight until they are wounded and killed. Then they are made whole again by evening. They sit down together to feast on the meat of the great boar Sehrimnir, who is likewise slaughtered and restored each day. The mead they drink flows from the udders of the goat, Heidrun, who grazes on the leaves of the tree Lerava, a name that some scholars believe refers to Yggdrasil itself. That would mean that even the drink of Valhalla is drawn, indirectly, from the world tree's own body. This cycle of battle and renewal, day after day, is not presented in the myths as punishment or meaningless repetition. It is preparation. Odin gathers the best of the dead around him because he knows what is coming. He wants an army beside him when it arrives. Odin himself sits at the center of all of this. His high seat in Asgard is called Hlithskjalf. From it he can look out across all 9 worlds at once, watching everything that moves or speaks or suffers or rejoices in any realm. From the highest to the deepest. This is not a passive observation. Odin looks, and what he sees informs everything he does, the alliances he builds, the knowledge he pursues, the poets he inspires, the wars he shapes from a distance. He is attended by 2 ravens, Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, who fly out across the worlds each morning and return to his shoulders each evening to whisper what they have seen. The Prose Edda notes that Odin worries about them, particularly about Munin. That is perhaps the most quietly human thing said about any Norse god, that the Allfather, who has sacrificed so much in the name of wisdom, fears the loss of his own memory most of all. Frigg, his wife, dwells in her own hall called Fensalir. That translates roughly as the Hall of the Fens or Marshes, suggesting a place of still water and quiet reflection, quite different from the martial grandeur of Valhalla. The surviving texts say relatively little about the interior of Fensalir, but Frigg herself is described as possessing knowledge of the fates of all beings. Knowledge she keeps, for the most part, entirely to herself. That silence is its own kind of power. Connecting Asgard to the other worlds below it is the Bifrost, a bridge of shimmering, trembling color, described in the old texts as burning and as 3-hued, that most readers have understood across the centuries as a rainbow bridge. It is beautiful in a slightly precarious way. This was because it is simultaneously the path that connects the divine realm to everything beneath it, and the barrier that keeps chaos from walking straight up to the god's front door. That duty falls to Heimdall, who stands guard at the Bifrost with the horn Gjallarhorn at his side, ready to sound the alarm that will call the gods to their final battle. Heimdall is said to need less sleep than a bird, to be able to hear grass growing in the meadows and wool growing on the backs of sheep, senses tuned so finely that nothing within any of the worlds below should be able to move without his knowledge. He watches, and the bridge burns gently with its own strange fire, and the connection between Asgard and everything below it holds. There is beauty in all of this, and the texts do not diminish it. Asgard is genuinely described as the finest place in the Norse cosmos, fertile, abundant, architecturally extraordinary, populated by beings of immense power who gather daily, ride to council beneath the world tree, feast and sing and tell stories that outlast generations. And yet something else moves beneath all of that splendor, steady and unavoidable. Odin's ravens come home worried. The Norns sit below the root and weave. Heimdall watches the bridge with an attention that never quite relaxes. The Einherjar sharpen their weapons and die, and are made whole and sharpen them again. Everything in Asgard, when you look at it closely, is oriented not toward the present beauty of the realm, but toward what the gods already sense is approaching. And though Asgard shines as brightly as any place described in Norse mythology, the gods who live there seem to always know, somewhere behind their feasting, that the brightness will not last. Not all the gods of Norse mythology belong to the same family, or came from the same place. The Aesir, Odin, Thor, Frigg, the rest of the gods who dwell in Asgard, represent one tradition of divinity, one way of understanding sacred power. But alongside them, and in some ways preceding them, there existed another group entirely, the Vanir, a separate family of gods whose home was a realm called Vanaheim, and whose relationship with the Aesir was, for a time, anything but peaceful. The surviving texts say relatively little about where exactly Vanaheim sits within the branches and roots of Yggdrasil. Most scholars place it somewhere near the upper realms, perhaps to the west of Asgard. But the Eddas do not describe its location with the same care they give to Asgard or Midgard or the darker worlds below. What the texts do tell us, with some consistency, is what the Vanir represented and what their realm must therefore have felt like. The Vanir were gods of fertility, of the sea, of the turning of seasons, and the quiet generosity of the earth. If Asgard has the quality of a great hall, martial, golden, purposeful, then Vanaheim, as the Vanir's home, carries the quality of open water and growing things, of tides and grain and the particular stillness of a field before harvest. The three Vanir who appear most often in the surviving stories are Njord, his son Freyr, and his daughter Freya. Njord was a god of the sea and wind and coastal abundance. Fishermen and sailors looked to him. His realm was understood to bring calm waters and good catches to those who honored him. Freya was associated with sunlight falling on fertile ground, with rain coming at the right time, with the prosperity that follows a long and plentiful growing season. Freya, perhaps the most widely known of the three, was a goddess of love and desire, but also of a particular kind of magic called Seidr, a form of ritual practice involving prophecy, fate-working, the movement between states of consciousness. It was Freya, according to some accounts in the Prose Edda, who first taught this magic to the Aesir, specifically to Odin himself. That suggests that whatever Vanaheim was, it was a place where knowledge of a different and older kind had been cultivated for a very long time. The relationship between the Aesir and the Vanir was not always the cooperative exchange it eventually became. According to the mythological tradition preserved in both the poetic and prose Eddas, the two groups of gods went to war with each other, though the cause of this conflict is not explained in great detail in the sources that survive. The war was long enough and costly enough on both sides that neither group could claim a clear victory. In the end, the two sides made peace in the way the Norse mythological tradition describes such agreements, through the exchange of hostages. The Aesir sent Honir and Mimir to Vanaheim, and the Vanir sent Njord, Freya and Freyja to Asgard. These hostages were not prisoners so much as pledges of good faith, representatives who would live among the other group and demonstrate that the agreement was genuine. Njord, Freya and Freyja settled in Asgard, and were honored there as fully as any of the Aesir. In time, the distinction between the two groups of gods softened. The Norse myths treat them together as the gods of the Norse world, collectively. But Vanaheim itself, the place those three came from, remains a realm the texts approach only from a distance. There is no surviving description of its landscape, the way there is for Asgard's golden rooftops or Niflheim's frozen mists. What can be inferred from the nature of its gods is that it was likely understood as a place of natural richness, shores with full nets, fields without famine, the sea in a generous mood. The Seidr magic associated with Freya suggests that Vanaheim had a relationship with hidden knowledge and the deeper currents of fate that differed from the more outward, martial power of the Aesir. It would be easy to fill in the gaps here with invention, but the honest account is that those gaps exist and the texts leave them open. Vanaheim is present in the mythology as a source, a point of origin for some of the most important divine figures in the Norse tradition, even if the realm itself is never fully described. Alfheim is similarly present and similarly quiet in the surviving sources. It sits close to Asgard in the upper branches of Yggdrasil and is the home of the Light Elves, beings whom the Prose Edda describes as more beautiful than the sun. According to Snorri Sturluson's account in the Prose Edda, Alfheim was given to the god Freyr as a gift when he was still a young child, offered as a tooth gift, the Norse custom of presenting a gift to a child when their first tooth appeared. That Freyr, a Vanir god of natural abundance and gentle power, should be made the lord of a realm associated with brightness and inspiration feels consistent with what the mythology suggests about both figures. The Light Elves of Alfheim appear in the sources as beings connected to beauty and creative power, sometimes associated with the inspiration behind poetry and music and the particular quality of light at the edge of day. They are understood to be benevolent in nature. Though not without their own agency, capable of helping or hindering human beings depending on how they were approached and honored. Some scholars have noted that the Norse concept of elves is considerably more complex and varied than the single category of light elves suggests. That the relationships between different kinds of elven beings in the mythology are not always cleanly drawn in the texts. What remains consistent is the image of Alfheim as a realm of radiance, set high in the branches of the world tree, close to the divine order of Asgard, but distinct from it in character. The light elves remain somewhat at the edges of the surviving stories, present enough to matter, described rarely enough to stay mysterious. Midgard sits in the middle of everything, which sounds comfortable until you understand what surrounds it. The name itself tells you where it stands, the middle enclosure, the middle ground, set deliberately between what lies above and what lies below, between the order of the gods and the chaos that presses in at every edge. When Odin and his brothers finished shaping the body of Ymir into the substance of the world, the earth from his flesh, the mountains from his bones, the seas from his blood, they gathered what remained of him and turned even that to use. From Ymir's eyebrows, according to the tradition preserved in the Prose Edda, they fashioned a great wall around the portion of the earth set aside for human life. It was a practical act, unglamorous in the way that most necessary things are. It was done because the giants were already out there in the wilderness of Jotunheim, eyeing what had been made. The gods understood that the creatures they had just breathed life into would need some protection from that quarter. The wall did not make Midgard impenetrable. It made it livable, which is a different and perhaps more honest thing to offer. Beyond the wall lay the wide ocean that circles the world. In that ocean, coiled so vast and so completely around the outer edges of Midgard, that it could take its own tail into its mouth, lay Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, offspring of Loki and the giantess Angrboda, cast into the sea by Odin himself when it was still young. This was because even then there was something in it that could not safely be kept close. The serpent grew in the deep water until it was the size of the world's circumference. That is to say, it grew until it was as large as it needed to be to contain everything within its coil. There is a kind of order in that. If you sit with it long enough, the world held inside a ring formed by the body of the very creature most likely to undo it. Above Midgard, connected to Asgard by the Bifrost, that shimmering bridge of fire and air and color that the gods constructed to span the distance between their realm and the human one, was a passage that moved in both directions, at least in principle. The gods crossed it to reach the great ash at the center of the cosmos, where they held their daily council beside the Well of Erd, deliberating over the affairs of all worlds, with the Norns weaving always somewhere nearby in their awareness. Thor, it was said, did not use the Bifrost when he travelled. His weight and the heat and force of him would have scorched the bridge, and so he waded through the rivers that flow between the worlds, arriving at the council wet and unhurried, which seems entirely characteristic. For the other gods, the bridge was the ordinary path between the divine and the human, maintained and watched over by Heimdall from his position at its upper end, his sight reaching across vast distances and his hearing fine enough to catch the sound of grass growing in Midgard's fields far below. Human beings could not cross the Bifrost themselves, not in life, but they lived beneath it and knew it was there, its colors visible across the sky on certain days, a reminder that the distance between mortal life and the world of the gods was real, but not absolute. The Bifrost itself existed in a complicated space within human awareness and experience. It was visible, tangible in its way, a phenomenon that could be observed and discussed, and yet it remained fundamentally inaccessible to mortal travelers, a one-directional mirror between worlds. The people of Midgard could see the evidence of divine presence and action, but could not themselves step into that realm. This asymmetry shaped how humans understood their place in the cosmos. They were not abandoned, yet they were clearly limited in ways the gods were not. They could know about Asgard without ever entering it, could acknowledge the divine order without fully grasping its mechanisms. The bridge was both a connection and a barrier, a demonstration of both nearness and distance simultaneously. In this way, the Bifrost became a symbol of human existence itself, caught between aspiration and limitation. The people of Midgard existed in a world where the gods were genuinely present, not as abstract principles, but as beings with names and histories and moods. Beings who had made this particular world from chaos and then continued to involve themselves in it, sometimes helpfully and sometimes not. Thor moved through human territory more often than the other gods, dealing with the giants and the serpents and the forces that pushed against the walls of Midgard. This is part of why he occupied such a particular place in the Norse imagination. He was the one who showed up, again and again, to stand between human life and what threatened it. Human existence in Midgard was understood to be brief and exposed in ways that the gods' existence, for all its own dangers, was not. People aged and sickened and died by the ordinary courses of the world, their fates already threaded into the weaving that the Norns maintained beside the well. They farmed and built and raised families in the knowledge, quiet but persistent, that none of it was permanent, and that the forces shaping the weather above them, the storms, the long winters, the sudden thaws, were the expressions of events and moods that originated elsewhere, in realms they could not enter. And yet the relationship between the gods and human beings was not simply one of makers to the made and forgotten. There is a sense in some of the Norse sources that the gods drew something from human attention and remembrance, that worship and acknowledgement mattered, that the names spoken and the offerings made sustained something in the divine order that might otherwise diminish. It was not a transaction exactly, but it was not entirely selfless on either side. The gods needed to be known. The people of Midgard were the ones who kept knowing them. That gave the middle world a significance that its physical position, humble, walled, circled by a serpent, might not immediately suggest. Jormungandr, lying in that outer ocean with its own tail between its teeth, was both the thing that defined Midgard's boundary and the thing that would one day dissolve it. In the present age of the myth, its coiling holds the world's shape. At Ragnarok it releases its tail, and the boundary fails, and it comes ashore. Thor meets it for the last time, and neither of them survives the encounter. The serpent is at once the frame and the threat to the frame. That is either a paradox or simply a description of how boundaries tend to work, sustained by the very forces that eventually overcome them. The gods made Midgard from chaos, shaped it into something livable, then watched over it, knowing that the serpent in the water was always there, waiting for the day it would finally uncoil. Beyond the walls of Midgard, past the great ocean where Jormungandr lies, the land changes entirely. The rocky shores give way to something older and wilder, a place where the sky feels lower and the distances between things feel much greater than they ought to. This is Jotunheim, the land of the Jotnar, the beings the Norse called giants, and it sits at the outer edges of the cosmos, far from the warmth and order of Asgard, far even from the modest shelter of the human world. The landscape of Jotunheim, as the old texts describe it, is one of stone and cold and dense, pressing wilderness. Great mountain ranges rise out of frozen ground. Forests grow thick and dark between them, the kind of forests where the light does not quite reach the floor even at midday. Snow covers most of it for most of the year, and the rivers that run through it are fed by glaciers rather than rain. The outermost shores of Jotunheim meet the encircling ocean directly, and the wind that comes off that water carries with it the smell of salt and deep cold. It is not a comfortable world, by any measure, but it is an immensely powerful one. The Jotnar who live there are often described in the surviving poems and prose as enormous, though the scale shifts depending on the story being told. What remains consistent is something more important than their size. Their age. Many of the giants are ancient in a way that even the Aesir are not. Some of them were old before Odin's father was born. They carry within them a kind of primordial knowledge, a memory of the world as it was before the gods shaped it into the ordered structure it became. And this is part of what makes them so formidable. Several of the most important figures in Norse mythology have giant blood in them, or have taken giants as spouses. Odin's own mother was a giantess. Thor's mother, the earth herself, is counted among the Jotnar in certain tellings. The god Tyr had a giant father, according to one account in the Prose Edda. The line between the divine and the giant was never as clean as the stories of conflict between them might suggest. The gods and the Jotnar fought and traded and occasionally married, and sometimes stole from one another, and the tension between those groups is one of the great driving forces of Norse mythology. The Jotnar are not simply obstacles or monsters placed in the path of heroic gods. Many of them are deeply intelligent, capable of magic that rivals or surpasses anything the Aesir can do, and some of them, like the wise giant Mimir, who guards his well of knowledge at one of Yggdrasil's roots, are figures whom even Odin treats with profound respect. Deep within Jotunheim, according to the stories, stands Utgard. It is described as a great stronghold, a fortress of the giants built on a scale that dwarfs anything in the human world. The name itself means something close to the outer enclosure, or the place beyond the boundary, and it carries the sense of a world that exists just outside the reach of ordinary understanding. Utgard is ruled by a giant king, who goes by the name Utgard Loki, though this figure is not the same as the trickster god Loki, despite sharing the name. He is a being of extraordinary cunning, and his fortress is a place where appearances are managed very deliberately. The most famous story involving Utgard comes from the Prose Edda, where Snorri Sturluson recounts Thor's journey into Jotunheim in the company of Loki and two human servants, Thjalfi and Roskva. They travelled east, through Midgard and across the great ocean, until they reached the shores of giant country. On their first night, they sheltered in what they believed was a large hall, only to discover in the morning that they had been sleeping in the thumb of an enormous glove belonging to a giant named Skrymir, who lay sleeping nearby, and whose snoring they had mistaken during the night for distant thunder. Skrymir travelled with them for a time, carrying their food in his pack, and when Thor attempted on 3 separate occasions to strike him with his hammer while he slept, the giant stirred each time and asked mildly whether a leaf had fallen on him, or whether a small acorn had dropped. In truth, Thor's blows had been driving into the earth each time, leaving 3 great valleys behind, but Skrymir had simply felt nothing much at all. When they finally reached Utgard, the fortress was so vast that they had to slip between the bars of its gate rather than wait for it to be opened. Inside, they were met by Utgard Loki himself, who greeted them with the mild condescension of someone who already knows exactly what is about to happen. He invited them to demonstrate whatever skill or strength they had to offer, since no one in Utgard, he explained, was permitted to remain there without proving they excelled at something. Loki went first, claiming he could eat faster than anyone present. A trough of meat was set before him and before a giant named Logi, and both ate from opposite ends toward the middle. Loki finished the meat in his half, but Logi had consumed not only the meat, but the bones in the trough itself, and he arrived at the center well ahead of Loki. Thjalfi, the human servant, then raced against a slender young giant called Hugi, and was outrun so completely that there was little to say about it. Then Thor stepped forward. He was given a great drinking horn and told that most giants could empty it in 2 or 3 swallows. Thor drank with all his considerable strength, 3 long and determined draughts, and when he lifted his face from the horn each time, the level of the liquid seemed barely to have changed. He was unable to empty it. He then attempted to lift a grey cat that sat on the floor of the hall. He strained and pulled, and managed only to raise one of its paws from the ground before giving up. The assembled giants watched him with expressions of polite interest. Finally, he agreed to wrestle, and was matched against an old woman named Ellie, whom Loki described as his nurse. Thor could not bring her down. She was utterly immovable, and before long it was Thor who found himself on one knee. In the morning, as Thor and his companions were leaving, Loki walked with them some distance from the fortress and told them the truth of what had happened inside. Loki, he explained, had not been a giant at all. He was wildfire itself, and nothing can out-eat fire. Hugi, who had outrun Thialfi so easily, was thought itself, and no creature runs as fast as a thought. The drinking horn had its far end submerged in the ocean, and what Thor had drunk was enough to lower the sea level measurably, a feat that would terrify any giant if they had understood it. The cat was Jormungandr, the world serpent, coiled all the way around Midgard, and the raising of even one of its paws from the ground had shaken the cosmos enough to cause considerable alarm. And Ellie, who had brought Thor to one knee without particular effort, was old age, and nothing, not even Thor, can stand against old age forever. Loki told him all of this calmly, and then said that he hoped Thor would not be too offended, but that he would not have allowed him into Utgard at all had he known in advance quite how strong he truly was. The giant spoke without mockery. There was something in the telling that felt almost like admiration. Thor raised his hammer when he heard this, intending to settle something, but Loki was already gone, and the fortress with him, and when Thor turned around, there was nothing but open plain where the walls had stood a moment before. Thor left Utgard, knowing he had come closer to lifting the world serpent than any other being ever had, and the giant king, watching him go, quietly knocked the fortress down so that Thor could never find it again. Below the surface of the middle world, in the deep places where sunlight never reaches, two groups of beings have been at work since before most of the gods can remember. They live in the realms known as Svartalfheim and Nidavellir, though even that distinction requires a small word of caution before we continue. The surviving texts do not always treat these as two entirely separate places. Snorri Sturluson, writing in the Prose Edda in the 13th century, sometimes used the names interchangeably. Scholars have long debated whether the Dark Elves and the Dwarves were always understood as distinct peoples occupying distinct realms, or whether the tradition blurred them together over time. What seems most likely, based on careful reading of the older poetic sources, is that they were originally separate, Svartalfheim belonging to the Svartalfar, the Dark Elves, Nidavellir belonging to the Dwarves, but that by the time Snorri was writing, the distinction had softened considerably. For our purposes, it is worth holding both names gently and understanding that the underground world they describe is, at its heart, a single vast domain of stone and heat and extraordinary making. The dwarves in particular are among the most consequential beings in all of Norse mythology, even if they do not appear in the great dramatic episodes as frequently as the Aesir or the giants. They were created, according to the Prose Edda, from the maggots that formed in the flesh of the slain giant Ymir, the primordial being whose body the gods used to construct the cosmos. That origin story places the dwarves at the very foundation of creation, as ancient in their way as the worlds themselves. They were given intelligence and the appearance of men, though they lived beneath the earth and rarely came up into the light of the world above. The sun, some accounts suggest, was dangerous to them. In several tales, a dwarf caught above ground at sunrise is turned to stone, and so they remained below, in their tunnels and their forge-lit halls, doing what they did better than any other beings in the 9 worlds. They made things. The list of objects forged in the underground realms reads like an inventory of the cosmos's most important possessions. It was dwarves who crafted Gungnir, the great spear of Odin, that never missed its mark, and which Odin carried as the symbol of his authority over war and fate. It was dwarves who built Skidbladnir, the ship belonging to the god Freyr. a vessel large enough to carry all the Aesir with their weapons and armor, yet so finely made that when it was not needed, it could be folded down like a piece of cloth and tucked inside a pocket. The golden hair of Sif, Thor's wife, was their work as well. Spun from actual gold so perfectly that it grew and moved as living hair does. The ring Draupnir, forged for Odin, dripped 8 rings of equal weight from itself every 9th night, a self-renewing source of wealth and a symbol of cycles that never fully end. And then there was Gleipnir, perhaps the most quietly remarkable thing the dwarves ever made, a silken ribbon, soft as a woman's breath, light enough to rest on an open hand, yet unbreakable by any force in existence. It was Gleipnir that bound the great wolf Fenrir, when every chain of iron and every fetter of metal had already failed. This was because the dwarves had made it from things that do not exist: the sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, the spittle of a bird. That last detail from the Prose Edda has always carried a particular kind of quiet wonder to it. The most powerful binding ever made was constructed entirely from things that cannot be touched or seen. And then, of course, there is Mjolnir. Thor's hammer is probably the most recognized object in all of Norse mythology. It came from the same underground fires as everything else on this list. Its story is bound up with a wager. The wager was Loki's doing, as so many complicated situations in the Norse myths tend to be. The story goes like this. Loki, in one of his more reckless moods, crept up on the goddess Sif while she slept and cut off all her golden hair. When Thor discovered what had happened, his fury was considerable. Loki, knowing better than to test Thor's patience, agreed to travel to Svartalfheim and have the dwarves replace what he had taken. He went to a family of dwarves known as the Sons of Ivaldi. They obliged him, producing not only the golden hair for Sif, but also Skidbladnir and Gungnir for good measure. At this point, Loki, still underground and feeling confident, made a wager with another dwarf named Brokkr. He staked his own head, quite literally, on the claim that Brokkr and his brother Sindri could not make 3 objects to match the quality of the Sons of Ivaldi's work. Brokkr accepted. Sindri set to work at the forge, and Brokkr operated the bellows, pumping steadily to maintain the heat. On the first object, a fly appeared and bit Brokkr on the hand. The fly was, according to later tellings, Loki in disguise, but Brokkr kept pumping. Out came the golden boar Gullimbursti, whose bristles shone in darkness and who could run faster than any horse. For the second object, the fly bit harder, this time on the neck. But Brokkr held steady again, and out came Draupnir, the self-renewing ring. For the third and final object, the fly bit Brokkr on the eyelid so severely that blood ran into his eye. For just a moment he stopped pumping the bellows. That single pause was enough. When the hammer emerged from the forge, it was perfect in every way except one. The handle was slightly shorter than it should have been. Brokkr brought all 3 gifts to Asgard regardless, and the gods judged them. The golden boar, the ring, the hammer were each examined in turn. When it came to Mjolnir, the gods agreed without much hesitation that despite its short handle, no object better suited to their protection had ever been made. The hammer would return to Thor's hand when thrown, would never miss, could strike down the mightiest giants in existence. Brokkr had won the wager. He then presented himself to collect what he had been promised. Loki pointed out, with the particular smoothness he reserved for situations where his life was genuinely in question, that Brokkr could have the head, but the neck was part of no agreement. And since one cannot remove a head without cutting through a neck, the wager could not be legally fulfilled as stated. The gods, who may have found this more amusing than they let on, apparently agreed that the argument had merit. Brokkr could not claim his prize. He settled instead for something he could actually reach without touching the neck. He sewed Loki's lips shut with a leather cord. It did not last, as these things rarely do with Loki, but for a time at least, he was quiet. What the underground realms give to the mythology is something that the upper worlds, for all their gold and grandeur, cannot quite replicate. The sense that the most important things are made in the dark, slowly, by hands that know exactly what they are doing. The dwarves did not rule worlds or ride into battle. They simply worked, and what they made outlasted nearly everything else. Brokkr won the wager fair and square, but Loki had his lips sewn shut instead of losing his head, walked away with his life and a scar. That was probably about what everyone expected from Loki. Of all the 9 worlds, Muspelheim is the one the myths approach most carefully, and from the greatest distance. There is a reason for that distance. Muspelheim is not a world that welcomes visitors, or that has ever contained anything capable of being visited in any ordinary sense. It is a realm of fire, so total and so ancient, that even the word ancient seems insufficient for it. The prose edda tells us that Muspelheim existed before Ginnungagap had taken any shape at all, before the ice of Niflheim had begun to harden and crack, before there was anything that could be called a world in any meaningful way. It was simply there, a vast and roaring brightness at the southern edge of the void, consuming itself and radiating outward and existing for no purpose that any other being could yet observe or name. The Norse sources do not describe its interior in the way that Asgard's golden halls are described, or the way that Helheim's cold quiet is rendered. There are no rivers named within it, no creatures catalogued along its borders, no paths leading through it that any story follows. What the texts give us instead is heat and light and the sense of something enormous and indifferent burning at the edge of everything. To encounter Muspelheim in the mythology is always to encounter it from outside, from a careful remove, the way one might describe a sun, not by travelling into it, but by observing what it does to the space around it. What it did, in the very beginning, was make creation possible. When the sparks and embers drifting northward from Muspelheim met the slow rivers of ice flowing southward from Niflheim, they met at the centre of Ginnungagap. The ice melted, the water dripped, and from that dripping came Ymir, the first of the frost giants, and from Ymir eventually came the material from which Odin and his brothers would shape the world. Muspelheim did not intend any of this. It simply burned, as it had always burned, and the consequences of that burning were everything. In that sense, Muspelheim occupies a strange position in the Norse cosmological story. It is both prior to creation and responsible for it, not through any act of will, but through the pure fact of its existence pressing against the cold. The being who rules Muspelheim is named Surtur, and he is described in the prose Edda as a giant carrying a flaming sword, stationed at the realm's boundary. His name is sometimes translated as the Black One or the Swarthy One, which may seem strange for a lord of fire, though some scholars suggest it refers to the char and darkness left behind after flame has passed through something. Surtur does not appear often in the surviving myths. He does not visit Asgard, does not engage in the complex negotiations and conflicts that occupy so many of the other figures across the 9 worlds. He is simply present, ancient and still, waiting at the edge of the brightest and most inhospitable place in the cosmos. The few references to him in the Eddic poetry are brief and matter-of-fact, as though the Norse storytellers felt no need to elaborate. He is old. He carries fire. He guards Muspelheim's border. That seems to have been enough said. What needed to be said about him at greater length was reserved for the end of things. At Ragnarok, according to both the Völuspá and the Prose Edda accounts of the final conflict, Surtur rides out from Muspelheim at the head of the fire giants, his sword blazing more brightly than the sun itself. He meets Freyr in battle, Freyr, who gave away his own magical sword long before this moment, and faces Surtur with a lesser weapon, and who falls because of it. And after the great battles have concluded, after Odin and Fenrir, after Thor and Jormungandr, after the other gods have met their ends one by one, Surtur casts his fire across the worlds. The earth burns. The sky darkens with ash and smoke. Everything that the Norse cosmos had been built into, from the shaping of Ymir's body to the building of Asgard's walls, is consumed. There is something almost symmetrical about this. Muspelheim's fire made the first act of creation possible by melting the primordial ice, and Muspelheim's fire, carried outward by Surtur at the last, unmakes the world that grew from that first melting. The same force, the same ancient burning, present at both the opening and the closing of the cosmic story. The myths do not frame this as tragedy or as victory. It is simply what fire does, given enough time. And yet even after the fire, according to the surviving sources, the earth rises again from the water, green and new. Whether Muspelheim persists through that renewal, still burning at the edge of whatever the new world becomes, the texts do not say directly. It seems likely that it does. It is difficult to imagine what could extinguish it. It predated the gods, and the gods have not outlasted it yet. He simply waits there, sword burning, and has been waiting since before the gods were born. The oldest of all the 9 worlds are not Asgard or Midgard, but 2 places that existed before the gods themselves. Muspelheim came first with its fire. Alongside it, or very nearly so, came Niflheim, a world of ice and mist and profound, penetrating cold that had no beginning any living being can trace. Niflheim lay to the north in the Norse understanding of the cosmos, a realm so thoroughly wrapped in frost and grey vapour that the light which reaches other worlds seems never to have found its way there at all. At the very centre of Niflheim, according to the Prose Edda, there is a spring called Hvergelmir, ancient beyond any measuring, churning and cold, the source from which all the rivers of the Norse cosmos originally flowed. The Eddic texts name many of those rivers individually, winding out from Hvergelmir in every direction across the worlds, carrying the cold of that original spring with them wherever they travel. Hvergelmir is also where Nidhogg makes his home, gnawing endlessly at the lowest root of Yggdrasil. The spring itself is surrounded by so many serpents that the ground around it, according to Snorri Sturluson's account, seems almost alive with them. Niflheim predates the ordering of the cosmos. It was there when the void of Ginnungagap still stretched empty between the cold of the north and the fire of the south. It will in some form outlast the gods. There is very little warmth in it, very little movement, very little that could be called welcoming in any conventional sense, and yet within Niflheim, or occupying its lower reaches depending on which passage of the Eddas one follows, there is another realm, one that receives a very great number of visitors, as realms go. This was because it receives nearly all the dead. The connection between Niflheim and the realm of the dead was understood by the Norse as more than geographical. It was existential. Just as Niflheim represented the primal state before creation, the cold, the emptiness, the absence of order, so too did the realm of the dead represent a return to a kind of primordial condition, not hostile necessarily, but fundamentally removed from the warmth and motion of living existence. The journey to Helheim was understood as a descent, both literally and metaphorically. Those who travelled there moved downward and northward, toward the ancient cold, toward the place where things came to rest and remained resting. The Norse seemed to understand death not as an ending, but as a transformation into a state more akin to the world's own origins. The living moved through the 9 worlds with purpose and passion, but the dead moved slowly, if at all, in the stillness that Niflheim's profound cold suggested was the universe's natural condition. Even the gods, for all their power and immortality, found themselves bound by the logic of this realm. Even Odin's wisdom had limits when confronted with Hel's absolute authority over those in her domain. Helheim is the name most often given to this place, though it is sometimes simply called Hel, sharing its name with the being who rules it. Hel is the daughter of Loki and the giantess Angrboda. She is a sister to the wolf Fenrir and to the world serpent Jormungandr. a family whose collective significance in Norse mythology is difficult to overstate. The gods, having learned of a prophecy concerning these three children of Loki, took deliberate steps with each of them. Hel was cast down by Odin into the realm of the dead, where she was given authority over all those who come to her. Some accounts of her appearance describe her as being divided, one half of her body carrying the colour and warmth of the living, the other half the bluish pallor of the dead. Whether this is meant literally or as a kind of symbolic portrait, it gives her a quality unlike any other figure in Norse mythology. She is simultaneously both things at once. The way her realm itself is simultaneously a continuation of existence and the end of it. Her hall is called Yggdrasil, sometimes translated as something close to damp with sleet or sprayed with snowstorms, and the objects within it are named in the Grimnismal with a particular kind of bleak poetry. Her dish is called hunger, her knife is called famine, her threshold is called stumbling block. The atmosphere of Yggdrasil is not one of torment in the way that other traditions might describe a realm of the dead. It is quieter than that, perhaps more honest. It is simply a place of permanence and cold, where things that were once moving have come to rest. Those who arrive in Hel's hall are not the battle-slain, who travel to Valhalla or to Freya's field Folkvanger. Hel's realm receives those who die of illness, of old age, of accident, of any cause that is not the sword or the spear in open combat. This is the overwhelming majority of all people who have ever lived. The Norse tradition does not present their destination as a punishment. It is simply where most of the dead go. Hel presides over it with a kind of cold and absolute authority that even the Aesir respect, if not always willingly. What made Hel remarkable among the giants and beings of the Norse cosmos was that she could not be moved by the usual methods of persuasion or coercion. She could not be tricked, could not be threatened, could not be bargained with in the way that other powerful beings could be. Her sovereignty over her realm was absolute and unquestionable. Even Odin, who had sacrificed his eye for wisdom and hung himself upon Yggdrasil to gain knowledge of the runes, found that his power stopped at the threshold of Yggdrasil. Hel answered to no one. She made her own laws and enforced them with the inevitability of death itself. This was perhaps the most terrifying aspect of her rule, not that it was cruel, but that it was immutable, unchangeable, final. The story that illuminates Helheim most fully in the surviving texts is the one that follows the death of Balder. The most beloved of Odin's sons, Balder had been troubled by dreams of his own death. His mother Frigg travelled through all the worlds extracting oaths from every creature and plant and stone that none of them would harm him. She overlooked the mistletoe, thinking it too small and young to matter. Loki learned of this oversight and guided the blind god Hodor's hand at a gathering where the gods were amusing themselves by throwing things at Balder, knowing nothing could hurt him. The mistletoe struck him, and Balder died, and he went to Hel's hall. The grief in Asgard was unlike anything the gods had experienced. Odin's son Hermod volunteered to ride down to Helheim and ask for Balder's return. He rode for 9 nights through valleys so deep and dark that he could see nothing at all, until he reached the river Jol and the bridge over it, roofed with glittering gold and guarded by a maiden called Modgud. She told him that Balder had already crossed, that the road to Hel's hall lay still further downward and northward. Hermod rode on until he reached the gates of Hel's realm. Sleipnir, Odin's great horse, whom Hermod had borrowed for the journey, leapt the gate entirely. Inside, Hermod found Balder seated in the place of honour in Eldjudnir's hall. He spent the night there before approaching Hel herself with his request. Hel listened to what he said. She told him that she would release Balder on one condition, that every being in all the 9 worlds, every creature, every plant, every stone, must weep for him. If even one thing refused, Balder would stay. Hermod rode back with this answer. The gods sent messengers throughout all of creation, asking everything to mourn. Everything did, the way all things weep when warmth passes through cold air and leaves moisture on every surface. Everything, except for one giantess, who gave her name as Thok and declared that Balder had never done anything for her, that Hel could keep him. Most scholars who have studied these texts believe that Thok was Loki in disguise, completing what he had begun with the mistletoe, and so the condition was not met. Balder stayed in Hel's hall. Hermod rode back to Asgard with that news. The gods sat with the grief of knowing that the most beloved of them was gone, and that not everything lost could be recovered. Of all the things that happen at or near Yggdrasil in the Norse myths, none is stranger or more important than what Odin did to himself. The account comes primarily from the Havamal, one of the great poems preserved in the Poetic Edda, and it is told with a directness that can catch a reader off guard. Not dressed in ceremony or softened by explanation, but stated plainly, almost matter-of-factly, as though the poem trusts the reader to understand the weight of it without being guided toward the correct feeling. Odin hung himself from the world tree. He wounded himself with a spear. He was given no food and no water. He stayed there for 9 nights, suspended between the highest branches and the deep roots below, peering downward into a darkness from which, eventually, something peered back. This was not a punishment handed down by another. It was not an accident or a consequence of battle. It was entirely deliberate, a sacrifice Odin chose to make of himself, to himself, in order to learn what the tree held at its deepest roots. He speaks of it in the poem directly, in the first person, and the words he uses for the act are precise. He says he was given to Odin, himself to himself. The circular nature of that offering is not an accident of translation. It was the entire point. There was no external authority to accept the sacrifice and return the gift. Whatever wisdom was waiting in the darkness of the well below, Odin would have to reach it by descending into suffering and remaining there, completely alone, until the suffering itself gave way to something else. What distinguishes this ordeal from the countless other sacrifices recorded in mythological literature is this radical elimination of mediation. In most religious traditions, an offering is made to a god, and the god either accepts or rejects it. The transaction moves outward, away from the self, towards something other and larger. But Odin's sacrifice moves inward instead, folding entirely upon itself, creating no separation between the one who gives and the one who receives. The spear that wounds him is not thrown by an enemy or a rival. He drives it into his own flesh. The tree he hangs from is not imposed upon him, but chosen deliberately. The deprivation he endures is not inflicted by external circumstance, but sustained through his own will. This inversion of the typical sacrificial model points to something crucial about the Norse understanding of wisdom. It is not a commodity to be bartered for, not a prize to be won through cleverness or force, but something that lies so far beyond the ordinary structures of exchange that the seeker must essentially abandon all expectation of transaction and encounter it in a space where nothing is owed and nothing is guaranteed. The cosmological implication is equally stark. The universe itself holds knowledge within its structure, knowledge that responds not to prayer or supplication, but only to the willingness to suffer, to empty oneself, to become a vessel large enough and still enough to receive what cannot be transmitted any other way. The conditions of those 9 nights are worth sitting with for a moment, because the details matter. Odin was wounded before he even climbed the tree. A spear pierced him, and he hung there with the wound open, the wind moving through the great ash branches around him, the sounds of the worlds below rising faintly toward him from wherever the roots disappeared into shadow. He was given nothing to eat and nothing to drink. The Havamal makes it clear that the deprivation was part of the design, that to receive what the tree held, the body's ordinary claims on attention had to be stripped away one by one, until there was nothing left between Odin and the darkness at the bottom of the world. Odin hung there through all of it. through whatever cold descended across those nights, through the slow and private erosion of a body denied what it needs, through the long silence of a tree that gives nothing freely and remembers everything. And then, at the end of the 9th night, something shifted in the depths below. The runes rose up from the darkness, not offered, not handed across, but present suddenly in a way they had not been before, as though the act of radical emptying had finally cleared enough space for them to become visible. Odin seized them with a cry, and in the same moment the poem describes him falling from the tree, the ordeal completed, the knowledge now his. The mechanics of this revelation deserve closer examination, because they suggest something about how knowledge itself is understood to function in the Norse cosmos. The runes do not emerge from Odin's mind as a product of meditation or rational thought. They do not appear in response to a question he has posed or a formula he has recited. Instead, they rise from below, from the place where the roots of Yggdrasil reach into chaos and ancient waters, in the same way that physical objects might rise from a deep well if something were to dredge or pull them upward. The implication is that the runes have always existed in some form, woven into the substrate of reality itself, and that Odin's act of hanging and emptying has simply made him sensitive enough, hollow enough, to perceive what was already there. This stands in contrast to the idea, common in many Western traditions, that wisdom is something invented or discovered by human minds and then recorded or transmitted. In the Norse model, at least as preserved in the Havamal, the structure is reversed. The patterns of meaning exist independently, waiting to be encountered by anyone who undergoes the necessary ordeal, and the human consciousness that receives them is less an originator than a conduit, a temporary vessel through which eternal knowledge passes. What he came back with was not, in the Norse understanding, merely an alphabet. The runes were forces, patterns of meaning woven into the structure of reality itself, each one carrying a name and a nature that extended far beyond its function as a written character. To carve a rune correctly, to speak it, to hold it in mind with the right quality of attention, was understood as engaging with a force that had existed long before anyone gave it a mark or a name. The runes could be used for healing and for binding, for protection and for the dissolution of protection, for the drawing of fate toward a desired outcome, or for seeing what fate held that had not yet arrived. They were divinatory in the sense that they connected the present moment to the deeper currents running through the tree's roots, to the well of Erd where the Norns wove their weaving, to the water and clay that nourished the tree each morning, to the slow grinding of Nidhogg's teeth at the lowest root. Odin, as the god of wisdom and the far-seeing eye, was both the one who found the runes and the one through whom they were distributed. The poems of the Havamal say he shared them afterward with gods and humans both. But what the mythology is careful to preserve is the order of events. The sharing only became possible because of what preceded it, and what preceded it was 9 nights of deliberate chosen suffering, with no guarantee of what would be waiting at the end. The paradox the Norse stories keep returning to, in Odin especially, is that wisdom of the deepest kind cannot be transmitted or inherited or given as a gift. It can only be found through the willingness to descend into genuine uncertainty and stay there long enough to see what comes. Odin already ruled Asgard. He already commanded armies and held counsel with the greatest beings in the cosmos. None of that was sufficient. He had to climb the tree, open a wound in himself, let go of everything the body and the ego ordinarily hold on to, and wait in the dark. And he had to do it knowing that the tree he hung from was named, already and forever, after that very act of hanging. Yggdrasil means Odin's horse, the gallows horse, and the gallows was already the tree, and the tree was already the cosmos, and the cosmos already bore his name in that form before he climbed it. He had hung there 9 nights, given himself to the tree, and come back with something that changed everything, which is perhaps the oldest definition of wisdom there is. Every day, according to the Grimnismal, the gods of Asgard leave their halls and ride out to hold their council beneath the branches of Yggdrasil. It is described with the kind of quiet matter-of-factness that the Eddic poems often reserve for things that have been happening since before memory. Not as a ceremony that was established at some particular moment, but as a practice so old and so regular that it simply is, the way seasons are, the way the river runs down the same channel it has always run down. The journey itself varies from god to god, and the Grimnismal takes care to note this. Odin rides out on Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse born of Loki's shape-shifting and raised as the finest horse in all the 9 worlds. No other mount in the cosmos is his equal for speed or for the ability to travel between realms. Thor, however, does not ride at all. He walks, or rather he wades, crossing river after river on foot, because the Bifrost Bridge would ignite under his particular weight and heat. The other gods cross the Rainbow Bridge on horseback, their animals carrying names that the Grimnismal lists with a kind of loving precision. Glad, Gilir, Glur, Skadebrimir, Silfrintop, Sinir, Gisl, Falhofnir, Goltop, Letfeti. These are not names most people encounter anywhere else in the mythology. They appear here, in this passage, almost as a roll call, as if the poem wants to account for every horse and every rider before the council begins. There is something in that accounting that feels respectful, even tender, as though the names themselves matter, as though the act of listing them is its own small form of honouring what takes place beneath the tree each day. The gathering happens near the Well of Urd, where the Norns sit and weave, where the roots of Yggdrasil drink from water that has been drawn and poured by those same 3 women every day since the world took its present shape. The gods settle into council in that place, a place already thick with fate, already saturated with the kind of age that does not press down on you so much as hold you very gently and very firmly at the same time. It would be difficult to sit beside that well, beneath those branches, and feel anything but the weight of what has already been decided, and what is still, perhaps, open. What the gods discuss in their councils, the surviving texts do not always specify in full. Judgments are made, disputes between worlds are considered. The behaviour of the giants, the welfare of Midgard, the movements of forces that are always pressing at the edges of the ordered cosmos, these things seem to fall within the scope of what is weighed and decided beneath the tree. The Aesir are described elsewhere as the ones who hold things together, who manage the relationship between order and the chaos that surrounds it on all sides. And so the daily council is in some sense the mechanism by which that management happens. The gods do not rule arbitrarily or from a distance. They meet, they deliberate, they reach decisions together, and they do so in the one place in all of creation where the weight of those decisions can be properly felt. There is something quietly sobering about that image when you sit with it. These are gods, beings of immense power, who between them command lightning and the sea and the movement of stars and the fate of warriors and the passage of the dead. And yet they ride out each morning, cross rivers on horseback or on foot, and sit down together near a well they did not make, beneath a tree they did not plant, to discuss what to do next. They are not above the structure of the world. They are inside it, subject to it, working within it as carefully as any creature does. The Norns are always there when the gods arrive, or have been there since before the gods arrived, which is very nearly the same thing. The well belongs to them in some sense that predates any claim the gods might make. The gods hold their council near the Norns' domain, which could be read as a kind of acknowledgement that fate has prior claim on this ground, that wisdom lived here before power did, and that the gods know it. There is no record in the surviving poems of the Norns attending or contributing to the councils. They simply continue their work nearby. The roots drink. The thread of fate moves through the Norns' fingers, and the gods deliberate in the shade of branches that hold all the worlds they are trying to protect. The mood the poems evoke in these passages is not triumphant. It is not the mood of beings who are certain of their own permanence. The gods know, somewhere in the way that the mythology is constructed, that Ragnarok is not a possibility, but a certainty, that the tree will shake, that the wolf will get loose, that the fire will come. The council beneath Yggdrasil does not change that. Nothing the gods decide in that place will unwrite what the Norns have already woven. They know what the Norns have woven, at least in broad outline, and still they ride out every morning to sit beneath the tree and deliberate, which says something about them that pure power never could. The Norse myths do not pretend that the cosmos is permanent. Unlike many other traditions that imagine the world as something fixed and enduring, built to last and guided towards some eventual perfection, the Norse understood their universe as a thing already moving toward its own ending, not as punishment, not as failure, but simply as the nature of things. Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, was known to the Aesir themselves. Odin had seen glimpses of it from his high seat. The Norns had already woven it into the great pattern at the base of Yggdrasil. And yet the gods continue to ride out each morning, to feast and deliberate and train, because knowing an ending is coming and surrendering to it before it arrives are two very different things. This acceptance of ending shaped how the Norse viewed their relationship with fate and divinity itself. The gods were not exempt from the laws governing creation. They too were bound by the Norns' weaving. This made their courage in facing doom remarkable. They chose to act, not because they would triumph, but because surrender to despair was unthinkable. The myth presents a cosmos governed by clear-eyed acceptance of how things are. In this way, the Norse vision differs from apocalyptic traditions that frame ending as catastrophic failure or divine judgment. Instead, transformation was presented as cyclical and necessary, neither catastrophic nor redemptive, simply the nature of all creation. The signs of Ragnarok's approach, as described in the Völuspá and echoed through the Prose Edda, were not sudden. They accumulated slowly, the way a winter deepens. First would come Fimbulwinter, 3 consecutive winters with no summer between them, snow driving in from every direction, the sun giving almost no warmth, the world growing cold and grey and difficult in ways it had never been before. During those years, according to the tradition, the bonds that held human society together would begin to unravel. Brothers would turn against brothers. The old agreements of loyalty and kinship would dissolve. The wolf skull, who had spent all of time chasing the sun across the sky, would finally catch it, and his brother Hati would take the moon. Darkness would settle over the worlds in a way that no one living had ever experienced. The great hound Garm, who guarded the entrance to Hel's realm, would break free of his chains and begin to howl, and the sound of it would carry through all the worlds. The wolf Fenrir, son of Loki, who had been bound on an island since the gods tricked him into accepting the silken chain Gleipnir, would finally snap that chain and come free at last, and Loki himself, who had been imprisoned in a cave beneath the earth as punishment for his role in Baldur's death, would work himself loose from his bonds. The ship Naglfar, built over long ages from the fingernails and toenails of the dead, would push off from shore with an army aboard. The roots of Yggdrasil would begin to tremble. That trembling is described in the Völuspá with a quietness that makes it more unsettling than any dramatic account might. The great ash shakes, the poem says, and everything it holds shakes with it. The tree that had stood since before the gods themselves were born, that had sheltered and connected every world in existence, would shudder from its deepest roots to its highest branches, and the sound of it would be felt rather than heard, the way a great disturbance underground is felt in the soles of the feet before the ears register anything. Nidhogg, who had been gnawing at the lowest root through all the ages of the cosmos, would lift free of the roots entirely and fly up through the worlds with the bodies of the dead trailing behind him. The 9 worlds would rock within the branches and roots of the tree. Heimdall, standing at his post on the Bifrost, would sound the great horn, Gjallarhorn, and the sound would reach across every world and into every hidden place. Odin would ride to Mimir's well one final time to seek counsel, and then the forces would meet. Odin himself, the All-Father, the god who had given an eye for wisdom and hung 9 nights on the tree for the runes, would face Fenrir in battle. The wolf was immense beyond measure, his upper jaw touching the sky, his lower jaw dragging along the earth, and in the end, Fenrir would swallow Odin whole. Odin's son Vidar would avenge him, driving a thick-soled boot into the wolf's lower jaw and tearing his mouth apart, or in some accounts driving a sword through the wolf's palate. Thor, who had spent a lifetime in conflict with the world serpent Jormungandr, would finally meet the creature face to face as it rose from the ocean in those final hours. They would fight, and Thor would kill it with his hammer. But the serpent's venom, which would fall upon him even in death, would bring Thor down as well. He would take 9 steps and then fall. Freyr, who had given away his magical sword as a gift in a moment of love, and now faced Surtur without it, would be cut down by Surtur's burning blade. Tyr and the hound Garm would kill each other. Heimdall and Loki, who had been opponents across the long arc of the myths, would find each other in the chaos and deal each other mortal wounds. Surtur and his fire would come last, or nearly last. The great fire giant from Muspelheim, ancient before the gods were ancient, would sweep his burning sword across the worlds, and the fire would take everything it could reach. The worlds would burn and then sink into the sea, and for a time there would be silence of a kind the cosmos had not known since before creation. But then, and this is the part that tradition insists upon, with a steadiness that feels almost gentle, the earth would rise again from beneath the water, green and fresh. The Völuspá describes it, bearing crops that no one had planted. The waterfalls would find their courses down the new hills. Eagles would fly above, searching the clear streams for fish. The surviving gods, Vidar, Vali, Modi, Magni, and in time Honir, would find one another in the grass, where Asgard had stood, and sit down together, and among the things they would find there would be the golden game pieces the gods had used in the earlier age of the world, lying in the new grass as though waiting to be picked up. And Balder, who had died before Ragnarok and spent that whole time in Hel's quiet hall, would walk out into the new morning alongside his brother Hodor. The world that came back would be quieter and cleaner than the one that had burned. 2 human beings, Lif and Yggdrasil, whose names carry the sense of life and the tenacity of life, had sheltered within Yggdrasil itself through all the destruction. The tree endured, it trembled and groaned and bore the weight of everything that was dying around it, but it held, and inside its shelter these 2 people survived on morning dew, and when the burning was finished and the new earth rose cool and green from the water, they stepped out and the world received them. The earth comes back green. The surviving gods find each other in the ruins. Balder walks out of Hel's hall into the new morning, and somewhere in the roots of Yggdrasil, 2 people who sheltered there through all of it step out into a world that is beginning again. The world tree was not only a story the Norse told, it was something they built toward, around and sometimes inside of. There is a meaningful distance between a cosmology that exists in texts and one that shapes the physical world people actually live in. In the case of Yggdrasil, the evidence suggests the distance was not very large at all. Sacred trees occupied a central place in Norse and broader Germanic religious practice long before the surviving written sources were set down. The high wooden pillars that stood at the centers of Norse longhouses, called onsuli or sacred posts, were not merely structural. They were carved and treated with a kind of reverence that suggests they functioned as symbolic representations of the cosmic axis, the central point around which the household, by extension the world, was organized. When Norse settlers traveled to Iceland and established new homes there, Some of them brought these pillars with them on the ships, casting them overboard when they approached the coastline and following wherever they drifted, trusting the posts to choose the right location for the new settlement. That a piece of carved wood could be trusted to orient a family within a new landscape says something about how deeply the idea of a sacred center, a grounding vertical axis, had embedded itself in the Norse imagination. The most frequently cited example of an actual sacred tree in the Norse world comes from the German cleric Adam of Bremen, who wrote in the 11th century about a great temple at Uppsala in what is now Sweden. He described a massive evergreen tree standing beside the temple, spreading its branches so widely that it remained green in all seasons. He noted that the Norse people gathered there for significant religious ceremonies. No one has been able to identify with certainty what kind of tree it was. Adam of Bremen was writing as an outsider and a Christian critic. That means his account must be read with some care. But the image he leaves behind, a great tree at the ceremonial heart of a sacred site, enduring through winter while everything around it seemed to die, fits so naturally within what the written mythological sources tell us about Yggdrasil that scholars have long treated it as at least suggestive evidence that the world tree idea was not confined to poetry. It was something people went to stand beside. The concept of a cosmic axis, a central pillar or tree that connects the lower, middle, upper realms of the universe, appears in many traditions across Eurasia, from Siberian shamanic practice to the sacred trees of various Central Asian nomadic cultures. Scholars of comparative religion sometimes use the term axis mundi, a Latin phrase meaning the axis of the world, to describe this recurring image. The Norse case fits within that broader pattern in ways that are genuinely illuminating. The shamanic dimensions of Odin's practice, his ability to travel between worlds, to send his consciousness out in animal form, to hang between death and life in order to receive hidden knowledge, all suggest a cosmological framework in which the world tree functions as the path along which such movement becomes possible. A shaman in the Siberian tradition climbs a sacred tree or pole to ascend to the upper world or descend to the lower one. Odin hangs from his tree and descends, in a sense, into the world of hidden meaning. The structural similarity is real and worth sitting with. And yet Yggdrasil is not a generic cosmic tree. It is a specifically, almost stubbornly Norse one. The three roots reaching toward three different wells, each carrying its own kind of significance. Fate, wisdom, entropy, form an arrangement that does not appear in any other mythology in quite this way. The Norns at their well, drawing water and white clay each day to pour over the roots, performing their quiet maintenance that holds everything together, they belong entirely to this tradition. Ratatoskra, the squirrel running his malicious errands between the eagle at the crown and the serpent at the base, is not a figure borrowed from anywhere else. The four stags with their strange names wandering the branches and eating the leaves, the hawk between the eagle's eyes, the serpents coiled at the lowest root alongside Nidhogg. This particular gathering of creatures, on this particular tree, in this particular arrangement, is Norse. Whatever threads it shares with the broader Eurasian tradition of cosmic axis imagery, the specific weaving is its own. What this tells us is that the Norse were not simply reaching for a universal human intuition. Though they may have been doing that too, they were also elaborating, over generations, a coherent and detailed vision of how the universe was actually structured and what forces were actually at work within it. When a person in the Norse world looked at a great tree, at an ash growing beside a spring, at the carved post at the center of a longhouse, at the great evergreen beside the temple at Uppsala, they were not simply seeing a beautiful object. They were seeing, or at least feeling the suggestion of, a connection between where they were standing and every other place that existed. They were standing at the edge of a root. They were somewhere on the trunk, whatever the tree meant in any given context. It always meant the same thing at its deepest level, that everything is connected, that connection is fragile, and that it needs to be tended. After spending time in this particular mythology, one image tends to stay with you longer than the others. It is not the golden halls of Asgard, though those are easy enough to picture, lit from within, full of voices, the kind of brightness that makes you feel, just for a moment, that nothing could ever go wrong there. It is not Odin hanging in the dark, though that image is difficult to forget once you have encountered it. The god of wisdom suspended between the worlds in a silence so complete that even the birds did not disturb it. The image that stays is quieter than either of those. In some ways harder to put a name to. It is the image of the tree itself. On an ordinary morning, not during a great mythological event, not at the edge of Ragnarok, but simply standing there, enormous and green, with its roots pressed into the deep cold of 3 different worlds and its branches disappearing into a sky that no one has ever fully mapped. The Norns are there beside the well, drawing water as they do every day, mixing it with white clay, pouring it over the roots with the calm attention of people who have been doing this work since before language existed, who expect to be doing it still when most things alive today are gone. The eagle is in the crown, watching. Nidhogg is below, gnawing, and Ratatoskr is somewhere in between, running, always running, carrying words that make everything slightly worse. Doing this not out of malice exactly, but simply because that is what Ratatoskr does. This was because that is the role the cosmos assigned to him, and he has never questioned it. The 4 stags are moving through the branches in their slow, unhurried way, eating the new growth as it appears, keeping the tree from becoming something other than what it is. And the tree holds, not because nothing is working against it. Everything is working against it, in one way or another, but because enough things are also working for it, because that balance, however imperfect, has been enough so far. There is something in this image that feels less like mythology and more like a description of something true, something that the people who told these stories understood about the nature of existence, that nothing endures on its own, that even the most permanent seeming things in the world are only permanent because someone or something keeps showing up to maintain them. The Norns do not water the roots once and consider the work finished. They come back the next morning, the morning after that. They will keep coming as long as the tree needs them to, which appears to be always. Something in this pattern of maintenance feels essential to the story itself. The Norns do not perform a single grand act of creation and then retire. Their work is cyclical, repetitive, unglamorous. There are no dramatic moments recorded in their task, no heroic gestures broadcast across the mythology, simply the bucket lifted, the water poured, the return to the beginning. This daily commitment matters because, without it, the tree would suffer. Not all at once, perhaps, but gradually. The absence of care accumulates. In this way, the mythology speaks to something practical as well as cosmic. That maintenance is not a lesser thing, not something that comes after the important work is done. It is the work itself, the structure that keeps chaos at bay. The eagle watches from above, and Nidhogg gnaws from below, and these opposing forces are familiar to anyone who has lived any length of time. They are hunger and loss, decay and entropy, the forces that push always toward dissolution. But between them, the tree endures, not because these forces have been vanquished, but because they have been balanced. The tree that survives by being tended despite the gnawing is a tree that matters, a tree that calls forth meaning. This understanding appears throughout the mythology. Yggdrasil is not alone in requiring maintenance. The gods themselves maintain the order of the cosmos through their daily activities, through the routines that keep the worlds aligned. Nothing is set and left to run of its own. Everything requires attention. The Norse people who first told these stories lived in a world that made this kind of understanding feel necessary rather than optional. They knew about long winters and uncertain harvests, about ships that did not come back and summers that did not last. They were not, on the whole, a people given to easy reassurances. And yet the cosmology they built was not a hopeless one. It held space for destruction. Ragnarok is coming, has always been coming. The gods know it, but it also held space for what comes after, for the earth rising again from the water, green and new. For Balder walking out into the morning, for two people stepping out of the roots of Yggdrasil into a world that is beginning again. The tree survives. That detail is not incidental. In a mythology that takes endings seriously, the survival of Yggdrasil is a kind of statement about what cannot be entirely destroyed, about the structure that underlies even catastrophe, about the fact that the roots of things go deeper than the fire can reach. To sit with this image for a while, the ancient ash tree at the center of everything, tended and gnawed at and ridden past every morning by gods who are moving toward their own ending and who ride out anyway, is to feel something settle, very gently, in the part of you that worries about permanence. Not because the worry is answered, exactly, but because the worry is acknowledged, taken seriously, woven into the oldest stories a culture has to tell, then shown to be only part of the picture. The Norns keep watering, the roots keep drinking, the tree keeps standing in the deep quiet at the center of everything that is. And the squirrel is already running again, carrying something between the crown and the roots. The roots are still there, and for now at least, the tree holds. Tonight, I shall accompany you as we travel back through the ancient world to meet one of the most complicated figures in all of mythology, Loki, the trickster god of the Norse people. Loki is a figure who resists easy description. He is counted among the gods of Asgard, and yet he was not born one of them. He is remembered as a companion to Odin and Thor, yet he was also the architect of their greatest sorrows. He could be generous, clever, genuinely helpful, and then, in the very next breath, reckless and cruel and impossible to forgive. The Norse people who told his stories did not seem troubled by this contradiction. If anything, they seemed to find it true to life. That is perhaps why his stories have carried so well across so many centuries and found their way to us here tonight. We will follow his life from its beginning, from his unusual origins as the son of a giant, to his early days wandering the 9 worlds alongside Odin, to the great deeds and acts of mischief that made him both beloved and feared in equal measure. We will spend time with his children, each one more remarkable and unsettling than the last. We will watch as the bonds between Loki and the gods of Asgard slowly wear thin and finally break apart entirely. And we will follow him all the way to the end, to Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, where Loki's long and tangled story finds its conclusion. There is a great deal to tell. We will move through it gently, the way the old storytellers did, without rushing, pausing now and then to let the details breathe. So find a comfortable position, let your body settle, allow the world outside to grow a little quieter and a little further away. So let us begin, and let the old stories carry you gently through the night. Long before Loki came along, the Norse people imagined the universe as a vast tree. They called it Yggdrasil. It was not merely a symbol or a poetic image, it was, in their understanding, the actual structure upon which everything rested. Its roots reached down into 3 separate wells, each one holding a different kind of knowledge or power. Its branches spread so wide and so high that they touched every corner of existence. Somewhere along those roots, a dragon named Nidhogg gnawed without stopping, slowly working to bring the whole thing down. Somewhere in the canopy, an eagle perched and watched, and between the roots and the highest branches, a squirrel named Ratatoskra ran endlessly up and down the trunk, carrying insults between the dragon below and the eagle above, stirring whatever conflict he could find. Even the tree itself, the very spine of the cosmos, was alive with tension and movement and the constant possibility of ruin. The Norse people understood their universe this way from the very beginning, not as a place of perfect harmony, but as something that required enormous effort to keep from falling apart. Hanging within the branches and roots of this great tree were the 9 worlds, each one distinct and inhabiting its own portion of the cosmic structure. The arrangement of these worlds was not random or haphazard, but rather reflected a careful ordering of existence. The highest worlds occupied the upper reaches of Yggdrasil, where divine power was strongest and the influence of creation most direct. The middle worlds, including Midgard where humans dwelt, occupied a precarious position between the cosmic forces above and below them. The lower worlds descended into regions of increasing cold, shadow and danger, reaching finally into the deepest and darkest reaches of the tree's roots. Together, these 9 worlds formed a complete cosmos, balanced and interdependent, each one necessary to the functioning of all the others. Asgard rested at the highest point, home to the Aesir gods, beings of tremendous power who concerned themselves with the order of things, with war and wisdom, and the protection of the worlds below them. Connected to Asgard by the shimmering rainbow bridge called Bifrost was Midgard, the world of human beings, surrounded by a vast ocean and kept somewhat sheltered from the more dangerous realms beyond it. Below and around Midgard stretched the other worlds. Vanaheim, home to the Vanir gods, a separate divine family with whom the Aesir had once fought a long and exhausting war before eventually agreeing to a fragile peace. There was Alfheim, where the light elves were said to dwell. Svartalfheim, or Nidavellir, deep in the earth, where the dwarves laboured in the dark over fires and anvils, crafting objects of extraordinary power. Niflheim lay in the cold and the mist. Within it sat Helheim, the realm of those who died without glory, a grey and quiet place ruled by a figure who was herself a daughter of Loki. And there was Muspelheim, a world of pure fire in the south, where the fire giant Surtur waited with a flaming sword, patient in the way that destruction is always patient. Jotunheim lay beyond the edges of Midgard, a wild and enormous place filled with mountains and deep forests and rivers so wide they could not be crossed without difficulty. This was the realm of the giants, the Jotnar, and they were not monsters in the simple sense of the word, though they were feared. They were old, older in many ways than the gods themselves. Their relationship with the Aesir was one of the most complicated things in all of Norse myth. The gods and the giants fought certainly. Thor made something of a career out of crossing into Jotunheim and killing whatever threatened the worlds he was meant to protect. But the gods also married giants on occasion and travelled with them and took counsel from them. The line between what counted as a god and what counted as a giant was not always as clear as the Aesir might have preferred to admit. Odin himself had giant blood through his mother Bestla, a fact the myths mention without much apparent discomfort. The Aesir, Odin, Thor, Frigg, Tyr, Freya, Baldur. The others were beings who stood for a certain kind of order, a commitment to maintaining the cosmos as it was arranged, to keeping Midgard sheltered and Asgard strong and Yggdrasil standing. They were not gentle figures. The old stories do not really portray them as purely good. Odin in particular was willing to do unsettling things in the pursuit of knowledge and power, but they held to the structures of their world, to oaths and alliances, and the patterns that kept existence functioning. The Jotnar, on the other hand, represented something different. Not evil, exactly, but a force that pressed against boundaries, that carried the old chaos of the universe's beginning still living inside it. Ragnarok, the great ending the Norse people foresaw, would come partly because the giants and their allies would finally break through. Everything in Norse mythology moved in that direction, slowly and with great weight, like a glacier. And it was into this world, this carefully arranged cosmos, balance between creation and destruction, that Loki arrived. Loki was not born among the gods. His father was Farbauti, a giant whose name in the Old Norse language carried the meaning of something like cruel striker, and his mother was Laufey, sometimes called Nal, a name that may have meant needle, which gives you some sense of how the old storytellers thought of her. Slender, slight, not the kind of figure you would expect to find at the center of a lineage that would one day shake the entire cosmos. Loki also had brothers, Helblindi and Bylastri by name, though they appear so rarely in the surviving texts that almost nothing can be said about them with any confidence. Scholars have long since turned their attention away from them and back toward their far more consequential sibling. What makes Loki's situation so unusual? What gives his entire story its particular quality of tension? Is that, despite his giant heritage, despite coming from the very race that the gods of Asgard counted among their oldest enemies, Loki moved freely among the Aesir, ate at their tables, travelled at their sides, was in some traditions bound to Odin himself by an oath of blood brotherhood. He was not welcomed into Asgard in spite of what he was, exactly, but rather because of something in his nature that the gods found useful, or perhaps irresistible, or perhaps both at once, in the way that certain kinds of people make themselves indispensable before anyone has quite decided whether to trust them. He occupied a position that no other figure in Norse mythology quite shared, not a god by birth, not an enemy by allegiance, not a friend by any simple reckoning, but something the old language did not have a clean word for. That may be part of why he endured in the stories long after tidier figures were forgotten. This unusual dual nature meant that Loki served purposes that other gods, bound by their divine births and celestial responsibilities, simply could not fulfill. He was the intermediary, the boundary crosser, the one whose feet could touch both the giant realms and the golden halls of Asgard without paradox or contradiction. In some ways, his position resembled that of a translator working between two fundamentally incompatible languages, forever adjusting, compromising, finding ways to make the incomprehensible speak to the comprehensible. The gods seemed to understand that they needed him precisely because he was not entirely theirs, that his outsider status gave him access to information, resources, and possibilities that would have remained forever closed to beings of purely Aesir heritage. What is particularly striking about Loki's reputation among the gods is how little punishment or suspicion his giant heritage actually provoked. At various points in history, the Norse peoples encountered actual giants, and the encounters were rarely peaceful or productive. Giants in the Norse imagination represented chaos, otherness, a fundamental opposition to the ordered cosmos that the gods maintained. Yet Loki, despite his clear descent from this problematic lineage, was apparently judged on his individual merit rather than his biological category. He dined with gods who fought giants in great mythological battles. He counseled with beings whose entire purpose included defending Asgard against giant invasion. This acceptance speaks to something crucial about how the Norse understood the longing, that it could transcend blood, birth, and fundamental categories of being. The exact circumstances of how Loki first came to live among the Aesir are surprisingly unclear in the surviving sources. Different texts offer different versions of his entry into their circle, suggesting that even the ancient storytellers could not quite agree on how this anomalous relationship began. What seems consistent across the various accounts is that his integration was swift and, in some sense, complete. He did not arrive as a supplicant begging admittance, but rather as someone whose presence quickly seemed inevitable, necessary, almost as if he had always belonged in those halls despite the obvious evidence that he had not. This quality of inevitable integration, of quickly becoming indispensable before anyone properly decided whether to accept him, appears again and again in the tales that have survived into the modern era. The Prose Edda, the great compendium of Norse mythology set down in Iceland by the scholar and poet Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century, offers the most often quoted description of what Loki was actually like. It is worth holding close because it is so beautifully precise in its contradiction. Snorri wrote that Loki was beautiful and comely to look upon, evil in spirit, very fickle in habit. That combination, outward beauty, inward instability, a character that refused to remain fixed in any one shape, is exactly what you find when you trace him through the old myths one by one. He was the kind of figure whose face you trusted, even when some quieter part of you knew you probably shouldn't. Part of what made him so difficult to hold at a distance was his shape-shifting. That, in the Norse sources, goes far beyond the simple animal transformations that appear in other mythologies. Loki changed not only his form, but in at least one remarkable episode, his sex as well, becoming a mare carrying a foal, giving birth, which tells you something important about how the Old Norse imagination understood him. He was not merely a god who could wear different faces. He was, at some deeper level, a being for whom fixed identity was genuinely not the point, a figure of perpetual becoming in a cosmos that otherwise valued order and stability above almost everything else. His name has drawn the attention of scholars for generations. While no single explanation has achieved complete agreement, one school of thought connects it to the Old Norse word logi, meaning flame. There is something in that association that feels right when you consider how he moves through the stories. Bright, warm, useful in certain circumstances, entirely capable of consuming everything around him if the conditions shifted. Others have argued against the flame connection on linguistic grounds. The debate continues quietly in the margins of academic texts, unresolved and perhaps unresolvable. What scholars have found somewhat more agreement on is the possibility that Loki was a relatively late arrival in the Norse mythological tradition, conspicuously absent from some of the oldest preserved poetry, appearing with far greater prominence in texts from later periods. That has led certain researchers to suggest that he may represent ideas or anxieties that became more pressing to the Norse people as their world changed around them. Whatever he was at his origin, by the time the old stories took shape, Loki was already one of the most essential and unsettling figures in all of Asgard. Of all the bonds Loki formed in Asgard, none was more significant or more destined to end in tragedy than the one he made with Odin. The sources do not give us a single dramatic scene in which the oath was struck. No torchlit ceremony or ceremonial blade drawn across palms in front of witnesses. But what the old traditions do tell us is that at some point, these two, the Allfather and the trickster, bound themselves to one another in the ancient way, mingling blood and making a vow that neither would accept a drink unless the other was offered one as well. It was the kind of oath that the Norse people took with great seriousness, the kind that was meant to hold across every circumstance and every distance. And what is remarkable, when you sit with it quietly for a moment, is that Odin chose Loki for this. Not Thor, with his strength and his loyalty. Not Tyr, with his sense of justice. Odin, the wisest of all the gods. The one who had sacrificed his eye for greater knowledge and hung himself from the world tree for 9 days in pursuit of deeper understanding. This god looked at Loki, the son of a giant, the shape-shifter who was beautiful to look upon and fickle in spirit, decided that this was the companion he wanted at his side. There is something in that choice worth turning over slowly in your mind, the way you might turn a smooth stone in your hand on a quiet evening. Odin was drawn, it seems, to the same unpredictable intelligence that made everyone else uneasy around Loki. Where the other gods saw instability, Odin may have recognized something more useful, a mind that moved in directions that no ordered, honorable god's mind could follow. Odin valued wisdom above almost all else. Loki, whatever else he was, had a quality of thinking that operated outside the boundaries others observed. Together, the two of them made a pair that the 9 worlds could not easily outwit. This was because between Odin's deep, patient knowledge and Loki's swift and lateral cleverness, very few problems could not be worked around in one way or another. When they traveled together, and they did travel, often slipping quietly out of Asgard in the company of 1 or 2 others, moving through the lower realms in the way that powerful beings sometimes do when they wish to see the world without being seen. It was frequently Loki's quick thinking that kept them out of serious danger, or at least turned a dangerous situation into a manageable one. There is a texture to these early stories that feels almost like companionship, the two of them moving through Jotunheim and across Midgard with a certain ease born of long familiarity, each one aware of what the other was likely to do next and making room for it. Odin, who missed very little, would have understood what Loki was, perhaps more clearly than anyone: the instability, the restlessness, the way Loki's mischief was never quite purposeless even when it appeared to be. And Loki, for his part, seems to have offered Odin something he could not find elsewhere in Asgard. Not reverence, not obedience, but a kind of honest and unsentimental company that asked nothing of ceremony. Whether that was something Loki gave freely or simply could not help giving, the old stories do not say with any certainty. What they do suggest, in the way that myths suggest things rather than stating them plainly, is that the bond between these two was real in the way that complicated things are real, not uncomplicated, not without its shadows, but genuine in its own difficult fashion. For a long while that oath held. The two of them wandered the 9 worlds together in a partnership that neither fully understood and neither could quite give up. One of Loki's earliest recorded acts of mischief was also one of his most senseless. There was no great scheme behind it, no clever long-term purpose that might have given it some shadow of justification. Sif, the wife of Thor, was known throughout Asgard for her hair, long, golden, and so luminous that it was compared to ripened wheat fields catching the late afternoon light. Thor loved her deeply, and she carried that hair with the quiet, natural pride of someone who had always simply been beautiful without needing to think much about it. One night, while Sif lay sleeping, Loki came to her. The old sources do not offer an explanation for what moved him to do what he did in that moment, whether it was envy or restlessness, or simply the particular kind of destructive impulse that overtakes a mind like his when there is nothing else to occupy it. He took a blade to her hair and cut every strand of it from her head, leaving nothing behind but bare skin. Then he slipped away into the dark as easily as he had come. When Sif woke the following morning and understood what had happened, her grief was immediate and profound. And when Thor came home and saw his wife sitting without her hair, his anger was the kind that tends to make the ground tremble and the sky go dark at the edges. He found Loki without much difficulty, because there was never any real question about who had done it, and he took hold of him with the intention of doing him serious harm. Loki, as he almost always did in moments like these, talked. He spoke quickly and with feeling, assuring Thor that he could not only restore what he had taken, but make it better, that Sif would have golden hair again, real hair, hair that would grow as naturally as the hair that had been cut away. Thor, who loved his wife enough to want her whole again more than he wanted Loki broken, loosened his grip and gave him the chance to make it right. Loki travelled down into Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves, and made his way to the forge of the sons of Ivaldi, who were regarded as among the finest craftsmen in all the 9 worlds. He explained what he needed, and the sons of Ivaldi, who took great satisfaction in impossible commissions, set to work. What they produced was extraordinary. They drew out gold so fine and so bright that it moved and shimmered like actual living hair, and they told Loki that once it was placed upon Sif's head, it would take root there and grow as her own. They did not stop with the hair, however. Perhaps they were in an expansive mood, or perhaps they simply wanted to demonstrate the full reach of their skill. But they also crafted 2 other objects for Loki to bring back to Asgard. The first was a ship called Skidbladnir, built so perfectly that it would always find a fair wind whenever its sail was raised, no matter the direction it needed to travel, and yet folded down so small when not in use that it could be tucked away in a pocket. The second was a spear called Gungnir, which would later become Odin's own weapon, a spear that never missed. Its mark, regardless of the hand that threw it. Loki stood in Svartalfheim with 3 objects of astonishing power, and the relief of someone who had narrowly avoided something terrible. The weight of these treasures was not merely physical. They represented a kind of debt, an acknowledgement that he had been given extraordinary gifts as compensation for his thoughtless destruction. In another being, such a moment might have prompted genuine reflection, or at least caution. The magnitude of what he now possessed might have suggested to him the wisdom of restraint or gratitude. But Loki was not constituted in the way that wisdom typically operates, and the sense of crisis that had propelled him into Svartalfheim began to evaporate almost as soon as it had begun to resolve itself. A wiser figure might have gone straight home. Loki, however, was not quite finished. On his way out, he encountered 2 brothers, Brokkr and Sindri, who were also renowned for their craftsmanship, and something in him, that restless competitive edge that was always running just beneath the surface of even his most ordinary moments, rose up before he could stop it. He told the brothers that fine as their work was, it could never match what the sons of Ivaldi had just produced. It was a taunt, and it worked precisely as taunts are designed to work. Brokkr and Sindri accepted the challenge. They would make 3 gifts of their own, and the gods themselves would judge which set was the greater. The stakes Loki proposed were his own head. What followed in the forge was a contest of nerves as much as craft. Sindri instructed his brother Brokkr to work the bellows without stopping, because the magic of what they were making depended entirely on the fire being kept perfectly and continuously hot. Sindri placed a pigskin into the forge and left, and Brokkr pumped the bellows steadily. While he worked, a fly appeared and bit him on the hand, a small, stinging bite that he bore without flinching and without breaking his rhythm. Sindri returned and drew from the forge Gullimbursti, a boar with bristles of spun gold that could run across sky and sea and illuminate the darkness wherever it went. The second object was a golden ring called Dropnir, and when it came time to make it, the fly returned and bit Brokkr on the neck, harder this time, but again Brokkr held steady at the bellows, and Dropnir came out of the fire perfect, a ring that would produce 8 rings of equal weight every 9th night, endlessly and without diminishing. The third and final object was to be a hammer. This time, when Sindri put the iron into the forge and left, the fly came back and bit Brokkr on the eyelid, so sharply and so painfully that blood ran down into his eye and his rhythm broke, just for a moment, just long enough. When Sindri returned and pulled the hammer from the fire, everything about it was magnificent except for the handle, which had come out shorter than it should have been. The hammer was called Mjolnir. The fly, of course, had been Loki. He had transformed himself and done what he could to ruin the brothers' work, and he had very nearly succeeded. When all 6 objects were brought before the gods and the judging began, the sons of Ivaldi's gifts drew genuine admiration. The golden hair given to Sif, Skidbladnir presented to Freyr, Gungnir to Odin. Then the brothers presented their gifts, and when Mjolnir was placed before the assembled gods, despite its shortened handle, the judgment was clear. A hammer that could level mountains, that would always return to the hand that threw it, that could be reduced to a small enough size to hide inside a shirt. The gods declared it the single greatest treasure among all that had been brought before them that day, more valuable than any of the others. Brokkr approached Loki to collect his head. Loki pointed out, with the precise and infuriating logic he could always produce when his life depended on it, that the brothers were welcome to his head, but had no right whatsoever to touch his neck. Since it was impossible to take one without the other, the debt went uncollected. Brokkr, unable to argue with this and furious about it, settled instead for sewing Loki's lips shut with a leather cord, a punishment that lasted only until Loki worked them free again, which he did not take very long to do. And so the gods gained Mjolnir, the most powerful weapon in all the 9 worlds, because of Loki's mischief and despite it. There is a story in the old Norse sources that is, even by the standards of Norse mythology, quite strange. It begins with a visitor to Asgard, a figure who arrived at the gates of the gods' great realm and presented himself as a builder, a craftsman, a man with a proposal. The gods of Asgard had long wanted a great wall surrounding their home, something solid and permanent that would keep the giants and the other hostile forces of the outer worlds from wandering too close. The visitor said he could build such a wall. He said he could do it well. The gods, who were curious in the way that powerful beings often are, agreed to hear what he was asking in return. He wanted 3 things for his labor: the sun, the moon, and the goddess Freya as his bride. The gods were quiet for a moment. These were not small things he was asking. The sun and moon were, in a very practical sense, the light of the world. Freya was among the most beloved of the divine beings in Asgard. The builder, however, had a condition of his own attached to the offer. He said he could complete the wall in a single winter, in the span of 3 seasons. If he did not finish it in that time, he would take nothing at all. It was Loki who spoke first among the gathered gods, as he so often did when a decision was being made that carried some risk and some cleverness with it. He advised them to agree on the condition that the builder work entirely alone, with no other man or giant permitted to help him. The gods reasoned among themselves that no single builder, working alone through the long darkness of a Norse winter, could possibly raise a wall large enough and strong enough to encircle all of Asgard in time. And so, they shook hands, so to speak, with the stranger, and the work began. What they had not considered carefully enough was the builder's horse. His name was Svadilfari, a great and extraordinary stallion. The horse did the hauling that would have broken any ordinary animal entirely. The stones the builder required were enormous things, pulled from the deep earth and dragged across frozen ground. Svadilfari moved them without complaint, night after night, hauling loads that would have taken many horses working together to manage. The wall rose faster than anyone had expected. As winter deepened, it became clear to the gods, watching from within Asgard, that the work was going extraordinarily well, too well. By the time only a few days remained before the end of the 3rd season, the wall was nearly complete. The gods faced the uncomfortable reality that they were on the verge of losing the sun, the moon. Freya, to a builder they had not thought twice about. They turned their eyes to Loki, who had arranged this agreement in the first place. The warmth they directed at him was not the friendly kind. Thor was particularly direct in his unhappiness. The gods made it very clear to Loki that the consequences of this agreement falling through in the wrong direction would fall squarely upon him, that he had better think of something. Loki, to his credit, did not argue or attempt to explain his way out of responsibility. He thought instead, and what he arrived at was, as solutions go, quite remarkable in its strangeness. On the night before the final days of the contract, when Svadilfari was out hauling stone as he always was, a mare appeared at the edge of the forest. She was beautiful and entirely unexpected. She called out to the stallion in the way that horses do. Svadilfari, who was, after all, a horse and not immune to such things, broke away from the builder and went after her. The builder spent the rest of that night chasing his horse through the trees and accomplishing nothing at all. The following days passed in much the same way, with Svadilfari distracted and the builder furious. When the final day of winter arrived, the wall stood unfinished. The terms of the agreement went unmet. The builder, realizing at that point that something had been deliberately arranged against him, was overcome with rage. In his rage, he revealed something the gods had suspected but not confirmed, that he was not a wandering craftsman at all, but a giant, one of the Jotun, the very beings the wall had been intended to keep out. He had walked into Asgard under a false identity. The gods had let him stay and let him build, now that the agreement had collapsed. Thor brought his hammer down, and the builder did not leave Asgard the way he had arrived. The death of the builder sent a clear message throughout the 9 worlds about the costs of deception and infiltration. The giants learned that a false form and clever words would not protect them if their intentions were discovered within the realm of the gods. Yet there was also a certain poetic irony to what had transpired. The wall itself remained, largely complete from the builder's labor, and it did provide Asgard with the protection the gods had originally sought. What had begun as a genuine threat to the divine realm had been transformed through Loki's intervention into something far more ambiguous. A lesson about the price of carelessness, yes, but also about the strange ways that danger could sometimes yield unexpected benefits. The gods would remember this episode, not only as a narrow escape, but as a reminder of how treachery could come, wearing an innocent face, and how the cunning of one's own allies might sometimes prove more valuable than all the defensive walls in the 9 worlds. As for Loki, he returned to Asgard some months later. With him, or rather in his company, since Loki had spent that season in the shape of a mare, came a foal. The foal was grey and already remarkable, and it had 8 legs, 4 more than any ordinary horse. Loki brought this young horse to Odin, who accepted him without much ceremony, in the way that unusual gifts are sometimes accepted when the full story behind them is understood. The horse grew, as horses do, though he grew into something that had no equal anywhere in the 9 worlds. His name was Sleipnir. In the old sources he is described as the finest of all horses, faster than any other creature, capable of traveling not only across the land, but between the realms themselves, across the bridge of Bifrost and down into the depths of Niflheim, where ordinary horses could not go. Odin rode him on his long wanderings through the worlds. Sleipnir carried him with a steadiness and a swiftness that made the great distances between realms feel, if not small, then at least possible. There is something quietly striking about the fact that this extraordinary creature, this horse who would one day carry the Allfather through the darkest corners of existence, came into the world the way he did, because of a scheme to save the gods from the consequences of another scheme. Because Loki, when pressed hard enough, was willing to become something else entirely in order to find a way through. And Sleipnir, the 8-legged horse born from a god who had temporarily become a mare, went on to carry Odin across the 9 worlds for the rest of time. The gods of Asgard did not age the way mortals do, but they were not beyond aging entirely. What kept them vital and strong, year after year and age after age, were the apples tended by the goddess Idun, golden fruit she kept in a small wooden chest and offered to the gods whenever the years began to show in their faces. It was a quiet sort of magic, unassuming in the way that only the most essential things can be. The gods had grown so accustomed to Idun's gift that they had long since stopped thinking of it as anything fragile. She was there, and the apples were there, and the gods remained as they had always been, strong and clear-eyed and untouched by time in any lasting way. It was the kind of arrangement that feels permanent right up until the moment it isn't. One version of how that arrangement came undone begins, as so many of Loki's troubles did, with a journey. He had gone out from Asgard in the company of Odin and the quiet god Honir, wandering through the wild lands beyond the walls of the god's great home, following no particular road and looking for nothing more than a change of scenery. They had stopped to make a fire and roast an ox they had killed along the way. They were waiting, as anyone waiting for meat to cook has always waited, with the particular impatience that comes from being hungry and having nothing to do about it. The fire burned, and the meat sat over it and refused, stubbornly, to cook. They fed more wood to the flames and waited again. Still the ox was as raw as when they had started. It was then that they noticed the eagle watching them from a branch above, an enormous bird, far larger than any eagle has a right to be, eating with the calm and knowing patience of something that understood exactly what was happening and had decided to find it amusing. The eagle spoke to them and offered a solution. If they would share their meal with him, he would allow the fire to do its work. Hungry and not particularly suspicious of large talking birds, the three gods agreed. The fire caught properly. The meat began to cook. When it was ready, the eagle descended and helped himself to by far the larger share, the haunches, the shoulders, the best of what there was, leaving very little for the three gods who had done the hunting. Loki, who had little patience for being outmaneuvered even by creatures with sharper eyes than his own, grabbed a branch from the ground and struck at the eagle with it. What happened next is not what he had intended. The branch stuck to the bird as if it had been fastened there. Loki's hands stuck to the branch. The eagle lifted itself into the air and flew, fast and hard and very low to the ground, dragging Loki behind it through rocks and scrubland and the rough skin of the earth until Loki was convinced that his arms were going to be pulled free of his body entirely. He shouted for the eagle to stop, and eventually the eagle did stop. It told him what it was. The eagle was Thiassi, a giant of considerable power who had been watching the gods from a distance for some time and had decided that Loki was the one most likely to be useful to him. The price of Loki's release was simple enough to state and terrible enough to consider. He was to bring Idun out of Asgard, together with her apples, deliver her to Thiassi. Loki agreed, because at that moment, agreement was the only option available to him. Because he was constitutionally disposed to believe that problems arising from a promise could always be dealt with later. He returned to Asgard and found Idun in the way that people find someone they intend to deceive, with a friendly story prepared in advance. He told her that he had seen, not far outside Asgard's walls, a tree bearing fruit that looked remarkably like her own apples, that she might want to bring her chest with her so that she could compare the two. It was the kind of invitation that would have made a more cautious person hesitate. But Idun was not suspicious by nature. Loki was persuasive in the particular way of people who have had a great deal of practice. She went with him beyond the walls, carrying her chest. Thiassi was waiting for her in his eagle form and carried her away to his hall in Jotunheim before she had time to understand what had happened. Back in Asgard, the days began to pass. The gods began to change in ways they had not changed in longer than any of them could remember. Their hair went grey, and their skin grew loose, and their joints ached in the mornings. There was a creeping tiredness in everything they did that none of them could quite explain until they realized, all at once, that Idun was gone. They searched for her and could not find her. Then they looked for Loki, and someone remembered having seen him leaving with her. The mood in Asgard became very dark very quickly. When the gods found Loki and made clear to him what would happen if he did not return Idun from wherever he had sent her, he asked for the use of Freya's falcon cloak, a garment that allowed its wearer to take the form of a falcon and moved through the air with the speed of a hunting bird. Freya lent it to him without warmth, and Loki put it on and flew north toward Jotunheim. He found Thiassi's hall and found Idun inside it. Thiassi himself was away on the water, which was fortunate for everyone involved. Loki transformed Idun into a nut, small enough to carry easily, and took her up in his talons and turned back toward Asgard, flying as fast as the cloak would carry him. Thiassi returned to find his hall empty and understood immediately what had happened. He put on his own eagle shape and flew after the falcon with the full power of his enormous wings. The gods standing on Asgard's walls saw the falcon coming and the great eagle behind it, closing the distance steadily. They gathered wood and kindling at the wall's edge and waited. The moment Loki cleared the wall, they lit the pile. Thiassi flew into the flames and fell, and the gods finished what the fire had started. Idun was restored to herself. She opened her chest and moved among the gods. One by one they ate, and the grey receded from their hair and the weariness lifted from their faces, and they were themselves again. Loki had brought the crisis upon them. Loki had resolved it, and the gods took both facts equally into account when they thought about him. That is to say, they remembered the rescue and resented the rest. Thor woke one morning to discover that Mjolnir was gone. He reached for it in the way he always did, with the easy confidence of a god who has never had to wonder whether his most important possession would be where he left it, and found nothing. He searched his hall. He searched again. The hammer was not there, and Thor, who was not by nature a patient god, felt the kind of anger rise in him that tends to make the sky darken and the air smell of rain. He went to Loki, because in situations that required cunning rather than strength, Loki was still the one he turned to. The two of them borrowed a cloak of falcon feathers that belonged to Freya, a garment that allowed its wearer to fly, and Loki took to the skies above the 9 worlds, searching for any sign of where the hammer might have gone. It did not take him long to find his answer. He came down into Jotunheim, the cold and rocky world of the giants, and there he encountered the giant Thrym sitting on a hillside, looking rather pleased with himself. When Loki asked whether he knew anything about a missing hammer, Thrym did not deny it. He had hidden Mjolnir 8 miles beneath the earth, he said, and he would not return it unless the gods sent him Freya as his bride. Loki flew back to Asgard and delivered this news. Freya's response, when she heard what was being proposed, was not gentle. She had no intention of traveling to Jotunheim to become the wife of a giant, and she said so with the kind of clarity that closed the conversation immediately. The gods gathered to discuss what could be done. Without Mjolnir, Asgard's defenses were dangerously weakened, and Thrym seemed to understand this perfectly well. The demand was calculated, meant to place the gods in exactly the position they now found themselves in. It was Heimdall who eventually offered the suggestion that changed the shape of the problem entirely. He proposed that Thor himself travel to Jotunheim in the place of Freya, dressed as a bride, the hammer retrieved from within the wedding hall itself. Thor did not like this idea. He said so directly, in the way Thor tended to do things, which is to say loudly. But Loki pointed out, with the calm practicality he could summon when it suited him, that the alternative was a world without Mjolnir and a Jotunheim that grew bolder by the day. Thor considered this. He looked around at the assembled gods. No one offered a better plan. And so, with considerably less enthusiasm than he brought to most endeavors, Thor agreed. They dressed him carefully. A bridal veil was arranged over his red beard. Freya's necklace, the Brisingamen, was clasped around his neck. Keys were hung at his belt, as was the custom for Norse brides, and a long dress was pulled over a frame that was, to put it plainly, not built for bridal wear. Loki dressed himself as a handmaiden and would travel alongside Thor as his attendant. When they were ready, they climbed into a chariot and rode out across the sky toward Jotunheim, the wheels of the chariot sending lightning crackling down toward the earth below as Thor gripped the reins. Thrym, when they arrived, was delighted. He had ordered a great feast prepared, and he welcomed his bride and her handmaiden with the warmth of someone who believes he has gotten exactly what he wanted. The tables were loaded with food, ox meat and salmon, honey cakes, and great quantities of mead. Thor sat down and ate with the kind of appetite that tends to draw attention in polite company. He worked his way through an entire ox on his own, consumed 8 salmon, and drank 3 full vessels of mead before anyone at the table had reached for a second helping. Thrym, watching all of this, leaned toward Loki with a puzzled expression and remarked that he had never seen a bride eat so much. Loki answered without a pause. Freya had been so overcome with longing for the journey to Jotunheim, he explained, that she had eaten nothing for 8 full days before their departure. Thrym received this explanation with the satisfaction of a giant who very much wants to believe it, and looked no further. When he leaned forward and tried to steal a glance beneath the veil, he met a pair of eyes so fierce and bright that he pulled back immediately. Loki explained this too. Freya had not slept in 8 nights either, so eager had she been for this day, and her eyes reflected that long and burning anticipation. Thrym nodded again, reassured, and returned to his mead. The moment that decided everything came when Thrym called for Mjolnir to be brought forward and placed in the bride's lap. As was the tradition in a Norse wedding ceremony, a gesture meant to consecrate the marriage and call on Thor's own blessing, without any apparent awareness of the particular irony involved. The hammer was carried in and laid across Thor's knees. His hand closed around the handle. The transformation in him was immediate. He stood, and the veil came away, and everything that had been carefully arranged and delicately managed in the preceding hours dissolved in the space of a moment into something much more straightforward. Thrym and the assembled giants did not have long to reckon with the situation before Thor moved through the hall with the hammer and the complete and focused energy of a god who has been sitting in a dress for several hours and is ready to be done with it. When it was over, they rode back toward Asgard. The hammer recovered, the hall of Thrym considerably quieter than it had been at the start of the evening. It was one of the rare occasions when Loki's talent for deception served everyone perfectly, and for a little while at least, even Thor could not argue with that. Far from Asgard, in the wilder and darker parts of Jotunheim, Loki had another family entirely. The giantess Angrboda made her home deep within those ancient forests, far from the gleaming halls and watchful eyes of the Aesir. It was there, in the quiet and the cold, that she and Loki brought 3 children into the world, children who were, from the very moment of their births, unlike anything the 9 realms had ever seen, whose very existence would become one of the great unresolved tensions running beneath the surface of all the years that followed. The old sources give us their names plainly enough. Fenrir, who came into the world as a wolf, Jormungandr, who came as a serpent, and Hel, who came as something that was neither entirely living nor entirely dead, her body divided, by some accounts, between the colours of life and the pallor of the grave. These were Loki's children by Angrboda. For a time, they lived quietly in her hall in Jotunheim, growing slowly in the deep forest, known only to their parents and to whatever birds and shadows moved through those remote and sunless trees. In those early years, before the gods knew of them, these 3 creatures lived as siblings do in any household across the 9 realms. Fenrir grew stronger and swifter with each passing season, his wolf form becoming more magnificent, even as it remained unsettling to any who might have witnessed it. Jormungandr coiled and uncoiled through the streams that ran near Angrboda's hall, testing the boundaries of the water, seemingly content in those narrow channels. Hel moved between the living and the dead even then, her half-living nature allowing her to perceive things that others could not, to exist comfortably in the liminal spaces of her mother's forest home. Angrboda watched over them with the fierce protectiveness of any mother, teaching them what they needed to know to survive and thrive in their strange existence. She did not consult prophecies about their futures. She did not wonder what role they might play in the turning of ages. She simply loved them as they were, 3 remarkable children, born of her own body and the trickster god's blood. There are no stories that suggest she ever regretted their existence or wished them to be other than what they had become. This quiet period of their lives, undocumented in most of the sagas, represents something important, a time when destiny had not yet declared itself, when these creatures were simply alive and growing in the world without bearing the weight of cosmic consequence. It is worth pausing here, before the gods enter the story, to simply hold that image for a moment. A wolf cub and a serpent and a half-living child growing up together in a forest far from any realm that had rules about what things were supposed to be or what shapes they were supposed to take, watched over by a giantess who, the stories suggest, loved them in the uncomplicated way that mothers do, without asking what prophecy had to say about it. The gods did not remain ignorant for long. Through whatever means the Aesir used to see into the hidden corners of the 9 realms, Odin's ravens, perhaps, or his own vast and restless sight, they learned of these 3 children. They learned something else alongside that knowledge, a prophecy, dark and specific and deeply unsettling. That tied Fenrir and Jormungandr and Hel to the events of Ragnarok, to the final unraveling of the world as the gods knew it. The prose Edda tells us that Odin and the other gods debated what to do, that their deliberations were shadowed by a particular kind of fear, not the clean fear of an enemy you can fight, but the slower and more corrosive fear of something inevitable moving toward you no matter what you choose. This was not the first time the gods had encountered prophecy, nor the first time they had felt the sting of knowing that their own fates were already written in some sense. But prophecies concerning Loki's children carried a particular weight, for Loki himself had already caused no small amount of chaos and suffering across the 9 realms. What might his offspring bring? What horrors might be born from his union with a giantess? These questions haunted the councils of Asgard, driving the gods toward action born of fear rather than justice or necessity. In the end, they chose to act. Odin took Jormungandr and cast him into the ocean that encircled Midgard, the world of human beings, believing perhaps that the water would contain what the forests of Jotunheim could not. But Jormungandr grew in the deep water, growing and growing until he had wrapped himself entirely around the world and taken his own tail between his teeth, a great circle of a creature, vast and patient, resting in the cold dark of the ocean floor, waiting. Hel was cast downward, sent to rule over Niflheim, the realm of mist and cold that lay beneath all the other realms. There she was given authority over the dead, who arrived by neither battle nor great sacrifice, the ones who came quietly, through illness and age, through the ordinary ending of ordinary lives. She ruled that realm with a power that the sources describe as equal even to Odin's within its boundaries. She seems, in the stories that touch on her, to have accepted her position without particular resentment, presiding over her hall with a stillness that matched the place itself. Fenrir, however, the gods brought to Asgard, where they felt they could watch him, could observe his growth and manage his strength before it became unmanageable, could keep what they feared closest to themselves rather than leaving it loose and unsupervised in the world. There is a kind of logic to this decision that is also, if you consider it long enough, a kind of tragedy. This was because what they were doing, without fully recognizing it, was taking 3 young creatures who had not yet done anything to deserve fear or punishment, scattering them across the realms, separating them from their mother, from each other, from any life that might have developed on its own terms. In doing so, they were making enemies where there had only been children. The wolf who was brought to Asgard and surrounded by gods who feared him and kept their distance, grew up knowing he was feared, knowing that his presence made the divine uncomfortable. The serpent in the ocean and the queen of the dead in her cold hall grew up shaped entirely by the conditions the gods had placed them in, as creatures always are. The prophecy said they would help bring about the end of the world. The gods, in trying to prevent that end, created precisely the conditions under which it became more certain, bound the wolf until he burned with the need to break free, isolated the serpent until the ocean was the only world he knew, gave Hel a kingdom of the dead, and then was surprised, later, when she exercised her power over it on terms that suited her rather than them. 3 children, scattered across the realms, one in the ocean, one in the land of the dead, one chained on a barren island, and each one growing, in their own way, toward the day when they would be free. When Fenrir first came to Asgard as a young wolf cub, only Tyr was willing to go near him. The other gods kept their distance, watching from across the great halls and open courtyards of that shining realm. Aware already of what the prophecies said about this creature, and about the blood he carried. He was the son of Loki, and the giantess Angrboda, though he arrived small enough to hold. There was something in the way he moved, something in the stillness of his dark eyes, that made even the bravest among the Aesir reluctant to reach out a hand. Tyr was not a god known for recklessness. He was the god of justice and of law, measured and deliberate in everything he did. And yet it was Tyr who brought the young wolf his food each day, who spoke to him quietly in the long mornings of Asgard while the others looked on in silence. For a time, this arrangement seemed to work. Fenrir grew slowly at first. The gods told themselves that perhaps the prophecies were wrong, or at the very least exaggerated, as prophecies sometimes seem to be when the threat they describe is still small enough to step over. However, Fenrir did not remain small. With each season that passed, he grew larger and heavier and stronger, until the gods could no longer pretend that what they were watching was simply a wolf becoming an adult. He was becoming something far beyond that, something vast and patient and terrible in the way that only creatures who know they are feared can be terrible. The gods gathered to discuss what ought to be done. They decided, as they so often did when they were frightened, to try to bind him. They brought out the heaviest chains they had, forged from iron so dense it could anchor ships in the deepest waters of the world. They presented the chains to Fenrir as though it were a game. They told him that testing his strength against the finest chains in Asgard was a kind of sport, a chance for him to prove himself. Fenrir, who was proud, as all great creatures are proud, agreed. He let them wrap the iron around him, and then he flexed. The chains came apart as though they were nothing more than frost on a window pane touched by morning light. The gods brought a second set, heavier still, said to be the strongest bonds ever forged in all the 9 realms. Fenrir looked at them for a long moment before he agreed again. This time when he broke free, the pieces of iron scattered across the grass of Asgard, and no one laughed. It was after this second failure that the gods went to the dwarves of Svartalfheim, those deep and patient craftsmen who had given the world Mjolnir and Gungnir, and so many other things that defied ordinary expectation. They asked for something that could hold Fenrir when iron could not. The dwarves produced Gleipnir, a ribbon, soft as silk and thin as a strip of cloth, almost weightless in the hand. It was made, according to the old accounts in the Prose Edda, from 6 things that do not exist: the sound of a cat's footstep, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, the spittle of a bird, because these things have no substance in the world.
The rope woven from them had a strength that no ordinary material could match. The gods carried Gleipnir back to Asgard. Then they carried it, along with Fenrir, out to a barren island in the middle of a dark lake. There they told the wolf what they had brought. Fenrir studied the ribbon in their hands with those still, careful eyes of his. He was not foolish. He understood that something so slight and harmless-looking, offered to him with such deliberate calm, was not what it appeared to be. He told the gods he would allow himself to be bound with it only if one of them placed a hand inside his mouth while the binding was done, so that if this was a trick, the ribbon proved impossible to break. The god whose hand rested between his teeth would pay the price for the deception along with him. The gods looked at one another. No one spoke. And then Tyr, who had been the only one to feed this wolf, who had sat beside him through all those quiet mornings, stepped forward and placed his right hand between Fenrir's jaws. They wound Gleipnir around the great wolf. He felt at once that it would not give way, that whatever this ribbon was made of, it was not something he could simply strain against until it broke. He pulled and twisted and threw his full weight against the binding, and the ribbon held. When he realized that it was not going to release him, Fenrir bit down. Tyr's hand was gone. The god of justice stood with his arm raised and bleeding. The old stories tell us he said nothing. He had known, when he stepped forward, what the likely outcome was. Fenrir was secured with a cord run through a large flat stone driven into the earth, then a second stone anchored that one deeper still. They placed a sword upright in his jaws to hold them open, the blade pressing up against the roof of his mouth, the hilt resting on the ground below, and he lay there on that grey and empty island, unable to close his mouth, unable to move, his anger settling into the long and patient stillness of a creature that has learned how to wait. The gods returned to Asgard, and they did not speak much about what had happened on the island. They had gained something. Fenrir could not destroy them today, could not swallow the sun or pull down the walls of Asgard in this season or the next. But they had also made something permanent. They had raised Loki's son in their own halls, fed him by their own hand, then bound him through deception, at the cost of the right hand of the one god who had ever treated him with something approaching care. The wound in Tyr's arm would heal after a fashion. The wound in the deeper fabric of things would not. Fenrir lay bound on that island, his jaws held open by a sword, waiting, and the gods knew, even as they walked away, that this was not an ending, but a postponement. Not all of Loki's story was chaos and mischief. There was, woven quietly into the larger and louder narrative of his life, a gentler thread, one that the old sources touch upon only briefly, almost tenderly, as if aware that it deserves more care than the thundering myths around it. Loki had a wife among the Aesir, a goddess named Sigyn. She is one of the most quietly remarkable figures in all of the surviving Norse traditions. The sources tell us relatively little about her. She does not appear in many of the major stories. She does not possess great powers that reshape the cosmos or travel between the realms on dramatic errands. What she possesses, according to the old accounts, is something rather more unusual in Asgard, an abiding and unwavering loyalty to her husband. Even when that husband had given the rest of the divine world every conceivable reason to turn away from him. The Prose Edda, written down by the Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century, and drawing upon much older oral and poetic traditions, names Sigyn and describes her simply, almost without fanfare, as devoted to Loki, for a figure who shares her life with the most unpredictable being in all the 9 worlds. That devotion is extraordinary. The old storytellers seem to know it, even if they don't dwell on it at length. There is a kind of dignity in the way she is presented, not foolish, not blind to who her husband is,
but steady in a way that the more powerful and celebrated gods around her often are not. She offers a stillness that nothing in Loki's other life could produce. The stories that survive seem quietly grateful for her presence in them. In the context of Asgard, where gods and goddesses typically pursue grand designs and ambitious schemes, Sigin's quieter role stands out precisely because of its very ordinariness. The Norse cosmos was built on conflict and hierarchy, on competition between divine beings. Yet the old account suggests that within the walls of Loki's household, something more domestic took root. Sigyn appears to have created a space where her husband might simply exist, unburdened by the weight of others' expectations or judgments. This itself was a form of power, not the power to reshape worlds or command armies, but the power to offer refuge and acceptance. The fact that the ancient sources chose to preserve her name and her relationship to Loki suggests that the storytellers themselves recognized this quiet strength as worth remembering. It is a reminder that even in the mythology of gods and cosmic forces, the intimate bonds between individuals possess their own kind of significance. Together, Loki and Sigyn had two sons, Narfi, sometimes also called Nari in different versions of the tradition, and Vali. These boys grew up in Asgard alongside the children of the other gods. The surviving sources tell us very little about their early lives or their characters before the terrible events that followed Baldur's death changed everything for their family. They are young men in the stories, present but not yet central. In the way that children of gods often wait at the edges of myths until the myth has need of them. What little we sense of their lives before the end suggests ordinary things, the kind of daily existence that rarely makes its way into the dramatic telling of divine affairs, but that must have existed nonetheless. In the quiet hours between the great catastrophes, Sigyn would have moved through those days as she seems to have moved through everything, with a composed and undemonstrative love for the people closest to her. You get the sense, reading between the lines of the few passages that mention her, that she was not a goddess of grand gestures or elevated declarations, but of presence, simply being there, reliably, in the way that is often more sustaining than anything more spectacular. Loki's other family, the one he had with the giantess Angerboda in the darker forests of Jotunheim, was defined by enormous power and cosmic consequence. Fenrir and Jormungandr and Hel were forces that shook the foundations of the 9 realms. His life with Sigyn was something different entirely, smaller in scale perhaps, but warmer and more human in feeling than almost anything else attached to his name. It is worth pausing here, in this quieter part of the story. Before the events that followed Baldur's death swept through everything and left nothing in Loki's world intact, the boys were still alive, the household was still whole, and Sigyn was still, in every account we have of her, simply and completely beside her husband, present in the way that the old stories show us, without ever quite stopping to explain. Sigyn remained beside him in ways that even the most faithful gods did not. For reasons the old stories never quite bother to explain, they simply show her there, which is perhaps enough. There came a day when Loki's tongue finally ran ahead of any possibility of forgiveness. The occasion was a feast, a grand and generous one, as it happens, held not in Asgard, but in the hall of Aegir, the ancient god of the sea. Aegir was a being of immense age and tremendous power, and though he was not one of the Aesir in the way that Odin or Thor or Freya were, he was on good enough terms with them that he opened his great hall beneath the waves and invited them all to drink his ale, which was said to be brewed in a cauldron so vast it could fill the cups of every god in the 9 worlds without ever running dry. The hall itself glowed with a soft golden light that Aegir had coaxed from the gold laid out across the floor, and the gods arrived in good spirits, settling in around the long tables, with the kind of ease that comes from a gathering of beings who have known one another for a very long time. Loki was among them at first, and for a little while, everything was as it should have been. The cups were full, the conversation was warm, and Aegir's servants moved quietly through the hall, attending to the guests with such skill and grace that the gods paused in their own talk to remark upon it. It was the praise of a servant named Fimmerfeng that first drew something dark out of Loki that evening. According to the Lokasenna, the Old Norse poem that preserves this story, Loki killed the servant, abruptly and without reason that anyone in that hall could make sense of, and the gods, appalled, drove him out into the night. He wandered for a time in the darkness beyond the hall, and then he came back. He stood at the door and demanded to be let inside, invoking the old bond he shared with Odin, the oath of blood brotherhood that the two of them had sworn long ago, in which Odin had promised that he would never drink unless a cup was also raised for Loki. The gods let him in. It is possible that they should not have. That oath of blood brotherhood was not a small thing. It represented a sacred compact that the gods respected even when they had begun to resent Loki. When he invoked it, standing wet and furious at the threshold, there was a moment of silence. The gods understood they were honoring something ancient and powerful, something that neither could simply dismiss without consequences. So they let him in, and the hall fell quiet as he returned to his place. What followed has been called a flyting, a formal exchange of insults, a kind of verbal combat that had its own rules and its own strange dignity in the Norse world. Though what Loki did in Aegir's hall that night was less a formal contest than a systematic dismantling of every god and goddess seated before him, one after another, with the particular cruelty of someone who had spent years gathering ammunition and had finally decided to spend it all at once. He moved through the room as though he had prepared for it. He began with Odin, accusing him of practicing cider magic, a form of sorcery that carried a stigma of unmanliness in Norse culture, suggesting that Odin had taken on a role considered beneath the dignity of a warrior god. And he reminded Odin that the All-Father himself had not always been just in his decisions, that he had favored men in battle who deserved no favoring, that his great wisdom had never quite extended to wisdom about his own behavior. Odin sat with that. He had no clean answer. Loki turned to Frigg, Odin's wife, and accused her of infidelity with Odin's brothers. He turned to Freya and accused her of taking lovers among gods and elves and giants alike, suggesting that her beauty had never been accompanied by anything resembling faithfulness. Freya answered him, and Loki answered her back, and the exchange grew increasingly uncomfortable for everyone seated nearby, who understood that Loki was no longer performing wit for its own sake, but was expressing something genuine, a rage that had accumulated over a long time, fed by every slight and every moment when the gods had used him, and then looked at him sideways afterward, every time they had accepted his help, and then whispered about his origins, every time they had bound his children and called it justice. When Tyr spoke up in the hall, Loki reminded him sharply of Fenrir, of the hand Tyr had lost when the gods bound the wolf, and pointed out that Tyr had never managed to bring peace to anyone, that a god of law and justice had presided over some of the least just decisions the Aesir had ever made. Tyr had no answer for that either, or none that satisfied the room. The pattern he established was methodical and devastating. He did not scatter his attacks randomly, but moved through them with precision, addressing first the great ones and then the lesser ones, building momentum as he went. Each accusation was followed by another, and when a god refused to answer, Loki would cut deeper. It was as though he had constructed an architecture of grievances, and now was setting it all in motion, piece by piece, with the focus of someone waiting for exactly this moment. The gods tried, one by one, to silence him or to counter him, and Loki received each attempt and sharpened it into something worse. There was a quality to his words that was not simply cruelty, it was accuracy, or at least a version of accuracy, the kind that is more painful than an outright lie, because it is built from real things, from events that had genuinely happened and choices that had genuinely been made, even if the framing was uncharitable and the intent was to wound. What the Lokasena reveals, if you sit with it quietly, is that Loki had been carrying these grievances for a very long time, and that beneath the mischief and the cleverness and the useful cunning, there was something that had been steadily souring, a sense that he had never been fully trusted, never fully welcomed, always kept at the edge of belonging, without ever being allowed to step entirely inside it. The hall had grown very cold, though there was no reason for it, for the golden light still burned steadily, and the fires in the braziers burned bright. Yet the warmth had drained from the room, as if Loki's words were drawing heat itself away. The gods sat heavily in their chairs, and some looked away from one another, unable to meet each other's eyes, as though Loki had spoken something that everyone in that hall already knew, but no one had wanted to say aloud. Thor arrived late to the feast, and it was Thor who finally put an end to it, not with words, but with the threat of Mjolnir raised, and the kind of direct, uncomplicated anger that Loki had never been able to fully outmaneuver. Where the other gods had tried to argue or shame or reason with him, Thor simply made clear that the hammer would fall if Loki did not leave. And Loki, who was many things, understood when a room had fully turned. He made one last remark at the door, sharp and quick, the way a door slammed in a cold wind is quick. And then he was gone. He fled into the mountains, and behind him he left a hall full of gods who had heard, in Loki's poisoned words, a version of the truth they had no answer for. Before the end came, there were signs. Balder, the son of Odin and Frigg, the god whom all of Asgard regarded as the most beautiful and most beloved of their number, began to wake in the night with a weight upon him that he could not name. His dreams, which had always been calm and bright in the way that Balder himself was calm and bright, turned dark and strange and full of foreboding. He would lie still in the long hours before morning, watching the shadows move across the ceiling of his hall. In those shadows he saw shapes he could not fully describe when daylight came. The gods noticed the change in him. There was a quietness around Balder that had not been there before. Something diminished in the warmth he usually cast over every gathering. His mother Frigg, who loved him with a love that ran deeper than most things in the 9 worlds, understood before anyone else that the dreams her son was carrying were not ordinary ones. She went to work with a kind of purposeful, unhurried devotion that belongs only to those who love without reservation. She travelled through all the worlds and spoke to everything in them, every stone and every tree, every metal and every disease, every beast and every bird and every snake that moved through the long grasses of Midgard. And from each of them she drew a promise, a sworn oath that they would never bring harm to Balder. It was an enormous undertaking, and she completed it, or very nearly completed it. There was one thing she passed over, a small and seemingly harmless plant that grew at the base of oak trees, mistletoe, young and so, eft, and without any obvious capacity for violence. It seemed too slight, too inconsequential to bother with, so Frigg did not ask it for its oath, and moved on without thinking of it again. When she returned to Asgard and the gods learned what she had done, the mood lifted considerably. The weight that had settled over Asgard began to lighten, and with it came a restoration of the joy that Balder's presence naturally commanded. Frigg's certainty was absolute, and in her certainty, the gods found permission to set aside their fear. The sport that followed had the quality of a festival game. The gods would throw things at Balder, stones, branches, their weapons, whatever came to hand, and watch everything glance away from him without leaving a mark. While Balder stood in the middle of it all, with that gentle expression of his, untroubled, almost amused by the attention. It became a kind of celebration of him, a joyful demonstration of how thoroughly he was loved by the world. The throwing continued day after day, and with each day the game took on new dimensions, new participants, new creative variations on the theme of Balder's invulnerability. Even the frost giants and the dwarves who came to watch found themselves drawn into the spirit of it. Loki watched this from a distance. In Loki there was something that could not let a scene of uncomplicated happiness simply exist. Some accounts say it was envy, others that it was something less easily named, an instinct toward disruption that operated almost independently of his own intentions. Whatever the cause, he went to Frigg in the form of an old woman, someone unremarkable, someone Frigg had no reason to suspect. In that form he sat with her and spoke to her with the patient warmth of a concerned neighbor and asked, in the most casual and passing way, whether it was truly the case that everything in all the worlds had taken the oath she described. Frigg, who had no reason to be guarded in that moment, said that yes, everything had sworn. Everything except for one small plant growing east of Valhalla. A sprig of mistletoe she had judged too young and harmless to be worth the trouble. The old woman thanked her and went away. Loki went with her. What came next followed as naturally and as terribly as one thing always follows another when the wrong piece of information reaches the wrong mind. He found a branch of mistletoe and shaped it. Then he went to where the gods were still at their game, still throwing things at Balder with the cheerful energy of people who have been told there is nothing to fear. Standing among them was Hod, Balder's brother, who was blind, who stood a little apart from the others because he could not aim and had nothing to throw and had no way of joining in the celebration that was happening around him. Loki went to Hod's side and offered to guide his hand, to give him a piece of the mistletoe and help him direct it toward his brother so that he too could take part in the game. Hod accepted, because why would he not? It was his brother. The whole point of the game was that nothing could hurt Balder. Loki's voice at his ear was helpful and friendly and gave no indication of what was actually being arranged. Hod threw, and the mistletoe flew, and Balder fell. The sound of his falling was the sound of something irreversible. The gods stood around him for a long moment in the particular stillness that comes before grief fully arrives. Then the grief arrived, and it was enormous. Frigg, when she reached her son, held him with the kind of quietness that has gone past weeping into something deeper. Odin stood apart, because Odin, with all his accumulated wisdom, understood more fully than the others what this death meant, not just the loss of Balder himself, but the shape of what was beginning. The gods wept, and the world wept with them, and eventually Odin's son Hermod stepped forward and offered to ride to Hel's realm, to plead for Balder's return. Odin lent him Sleipnir. Hermod rode for 9 days and 9 nights through valleys so dark and deep that he could see nothing at all around him, until he came at last to the great hall where Hel ruled over those who had come to her domain. He found Balder there, seated quietly, looking much as he always had, beautiful and still and out of reach. Hermod made his case to Hel, that all the world mourned Balder, that his loss was not the ordinary loss of an ordinary life, but something that had taken the light out of Asgard itself, and Hel, who was not cruel in the way that word is usually meant, listened carefully and gave him her answer with the measured fairness of someone who takes her responsibilities seriously. She said that, if what Hermod claimed was true, if every living thing and every object in all the worlds truly wept for Balder, then she would release him. Every stone and every creature, every god and every root of every tree must shed tears for him. Only then would she let him go.
Hermod rode back to Asgard with this condition. The gods sent messengers out across all the worlds to ask for tears. The world gave them. This was because the world had genuinely loved Balder, and his loss was real, and the grief was real, and the tears came easily from nearly every corner of the 9 realms. Nearly every corner. In a cave or a mountain hollow. The old sources vary on the precise location. The messengers came across a giantess sitting alone. They explained their errand. She gave them the name Thok and told them, in a flat and unhurried voice, that Balder had never done anything for her, that Hel could keep what she had. The tears she might have wept, she said, would be dry ones. Dry tears were no use to anyone. The messengers went back without her weeping, and without her weeping, the condition could not be met. The gods knew, and Loki knew they knew, that Thok had been Loki in one more disguise, wearing one more borrowed face to accomplish one more thing that could not be undone. Balder stayed in Hel's hall. Every god in Asgard knew now, beyond any remaining doubt, that Loki was no longer their difficult companion, but their enemy. After the death of Balder, Loki did not wait to see what the gods would do. He had been among them long enough to understand that their patience, that had always been uneasy and conditional, had finally reached its end. So he gathered himself and slipped away from Asgard before the grief in the hall had time to harden into something that would come looking for him. He went far, farther than most of the gods thought to look at first. Into the mountains where the rivers ran cold and the peaks were draped in cloud. There, in a remote place above a rushing river, he built himself a small house with 4 doors, one facing each direction, so that he could see anyone approaching from any side and have time enough to move. He spent his days in 2 forms, shifting between himself and the shape of a salmon in the river below, learning the movements of the water and the feel of it, practicing the escape he knew he would eventually need. It was during these quiet days in hiding, according to the sources, that Loki sat by his fire one evening and began weaving a kind of net from linen thread, working out in his hands, almost absent-mindedly, the geometry of a trap that could catch a fish moving through water. He had nearly finished it when he felt something change in the air around him, the faint and unmistakable pressure that comes before the arrival of something powerful. He threw the net into the fire and ran to the river and slipped beneath the surface as a salmon. It was Odin who found him. The Allfather, seated on his high seat Hlidskjalf, from which he could see across all 9 worlds, had been watching and waiting. Eventually his gaze found the small house in the mountains and the silver shape in the river below it. The gods came in number, moving quickly through the mountain passes. When they reached the house, they found it empty, except for the fire still burning low and the remains of something in the ashes. One of them, studying what the fire had not entirely consumed, understood what the charred threads had been and what their shape meant. From that pattern they constructed a net of their own, wide and weighted, carried it to the river. They drew it through the water once. Loki, in his salmon form, pressed himself to the rocky bottom, and then it passed over him. They drew it through again, this time with stones tied along its lower edge to drag it close to the riverbed. Loki leaped, clearing the net in a bright arc above the surface. For a moment he was silver against the grey sky. They spread themselves along both banks then, drew the net through a final time. As Loki leaped again, Thor was waiting for him and caught him in his bare hands. A salmon is a strong and slippery thing and struggles hard. The old stories note that this is why a salmon is narrowest at its tail, from the grip of Thor's hands tightening as Loki thrashed. He could not hold the fish shape any longer, not under that grip. The salmon became Loki again, standing in the cold river shallows with the gods assembled on either bank. There was nowhere left to run. What the gods did next was not quick, and it was not intended to be. They brought Loki down from the mountains to a cave deep beneath the earth,
a narrow place of wet stone and darkness. His 2 sons by Sigyn, Narfi and Vali, were brought there as well. This was the cruelest part of what followed. This was because Vali was transformed into a wolf before his father's eyes. In that form he turned on his brother Narfi and tore him apart. The gods then took what remained of Narfi and used his entrails to bind Loki to 3 flat rocks within the cave. 1 under his shoulders, 1 beneath his hips, 1 beneath his knees, and when those bonds were in place they hardened into iron. This was because the Old Norse sources make clear that what bound Loki in the end was not chain or rope, but something more permanent than either. Above him, the gods placed a serpent on a ledge of stone so that its venom dripped down onto Loki's face. Venom of that kind causes a burning pain that is difficult to describe in quiet language. The old stories do not try very hard to soften it. Sigyn came. She had not caused any of this. The sources give no explanation of how she found him or what she carried with her when she did, only that she came into that dark place and sat down beside her husband and held a bowl above his face to catch the drops before they could reach him. She held it there steadily. It filled slowly, drop by drop. When it grew full, she had to turn away to empty it. In those few moments, the venom fell freely, and Loki's pain became so great that he convulsed against his bonds. The earth above the cave shook, the mountains trembling, and the ground rolling in long, slow waves that the Norse people felt across the whole of Midgard. They understood those tremors as Loki moving in his chains beneath the stone, suffering in the moment before Sigyn returned with the empty bowl and held it in place again. The 2 of them remained there together in the dark, Loki bound to the rocks and Sigyn seated beside him. The old stories say that this was where he would stay until the very end of the world came and shook the earth hard enough to break what held him. And Sigyn sat beside him in that dark place, holding the bowl. The old stories do not say how long she had been owned there, or how long she intended to stay. The Norse people believed the world would end, not as a punishment and not as a failure, but as the final fulfillment of a pattern that had been woven into the fabric of creation from the very beginning. They called it Ragnarok. That, in the old language, carried the sense of a fate or doom descending upon the gods, a reckoning that had been moving toward them since long before any of them could remember. Unlike many traditions that imagined catastrophe as something that could be avoided through virtue or prayer, the Norse understanding of the end was far more austere and, in its own way, far more honest. The gods knew what was coming. Odin, who had sacrificed so much for knowledge, who had hung 9 days on Yggdrasil and given an eye to drink from the well of wisdom, had seen it clearly. Enough. He gathered his warriors in Valhalla. He prepared his armies, and he did all of it knowing that preparation would not be enough. That is perhaps what makes the Norse vision of the end so striking, not the destruction itself, but the willingness to walk toward it with open eyes. The signs came first, as signs always do in these old stories. There would be 3 winters without a summer between them, a great cold that gripped the world and did not relent. During this time that the old sources call Fimbulwinter, the bonds that held ordinary life together would begin to unravel. Brothers would turn against brothers. The wolves that had long chased the sun and moon across the sky would finally catch them and swallow them whole. The stars would be shaken loose from the heavens. Yggdrasil itself would shudder, its great roots trembling beneath the weight of what was coming. All of this would signal that the time had arrived. Somewhere beneath the earth, in the dark cave where he had been held for so long with Sigyn beside him and the serpent dripping above, Loki would feel the change in the world, and he would begin to pull against his bonds. And when Fimbulwinter had done its work, when the worlds were cold enough and broken enough, those bonds fashioned from the entrails of his own son would give way. Loki would rise, and he would be free at last. and whatever he had been feeling in that cave across all those long years would be with him as he walked out into the ruined world. This liberation was the culmination of everything Loki had endured, and everything he had been made to endure. The trickster who had once walked freely among the gods, who had participated in their councils and their schemes, had been imprisoned as punishment for his role in the death of Balder, the most beautiful of all the gods. That tragedy had set in motion the exact sequence of events that would lead to Ragnarok itself. Loki's binding was thus not separate from the end of the world, but intrinsically connected to it. The same threads that had woven his punishment had woven the fate of the cosmos. His breaking free was not merely personal liberation, but rather the signal that the old order had already begun to collapse. The fact that the Norse people understood this connection, that they saw in Loki's bondage and release the very structure of their world's destiny, speaks to a sophisticated philosophy about order and chaos, about how what seems permanent is always already moving toward transformation. He did not go quietly into Ragnarok. The old sources tell us that Loki took command of a ship called Naglfar, a vessel made from the fingernails and toenails of the dead, which is why, according to this tradition, it was considered important to trim the nails of a corpse before burial, so as not to contribute material to the ship that would carry the forces of chaos to the final battle. Naglfar was said to be the largest ship ever built. Loki sailed it out from the realm of the dead with a crew of those who had been gathering there since the beginning of time. Steering toward the plain called Vigrid, where the last battle would be fought, from another direction came Fenrir, who had broken his own bonds in those final days, his great jaws open wide enough. The old texts say that the upper jaw scraped the sky and the lower jaw dragged along the earth. And from the sea, Jormungandr rose, the world serpent who had curled around Midgard for so long, releasing his own tail at last. The ocean flooding inland as his enormous body lifted free of the water. Fire giants poured across the rainbow bridge from Muspelheim. The bridge broke behind them under the weight of their crossing. The enemies of the gods arrived from every direction at once. The convergence of these forces was not chaotic or random, but rather followed a pattern that had been encoded in the structure of existence from its very creation. Each player in the drama moved toward its appointed role as if following an ancient choreography. The timing was precise, the movements inevitable. This was perhaps the most profound aspect of how the Norse understood apocalypse, not as surprise or accident, but as the revelation of what had always been true. The world had been built with this ending already written into its foundations. The gods did not face it as victims of circumstance, but as participants in a cosmic necessity. They had always known, in some deep part of their consciousness, that this day would come. On the other side, the gods rode out to meet them. Odin led his warriors from Valhalla, all the fallen heroes he had been collecting for exactly this moment. Thor went with Mjolnir in hand. Freyr went with his sword. Tyr went, and all of them knew, going in what the old stories had already told about how each of their encounters would end. Freyr met Surtur, the fire giant, fell because he had given away his magical sword long ago and had only a deer antler to fight with. Odin faced Fenrir, and the wolf swallowed him whole. That had been foreseen. And Odin's son Vidar then killed Fenrir in revenge, tearing the wolf's jaws apart. Thor and Jormungandr met as they had been destined to meet. Thor struck the serpent dead with Mjolnir, then took 9 steps and fell himself, overcome by the creature's venom. Loki and Heimdall found each other on that plain. Their meeting had a particular weight to it. This was because these two had been adversaries in a specific and personal way throughout all the long years of the myths. Heimdall was the watchman of Asgard, the god who stood at the edge of the Rainbow Bridge, and whose senses were so keen that he could hear the grass growing and the wool growing on the backs of sheep. It was Heimdall who had often been the first to recognize Loki's disguises and his deceptions. Between them there had been a rivalry built not on hatred exactly, but on something closer to mutual recognition, each one seeing clearly what the other was and what the other represented. Neither one able to look away. They had reportedly clashed before, in an earlier episode over a stolen necklace. Two shapeshifters fighting through a series of animal forms before reaching a conclusion. So when they came together at Ragnarok, it was less a sudden conflict than the final chapter of something that had been building for a very long time. The world sank then, as the old sources describe it. The earth dropped beneath the sea, and the flames of Surtur swept across what remained. Everything that had been built and named and known went down into the water. And then, quietly, something unexpected, the earth rose again. Green and new, the land came back up from beneath the waves. The eagle flew again over the mountains and caught fish in the rivers. The survivors, a man and a woman who had hidden in a forest called Hodmimir's Wood during all of it, came out into a world that was clean and mild and full of possibility. The younger gods, bolder among them, returned from the dead, gathered on the plain where Asgard had been, and found old treasures scattered in the grass like things left behind after a long journey. They sat down together and began again. Loki and Heimdall fell together at the last. The old world went under the waves. The new world rose, clean and empty and full of quiet, the way the world always is when a very long story finally comes to rest. After all of it, the mischief and the gifts, the betrayals and the bonds, the cave and the end of the world, it is worth sitting quietly for a moment with the question of what Loki actually was. The Norse people themselves do not seem to have settled on a single answer. That uncertainty is part of what makes him so enduring. He was called a god, though he was born of giant blood. He was called a companion, though he engineered disasters. He was called evil, though his hands produced some of the greatest treasures in Asgard, including the very hammer that protected the gods from their enemies. There is a kind of figure that appears in many mythologies across many different cultures and time periods. In the stories of the Yoruba people, in certain traditions of the indigenous peoples of North America, in the tales told around West African fires, a figure who exists just outside the ordered world, who pokes at the seams of things, who tells the truth in the most uncomfortable possible way and then vanishes before the consequences fully land. Scholars of comparative mythology have noted this pattern for well over a century. While it would be too simple to say that all trickster figures are the same, there is something they share, the understanding that a world without disruption is a world that cannot change. A world that cannot change cannot survive. Loki, in the Norse imagination, seems to have embodied precisely that principle. He was the force that kept things from calcifying, the sharp edge that prevented the gods from becoming too comfortable in their certainty. Even his worst act, the death of Balder, is bound up in the machinery of a cosmos that required an ending in order to begin again. The Norse people believed in a world that would be destroyed and renewed. Loki was woven into that belief, not as a villain who interrupted the story, but as a necessary thread within it. That does not make what he did forgivable exactly. The old myths do not ask you to forgive him. They only ask you to understand that he could not have been otherwise, that his nature and his fate were the same thing from the very beginning, that perhaps the gods understood this, even as they drove the sword into the earth and left him there in the dark. Much of what we know about Loki comes to us through two medieval Icelandic texts, the Poetic Edda, a collection of poems drawing on older oral tradition, the Prose Edda, written by the Icelandic historian and poet Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century. Snorri was a remarkable figure,
a Christian scholar who nevertheless took great care to preserve the Old Norse stories with a detail and affection that suggests genuine admiration for them. It is worth remembering, though, that by the time Snorri was writing, the world he was describing had already passed. The people who had believed in Odin and Thor and Loki as genuine divine forces were long gone. The myths had already been shaped by centuries of retelling, forgetting, and reimagining. Some scholars believe that Snorri organized and interpreted the myths in ways that reflect his own literary and theological sensibilities, as much as they reflect authentic ancient belief. Loki, in particular, has attracted debate. Some researchers have argued that certain aspects of his character may have been sharpened or systematized by later storytelling, that the earliest layers of Norse tradition present a more ambiguous and less narratively tidy figure than the one we know today. That ambiguity, however, is itself part of the inheritance. Loki has continued to resist easy interpretation for a very long time. It seems unlikely he will stop doing so. In the centuries since those Eddic poems were first written down, he has lived in the imagination of poets, artists, novelists, storytellers across many different traditions, growing and shifting and taking on new meaning while somehow remaining recognizable, still beautiful, still troublesome, still impossible to entirely dismiss or entirely trust. You find him at the edges of stories, the way you find him at the edges of Asgard, watching from a distance that is never quite far enough away to be safe. He sits in the hall with the gods, even when the gods would rather he didn't. He says the things that make the room go quiet. Then he is gone again, out into the cold and the dark, where the fire is only a distant glow behind him. And somewhere in the long quiet of the night, with the old stories still drifting through your mind, perhaps that is the most comfortable place to leave him, neither fully understood nor entirely forgotten, still sitting at the edge of the fire. Good evening, and thank you for joining Mythology and Folklore for Sleep podcast. Tonight, I will be your guide as we travel together into the deep and ancient world of Norse mythology, where the wind carries secrets older than memory and the roots of a great tree reach down into the very foundation of all things. We will follow the story of Odin, the All-Father, the Wanderer, the Seeker, a god who gave up more than most beings dare to imagine in exchange for the one thing he valued above everything else: wisdom. Before we begin, however, allow us a quiet moment to settle into the place where you are right now. Allow yourself to release the weight of the day that is past. There is nothing left to accomplish tonight. There is nowhere to be and nothing to tend to. By simply closing your eyes and allowing the sound of my voice to carry you, you are already giving yourself a great gift, the gift of stillness. Let your body grow heavy and soft. Feel the surface beneath you accepting your weight, supporting every part of you without effort. Notice where your body meets the bed, and let those places sink just a little deeper with each breath you take. Your shoulders, your back, your legs, each one releasing its hold on the tension it has been carrying through the hours of this day. Now, gently, picture yourself resting, not in your bed, but at the base of an ancient tree. A tree so old that its bark has grown silver and smooth in some places, and deeply furrowed in others. It is a tree at the very edge of a quiet northern forest, where the land opens into a soft clearing, covered in cool, thick moss. The moss beneath you is as yielding as anything you have ever rested upon, pressing up gently around your body, cradling the shape of you as though it has been waiting for you to arrive. The tree at your back is enormous and steady. You can feel its warmth through the bark, a deep, slow warmth that has been gathered from countless seasons of sun and rain. You lean into it without effort, and it holds you completely. Above you, the branches spread wide, their leaves catching a soft wind that moves through them with a low, peaceful sound, a sound that rises and then fades, and then rises again, like breathing.
like the forest itself is breathing slowly all around you. The sky between the leaves is a deep, quiet blue, the kind that comes in the last of the evening light before the stars begin to appear. You can already see one or two of them, faint and still, between the swaying branches. The air around you is cool and clean, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth, and it moves over your skin in long, gentle waves. You feel entirely safe here. The roots of the great tree rise slightly around you, forming a natural place of rest, a shelter that asks nothing of you but that you simply be still. Your hands rest at your sides or folded lightly over your chest, and each breath you take draws in a little of this ancient quietness. Each breath you let go releases something you no longer need. There are small sounds around you, the distant call of a bird settling somewhere in the branches above, the soft movement of leaves, the occasional tick and creak of the wood as the wind passes through. These sounds are not interruptions. They are part of the stillness, woven into it, making the quiet feel alive and full rather than empty. With every slow breath, you sink more deeply into the moss, into the earth, into the peace of this place. Your thoughts, if they wander, are welcome to wander. And slowly, gradually, you will find them growing quieter too, turning toward the story that is about to begin. A story born in a world very much like this one, where great trees hold the sky, and wisdom waits at the bottom of deep, still water. Now that you have found your place of rest and quiet, let us begin our story. There is an old man walking a road at the edge of the world, his grey cloak pulled close against the wind, his wide-brimmed hat casting a deep shadow over most of his face. He moves at an unhurried pace, his walking staff meeting the frozen ground with a soft, steady sound. One step, then another, as though he has been walking this particular stretch of road for a very long time and expects to be walking it for a very long time still. The trees on either side of the path lean inward, their bare branches laced together overhead like fingers. The sky beyond them is the pale, washed-out grey of early northern mornings, the kind of sky that holds its light back and gives nothing away. If you were to pass this traveller on the road, you might take him for a wandering old farmer, or perhaps a shepherd who had strayed far from any flock, or simply one of those solitary figures you sometimes see moving through the countryside in the cold months, belonging apparently to no particular place. You might glance at him and look away, and then, just before you did, something would catch your attention, a single eye, visible beneath the shadow of that hat brim, catching the dim light with a brightness that seems slightly more than ordinary. It would hold your gaze for a moment longer than you intended. Then you would walk on, carrying a faint unease you could not quite name. That traveller is Odin. He is the All-Father, the chief of the Aesir gods, sovereign of Asgard, the highest of the high, and he is out here alone on a cold road at the edge of everything, by his own choice. This was because this is what he does. He wanders, not from restlessness and not from any failure of power, but because there is something in him that no throne and no hall and no amount of comfort can satisfy. Something that only the road answers, only imperfectly and only for a little while. He has been called the Wanderer for as long as anyone in the Norse world has kept the stories. Of all the names he carries, and he carries more than 100 of them, this one fits him most honestly. This was because it describes not what he rules, but what he does. Not the seat of his power, but the motion of his nature. The thing that drives him out onto the road, away from the great gilded halls of Asgard, and into the cold and the dark and the long uncertain distances between the worlds, is a hunger for wisdom so deep and so relentless that it shapes everything else about him. He is not a god who sits in comfortable certainty, dispensing judgment from a safe height. He is a god who asks questions, who listens at the roots of things, who follows rumour and riddle into difficult places because he cannot bear the thought of not knowing. In the Norse tradition, according to the ancient poems collected in what scholars call the Poetic Edda, Odin is already one of the most knowing of all beings. Still, it is never enough for him. He has sat on his great throne, Hlidskjalf, from which the whole of the 9 worlds is visible. He has looked out at all of it and still felt the presence of things he could not see clearly enough, questions whose answers lay just beyond the reach of even his extraordinary sight. And so he descends from the throne. He pulls on the grey cloak. He takes up the walking staff. He lowers the brim of the hat over his face, over his one remaining eye, the scarred hollow where the other used to be. And he goes out into the world to find what the world is keeping from him. The costs he has already paid for wisdom are not small ones. The eye is only the most visible. There will be others, paid in pain and isolation, and a willingness to suffer in ways that most beings, mortal or divine, would turn away from without hesitation. But those stories belong to what comes later. For now it is enough to simply watch him walking, this ancient, unhurried figure moving through the cold air with his staff and his shadow and his one bright eye, and to understand that beneath the ordinary appearance, beneath the worn cloak and the mud on his boots, something immeasurable is travelling this road with him. The knowledge of worlds, the weight of a fate he has seen clearly and carries quietly, the memories of sacrifices made in darkness beneath the roots of the great world tree, in places no one else has been and returned from unchanged. All of that moves with him, invisible, the way deep water moves beneath a still surface. He walks because he is always searching, and the road, for Odin, never truly ends. At the center of everything, the Norse people understood about the universe stood a tree, so vast that its branches touched the heavens and its roots reached into the deepest cold beneath the earth. This was Yggdrasil, the world tree. It was not simply a tree in the way that a pine or an oak is a tree. It was the living architecture of all existence, the structure upon which every world was hung like an ornament, the great connective tissue binding together realms that would otherwise have no relationship to one another at all. Its bark was ancient beyond any reckoning, deeply furrowed and pale. From its highest branches, where the air grew thin and brilliant, all the way down to its roots, where the cold was absolute and ancient. It held within itself the 9 worlds that made up the Norse understanding of everything that is, was, and ever would be. Asgard rested in its upper reaches, the home of the gods, gleaming with golden halls and broad meadows, crossed by the shimmering arc of the Bifrost, that people sometimes catch a glimpse of in the sky and call a rainbow, not knowing that it is a bridge wide enough for gods and horses and entire armies to cross. Below Asgard lay other worlds in the middle branches, and at the middle level of the tree, Midgard, the world of human beings, encircled by a vast and restless ocean in whose depths the great Midgard serpent Jormungandr lay coiled, holding its own tail in its mouth, patient and immense. Midgard was the warm and familiar world, the one where fires burned in longhouses and children ran along the edges of frozen lakes, unaware of what encircled them. Nearby, according to some accounts, lay Vanaheim, home of the Vanir gods, a gentler tribe of deities associated with fertility and the turning of seasons, who lived somewhat apart from the Aesir of Asgard, though the two groups were connected by both treaty and blood. Alfheim belonged to the Light Elves, beings of such luminous quality that very little was ever said about them directly, as if too close a description might diminish them. To one side of the middle realms stood Jotunheim, the land of the giants, cold, mountainous, vast, its peaks disappearing into cloud and its valleys filled with a kind of primordial heaviness that predated the gods themselves. It was a place of immense and largely ungovernable power. The gods regarded it with a mixture of wariness and respect they rarely admitted to openly. Svartalfheim lay somewhere in the deeper regions of the tree, a dim and stony place where the dwarves worked at their forges deep in the rock, shaping objects of extraordinary craftsmanship, the finest weapons, the most intricate jewelry, things so well made that even the gods came seeking them. And then there was Muspelheim, the realm of fire, burning at the southern edge of everything, ancient and violent, tended by the fire giant Surtur, who waited there with a sword whose light was brighter than the sun, patient in his own way, as patient as Jormungandr in the ocean, waiting for the day the waiting would end. However, the three roots of Yggdrasil told a deeper story than any of the worlds hanging among its branches. Each root reached down into a different well, and each well held a different kind of knowing. The first root stretched toward Asgard, where it drank from the well of Urdarbrunna in the old tongue. And beside this well sat the three Norns, those inscrutable figures of fate named Verdandi, Skuld, whose names carry the meaning of what was, what is becoming, and what shall be. Every day they drew water from the well and mixed it with the white clay at its banks. With this mixture they tended the roots of Yggdrasil itself, keeping the great tree from decay. They carved runes into the bark, inscribing the fates of gods and mortals alike in a language older than language, the symbols sinking deep into the wood where they would endure long after the hands that carved them had stilled. The second root reached toward the world of the frost giants, toward Jotunheim, where it found the well of Mimir, Mimisbrunna, whose dark waters held the memory and wisdom of all things. This was the well that would one day draw Odin to its edge at the cost of something he could never recover. The third root descended into Niflheim, the oldest of all realms, a place of mist and numbing cold, located somewhere beneath and before everything else, where the spring called Hvergelmir bubbled up from the earth and fed all the rivers in the world that have ever existed. Here, gnawing perpetually at the root from below, lived the serpent Nidhogg, working away at the base of the tree with a patience that was neither malice nor hunger exactly, but something older than either, a kind of elemental unmaking that had been going on since the beginning and would go on until the very end. High above, at the crown of Yggdrasil, a great eagle perched and looked out across all of creation with eyes that missed very little. Between the eagle above and Nidhogg below, a squirrel named Ratatoskra ran up and down the length of the trunk, carrying messages between them, messages that, by most accounts, were not especially diplomatic in nature. The tree was alive with this kind of tension, the pull between the heights and the depths, between the light at the crown and the gnawing dark below, between the fate the Norns carved and the slow erosion working at its roots. Yggdrasil was not a peaceful image, for all its grandeur. It was a tree under constant negotiation with its own destruction, sustained by the Norns' daily care and by the sacred water drawn up from the wells, enduring through effort and attention rather than permanence. Everything in the Norse cosmos had this quality, a sense of great things held carefully in place, always requiring tending, always aware that the tending might one day cease. This was the world that Odin watched over, travelled through, and spent his long existence trying to understand. Long before Odin walked any road, long before there was any road to walk, there was nothing, or nearly nothing. The Norse tradition calls it Ginnungagap. That is most often rendered in English as the yawning void. Though that translation barely touches the depth of what the word implies, it was not simply an absence of things. It was an immense, open space full of its own kind of potential, patient and vast and utterly without form, stretching in every direction without boundary or edge. And on either side of this great emptiness, two realms had already come into being, though no living creature yet existed to give them their names. To the far north lay Niflheim, a world of dense, unmoving mist and ice so ancient and cold that even the cold seemed to have forgotten what warmth had once been. Ain. To the far south burned Muspelheim, a realm of fire so absolute that its light was said to be blinding even from an impossible distance. Between them, the void held its breath. Gradually, over what the stories do not measure in years or ages, but simply in the slow inevitability of things finding their way toward one another. The ice from Niflheim began to drift into the open space of Ginnungagap, carried on the breath of rivers that had frozen and moved as one. And from the south, the heat of Muspelheim reached outward in the same patient, directionless way. Where the two finally met in the center of the void, something happened that had never happened before. The ice softened. The cold and the heat pressed against each other. From that meeting, a kind of moisture gathered and quickened. From that quickening, life stirred for the first time in the world's long silence. What emerged from the melting frost was a being of enormous size, the first being, born not from any parent, not from any intention, but simply from the collision of opposites. His name was Ymir. He was a frost giant, the very first of his kind. Everything that would eventually become the world was, in those early hours, contained within him. Alongside Ymir, the warming ice also released a great cow, whom the old stories call Odhumla. She provided Ymir with nourishment. 4 rivers of rich milk flowed from her to sustain him while the void still lay mostly empty around them both. But Odhumla herself needed sustenance as well, so she turned to what the ice still held, the frozen salt blocks that remained at the edge of Ginnungagap, and she began to lick them. On the first day of her licking, the hair of a being appeared within the ice. On the second day, his head emerged, and on the third day, a fully formed figure stepped free of the cold entirely. His name was Buri. He was the first of the gods, not a giant, though he had been enclosed in the same ancient ice that had shaped everything else, but something different from Ymir in his very nature, as different as the fire of Muspelheim was from the frost of Niflheim. Buri was strong and fair. The stories say almost nothing else about him, as if his purpose was simply to exist so that what came next could follow from him. Buri's son was named Bor. Bor, in the way of those early and boundless times, took as his wife a giantess named Bestla, who was the daughter of one of the great frost giants of the Elder World. From that union, between the first divine lineage and the ancient giant blood, 3 brothers were born. Their names were Odin, Vili, and Vi. And here, in the circumstance of that birth, something important is already true about Odin before he has done a single thing, before he has spoken a single word or taken a single step along any of the roads that would define him. He is not purely of one world. His father carried the blood of Buri, who had come from the ice as something new and divine. His mother carried the blood of the frost giants, those immense, primordial beings who had existed almost as long as the void itself. Odin arrived into the world already balanced between 2 natures, already standing at a border. He was of Asgard and of Jotunheim at once, of order and of the deep, formless power that preceded order. The giants he would later contend with were, in the most literal sense, his own kin. The worlds he would travel between were, each of them, part of something he carried inside him already. Whether the old storytellers fully intended that meaning, or whether it simply emerged naturally from the shape of the myth, the effect is the same. A being born at the meeting point of fire and ice, of giant and god, of the ancient world and the new, could perhaps never be entirely at rest in any single place, could never be entirely satisfied with any single truth. He would always feel the pull of what lay on the other side of wherever he happened to be standing. He would always suspect that the most important thing was just beyond the edge of what he could currently see. That hunger, so defining in everything Odin would later do and suffer and seek, did not begin with a decision he made. It began here, in the oldest silence, in the space where 2 vast and opposing forces had already fought and each other, and changed the world by meeting. From that strange and ancient beginning, in a world still raw and half-formed, Odin opened his eyes for the very first time. The three brothers looked out at the void that remained after the old world of frost and fire had spent itself. They knew that something new had to be made. Before them lay the body of Ymir, the first of the frost giants, vast and still in a silence that had no edges to it. And it was from this immense, fallen figure that Odin and his brothers Vili and Vi began to shape everything that would come after. According to the old stories, preserved in texts like the Prose Edda, the task before them was not merely construction, but transformation, a turning of one thing entirely into another, the way a river reshapes the valley it runs through over long and patient centuries. They lifted Ymir's body to the center of the great emptiness. From his flesh they pressed the earth down flat and wide, covering it in all directions until there were soft plains and tangled lowlands reaching out as far as any eye could see. His blood, which ran thicker and darker than any river, poured outward to fill the hollows between the new land, becoming the oceans and the rivers and the quiet inland lakes that would one day reflect the faces of creatures not yet imagined. His bones they set upright as mountains, great ridges of stone rising in long chains along the edges of the world and cutting across its middle. The earth, its spine and its character. His teeth and the smaller fragments of his skeleton became the boulders and the rocky outcroppings scattered across the landscape. Half buried in the new soil, as if they had always been there, as if they were simply what the ground was made of when you dug deeply enough. His hair they spread across the hills and the lower slopes of the mountains until it became the forests, dark and close and full of the kind of silence that is not empty but inhabited. And then, with extraordinary care, they lifted his great skull and set it above everything else as the dome of the sky, holding it in place at its four corners with four dwarves, Northri, Southri, Ostri, Vestri, the north, south, east, west, who took their positions at the edges of the world and have held that vast curved ceiling in place ever since. His brain they gathered and flung upward into that newly made sky, where it became the clouds, drifting and shifting as thoughts sometimes do, never holding a single shape for very long. From Muspelheim, the realm of fire far to the south whose embers had drifted into the void since before the beginning, they took the sparks and scattered them across the interior of the sky so that they became the stars, pinned above the world in patterns that people would one day learn to read and navigate by and tell stories about on long, dark winter nights. And so the world existed. But it existed in the way a room exists before anyone has entered it, complete in its construction and entirely, achingly empty. The seas were there, the mountains were there, the forests stood, and the clouds moved and the stars came out each night in their new places. But there was no one to feel the cold of the water or the rough surface of the stone, or to look up at the unfamiliar sky and wonder about it. The silence that filled that empty world was profound, but somehow expectant, a silence that seemed to be waiting for something to break it. The mountains stood without witness to their grandeur. The rivers ran their courses with no one to follow their paths. Everything was perfect in its form and proportion, yet the world seemed to hold its breath, as if it knew that its true purpose had not yet been fulfilled. There was a quality to that emptiness that suggested incompleteness, not of materials or structure, but of presence and consciousness. The brothers came eventually to a shore. In some tellings of this story, it is a shoreline somewhere in the newly made middle world, neither at the center of things nor at the edge, just a quiet beach where the sea came in softly and the sand was pale and unmarked. There they found two trees, an ash and an elm, standing together close to the water, tall and still in the air that had no wind in it yet. What the brothers did next is among the most tender passages in the Norse mythological tradition. Small and careful against the enormity of what had come before, Odin, according to the Prose Edda, breathed into these two trees the gift of breath and life itself, the animating force that separates the living from the merely standing, Vili gave them understanding and the capacity for movement, the inner light of awareness that allows a being to reach towards something it wants. And Vi gave them warmth and the color that rises into the face, the flush of feeling, the visible sign of an interior life. Slowly, in the way that morning comes when you are watching for it, the two figures became no longer trees, but people. The first man and the first woman, whom the old stories name Ask and Embla, names that carry within them the older words for ash and elm. They stood on the shore, looking out at a world that was entirely new, blinking at the light, breathing the cold, clean air, touching their own faces and the faces of each other with hands that had only just learned what hands were for. Everything they would ever know was still in front of them. The forests had no paths through them yet. The mountains had no names. The rivers had no words for what they were. It was all waiting, still and open, the way a field looks before the first snow falls on it. Odin stood before these two new beings and understood that what had just happened was different in kind from everything else he and his brothers had made that day, different from mountains and seas and even stars. This was because Ask and Embla would think and feel and choose and suffer and wonder. None of the rest of it would do any of that. Standing there on the quiet shore, watching the first two people blink their new eyes open to the world, Odin felt a connection to humanity that would never entirely leave him. Each morning, before the light had fully settled over Asgard, two black shapes would rise from Odin's shoulders and disappear into the sky. They rose without ceremony, without sound beyond the soft percussion of their wings catching the cold air above the golden rooftops. They were gone before most of the gods had stirred from sleep. Their names were Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, and they were not simply birds in any ordinary sense of the word. They were something closer to extensions of Odin himself, two halves of a consciousness too vast and restless to be contained within a single body, sitting on a single throne in a single hall. No matter how high that throne might be, or how far its view might reach across the 9 worlds, each day they scattered in opposite directions across the breadth of creation, crossing the shining fields of Asker, Rurd, skimming low over the grey ocean that encircled Midgard, ascending into the cold peaks of Jotunheim, where the frost giants moved slowly through their ancient days, descending into places where the light barely reached at all, the deep root shadows beneath Yggdrasil, the misty borders of Niflheim, where the cold never quite lifted and the rivers ran without colour. They carried no message outward. They only watched and listened, gathering everything, and brought it home at evening. Their work required them to move beyond the visible splendour of the 9 worlds, into the small places where consequential things occurred. They witnessed not only the grand movements of gods and giants, but the quiet moments in which the course of events was truly determined. A child born to a particular family line would alter what came after. A tool forged in a particular way would change how battles were fought. A word spoken in anger or kindness between two people who loved each other would echo forward through generations, shaping decisions not yet made by descendants not yet born. These were the kinds of observations that required the dual vision of both thought and memory working in concert. For without understanding what was being decided right now, one could not grasp the full weight of what had been decided long ago. And without knowing the deep history beneath each moment, one could not understand what any present action truly meant. This was why Odin needed them both, sent them both, trusted them both. Hugin, whose name meant thought, moved quickly and with a kind of urgent precision, his sharp head toward the things that shifted and changed, the quarrels of kings, the movements of armies, the decisions being made in halls and on hilltops and at the sides of rivers where two people stood and made promises to each other that would reshape what came next. Munin, whose name meant memory, moved differently, slower in some ways, more patient, attending not only to what was happening, but to the long sediment of what had already happened, the things that had shaped the present moment without anyone in that moment fully realizing it. Together they covered what neither could have covered alone. Together they brought back to Odin a picture of the world more complete than any other being in the 9 realms could have assembled from their single vantage point. There is a verse preserved in the old poems where Odin speaks of his ravens. In it he says something quietly remarkable, that he worries more for Munin than for Hugin, more for memory than for thought. It is worth sitting with that for a moment, the way one sits with a stone turned over in the hand to feel its weight more fully. Thought, after all, is resilient. It renews itself, it adapts. It can begin again from very little. But memory, once lost, takes something with it that cannot be reconstructed from scratch. Odin understood this in the way that only a being who had already paid enormously for wisdom could understand it. What we remember is, in a very real sense, what we are, without the accumulated weight of the past lying beneath every present moment. Thought has no ground to step, and on, it becomes quick and bright and ultimately hollow, like light moving over water without ever touching the bottom. Odin needed both, and he knew it. But he held Munin more gently, the way a person holds something they know cannot be replaced. When the 2 ravens returned at evening, settling their dark wings and tucking themselves close against his neck and shoulders, he would listen first to one, and then to the other, his single eye moving slowly as though reading something written just beyond the visible world, the whole of the day's accumulated knowing flowing into him through those quiet, particular voices. The ravens were not messengers carrying reports from distant officers. They were more intimate than that, more essential. They were the reaching out of his mind into all the places his body could not be. The proof that awareness, given enough determination and the right companions, need not be bounded by the limits of a single skull or a single pair of eyes. Black against every landscape they crossed, black against the white of northern snowfields, black against the silver of open sea, black against the deep green shadows of forests that had never been named. They carried the world's information in silence. The world beneath them moved on without knowing it was being watched, and every evening, when they returned and settled back against his neck, he listened to them with his eyes half closed, absorbing the day's entire weight. At the feast table in Valhalla, the great hall was always full of the sounds of warriors eating and drinking. But Odin himself never touched the food that was laid before him. He sat at the head of the long table, his grey cloak settled around him. He watched the Einherjar fill their plates and lift their cups. He gave everything placed before him to the 2 wolves who rested at his feet. Their names were Geri and Freki. Both names carried roughly the same meaning in the Old Norse tongue, something close to the ravenous one, the hungry one, the one that is never quite satisfied. They were fitting names for creatures that ate everything their master was offered and still seemed always ready for more. According to the old sources, Odin sustained himself entirely on wine, needing nothing else, no bread, no meat, no fruit from the orchards of Asgard. He was a god who had moved so far beyond the ordinary hungers of the body that food itself had become irrelevant to him, something he could give away entirely without loss. There is something quietly striking about that image, if you let yourself rest with it for a moment. A god of immense power, seated at the greatest feast table in all the 9 worlds, surrounded by the noise and warmth of a hall full of warriors, yet utterly apart from the consumption happening all around him. He feeds others, he watches, he listens. The wolves at his feet receive what the table offers him. Odin takes his nourishment from something else entirely, from knowledge, from wine, from the whispered reports of his ravens, from the long roads he travels and the conversations he finds along the way. Geri and Freki were not decorative companions. In the Norse world, wolves carried enormous symbolic weight, occupying a strange position between the wild and the protected, between the threatening and the loyal. Odin's wolves were both, creatures of appetite and darkness who nonetheless lay peacefully at the feet of the Allfather, bound to him by something deeper than training. They were, in their way, another reflection of who he was, a god who stood comfortably at the edge of the untamed, who felt no need to choose cleanly between civilization and the wilderness beyond it. But if Geri and Freki belonged to the world of the feast hall, to the warmth and firelight of Valhalla, Odin's horse belonged to something far stranger and further reaching. Sleipnir was the eight-legged horse, the fastest creature in all the 9 worlds. His origins were unlike those of any other animal in Norse mythology. The story of how he came to be begins, as several strange stories do, with Loki, the Shape-Shifter, the trickster, the god whose cleverness was always edged with something unpredictable. In the early days of Asgard, a great builder arrived and offered to construct a wall around the realm of the gods, a wall so strong that no giant or enemy could breach it. His price, if he finished within a single winter, was the sun, the moon, and the goddess Freya. The gods agreed, quietly certain he could not finish in time. But the builder had a horse, a great stallion named Svadilfari. With that horse hauling stones through the night, the work moved faster than anyone had expected. As the deadline drew close and the wall neared completion, the gods turned to Loki and told him, in the blunt way that people speak when they are worried, that he had to do something. Loki, never one to find straightforward solutions when a strange one was available, transformed himself into a mare and lured Svadilfari away from the work. The builder lost his horse, the wall went unfinished, and the price was never paid. But Loki spent some time in the shape of a mare. When he returned to Asgard some months later, he was leading a foal, a grey colt with 8 legs, already extraordinary to look at, already moving with a quality that suggested it was built for distances that ordinary horses could not cover. Loki gave the foal to Odin, and Odin named him Sleipnir. An 8-legged horse might sound unusual. It is. There is nothing else quite like Sleipnir in Norse tradition. But the 8 legs carry a meaning that becomes clear when you consider where Sleipnir is asked to go. He could travel between worlds, crossing the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost at a speed that left the air ringing, descending if needed into Helheim, the cold hall of the dead beneath the roots of everything, without difficulty or hesitation. He moved as easily among the living as among the dead. Some scholars of Norse tradition have noted that a bier, the frame used to carry a body to burial, was typically carried on 8 poles, 4 on each side. If that reading holds, then Sleipnir's 8 legs are the legs of a funeral bier. Him, a creature that carries not just his rider, but the weight of mortality itself, the passage between one state and another. He was the perfect mount for a god who spent so much of his existence at boundaries, at thresholds, at the places where one world gives way to the next. Together, the wolves fed at his feet, the ravens circling above, the great 8-legged horse waiting in the stables. Odin was never quite alone, even in his most solitary wanderings. There came a time when Odin, seated on his great throne, Hlidskjalf from which he could see across all 9 worlds, felt something he was not accustomed to feeling, the sharp, uncomfortable edge of a question he could not answer. From that high seat he could watch the lives of gods and mortals unfold below him like water moving over stone. Each event visible, each motion legible to him. He could see the warriors training in Valhalla's great courtyard, and the frost giants crossing the cold passes of Jotunheim and the rivers of Midgard, catching the morning light between their banks. He could see a very great deal, and yet there were depths beneath what he could see, currents moving far below the surface of what even that extraordinary vantage revealed. And it was those depths that had begun, quietly and persistently, to trouble him. The knowledge he carried was vast, gathered over long ages of wandering and listening and watching and paying. Yet it felt, in certain still moments, the way a room feels when you understand there is another room behind the wall you are pressing your hand against. The wall is solid, the other room is real. You simply cannot find the door. It was the well that called to him. Deep beneath one of Yggdrasil's 3 great roots, the root that stretched outward and downward toward the ancient realm of the frost giants, there rested a well of still, dark water. Beside it lived a being named Mimir. In the old accounts, Mimir is counted among the wisest of all beings, a figure of such profound and accumulated understanding that his knowledge stretched back to the very first cold morning of the cosmos, before the gods had taken the forms by which they were known. The waters of his well were said to hold the memory of everything that had ever come to pass, and everything that would, not as vision or prophecy, which are partial things, but as something more complete than either of those words can carry, a total and unhurried comprehension of the nature of all things, moving backward and forward through time, with equal ease and no preference for either direction. Odin descended. The path beneath the roots of Yggdrasil is not described in the surviving poems with the kind of precise detail one might wish for, but what the old stories convey is the sensation of going down and inward, of leaving warmth and light behind in gradual degrees, of the roots of the great tree growing larger and more certain overhead as the sky above became something remembered rather than present. The sounds changed as he went deeper. The wind that moved through the high branches gave way to a stillness broken only by water, slow and steady and very old, moving somewhere close in the darkness below. The cold settled into the space around him as cold does in deep places, not arriving like a wind but waiting there, already present. The air thick with it, and the stone wet underfoot, where the roots had pressed their ancient grooves into the rock over unmeasured ages. He found Mimir beside the well. The old sources do not give us a careful portrait of what Mimir looked like. The surviving texts preserve the weight and consequence of the encounter more faithfully than the physical details of the figure who stood beside the water. What they do convey is his ancientness, the quality of a being so thoroughly suffused with knowledge across such an expanse of time that he had become, in some way, continuous with the well itself, no longer merely its guardian, but something closer to its living expression. Odin asked for a drink. The request was plainly and directly spoken, as his requests tended to be when he had already travelled far and held a question in his mind for a long time before arriving anywhere near an answer. Mimir named his price without hesitation. 1 eye. What followed in Odin's interior, the deliberation, if there was one, the myths do not linger over. What they give us is the act itself. They give it without embellishment, which is perhaps the most honest way to give it. Odin reached up to his face and, according to the accounts preserved in the Norse tradition, removed his eye and dropped it into the well. It sank into the dark water, and then Mimir dipped a horn beneath the surface and offered it to the now one-eyed god, and Odin drank. What moved through him in that moment, the old poems do not say directly. Perhaps that silence is itself the most faithful account. What can be said is that afterward, Odin saw differently, not worse, despite the missing eye, but differently, in the way that someone who has stood at the edge of a vast and lightless depth understands depth differently from someone who has spent all of their time in well-lit rooms. The waters of that well carried within them the memory of all things. Having drunk, Odin carried a portion of that memory inside himself from that hour forward. The shapes of events that had not yet come to pass became perceptible to him the way weather becomes perceptible to someone who has spent enough years reading the quality of the sky. Not as certainty exactly, but as something rooted below certainty, deeper than knowing in the ordinary sense of that word. Closer to the grain of the world itself, the eye remained in the well. This detail does not sit quietly in the telling. The old sources return to it. Allow it to rest in the mind as something significant and permanent rather than merely incidental. Odin's eye at the bottom of Mimir's well became, in the understanding of the Norse tradition, a kind of ongoing witness. The physical eye no longer useful for ordinary seeing, but present there in the cold water nonetheless, a part of the price that was never refunded or recalled. There is something in that image worth sitting with, slowly, that the cost of wisdom is not a thing that heals over, not a wound that closes and leaves only a scar, but a permanent alteration, a portion of the self given away entirely and remaining elsewhere forever. Odin walked back up from beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, carrying what he had come for. The world he returned to was the same world he had descended from, lit by the same pale light, crossed by the same cold winds, yet entirely and irrevocably different in every way that mattered to him. And from that day forward, whenever people wondered why Odin wore only one eye, those who knew the story understood that the other one was still down there in the dark water, watching everything from below. The runes had existed long before Odin did. They were older than Asgard, older than the gods themselves, shapes encoded into the deep structure of the cosmos, long before any thinking being had learned to look for them. They were not invented or imagined. They were discovered, or rather, they were revealed, only to those who had earned the right to see them. Odin had known of their existence for a long time before the moment we are coming to now. In the same way that a person sometimes knows a door is there in the dark without being able to find the handle, he could sense the runes the way you might sense a piece of music playing somewhere very far away, present, unmistakable, yet just beyond full understanding. After the well of Mimir had given him a clarity of vision he had never possessed before, he began to feel the shape of what was still missing. The runes hovered at the edge of everything he knew, just out of reach. The feeling of their nearness and his inability to grasp them became, over time, the most insistent thing in his world. He understood that what they contained was not merely knowledge in the ordinary sense, names and facts and histories, but something closer to the grammar of existence itself, the deep language in which fate was written and through which certain kinds of power moved. And he understood, with the same clear-eyed certainty that had carried him to Mimir's well, that they would not come to him gently. Nothing of true value ever had. The knowing had grown sharper as the seasons turned, until it became almost unbearable, a hunger that could not be satisfied by any ordinary means. Odin consulted no one about what he was beginning to understand he must do. There were those in Asgard who might have counselled against it, who would have urged caution or suggested alternative paths. But he had learned long ago that certain kinds of knowledge require certain kinds of payment, and that the person who seeks such knowledge must be willing to meet the price alone. He had sacrificed his eye for vision. That was a small thing compared to what was forming in his mind. The runes were not knowledge that could be bargained for or stolen. They would only reveal themselves to one who had been broken open completely, who had surrendered everything that could be surrendered. In the days before he left Asgard, he moved through the golden halls, as if saying goodbye to a world he might not return to, not because he feared he would die, but because he sensed he would return a fundamentally altered being. The gods around him did not fully understand what was happening, though they felt it in the air like the coming of a storm. He came to Yggdrasil alone. The world tree rose above him in its full immensity, its highest branches somewhere beyond sight, its roots disappearing into the dark below. He stood at its base for a long time, feeling the slow life of it moving through the bark beneath his hand. There was wind in the upper branches. There was always wind there, and the sound of it was the sound of all 9 worlds breathing together. He did not ask for help. He had deliberately forbidden it, setting the terms of what was to come with the same deliberate care. a priest brings to the preparation of a rite. This was because that is precisely what this was. He took his own spear, Gungnir, the one the dwarfs had made, the finest weapon in all the Norse world. He wounded himself with it before hanging himself fro, the branches of the tree, himself over entirely to what the 9 knights would ask of him. You have to sit with that for a moment, a god piercing himself with his own spear, then offering his body to the branches, not as a punishment but as a price, the way Odin had always understood prices to work. He was simultaneously the one performing the sacrifice and the one being sacrificed, priest and victim sharing the same breath, the same hands, the same quietly determined face. In the Viking world, sacrifices made to Odin, human sacrifices, offered in his name at certain solemn moments, were carried out precisely this way, by hanging, by spear, or by both together. When Odin hung himself from the tree, he was not inventing a ritual, he was submitting to one. He was doing to himself what own worshippers did to those they offered him, placing himself inside the very structure of devotion that had grown up around his name. There is something vast and strange in that. It is worth letting it settle quietly before moving on. What he was doing had no precedent among the gods. No deity before him had ever subjected themselves to such an ordeal voluntarily. The tree itself seemed to recognize what was happening, and the wind that perpetually moved through its branches grew colder, more insistent. As Odin's body was secured to the wood, suspended between sky and the deepest roots below, he felt himself crossing a threshold that could not be uncrossed. The pain from the wound was immediate and absolute. It was the kind of pain that burns away thought, that strips away everything except the raw fact of existence itself. He hung there in the gathering dark, and he waited. The first night came down, then the second. With each passing night, his human senses began to fray at their edges, reality becoming less solid beneath him, the boundary between his body and the tree growing thin and uncertain. The 9 nights passed in the way that long, dark ordeals pass, not quickly, not with any mercy from time, not with the comfort of knowing for certain that they would end. The cold came down through the branches and found him. The wind moved around him as if testing the edges of his endurance. The long hours between one nightfall and the next were filled with nothing but the sound of the tree and the growing weight of the body and the slow, patient work of suffering doing what suffering always does, burning away everything that is not essential. He had no food. He had no water. No God came. The ravens did not come. Even Sleipnir was absent. There was only the tree and the dark and the man hanging in it, moving deeper into a state that was neither life nor death, but something that existed between them. The same threshold the Norse understood as the place where hidden things became visible. By the 8th night, whatever ordinary consciousness he had carried to the foot of the tree had been entirely spent. What remained was something quieter and older, a kind of open attention with nothing left to protect itself from what it might see. And then, on the 9th night, at the very bottom of what he could endure, the shapes rose up. They came from the deep beneath the roots, where the darkness was complete and the memory of the cosmos was oldest. They arranged themselves before him, one by one, with the patient clarity of things that have always been waiting. He cried out, "The old texts tell us that much," and fell. The 9 nights ended not with a gentle dawn, but with the sudden and total release of falling. When he landed, the runes were already inside him, their patterns as familiar as his own hands, their meanings spreading through him like warmth, spreading through a body that has been cold for a very long time. He lay at the base of the tree for a moment, breathing. The wind in the high branches sounded different than it had before. This was because now he could hear what it was saying. He had gone to the tree as a god and come down from it as something more and something, in ways he could not quite explain, entirely different from what he had been before. What Odin received when he fell from the tree was not simply an alphabet. The runes were something older and stranger than that. Shapes that had existed in the deep structure of the cosmos long before any god had thought to look for them, carved into the roots and bark of Yggdrasil by the Norns themselves. Those three ancient beings who sat at the well of fate and wove the threads of every life that had ever been or would ever be. They had not invented the runes so much as they had found them, the way you might find the law written into the grain of old wood, something that had always been true and only needed someone with eyes sharp enough and patient enough to read it. The runes waited in the dark beneath the roots of the world tree for the full span of ages, and it was only after 9 nights of cold and wind and suffering, only after Odin had been stripped of everything but the most essential part of himself, that the shapes finally rose up from the deep and became legible to him. He did not learn them the way a student learns letters from a teacher. He received them the way the earth receives rain, completely and all at once. In the section of the Havamal known as the Loithertal, Odin himself speaks of 18 spells that came to him with the runes, and each one opens a different door into the hidden workings of the world. There was a spell for healing the sick, one that could loosen the grip of illness from a suffering body, the way a warm hand loosens a knot. There was a spell for binding enemies, for making the swords of those who meant harm turn dull and their limbs grow heavy. There were spells for calming the sea when it rose in anger, for reading what was written in the movements of the stars, for understanding the language that birds spoke to one another from branch to branch, a language full of small and precise information about the world below. There was a spell for making warriors invincible in the heat of battle, one for waking the dead long enough to ask them what they knew, and one for winning the love of another person, though that last one, the old stories suggest, Odin used with somewhat less restraint than the others. Taken together, these 18 spells were not a collection of tricks. They were a map of everything that could be moved or changed or understood in the 9 worlds, drawn in symbols that held their meaning the way deep water holds its cold, silently, completely, and without end. From Odin, these gifts moved outward, the way warmth moves outward from a fire, spreading first through Asgard, and then, in time, into the hands of ordinary people. Runes began to appear everywhere that human beings cared about something enough to mark it, cut into the blades of swords so that the metal would hold against whatever it met, pressed into the wood of ship prows so that the vessel would find its way home through the dark northern seas, traced onto burial stones so that the name of the dead would remain legible long after memory alone would have let it go. They were scratched into the handles of drinking cups as protection against poison, worn against the skin in small carved amulets, whispered over wounds by those who had learned a portion of their power. A person who knew the runes was someone who had inherited, in a very small and distant way, a piece of what Odin had bought with 9 nights of pain. They were writing because their god had suffered for the capacity to write. Though most of them, going about their ordinary days, would not have thought of it in quite those terms. They simply knew that the marks had power, that the shapes meant something, that to carve a rune was to reach into the same deep order that the Norns had always known and draw a little of it up into the daylight. Every time a hand reached out and carved a rune into wood or stone, somewhere in the memory of that gesture lived those 9 nights on the wind-cold tree. When Odin came to Midgard, he did not come as a king. He came as an old man moving slowly along a dirt road in the grey hour before sunrise, his wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his face, so that the shadow of its brim fell across his one good eye and left the hollow of the other in darkness, his grey cloak drawn close against the particular cold of the northern world, that deep, patient cold that settles into your bones and asks you how long you intend to stay. And in his hand, a walking staff worn smooth by the pressure of a grip that had held it across distances you could not easily measure or imagine, as though the staff itself had been worn into the shape of his wanting. He did not announce himself at the gates of great halls. He did not arrive with thunder or with any of the emblems of divine power that people might have expected from the Lord of Asgard. Instead, he arrived the way ordinary travelers arrived, dusty, slow-moving, asking for water or a place beside the fire, his single eye catching the light in a way that might seem, to a careful observer, just slightly too bright for the face of a common wanderer. The Norse people understood something about winter that made hospitality feel less like courtesy and more like a law of the world. They understood that a stranger turned away from your door in a cold season could be a man sent to his death by your refusal, that the obligations binding host to guest were among the most serious a person could take on in this life. And threaded through all of that understanding was a belief that gave the obligation an additional and quieter weight. You never truly knew who you were turning away. Any traveler might be Odin moving through the world in his preferred disguise, testing the warmth of your hearth and the genuineness of your welcome. The consequences of failing that test were of a different order entirely from the ordinary social embarrassment of inhospitality. So the fire was kept burning, and the door was left unlocked, and the extra place was set at the table, not always out of pure generosity, but out of a kind of reverent uncertainty, because the old man at your threshold, with the low hat and the quiet, penetrating eye might be exactly what he appeared to be. He might be something far older and stranger than that. Wisdom suggested you treat both possibilities with equal care. Odin, for his part, moved through Midgard with a genuine and unhurried curiosity about the lives that human beings built for themselves in the short time they had, the way they organized their loyalties, the things they were willing to sacrifice, the questions they carried without ever finding anyone capable of answering them. And he learned from what he witnessed in ways that no throne could have taught him, seated as he was among kings and farmers and wanderers alike, listening more than he spoke, watching more than he was watched. He was drawn in particular to contests of knowledge, to the places where wisdom met wisdom, and the outcome was not settled by strength, but by how deeply a mind had gone into the roots of things. There is a story told in the old poems of a journey Odin made to the hall of a wise giant named Vafthrudnir, whose name carried within it the sense of one entangled in mighty riddles, who was known across the 9 worlds as a being of immense and ancient learning, a creature who had lived so long and observed so much that very few questions remained that could genuinely surprise him. Odin came to that hall in the guise of a wanderer who called himself Gagnarava, a name that folded inside it the quiet suggestion of one who gives good counsel, though the giant did not catch the meaning of it, at least not at first. He sat down in the great hall, and the two of them began, as beings of that kind always began in that tradition, with an exchange of questions, each one testing the other's knowledge of the cosmos and its deep structure, its beginning and its long, slow movement toward its end, the names of things and the fates of things, and the distances between worlds that most minds could not hold without flinching. Vafthrudnir answered everything. Gaganratha asked him, answered it correctly, with the unhurried confidence of a mind that had spent centuries accumulating exactly this kind of knowing. In return, he asked questions of his own, about the horse that draws the day across the sky, about the river that divides the worlds of gods and giants, about the plain on which the last great battle would be Fogo, Ort, and the wanderer answered each one without hesitation or error. That should perhaps have told the giant something about the nature of his visitor, but did not yet. The exchange went on until Vafthrudnir, satisfied with his own performance and newly uncertain about the quality of his opponent, leaned forward and offered to wager his own head on the next question, the way beings of great pride have always done when they have forgotten to be careful. Odin accepted, and then he asked the question that no one else in all the 9 worlds could have answered. What had he whispered into the ear of his son Balder as the flames rose around the funeral ship and the gods stood silent on the shore? That private thing spoken only once into the ear of the dead before the fire took everything away. That word, or those few words belonging entirely and irrevocably to the grief of a father and the mystery of what passes between the living and those who have just left them. The wise giant, for all his centuries of knowledge, had no answer to that last question, and Odin pulled back his hat, let his single eye catch the light, and smiled. There is an old practice in the Norse tradition of knowing someone by many names. No one collected names the way Odin did. Across the surviving poetry and prose of the Norse world, scholars have counted more than 150 distinct names and epithets attached to him, more than to any other figure in the entire tradition, and each one of them was earned rather than simply given, each one pointing toward a different facet of a nature so layered and so vast that no single word could hold it all at once. The most familiar of these names is Alfurða, the Allfather, a name that reaches back toward his role as the oldest and most powerful of the Aesir, the one from whom so much of the divine world descended, the one who sat at the beginning of so many lineages both divine and mortal. But to know him only as the Allfather is to stand at the front door of a very large house and assume you have seen every room. His name, Gangleri, meaning something close to the wanderer or the one who tires the way with walking, opens a different room entirely, one where the great hall and the golden throne of Asgard fall away, and what remains is simply a figure moving along a road with no particular destination other than the next horizon and whatever knowledge might be waiting there. Grimnir, the hooded one, speaks to his habit of concealment, the wide brim pulled low, the cloak drawn close, the one eye kept in shadow so that no one could easily see what it was doing or what it was seeing. Valfother, the father of the slain, is something older and colder, the name that belongs to the bat, Tilfield, and to the long halls of the dead, to the Einherjar who feast each evening in Valhalla, and to the Valkyries who chose them, to Odin's role as a god of death that ran deeper than any simple association with war or violence. And then there is Ygr. That translates roughly as the terrible one, the awful one, the one before whom you feel a kind of vertigo. And this name, quietly, is also woven into the name of the world tree itself, Yggdrasil meaning something like the horse of Ygr or the steed of the terrible one, as if the tree on which he hung for 9 nights still carries his name in its own, as if the suffering and the tree became inseparable in the memory of the people who kept these stories. Some of his names describe what you see when you look at him, if you are paying close enough attention. Harbard, the greybeard, conjures the long pale beard that marks him as an old man in disguise, a wanderer of no apparent consequence until he opens his mouth. Beilig, meaning shifty-eyed or wavering-eyed, points to the one remaining eye that moves and observes and misses nothing, while appearing perhaps to miss everything. Baelig, flaming-eyed, suggests the other quality of that same eye, the burning intensity underneath the drowsy appearance of a tired old traveller. Across the sea, in the continental Germanic traditions of what is now Germany and the surrounding lands, he was called Wotan or Wodan, a name that carries the same root sound, the same ancient syllable pointing toward wildness and inspiration and the kind of frenzy that seizes a person in battle or in the grip of a poem that will not leave them alone. The scholars who study these languages trace all of these names back to a common source, a Proto-Germanic word that carried the sense of fury and possession, of a mind seized by something larger than itself. It is the same root that gives Old English its word wood, meaning mad or inspired, from Woodnesdag, Woden's Day, the English language made Wednesday, quietly preserving the god's name inside the weekly rhythm that most people follow without ever wondering where it came from. To speak his names one by one is to feel the outline of someone who could not be contained in any single role or story, a king who gave himself away, a wanderer who sat on a throne, a god of poetry who was also a god of slaughter, a father who buried a son and still could not stop searching for what lay beyond even that grief. Every name is a door. Behind each door is a different version of the same immense and restless figure. Always moving, always watching, always wanting to know one thing more than he already knows. Every Wednesday, without knowing it, much of the English-speaking world still speaks his name. High in Asgard, at the end of a long road through fields that smelled of turned earth and cold iron, stood a hall so vast that a person standing at one end of it could barely make out the far wall. The Norse sources speak of Valhalla with a reverence that is almost architectural in its precision. 540 doors, each one broad enough that 800 warriors could march through shoulder to shoulder without breaking stride. The roof was made not of thatch or timber, but of shields, overlapping and bright. The rafters were fashioned from spears. Their shafts laid horizontally overhead. Their iron points angled out into the great open space of the hall, so that the warriors who lived there slept and ate and laughed beneath a canopy of weapons, as if even in rest they were meant to remember why they had been brought here. It was not a place built for comfort in the ordinary sense. It was built for a purpose that Odin alone fully understood. That purpose coloured everything inside it with a quality that was, when you looked closely enough, both magnificent and deeply sorrowful. The structure itself was a kind of language, written in stone and metal and ancient magic. Every detail had been chosen with intention. The shields that formed the roof spoke of defence, of the covering protection that a warrior might seek. The spears that served as rafters pointed outward and inward at once, reminding all who dwelt beneath them that they were surrounded by the tools of their trade, that violence and strength were woven into the very fabric of the place. The 540 doors were not merely an expression of architectural ambition. They were an opening, a welcoming, a statement that Odin's hall would continue to receive the honoured dead for as long as battles were fought and valour was displayed across Midgard. The hall was, in its way, a temple to something that went far deeper than mere feasting or celebration. The warriors who dwelled in Valhalla were called the Einherjar. That might be understood as the chosen champions, the ones who had been selected from the fields of battle across the human world and carried to Asgard to wait for something they could not yet name. Each morning, they rose from their great benches and went out into the vast courtyard that surrounded the hall. There they fought one another with all the ferocity and skill they had possessed in life. The fighting was real. Wounds opened, men fell, the ground turned dark with the effort. And yet when the evening came and a horn sounded across the courtyard, every fallen warrior rose again, every wound sealed itself closed. They returned together to the long tables inside Valhalla to eat and drink until the night was deep and still around them. The boar they feasted on was named Sahrimnir. According to the old accounts, he was slaughtered and cooked each evening and eaten down to the bone. Yet each morning he stood whole again in the pen behind the hall, ready to provide for the next night's feast. The mead they drank flowed not from any cask or cellar, but from the udder of a great goat named Heidrun. There was no shortage in Valhalla. There was no hunger, no lasting pain, no permanent death. It was, in every external measure, a place of extraordinary abundance. The Einherjar lived within it in a state of endless, vigorous preparation. What made the existence of the Einherjar strange was not that they lived in comfort, but that they understood this comfort as conditional. They feasted and drank and celebrated with genuine joy, yet something in the structure of their days prevented them from ever becoming complacent. The cycle of death and resurrection each day was both blessing and warning. They were allowed to know what renewal felt like, to experience restoration again and again, and yet they could never forget that death itself was real and ever present. The hall contained every pleasure that a warrior could desire, yet the very design of it, with its weapons for rafters and its constant renewal, ensured that no Einherjar could ever mistake this place for an ending. It was a threshold, a place of becoming, not of arriving. And yet Odin himself sat at the head of that great table and ate nothing. He gave whatever was placed before him to the wolves at his feet and sustained himself only on wine, watching the hall with his single eye. It is worth pausing on that image, the All-Father surrounded by every comfort he had designed and sharing in none of them. Seated among the finest warriors ever to have lived, quiet in a way that the feasting around him could not quite reach. He had built Valhalla with great care, and over a very long span of time, he continued to fill it. This was because he knew something that the Einherjar, in their evening celebrations, did not fully grasp. He knew that all of this, the daily battle, the nightly feast, the endlessly renewed boar, the flowing mead, the spear rafters and the shield roof, was training. It was preparation. The warriors were growing stronger and more skilled with every morning they spent in the courtyard. Odin needed them to be stronger than they had ever been in their mortal lives. This was because what he was preparing them for was unlike anything any battle in Midgard had ever demanded of anyone. He had seen in the weave of fate the shape of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. The moment when everything the Norse cosmos had been built toward would arrive at once, and the long age of the Aesir would reach its end. He knew the wolf Fenrir would break free of his chains. He knew the seas would rise. He knew that fire would come marching from the south, and that the sky would crack open, and that all the careful order he had spent his long existence preserving would come undone in a single, cataclysmic morning. And he knew, with the same clear and unsparing sight that had cost him an eye at the bottom of a dark well, that he himself would not survive it. The wolf would swallow him. That was the fate woven into the roots of the world. No amount of wisdom or wandering had shown him a thread that ran any other way. So Valhalla sat there in Asgard, its shield roof gleaming, its doors open to the finest of the mortal dead, its halls ringing every evening with the sound of men who were deeply, genuinely glad to be there. And above it all, Odin watched and waited and continued his preparations with the patient, unhurried dedication of someone who understands that the work itself is the only dignified response to what is coming. There is something in that image that the old Norse sources ask us to hold quietly. A hall of tremendous beauty and life built in the full knowledge of its own eventual purpose. A collection of the world's great warriors gathered not for victory, but for the chance to meet an ending worthily. He was filling the hall for a battle he had already seen in the weave of fate, a battle that he knew with absolute clarity he was not meant to survive. When a great battle came to its end and the ravens began to circle down toward the field, the Norse understood that something more than chance had decided who lay still in the grass and who stood breathing among the survivors. The word they used for these deciding figures was Valkyria, choosers of the slain, and the name carried within it everything one needed to know about what they were and what they did. They did not arrive after the fighting to observe what had happened. They were present throughout, moving above the chaos of the battlefield in ways that the warriors below could not always see, making their selections with a quiet and unhurried deliberateness that had nothing to do with the noise and confusion happening beneath them. A man might feel, in the final moments of a battle, that his death had come to him the way weather comes, inevitable, beyond appeal, carrying with it no explanation. But in the understanding of the Norse people, there was always a reason, always a hand behind what seemed like pure misfortune. The Valkyries were that hand. They rode on horseback through the sky above the field, and the light that moved along their armor, when they chose to be visible at all, was sometimes described as the flickering of the northern lights, that shifting curtain of color that would appear without warning over the dark landscape of Scandinavia and then dissolve again into the cold air. Other accounts place them closer to the earth, moving unseen among the fighters themselves, or appearing as ravens, black-winged and watchful, indistinguishable from the earth, ruddenary birds that gathered wherever men fell. In either form they were doing the same thing, looking, assessing, and choosing. The choice was not arbitrary. Odin had been gathering warriors into Valhalla for a very long time, and his purpose was specific. He needed the finest fighters who had ever lived, the ones whose courage and skill had set them apart even in a world where courage and skill were common currency. The Valkyries understood what he was building and why, and they selected accordingly. To be chosen was not simply to die, it was to be recognized, in that last moment, as someone whose death had worth, whose life had been lived at a level that made it worthy of continuation in another form. In the great hall with the shield-thatched roof and the 540 doors. Among the Valkyries named in the old sources, several return again and again with enough clarity that they emerge as distinct figures rather than simply members of a group. Brynhilda is perhaps the most fully drawn of them all, a figure whose story extends far beyond the battlefield into the complicated territory of love and defiance. A Valkyrie who once disobeyed Odin's direct command about which warrior should fall in a particular contest, granting victory to a man Odin had not chosen, and who was punished for it by being set behind a wall of fire on a rock, sleeping until a mortal hero came to wake her. Hilda appears in stories connected to an endless battle, one that she herself perpetuates by raising the dead each night, so that the fighting can begin again in the morning. Caught in a cycle without resolution. Gondul and Geirskugul are named in the Völuspá, the great visionary poem that describes the end of all things, their names appearing in a list of those who ride through the sky at the approach of doom, their presence there a reminder that the Valkyries are bound not only to individual battles, but to the larger movement of fate across all of time. Their names, like so many names in the Norse tradition, are layered. Gondul has been connected to words for magic and transformation, Geirskugul to the image of a spear shaken in battle, each name a small description of what they carry and what they do. They were not identical to one another, not interchangeable figures filling a single role. They were individuals operating within a shared purpose, the way skilled hands in any large endeavor each brings something particular to the work. When their task on the battlefield was complete, when the last of their choices had been made and the selected warriors had fallen, the Valkyries' work did not end. They rode to Valhalla ahead of the newly arrived Einherjar, and there they became something that looked, on the surface, entirely different from what they had been above the field. In Valhalla, they moved through the great hall with horns of mead, serving the warriors who had been chosen, who feasted every evening in the warmth and noise of that enormous room after spending the day cutting each other apart in the courtyard and being made whole again. The same figures who had passed through a sky full of iron and screaming now carried cups through firelight, unhurried, their bearing unchanged by the shift in setting. There was no contradiction in this for the Norse understanding of them. The battlefield and the hall were not opposite places, but continuous ones, different rooms in the same long house, and the Valkyries moved between them as naturally as the day moves into evening. They had decided who was worthy enough to be here. It followed that they would be the ones to welcome the worthy when they arrived. In Valhalla they poured the mead with the same steady hands that had, hours or years before, pointed to a man in the middle of a battlefield and quietly decided that his time had come. Among everything Odin ever sought, and everything he ever found, there was one thing that seemed to matter to him in a different and quieter way than the rest: the source of poetry itself. It began, as so many things in the Norse tradition begin, with a war. The Aesir and the Vanir, two great families of gods, had fought one another across a long and exhausting conflict. When at last they reached a truce, they sealed their peace in an ancient way. Each side gathered together and spat into a single vessel, their breath and essence mingling as one. From that vessel, from the combined wisdom and spirit of both divine families, something wholly new came into being. He was called Kvasir. He was said to be the wisest creature who had ever lived, capable of answering any question put to him, moving through the world with a gentleness and a brilliance that no one else could quite match. He travelled, sharing his knowledge freely, speaking to gods and mortals alike. There was no rid, lay, he could not unravel, no wound of understanding that his words could not soothe. It is said that Kvasir never turned anyone away, never refused an answer no matter how difficult the question or how unworthy the questioner. His patience seemed infinite, born perhaps from his very nature as a creature of divine compromise and balance. In every land he visited, he left behind him a trail of gratitude and wonder. Even the giants, who were often at odds with the gods, came to seek his counsel. Some say that this very gentleness, this refusal to deny anything to anyone, eventually led to his undoing. For there existed in the world a certain kind of hunger that no amount of wisdom freely given could ever satisfy. However, two dwarves named Fjalar and Galar invited Kvasir to their home and killed him there, pouring his blood into 2 stone vessels and a great kettle. They mixed his blood carefully with honey until it thickened into a mead unlike any other, a mead that carried inside it all the wisdom and the poetry that Kvasir had held in his living body. Anyone who drank from it, even a single sip, would find themselves suddenly able to speak and write with beauty and depth they had never possessed before. The dwarves understood what they had created, understood that they held within those vessels something that transcended mere drink. It was transformation itself, made liquid and precious. For a brief moment in time, they kept the mead locked away in their deepest chambers, tasting it rarely and with great reverence. But such treasures cannot remain hidden for long, and the knowledge of what they possessed began to spread through the 9 worlds like a whisper on the wind. Word reached other ears, and soon the dwarves found themselves caught in a web of bargains and obligations that they could not escape. The dwarves kept the mead for themselves for a time, but through a tangle of debts and threats, it eventually passed to a giant named Suttungr, who carried it away to his stronghold, a mountain called Hnitbjörg, and hid it deep within the rock, placing his own daughter Gunnloth there as its guardian, trusting that no one would ever find a way through solid stone to reach what he had locked inside. And there it might have remained, sealed away from gods and mortals forever, had Odin not come to hear of it. The thought of something so precious sitting unreachable in the dark of a mountain was something he simply could not leave alone. So he went looking for a way in. He disguised himself as a labourer, calling himself Belvakur, a name that carried the meaning of one who works harm. And Ap, roached Baugi, who was Suttungr's brother, offering to do the work of 9 farmhands in exchange for a single chance to taste the mead that his brother kept. Bogi agreed, and for 9 days Odin worked with a steadiness and endurance that surprised even the giant, finishing what 9 ordinary workers could barely have managed. When the time came, Bogi went to his brother and asked on Odin's behalf, but Suttungr refused outright, unwilling to share even a drop with anyone. The refusal was absolute and without mercy, as direct as a stone wall. Suttungr had spent such effort in claiming the mead, had sacrificed so much to keep it beyond the reach of gods, that he could not bear the thought of it passing to Odin's lips. For Suttungr knew, as perhaps all things in the world knew in some deep and inarticulate way, that Odin was precisely the one who would understand most fully what he held, and that this was the one god who could not be denied. It was this very refusal, this absolute rejection, that gave Odin leave to pursue another course entirely. And so Odin found another way. He persuaded Baugi to help him bore a passage through the mountain with an auger called Rati. When the hole was finally deep enough, he transformed himself into a serpent and slipped into the narrow, dark passage. Moving through the stone the way water moves through cracked earth, slow and inevitable. Inside the mountain, he found Gunnlöð sitting in the firelit chamber where the 3 vessels of mead were kept. He spent 3 nights with her there in the quiet interior of Nitbjörg. Each night she allowed him 1 sip, one from each of the 3 vessels in turn. The 2 stone jars called Son and Bodn, the great kettle, Odhrorir. On the 3rd night, having drained each vessel completely in those 3 long, careful sips, Odin gathered everything he had taken in and transformed himself again. This time, rising as a great eagle and bursting upward through the rock and into the open sky. Suttungr realized immediately what had happened and took his own eagle shape to pursue him. The 2 of them crossed the sky in that form, the pursuer close behind. The distance between them narrowing as Odin flew hard and low toward Asgard. The gods saw him coming from a great distance and set out vessels on the open ground of Asgard's courtyard. When Odin arrived, he spat the mead out into each of them in turn, filling them with everything he had carried across the sky. He was barely ahead of Suttungr. In his haste, a few small drops escaped backward behind him as he flew, falling down through the cold air toward the earth far below. Those drops did not reach Asgard. They fell all the way to Midgard, scattering across the human world in a fine and invisible rain, sinking into the ground and into the air that mortals breathed, becoming something that no one could hold in their hands or point to directly. The mead that reached Asgard became the gift of skalds, the poets and storytellers who shaped the Norse world's understanding of itself, who composed the great verses that carried the deeds of heroes and gods forward through time. But those few drops that fell to earth as he flew, those were enough. That is why some people, even today, find themselves suddenly able to say something beautiful they didn't know they had inside them. The giants were older than the gods, older in some ways than almost everything, and Odin had never been entirely comfortable pretending otherwise. His mother Bestla was a giantess. That meant that the same ancient blood that ran through the veins of the Jotnar ran through him as well, quieter perhaps, shaped differently by time and choice, but present all the same. When he looked at the giants, he was not looking at something entirely foreign. He was looking at something that rhymed with a part of himself he had spent a very long time learning to understand. The Jotnar were not simply large and threatening creatures who stood in opposition to the gods. They were beings of tremendous age, tremendous knowledge in some cases, a kind of raw and elemental power that the gods, for all their refinement, had never fully eclipsed. They were the children of chaos and cold, born before the world had been shaped into anything orderly. They carried that primordial quality in everything they did. Odin knew this about them. Because he knew it, he approached them differently than most of his kin did. Thor reached for his hammer. Odin reached for a question. There is a story told in the old poems about a giant named Vafthrûdnir, who was renowned throughout the 9 worlds for his wisdom, for his long memory, for the particular pleasure he took in challenging visitors to contests of knowledge from which, according to custom, the loser did not walk away. It was exactly the sort of invitation Odin could not resist. He disguised himself as a wandering man, a false name as he so often did and he wanted to move through a space freely. He presented himself at the great hall of this giant and asked to be tested. Vafthrûdnir accepted, and the 2 of them settled into what became one of the most extraordinary exchanges in all the old literature, a back and forth of cosmic questions, each probing further into the structure of the universe, the origins of the worlds, the fates of gods and men and giants alike, and the shape of what would come at the very end of all things. The giant answered everything. He was magnificent, vast in his learning, untroubled by the questions, answering in a deep and rolling voice that suggested he had been holding this knowledge inside him since before the first frost. And then Odin asked his final question, the one he had been carrying into the room from the very beginning, the one no other living being could possibly answer. What had he whispered into the ear of his son Balder as the funeral fire was lit? There was a long silence in the hall. Vafthrûdnir understood in that silence exactly who he was speaking with. He said as much, acknowledging that only Odin could know the answer to that question. That meant that only Odin could have asked it. The contest was over. Odin walked out of that hall having confirmed something he already knew, not just about the giant's knowledge, but about the shape of fate itself, about the way wisdom, when it is deep enough, becomes indistinguishable from foreknowledge. There was another encounter, a different kind of challenge, one that involved not poetry or cosmic riddles, but something more physical in its staging, though no less dependent on Odin's understanding of how perception can be turned against itself. Among the giants, there existed a figure known in the old sources as Utgarda Loki, a lord of a hall so enormous and so strangely constructed that visitors found their own abilities mysteriously diminished within its walls. Feats of strength became failures. Contests of speed ended in inexplicable defeat. The very ground seemed to conspire against those who trusted their senses. This was a hall built on illusion, on the deliberate manipulation of what the eye reports and what the mind believes. The episode in the surviving sources centers primarily on Thor and his companions, but what it reveals about the world Odin inhabits is deeply relevant. This was because Odin had always known that the most enduring power is not the power to crush an opponent, but the power to reshape what they believe they are seeing. The giants who understood this were the most dangerous of all. Odin, who had spent his entire existence moving between worlds in disguise, altering his appearance, offering false names, presenting one face while holding another in reserve, understood their logic from the inside. He had used this same logic himself more times than could be easily counted. When he walked into a giant's hall with a wanderer's staff and a borrowed name, he was not merely concealing himself, he was constructing a version of reality that served his purposes. Much as Utgarda Loki had constructed an entire hall for precisely that reason, the difference was that Odin was almost always the one holding the deeper knowledge, the one who had purchased his understanding at a price the giants had never been willing to pay. They had ancient power, yes, and in some cases ancient wisdom, but Odin had gone further, beneath the root of the world tree to surrender his eye, up into the branches of that same tree to hang himself for 9 nights at the edge of death. He had paid for his knowledge with pieces of himself that could not be returned. What that kind of payment purchases is not merely information, but a quality of understanding that nothing else provides. The giants knew a great deal because they were old. Odin knew what he knew because he had suffered for it. That made all the difference in every contest, every riddle, every carefully arranged moment of misdirection. He had learned, from a very early age, that the most dangerous thing in any contest is the opponent who already knows what you are going to do before you do it. Of all the things Odin's wisdom cost him, the one that came closest to breaking him had nothing to do with wells or trees or 9 nights of darkness. It had to do with love, which is a different kind of knowledge entirely, and one that no sacrifice at any root of any world tree can fully prepare you for. Beside him on the great throne, Hlidskjalf sat Frigg, his wife, the goddess of foresight and of the deep, quiet order of home and marriage, and she was in many ways his equal in the one thing that mattered most to him. She could see the fates of all people, every thread, every turn, the whole long weave of what was coming. She knew, as he did, what the world carried inside it. But where Odin went out into the roads and the cold and the dark to wrestle his knowledge into the open, Frigg held her still and close, speaking very little of what she saw, carrying her foresight the way still water carries depth, quietly, and all the way down. Together they had sons, and among those sons the two most spoken of were Thor, the Thunderer, broad-shouldered and fierce in his devotion to the protection of humanity, who went out into the world with his hammer and his stubborn courage to stand between people and the things that threatened them. And Balder, the youngest and most beloved, whose name in the old language carried the meaning of brightness itself. Balder moved through Asgard the way early light moves through a room, gently, without effort, and in a way that made everything around him seem more itself. He was not a god of war, or cunning, or hunger for power. He was simply good in the way that is very rare, and the other gods loved him for it in a straightforward and uncomplicated way that was itself unusual among those ancient beings, who were more accustomed to admiration than to tenderness. And then came the dreams. Balder began to have dreams of his own death, slow and dark and returning night after night, and when he told the other gods what he had seen in his sleep, a fear moved through Asgard that no one spoke aloud directly, but everyone felt. Frigg went out and asked every living thing in all the worlds, every stone, every root, every creature, to swear an oath never to harm her son. She was thorough, and she was patient, and she believed she had been thorough enough. She passed over the mistletoe, a small and seemingly harmless plant growing on the side of an oak, because it seemed to her too young, too slight, too far outside the natural order of dangerous things to merit an oath. Loki, who paid attention to exactly the kinds of things that others looked past, found the mistletoe and guided the blind god Hother's hand as he threw it, and Balder fell, and the brightness went out of Asgard like a candle in an open window. The grief that followed was unlike anything the gods had known, raw and absolute, a kind of sorrow that had no shape to it and no bottom. But Odin's grief was quieter than the others, and that quietness was the most terrible thing about it, because he knew what the others only felt. He knew that Balder's death was not merely a loss. It was a beginning of a different kind. The first movement in a sequence he had seen written in the weave of fate. The first step in the long, slow unravelling that would end everything. He said very little. He mounted Sleipnir, his 8-legged grey horse who moved between worlds as easily as breath moves between rooms, and he rode down from Asgard and down further still, along the root roads under the great tree, past the boundary where the living stop and the dead begin, until he came to the edge of Helheim, the quiet realm below. There, at the threshold, he found the grave of a Volva, a prophetess, a woman who had known the hidden structure of things even in life, and he spoke the old words that could rouse such a woman from her sleep. In the earth, and she rose. She was reluctant, and her reluctance was in her voice, heavy with the irritation of something that has been at peace and disturbed without consent. He asked her what she knew of Balder's fate, and she told him what was already prepared in Helheim to receive a beloved guest, the mead already brewed, the benches laid with golden rings, the hall made ready. He asked more, and she answered more, until she grew still and said she would speak no further, because she understood that the one asking her was not a wandering stranger, but Odin himself, and she had already said enough. He sat for a moment on Sleipnir's back in the cold dark at the edge of that place, his one eye resting on nothing in particular, and then he turned the horse and began the long ride back. He had known, before he went, what she would say. He had gone anyway, because knowing a thing and hearing it spoken aloud in the voice of the dead are not the same thing, and sometimes even a god who can see the entire shape of fate needs to hear the words said plainly before he can carry them properly. He rode back from Helheim, the same god he had always been on the outside, but carrying something heavier inside, and the ravens on his shoulders were very quiet for a long time after. Odin had seen the end of the world. He had seen it not as a distant rumour carried back by the ravens, not as a symbol half hidden in the patterns of the runes, but as a clear and fully formed image that had settled into him the way cold settles into stone, slowly, completely, and without any possibility of being warmed away. The Norns had carved it into the bark of Yggdrasil long before Odin ever hung from its branches, and when he finally understood the runes and all they contained, this knowledge came with them, inseparable from the rest. He learned what would happen, and he learned it in detail. The wolf Fenrir, who had been bound with silken chains that dwarfs had woven from impossible things, the sound of a cat's footstep, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, would one day break free of those chains when they could no longer hold him. The great serpent, Jörmungandr, who lay coiled around the roots of Midgard at the bottom of the ocean, would rise from the water and poison the sky with his breath. Loki, who had been bound beneath a mountain with a serpent dripping venom over his face, would slip his bonds and come forth. And Surtur, the fire giant who had stood at the border of Muspelheim since before the gods were born, would march out at last with a sword that burned brighter than the sun itself, and the worlds would end in a great consuming flame. Odin knew each piece of it. He knew that in the final battle on the plain of Yggdrasil, he would face Fenrir himself, the same wolf he had helped to bind, the same creature he had looked in the eye across the long years, and that Fenrir would swallow him whole, not wound him, not defeat him in some honourable exchange of blows, swallow him. And this was the fate that Odin, the wisest being in all 9 worlds, the god who had paid with his eye and his 9 nights of suffering and more besides, had carried inside him for longer than most things in the cosmos had existed. He had not found any way around it, because there was no way around it. Orlog, the deep law that the Norse understood as the accumulated weight of all that had already happened, pressing forward into what must come, does not bend, not even for gods. The Norns had spoken. The tree held the carving, and Odin knew. This was not prophecy as the Greeks understood it, a mere glimpse of what would unfold while leaving the seer helpless and unchanged. The Norse saw their fate differently, not as a thing that diminished the will, but as the frame itself within which all genuine choosing had to occur. The gods had fought to bind Fenrir and Loki and Jörmungandr, knowing that even though they could not prevent what was written, every moment of the struggle was real, every blow carried its own meaning, and every act was a true expression of will against the deep structure of existence. This was the paradox woven into the fabric of Norse wisdom, that you could know your ending completely and still be entirely free in how you move toward it. The knowledge did not make the struggle less urgent. If anything, it made each choice more precious, more weighted with significance. What is remarkable is not that he knew, but what he did with the knowing. He did not lay down his staff, or close his remaining eye, or surrender the long roads to silence. He continued. Each morning the raven still rose from his shoulders into the cold air. Hugin and Munin still swept out over the 9 worlds, and each evening they returned with more knowledge, more detail, more understanding of the shape of things. He continued to fill the halls of Valhalla with the finest warriors the human world produced, training them in the great courtyard day after day, healing them each evening so they could rise and train again. He continued to wander the roads of Midgard in his grey cloak, his hat pulled low, asking questions of giants and kings and simple farmers alike, learning whatever they had to offer. The Norse understood this quality, this willingness to move forward in full sight of the ending, as something that carried its own dignity. In their tradition, fate was not a thing that diminished a person by removing their choices. It was the frame inside which choices still had to be made, and the manner of those choices was everything. To know that the wolf waited at the end of the road, and to keep walking the road anyway, this was not foolishness or denial. It was the only response that meant anything at all. Odin sought not to escape Ragnarok, but to understand it so completely that when it came, he would meet it with clear eyes and a full accounting of everything he had gathered along the way. Every drop of the mead of poetry he had carried back in eagle form, every rune that had risen toward him on the 9th night, every secret that Mimir's water had poured into him along with the cold. All of it was preparation, not for victory, because victory was not in the weaving, but for something harder to name. Perhaps it was simply the fullness of having understood, as much as any mind can hold, the thing that you are part of. There is a quietness to that image, Odin in his high seat, looking out over all 9 worlds with his one remaining eye, knowing what he knows, and choosing to keep searching anyway. The grief over Balder was still fresh in him, the weight of Ragnarok pressed down on everything he touched. And still the work continued, because for Odin the work was never separate, from the living of each moment. The runes still had depth he had not fully sounded. The giants still had knowledge he had not yet won from them in riddling contests. The mortal world still produced people worth watching, worth guiding, worth the quiet crossing of a threshold in the guise of an old man with tired feet and a very old staff. And still, every morning, the ravens flew out and the wanderer pulled his hat low over his face and stepped back onto the road, because that was the only answer he had ever known how to give. Among all the gods that the Norse people knew and honored, Odin was perhaps the one they trusted least and feared most, and loved in the complicated way that people love things that terrify them. Thor could be relied upon to protect the farms and the fishing boats, to drive the storms away with his hammer, and stand between ordinary people and the chaos that pressed in from beyond the borders of Midgard. Thor was steady. Thor was warm. Odin was something else entirely. Unpredictable, watchful, interested in people the way a scholar is interested in a particularly unusual text, always observing and rarely explaining himself. He was not a god who offered comfort simply because it was asked for. He offered what he judged was needed, which was not always the same thing, and he moved through. He lives of mortals with a deliberateness that left people uncertain whether they had been blessed or simply studied. And yet they honored him deeply and carefully, because his attention, when you had it, carried a weight that no other god's attention could quite match. To be noticed by Odin was to feel the full gravity of the cosmos pressing briefly against the small warm circle of your life, and that feeling, once experienced, was not easily forgotten. The kings and chieftains of Scandinavia understood this better than most. Many of the great royal lineages of the Norse world traced their ancestry directly back to Odin, not as a distant abstraction, but as a genuine founding ancestor who had, at some moment far back in time, stepped out of the wandering life and left a thread of himself running forward through the generations. The Yngling dynasty, whose story is told in the Ynglinga saga, claimed Odin as their forefather, and they were not alone. Rulers across Norway, Sweden, and Denmark built their authority in part on this connection, the sense that the blood of the All-Father moved in their veins and had given them both the right and the burden of leadership. Whether this was understood as literal descent or as something more like a spiritual inheritance is difficult to say now, but the claim was made seriously and received seriously because a king with Odin's lineage behind him was a king whose decisions carried the shadow of something ancient and deliberate. He was not merely ruling his people, he was, in some sense, continuing a purpose that Odin himself had set in motion. The sagas describe Odin appearing before certain warriors and rulers at pivotal moments, arriving as an old man, offering a word of counsel or occasionally a weapon, and then vanishing before anyone could ask him to stay. He gave his famous spear Gungnir to those he favoured in battle, and he granted victories, though never unconditionally. He was not a patron in the simp, sense of the word. He was more like a force that passed through a life, leaving it permanently altered. The warriors he visited before great battles did not always survive them, and some of his most famous favourites, Sigmund of the Volsung line, whom he armed with a sword drawn from a great tree, were ultimately abandoned by him at the moment of their death, the sword shattered by Odin's own staff when the time he had appointed for that life had run out. He gave, and then he withdrew what he had given, and the withdrawal was as deliberate as the gift. This is why the Norse people could never quite relax in his favour. However, the ordinary person, the farmer, the fisherman, the woman spinning thread by a low fire while the wind came off the sea, had their own quieter relationship with him. They left offerings at the carved wooden figures that marked the crossroads, the places where roads met and choices were made, because crossroads were understood as Odin's domain, the intersections where one direction became another, and the future branched in ways that could not entirely be foreseen. They poured a little of whatever they had, mead, grain, the first portion of a meal, and spoke his name softly, not demanding anything, just acknowledging that he was somewhere in the world and that they were aware of him. They kept a lamp burning near the door on certain nights, not out of simple superstition, but out of something that felt more like courtesy, an acknowledgement that the road outside was long and dark, and that a wanderer might be moving along it who was more than he appeared. In the Norse understanding, hospitality to a stranger was not merely good manners. It was a sacred practice, because any stranger, bent, one-eyed, his hat pulled low over his face, might be Odin himself, passing through the human world in his perpetual search for whatever it was he had not yet found. To turn such a stranger away from your fire was not only an unkindness, it was a failure of a fundamental duty, and it might be noticed by someone whose memory was very long. And so the Norse people maintained their fires and their offerings and their careful courtesy to wanderers on the road, weaving Odin into the small fabric of daily life, even when he was nowhere in sight, because the truth was that they could never be entirely sure he wasn't. They left gifts at the crossroads and kept the lamp burning by the door, because you never quite knew when the old man in the wide hat might come walking out of the dark. When you put all the stories together and look at what remains, what you have is not really the story of a god at all. It is the story of a question that could not be put down, of something restless and searching that moved through the world in the shape of an old man with a wide hat and a long road ahead of him, paying for every answer with something it hurt to lose. The eye went first, sinking into the dark water of Mimir's well, where it has rested ever since, watching from below what it could no longer see from above. Then came the 9 nights on the wind-cold tree, the hunger, the cold, the long silence broken only by the creak of branches and the sound of his own breathing growing thinner. Each sacrifice purchased something real, each cost was met with open eyes. And what makes Odin's story linger the way it does, settling quietly into the mind like the last light of a winter afternoon, is not the power he accumulated, but the willingness behind each step, the understanding, written into his nature from the very beginning, that nothing worth knowing comes without a price, that the asking is still worth it. This was the first truth Odin learned, that genuine seeking always requires genuine payment, that seeing further than other eyes could reach meant learning to see through eyes fundamentally transformed, diminished but more capable of perceiving what truly mattered. The wandering itself became the answer, not a final destination to reach, but a manner of travelling where each step taken and each sacrifice made carved him into a being capable of understanding worlds beyond himself. In every wound, something healed. In every darkness, light was slowly learned. The losses were never losses, but transformations. His eye still rests at the bottom of Mimisbrunna. The old stories tell us it has never stopped seeing. There is something gentle in that image, if you let yourself sit with it for a moment. The idea that what we give away in the pursuit of understanding does not simply vanish but continues, quietly, to do its work in the dark. The runes he carved out of 9 nights of suffering spread from Yggdrasil outward into every corner of the 9 worlds. Cut into the handles of swords and the prows of ships and the bark of trees at the edge of villages, carrying his sacrifice in every groove. Hugin and Munin rose each morning and returned each evening. Thought and memory together, making a kind of wholeness that neither could manage alone. The wolves waited at his feet. Sleipnir stood ready in the stable, and still Odin pulled his grey cloak close and stepped out onto another road. This was because the road was the only place where the next answer might be found. He could not bear to stop looking while there was still something left to learn. He had seen the shape of the ending, the wolf's open jaws, the fire spreading from Muspelheim, the silence that would follow, and he walked toward it anyway, not because he was unafraid, but because courage, in the Norse understanding of the world, was exactly that, moving forward when you already know what is waiting. Every morning the ravens flew out into a world he could not entirely hold. Every morning he let them go. There is a kind of grace in that, quiet and unhurried, the grace of someone who has accepted that understanding the world and controlling it are 2 very different things, that the first is worth every sacrifice, even when the second remains forever out of reach. The hat brim drops low, the road bends, the grey cloak disappears into the dusk the way the last colour leaves, the sky at the end of a long day. Gradually, then all at once. Then the dark settles in soft and complete. The night is full of the sound of wind in old branches, and somewhere out on the long roads between the worlds, if the old stories are to be believed, the wanderer is still walking. Tonight, allow yourself to settle into wherever you are lying, and feel the weight of the day lift slowly as the room grows quieter around you. There is nothing required of you now, and nothing left to attend to, only the gradual release of a day that has already passed and cannot ask anything more of you. Let the blankets settle. Let your body find whatever position feels most natural, and simply rest there in the warmth and the dark, while a story begins to take shape somewhere at the edge of your attention. Imagine, if you like, a hillside somewhere in the far north, in the kind of country where the land is made of old rock and older silences. The ground is uneven underfoot, and the grass grows in pale frost-tipped tufts between outcroppings of stone. The last of the daylight is leaving the sky, draining out of it the way colour drains from a landscape once the sun has dropped below the horizon, leaving behind a pale and luminous grey that is neither day nor night, but something in between. The air is cold, sharply and cleanly cold, and it carries the smell of pine resin and frozen earth and something faintly mineral that seems to belong only to the north in winter. You can feel it against your face, though the rest of you is still and settled and warm. The hillside is very quiet. Somewhere below, at the edge of a dark forest, the wind moves through the high branches of the pines in a long, slow sound, like breathing, like the land turning over in its sleep. The trees stand close together down there, dark against the fading sky, their shapes simple and still. Up here on the open hillside, there is almost no wind at all, only the occasional lightest touch of cold moving across the frost-pale grass, lifting nothing, disturbing nothing, barely there. The stones around you are old, worn smooth in some places and rough in others, covered in patches of pale lichen that has been growing there for longer than anyone alive could say. The frost has settled into the low places in the ground, crystalline and faint, catching the last of the grey light in a way that makes the whole hillside seem to glow very softly from below, as though the cold itself were luminous. This is the kind of stillness that asks nothing of you. It is only the land, being what it is, old and quiet, and entirely indifferent to the passage of time. And somewhere beneath this hillside, beneath the roots of the old trees and the cold rock and the deep frozen earth, there is a story older than the stones, Tonight, we are going to follow it down, not into something frightening, and not into the kind of darkness that startles or unsettles, but into something quieter than that. A realm that has been misunderstood for a very long time, and a goddess who has been waiting, with considerable patience, for someone to describe her fairly. Her name is Hel, and before she was anything else, she was a word. That is the first thing to understand about her, and it turns out to matter enormously for everything that follows. The word was Hel, and people spoke it long before anyone told a story about a goddess with a hall and servants, and a face divided between the living and the dead. It meant something hidden, something concealed, placed out of sight beneath the surface of the world, in the way that the dead are placed out of sight beneath the ground. Scholars trace it back to an earlier form, reconstructed as something like Huljo, which carried the same sense of a covered or enclosed place. Further back still, it appears to connect to a very old root, meaning to cover or to conceal, the same root that gives us words like hall and hull and cellar. A hall is a covered place, a hull covers a seed, and hell covers the dead. What is remarkable about this root is not only how old it is, but how widely it travelled. It spread through virtually every branch of the Germanic language family, as though it named something that every people who spoke those languages already understood and had simply been waiting for the right word to describe. The Old English speakers of early medieval England had their version of it. The Old Frisian speakers of the coastal lowlands had theirs. The Gothic-speaking peoples of an even earlier age had theirs. In each case, the word pointed toward the same idea, a realm beneath or beyond the ordinary world, where the dead resided in a state that was neither life nor oblivion, but something quieter and more permanent than either. A continuation of existence in a place where the light did not reach and the sounds of the living world grew faint and then altogether still. There was nothing in this original meaning that implied cruelty or punishment or the kind of moral sorting that later traditions would read into it. The word was descriptive rather than judgmental. The place it named was simply where the dead went, as naturally and inevitably as water moves downhill or leaves fall at the end of autumn. I want to establish this clearly at the start, because almost every misunderstanding that surrounds hell can be traced back to a single quiet shift that happened to that word much later, and if you carry the original meaning with you, the rest of the story becomes considerably easier to hear accurately. We will come back to what happened to the word. For now it is enough to know that it began as a description of a place, and that the place it described was cold and covered, and not, in itself, unkind. Which raises a question that has occupied scholars for a long time, and I would rather raise it now than have it sitting unspoken underneath everything else. Was there ever really a goddess named Hel? Or did a word for a place slowly acquire a face? The question sounds as though it might dissolve the whole subject, but it does not. Sitting with it honestly does not diminish Hel so much as it deepens her, because it places her in the long and complicated history of how human beings record and remember, and inevitably reshape the things they believe. The scholar Rudolf Simek, one of the more careful voices in the study of Germanic religion, has argued plainly that nothing in the surviving evidence firmly establishes a pre-Christian belief in a goddess named Hel. The personification, in his reading, may be a later literary development, rather than an ancient article of faith. A word became a place, and then the place, in the hands of poets and eventually of one particular 13th century Icelander, acquired a body and a household and an expression on her face. His position is not a dismissal. It is a reminder of how little firm ground there is beneath any of this. The argument has real weight, and it rests on the scarcity of evidence rather than on anything anyone made up. When you look at the pre-Christian period in Scandinavia, the written record tells us almost nothing about how people imagined the afterlife. The runic inscriptions that survive are mostly short and functional and concerned with the living world. The great mythological narratives were not written down until centuries after Christianity had taken root. And yet the opposing argument has weight too, and it is simple. The absence of earlier written sources does not mean the belief was absent. It may mean only that the people who held it did not write, or that what they wrote did not survive. Those are very different things from never having believed at all. So we are going to proceed with the goddess, because the goddess is what the surviving material gives us, and because she is genuinely worth spending an evening with. But I would ask you to hold her lightly. She may be very old. She may be a word that grew a face somewhere in the 13th century. Nobody can tell you with certainty which. That single narrow channel through which almost everything reaches us deserves a proper introduction, because we will be leaning on it constantly. His name was Snorri Sturluson. He was an Icelandic chieftain and historian and poet, born around 1179, and he compiled the work known as the Prose Edda, sometime around 1220. He was a man of considerable learning and considerable ambition, and he was, without any ambiguity, a Christian, writing in a country that had formally left the old religion behind roughly 2 centuries earlier. He was also, as far as anyone can tell, genuinely trying to preserve something rather than destroy it. Part of his motive was practical. The traditional poetry of the North depended on knowing the myths because it referred to them constantly and obliquely. A poet who did not know that gold could be called Freya's tears could not read the older verse, let alone write anything in its style. So Snorri set the stories down, partly as a handbook, so that the craft would not die with the belief. The section where Hel appears is called Gylfaginning, which translates roughly as the beguiling of Gylfi. It takes the form of a dialogue in which a mortal king travels to Asgard in disguise and asks questions of 3 mysterious figures, who answer him with accounts of the gods and the cosmos. Nearly everything anyone can tell you about Hel as a person comes from a few paragraphs in that dialogue. Her face, her hall, her servants, the names of her furniture, her appointment by Odin, the condition she set when someone came asking for a soul back. The Poetic Edda, the great collection of older anonymous verse compiled in Iceland in the same century, gives us something different and in some ways more interesting. It mentions Hel repeatedly, but almost always as a direction rather than a person. She is where you go. She is the word you use when you mean that someone will not be coming back. The poems assume you know what they mean and do not stop to explain. Snorri stops to explain. And the fact that he is the one who stops is exactly why we have to keep asking what he added. There is a further piece of evidence that sits underneath all of this and is easy to overlook, which is the way the word turns up in ordinary speech. Old Norse had a whole set of expressions built on it. To send a man to hell meant to kill him. To be given to hell or to be hells meant to be dying. There is a verb formed from the name that means something like to send someone to the underworld. And the poets built compounds on it, so that a battle could be called a feeding of hell and a killing could be described in terms of handing someone over to her. That kind of usage matters more than it might seem because it is the least self-conscious evidence we have. Nobody composes a theological statement when they are insulting an enemy or describing a fight in verse. They reach for whatever is already there in the language. And what was already there was a name used as a destination in the most casual and unreflective possible way. It tells us that the realm was entirely real in the imagination of ordinary speakers. It does not, unfortunately, settle the question of whether there was a person in it, because a place name works perfectly well in all those expressions without anyone standing in it. But it does mean that when a poet spoke of hell, he was not reaching for something exotic or scholarly. He was reaching for a word that everyone within earshot had grown up with, the way you might reach for the name of a road that runs past your house. The trouble began, as trouble in these stories so often does, in Jotunheim, and with Loki. Loki requires a moment's attention because he is unlike any other being in the Norse world, and because his nature shaped his children in ways both direct and oblique. He was not simply a mischief maker, though mischief was certainly his language. He was not a villain in any uncomplicated sense, though the things he set in motion were sometimes terrible. He was a figure of change and cunning and the unexpected turn, a restless intelligence moving through Asgard, always finding the gap between what was planned and what actually happened. The gods tolerated him because his cleverness was frequently as useful as it was troubling. A great many of the stories about him are stories in which he causes a problem and then solves it, usually with more ingenuity than anyone else in the room could have managed. He was the son of a giant, and however long he had spent at Odin's side, he had never fully belonged there. He was inside the divine order and outside it at the same time, permanently, and the sources never resolved that. Angerbotha was different from him in almost every way that mattered. She was a giantess, a Jotun, which placed her among the older and wilder powers of the Norse world, beings whose age preceded the gods and whose nature was not easily governed or appeased. Her name means something close to the one who brings grief or anguish boding, which is the kind of name that leaves little room for misinterpretation. She lived in the deep interior of the giants' country, and there she bore Loki 3 children, in relative quiet, far from the halls of Asgard, before the gods received word of what had been born. The giantesses of Norse mythology are worth a moment of attention, because they occupy a particular position in the old stories. They are associated with forces that predate the orderly divine world. They are wild in a way that the Aesir are not, connected to the cold and the stone and the deep places. Several of them are mothers of gods or figures whose wisdom the gods come seeking. In each case, there is this quality of something large and unmanageable underneath the surface, something that will not be entirely domesticated by its contact with the divine order. The sources are genuinely sparse on Angerbotha, and I want to be careful not to fill in what is missing with invention. What can be said with confidence is that she was a giantess, that she lived in Jotunheim, that she bore 3 children to Loki, and that her name carries this quality of grief announced in advance rather than grief inflicted. Beyond that, the texts do not give us much, and the silence is in some ways appropriate. She is the origin point, the place where 3 enormous forces first took form, and then the stories move on without her. The gods received the news the way they received most unsettling news, which was with a counsel and a prophecy and a decision that could not be unmade. The prophecy was not complicated in outline, though its implications were vast. 3 children had been born in Jotunheim to Loki and to the giantess, and those 3 children would grow into something the gods could not simply overlook. What made them particularly difficult was their parentage. They were not straightforwardly giants, to be warred against in the ordinary way. They were not gods. They carried both inheritances at once, which made them unpredictable in a way that purely giant or purely divine beings were not, and it meant that no established procedure applied to them. So the gods brought all 3 to Asgard, and dealt with each one according to what it was. The first was the wolf Fenrir. Even as a young creature, he grew with a speed and a size that alarmed the Aesir, and for a while they kept him among them, thinking that watching him closely was the same as controlling him. It was not. His hunger seemed to have no natural limit, and he grew larger every day. When they finally understood that observation would not be enough, they bound him with a chain called Gleipnir, which was not a chain at all in appearance but something ribbon-thin, made according to the old stories from the sound of a cat's footfall, and the beard of a woman, and the roots of a mountain, and several other things that do not exist. That is precisely why it held where iron had failed. The binding cost Tyr his hand, because Fenrir would only allow himself to be bound if one of the gods placed a hand in his mouth as surety, and Tyr was the one who did it, knowing exactly what would happen. He was thrown into the ocean that surrounds Midgard, the middle world where human beings live, and there he grew until he encircled the entire world and could take his own tail in his mouth. He lay in those deep waters, coiled around the edge of everything, and he would remain there until the end, when he would rise and Thor would meet him for the last time. The pattern in both cases is worth noticing, because it is the same pattern. Separation and restraint. Remove them from proximity to the divine world and bind them in ways that acknowledge their power while denying them freedom. These were solutions born of necessity rather than wisdom. They were acts of containment rather than resolution, and neither binding would hold forever. And the gods seem to have understood this even while performing them. There is a fatalism built into the whole sequence, a recognition that what they were doing was delay rather than prevention. And then there was the third child, and the gods made a different choice about her. She was not bound in a chain like her brother. She was not thrown into the sea like her other brother. The distinction matters, and it is easy to miss. According to Snorri, Odin cast her down into Niflheim, the primordial realm of mist and cold that lies beneath the roots of the world, and gave her authority over 9 worlds, and charged her with apportioning lodging to everyone who was sent to her. That is not containment. That is an appointment. It came dressed in the clothing of exile, certainly. The word Snorri uses carries force and implies that her willingness was not among the considerations. She was sent away, and she was sent somewhere cold and mist-wrapped and located at the furthest possible remove from the warmth and gold of the divine halls. But she was sent away with power, and the power she received was of a kind that no battle magic and no divine authority could easily undo. What is worth sitting with, if you are following these 3 children in your mind, is how different she is from her siblings despite sharing their parentage entirely. Fenrir and Jormungandr are forces of appetite. Their danger is active and physical and loud, the wolf who will swallow the sun, the serpent whose poison will darken the sky. They are everything the word chaos suggests when you say it aloud. She is none of those things. Where they are restless, she is still. Where they are agents of catastrophic violence, she governs a realm where the violence has already concluded, where the noise of life has already softened into something quieter and more final. She is not a destroyer. She is the one who receives what destruction leaves behind, and also what age leaves behind, and illness, and ordinary human exhaustion. Her brothers would break the world at the end of days. She would simply receive the dead, one by one, in silence, for as long as there were dead to receive. There is one further thing worth saying about the 3 of them together, because the arrangement is stranger than it first appears. Loki was a god of motion. He moved through the world the way smoke moves through a room, always finding a new shape and a new approach and a new way out. He escaped consequences. He slipped out of traps. He transformed before anyone could fix him in place, and the sources record him doing this over and over, in one story after another, for centuries. And his children are all, without exception, fixed. Fenrir is bound and cannot move. Jormungandr is confined to the sea and lies in one enormous circle with his tail in his mouth, which is about as fixed as a thing can be, while still technically being able to move. And the daughter sits in a hall beneath the world and does not go anywhere at all, because she has no need to. Everything that lives will come to her. She has only to remain where she is, and the world will eventually deliver itself into her keeping. The trickster's children are the 3 most immovable objects in the cosmos. Whether the Norse noticed this deliberately, or whether it simply fell out of the way the stories developed, I cannot say. But it is too neat to pass over. The being whose defining quality was evasion produced a daughter who is the one thing nobody evades. And there is one more parallel between father and daughter that is worth holding on to, because it explains something about her position. Loki occupies a place in the divine order that is genuinely difficult to categorize. He is counted among the Aesir in many contexts, admitted to the hall, included in the company. And he is not of them in origin, not fully trusted, associated with forces the gods cannot comfortably control. He is inside the order and outside it at the same time. She shares that exactly. She rules a realm the gods acknowledge and in some sense depend upon, because somebody has to govern the dead. And she is not one of them. She is not counted among the Aesir or the Vanir. She is not invited to the feasts. She is not celebrated in the way that Odin and Thor and Freyr are celebrated. She holds real authority, authority that even the All-Father cannot override, and she holds it entirely from the margins. Both of them are inside by function and outside by nature, and both are associated with things the gods would prefer to keep at a comfortable distance. Loki represents the instability the gods cannot suppress within their own world. She represents the ending they cannot prevent. The gods of Asgard are mortal, as this mythology makes perfectly plain. They will die, and she, sitting quietly beneath the world, is what that fact looks like when it is given a face. Perhaps their discomfort with her was never very different from their discomfort with her father. Both of them reminded the Aesir of something they would rather not look at directly. Of all the things the old sources record about her, the description of her appearance is the strangest and the most immediately striking. She is divided exactly in half, not between left and right, not between front and back, but in some more fundamental way that the sources suggest you would understand immediately upon seeing her, even if you could not explain what you were looking at. One half of her body is the color and texture of living flesh, warm-toned, present, the kind of half that catches light and seems to breathe, the half that belongs to the world of the moving and the eating and the speaking. The other half is blue-black. It is the deep particular color that appears in a bruise left too long, or in skin that has been deprived of warmth and blood for longer than a body can sustain. It is not exactly frightening, so much as quietly wrong, in the way that only things associated with physical death are wrong. A wrongness that registers somewhere older in the mind than language does. Snorri describes her expression with 2 words, and they are worth dwelling on because they do not usually belong together on a single face. She is downcast, and she is grim. Fierceness implies engagement, energy directed outward toward the world. Yet her fierceness is paired always with something turned inward or downward, something suggesting that she is not looking at you with hostility, so much as looking at you with the knowledge of what you will eventually become. The expression that knowledge produces is neither warm nor cruel, but simply settled, the way a mountain is settled, the way the ocean floor is settled, unmoved and unmovable, and entirely indifferent to whether you find it comforting. If you sit with the image for a while, it begins to communicate something that is not quite what horror is meant to communicate. Horror is designed to produce flight, the sharp contraction of the self away from a threatening thing. Her appearance does not quite do that. What it does instead is slower and more difficult, which is to hold 2 realities in the same field of vision at once without letting you resolve them into anything more comfortable. On one side, the living half, Loki's inheritance perhaps, the mercurial brightness of a father who could become anything, who moved through the world in a state of constant becoming and was never quite the same thing from one moment to the next, and who therefore carried an almost uncomfortable vitality, the vitality of something that has not yet reached its final form. On the other side, the dead half, her mother's inheritance, the weight and the cold and the stillness of a giantess whose name meant grief announced in advance, who carried in the very sound of it the knowledge that certain things cannot be avoided, and that foreknowing them is its own particular sorrow. Between these 2 inheritances she stands, and the standing itself is the meaning. She does not resolve into one or the other. She does not choose. She contains both simultaneously. The sources do not present this as a tragedy or a deformity. They present it as a simple fact about what she is and what she represents, which is not death opposed to life, but death and life understood as the same thing seen from 2 different angles. The way a river and its reflection are not 2 rivers but one thing and its image, each incomplete without the other. It is worth remembering who was imagining this and how they lived. The Norse were not a culture that averted their eyes from death. They buried their dead with tools and provisions. They kept their ancestors close, often literally, in burial mounds near the farmsteads where the living continued working. They told stories in which the dead spoke, and advised, and returned in dreams, and remained present in ways that a modern sensibility might find unsettling, but that they seem to have found natural. Death was part of the texture of an ordinary life, woven through the seasons and the harvests and the long northern winters in a way that made pretending otherwise not merely difficult, but actively useless. Children died, women died in childbirth, men went out on the water and did not come back. Winters killed people who had done nothing wrong, so when they imagined the figure who received the dead, they gave her a face that could not be prettied into something easier. They gave her the blue-black half and the living half together, and they put on that face an expression that was neither welcoming nor threatening, but simply honest, the honesty of something that has seen everything and is not surprised by any of it. In the world you move through now, death is handled differently, kept mostly out of sight until it cannot be, managed and softened and described in language designed to make it seem like something other than what it is. There are reasons for that, rooted in grief and love and the entirely human difficulty of looking directly at endings. But the old image carries a suggestion that the looking, however hard, is not without its own steadiness, that the people who first told her story understood the full picture, the living half and the dead half together, as a form of preparation rather than a form of despair. She was not designed to frighten. She was designed to remind. What Odin did when he gave her the realm was something he could not entirely undo, and it is worth pausing on what kind of act it actually was, because it is not quite like anything else in the Norse divine order. When the world was divided at its making, when the sea was given its measure, and the winds their direction, and the sky its vaulted roof, those were distributions of something already present, something that existed and simply required a governor. What Odin gave her was different in kind. He gave her not a portion of the living world, but its underside, the part that accumulates rather than diminishes. Think about that for a moment. Every other domain in the Norse cosmos was, in principle, bounded. The sea has edges, the sky has a roof, the land runs out. Hers was the one domain that only ever expanded, filling steadily with the weight of everyone who had ever drawn breath and then stopped. And yet the appointment carried within it something that looked, from a certain angle, very much like punishment. She had not come into her authority the way other figures in the Norse world came into theirs, through lineage or counsel, or the outcome of bargains struck in the bright air above Asgard. She had been cast down. The word implies force. It implies that nobody asked. To be sent to Niflheim was, in that imagination, to be sent away from everything that made existence vivid. It was where the primordial cold had always lived, where rivers ran before there was any living thing to hear them, where darkness was not the absence of light, but something considerably older than light had ever been. The paradox at the center of her situation is one the Norse understood intimately, because their mythology is full of it. Power and constraint arriving together, authority granted in the same motion as exile, elevation that is indistinguishable from banishment depending on which direction you are looking from. Fenrir was bound because he was powerful, and the binding was simultaneously imprisonment and acknowledgement of everything he was. Jormungandr was confined to the sea, and in that confinement, made to encompass the entire world. And she was sent below, and in being sent below, was made to receive everything. If you stand above and look down, she has been exiled. If you stand anywhere at all, and consider honestly where you are eventually going, she is the most consequential being you will ever be subject to. This is the aspect of her appointment that no later arrangement could revise, and it is the thing Odin himself could not retrieve once he had set it in motion. There is a moment later in the stories where this becomes explicit. A petition reaches her. Someone beloved to the gods descends the long road and arrives at her hall and asks something of her. She considers it and gives her answer. And her answer is not overturned by divine decree or by the grief of the All-Father watching from above. Odin, who gave an eye at the well of Mimir and hung 9 nights on the world tree for the runes, could not simply reach down into that cold place and take back what he had put there. What this made of her is something genuinely unusual in the Norse divine order, a ruler who had not sought her power, who had not won it through any of the means a warrior culture found legible and admirable, who had simply been placed in a cold realm and left to govern it according to her own judgment. And govern she did, in the way the sources describe, consistently, without favoritism, without the mercurial intervention that characterized her father, or the sweeping gestures that characterized Odin. She received everyone who came to her, and she gave back no one without conditions, and the conditions reflected the same impersonal logic that had appointed her in the first place. Her authority was not the kind that needed to announce itself, or that relied on being seen or celebrated or sung about in the mead halls above. She had been sent away, but what she ruled from that distance was something no other god could claim, which is that everyone, in the end, was hers. The road to her realm had a name. The Norse called it Helvega, the Hell Road, and it appears in the poems as a real route with real features, the way you might describe a difficult mountain pass. It was a journey into darkness and cold rather than into fire and heat. And this is one of the places where the later confusion of the word does the most damage, because almost everyone raised in a Christian culture expects heat, and there is none. Those who travelled it, whether the dead moving instinctively toward their destination, or the very rare living soul desperate enough to attempt the crossing, found that the path did not announce itself with spectacle, but with an absence. A gradual withdrawal of light and warmth and sound, as though the world above were being pulled away like a blanket from a sleeping figure. The realm lay beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, the great ash whose branches held up the sky and whose roots reached down into 3 separate wells. It was the deepest of those roots, twisting down into Niflheim, that led toward the country we are travelling to. Niflheim was ancient, even by the standards of that cosmos, a place of swirling cold fog and rivers of ice that predated the gods themselves. And Helheim sat within it, or alongside it. The sources are not precise on this, and I do not think they were ever meant to be, sharing its character of stillness and cold, but distinct from it, because Helheim was not merely frozen wilderness, it was a governed realm. It had a ruler and a purpose. A traveller moving down the Helvega would have felt the temperature dropping steadily and the air growing heavier with mist. The ground underfoot would have changed from the familiar soil and rock of the living world to something harder and colder and more permanent, frost-laced earth that showed no footprints, that seemed to belong to a time before footprints were made. And then, ahead, a sound. Not music, not wind exactly, something that carried the pitch and clatter of metal on metal, of blades and spear points colliding in the air. That was the River Gel, and its name means something like the loud or resounding one. Its waters were said to produce that sound as they ran, a rushing, clanging murmur filling the cold air and seeming to come from everywhere at once, as though the river itself were announcing that you had reached the boundary between one world and the next. Over the Gel was a bridge called Galabru, and it was unlike any bridge the living world contained, because its roof was thatched with glittering gold that caught and held whatever thin light existed in that grey landscape. The crossing shone strangely above the dark noise of the water beneath it. It was tended by a figure named Mother Guther, a woman who guarded it and questioned anyone who tried to pass. Almost nothing is known about her. She appears in this one function and nowhere else, and her name has been read as something like furious battle, which does not obviously suit a person whose job is standing on a bridge asking questions. What she is, structurally, is a threshold keeper. The Norse world had a great many of these. Figures posted at the edges of things whose role was not to fight, but to ask. Who are you? Where are you going? What is your business here? There is something almost bureaucratic about it, and I do not mean that dismissively. A boundary that is genuinely absolute does not need a guard. It needs a guard precisely because it is a boundary that things pass through, in one direction, constantly, and somebody has to be there to observe the traffic. She has presumably been standing on that bridge for as long as there have been dead people. 5 troops of them went over the day before she spoke to the one living visitor she would ever meet. There is a detail about her that I find one of the most quietly extraordinary things in the entire body of Norse literature, and we will come to it properly later, when we follow the one living being who ever rode across that bridge. For now, it is enough to say that she noticed something about him that no one else would have thought to notice. Beyond the bridge, the path continued into cold and silence. The mist thickened, the air grew so still that even the sound of the river faded behind you. And then the walls came into view, rising high and stark against the pale grey nothing of that sky. The old sources call them exceeding high, which is itself a kind of understatement, because these were not walls built to keep enemies out. They were walls built to define a boundary that was absolute, a border you could not simply cross back over by wishing it so. The gates set into those walls were called nargrind, the corpse gates, and they were shut, always shut, in the way that all truly significant thresholds in the Norse world were kept shut, because what they separated was not merely 2 territories, but 2 states of being. Once you had passed through, the howling and the clanging and the noise of the crossing fell away, and what replaced it was something the sources suggest without quite naming. A deep and pervasive stillness, an atmosphere not of terror but of finality, the feeling of a place that had been waiting long before you arrived and would continue long after. Cold and vast and extraordinarily quiet, where the mist never fully lifted and the light never fully brightened, but where, despite all of that, there was a kind of peace. The peace of a place that has accepted everything, that turns nothing away, that has had room for all who came to it since the beginning of the world. Beyond the gates, the hall waited. There is a question I have been avoiding and should probably address, which is how the dead were supposed to make this journey at all. The road is described as long, 9 nights on the fastest horse in the 9 worlds, and Sleipnir was not making a leisurely trip, through valleys deep enough that a rider could not see his own hands, across a river that sounded like a battle, over a bridge, past a gate, and the people making it were, for the most part, not equipped for it. They were farmers who had died of a fever. They were women who had died in childbirth. They were children. The sources do not explain how they got there, and do not seem to think an explanation is required. There is no ferryman. There is no coin under the tongue. There is no guide. The dead simply go, and the going takes whatever it takes, and they arrive. There is a hint in one place that the journey took time. Some of the material suggests a lapse between a death and an arrival, which is one of the reasons a funeral was not something to be rushed. The living waited for a while before certain things could be settled, and one reading of that is that the dead were understood to be still traveling. If you take that literally, then the road is full at all times. Not crowded exactly, because the distances are enormous, but never empty. Mothguthr's 5 troops in a single day were not remarkable to her. That is simply the traffic, and every one of those travellers was walking a road that got progressively colder and darker, with no company and no map, toward a destination they had heard about all their lives. I find I want to say something reassuring about that, and the sources do not give me anything to say. What they give instead is the arrival. The gate opens. The hall is warm with presents, if not with fire. The benches have been prepared. Somebody has already brewed the drink. Whatever the road was like, it ended somewhere that had been expecting them. There is a guardian in this story, and I want to handle him carefully, because the popular version is more confident than the sources are. His name was Garma. He appears in the Völuspá, the great prophetic poem, where the seeress returns to him several times as a kind of refrain. He howls before the cave called Gnipahellir. His fetter will break, and he will run free. The poem calls him the worst of hounds, and it uses him as a marker of how far the ending has progressed, coming back to him the way a bell comes back in a piece of music. What the poem does not actually say is that he guards Hel's gate. That connection is an inference, and it is a reasonable one, and it has been made for a very long time. Snorri, who tends to tidy things, treats him as belonging to the underworld. And there is a separate hound in another poem, encountered by Ovin on the road down, bloody about the chest, who bays at him as he passes. Whether that is Garma under another description, or a different creature entirely, nobody can say. What we have then is a chained hound, somewhere near the entrance to the world of the dead, howling with blood dried dark on his chest, waiting for the bonds to give way. People who know the Greek tradition will notice something familiar in this. Cerberus serves a structurally identical function, a dog at the threshold, ensuring that the dead stay where they belong and the living do not pass unchallenged. The parallel turns up across enough traditions that scholars have occasionally suggested a very old shared root, some ancient understanding of dogs as creatures uniquely suited to stand at a border between worlds. Dogs in many traditions are associated with death, not because they were feared as dangerous, but because they were understood as beings who could perceive things the living could not, who inhabited a slightly different relationship with the invisible. A hound at the threshold is not an arbitrary choice. It feels, across cultures and centuries, like the right one. At the ending of the world, according to the poem, his chains break. He runs free into the final catastrophe, and there, in Snorri's telling of it, he meets Tyr, the one-handed god of law and oath and justice, the god who had himself lost his hand to Garma's fellow creature in that earlier binding. They kill each other. It is a pairing that carries a certain logic. Tyr is associated with law, with the structures that hold the world in order, with the agreements and bonds that make ordinary life possible. Garma is the creature whose chain embodies that same principle applied to death itself. When the laws of the world break down, it is fitting that the god of law and the hound bound by the world's oldest constraint should end each other at the same moment. The hall beyond the gates had a name, and within it everything had a name, and the names were not chosen at random. The hall was Eljuvnir, and the word carries the sense of something battered by sleet or damp with storm. It is the kind of name that tells you the weather of a place before you have entered it. Snorri walks you through the interior room by room, pausing at each object to say what it was called, and the effect even now is something that stays with you, because the names he gives are not the names of ordinary household things. They are the names of the sensations and conditions that gather around a person in the final weeks and days of a life. The threshold was called Falanda Forath, which is something like falling peril or stumbling block. There is something quietly devastating in that, in the idea that the very entrance to this hall is named for the faltering step, the moment when a body begins to give way beneath the person still living inside it. The dish set on the table was named Hungr, which is hunger. The knife beside it was Solter, which is famine. If you sit with those two for a moment, you begin to understand what is being done, because hunger and famine are not simply grim jokes about a host who fails to feed her guests. They are a recognition that the body's long acquaintance with need, the slow withdrawal of appetite, and the failure of the flesh to want what once sustained it, leads here, ends here. The hall accommodates that ending by naming it plainly and setting it on the table like a fact that cannot be removed. The two servants were called Ganglati and Ganglut, names carrying the sense of slow-moving and lazy. They went about the rooms at a pace matching the stillness of everything around them, unhurried in the way that only something outside of time can be unhurried. There is nowhere to be in that hall, and no moment by which anyone needs to arrive. And the sluggish movement of those two through the cold space communicates something true about what it feels like to be very ill, when the world slows around you and even small tasks take enormous effort, and the distance between where you are lying and where you wish to be seems immeasurable. Her bed was called Kur, which means sick bed, the bed of someone who has taken to it and will not be getting up. Her bed hangings were Blikjundabul, which Snorri gives as something like gleaming misfortune or bleak disaster. That last one seems at first merely gloomy, until you consider that these are the things surrounding the ruler of this realm in her most private and unguarded moments, the coverings of her rest. By giving them these names, the tradition is saying something about what it means to preside over such a place, and about what it costs, or perhaps simply about what it reflects. She does not choose these names for vanity or for cruelty. She chooses them, or the tradition chooses them for her, because they are accurate. This is a hall assembled from the accumulated weight of every sickness and misfortune that ever ended a life, and accuracy is, in its own way, a form of respect for the dead who have brought all of that with them to her door. Now, having laid all of that out, I have to raise a difficulty, because it is the passage in the Prose Edda that scholars return to most often when they try to assess how much of Snorri is ancient and how much is Snorri. The elaborate naming has the quality of something a very skilled poet might compose deliberately. It is a sustained dark conceit, the interior of a house where dying has been given furniture and cutlery and a place to sleep. And the older poems do not give us anything like this level of household inventory. They name Hel, and they travel toward her, and they feel her at the edge of things, but they do not stop to itemize her knives. Some scholars believe the naming reflects genuinely old poetic tradition, the kind of elaborate compound work that characterized Old Norse verse for centuries before anyone wrote it down. Others suspect that Snorri, an accomplished poet in his own right, elaborated thinner material into something with the texture and detail that made good prose and conveyed the meaning he wanted a reader to take away. Both could be true in different measures, and the question cannot be settled, because the written record does not reach back far enough. But I would say this in the passage's defense: whoever composed it, there is a logic in it that feels genuinely ancient, and it is the logic of poetry rather than of theology. These were people who named things precisely because they believed that naming was a way of making the unnamed bearable, a way of looking directly at what frightens you and giving it a word so that you are no longer at the mercy of its shapelessness. A hall whose every surface is named after death's approach is a hall that has looked at death without flinching and decided to accommodate it with the same quiet precision that its ruler brings to everything else she governs. Nothing left in shadow that a name could reach. The two servants deserve a little more attention than they usually get, because they are the only figures in that hall besides its ruler who are given names at all, and because of what they seem to be for, Ganglati and Ganglat. A man and a woman, and the names are near identical, differing only in the ending that marks the gender. Both carry the sense of moving slowly, of being sluggish, of taking a very long time to get anywhere. They are the household staff of the underworld, and their defining characteristic is that they are never in a hurry. There is a joke in this somewhere, and Snorri may well have intended one, because a servant who moves slowly is a domestic complaint that anyone in any century would recognize. But the joke sits on top of something considerably less funny. If you have ever spent time in a room where somebody is very ill, you will recognize what is being described. The way the world outside continues at its ordinary pace, while the room itself operates on a completely different schedule. The way small tasks expand to fill enormous stretches of time. The way the distance from a bed to a doorway can become a genuine expedition, planned in advance, undertaken carefully. Ganglati and Ganglet move through that hall the way people move through a sick room, which is slowly, because there is no reason to hurry, and because hurrying would be a kind of lie about where you are. And their slowness is also, in its way, a kindness. Nobody in that hall is late for anything. There is no appointment to keep, no season to work with, no boat to catch. The urgency that organizes a living life has simply been switched off, and the two servants are what that looks like when it is given a body and put to work carrying dishes. I find them a strangely gentle detail in a passage that is otherwise fairly bleak. Everything else in that hall is named after a symptom. The servants are named after a pace, and a pace is something you can settle into. Now we come to the part that changes the proportions of everything, and I think it is the single most important thing to understand about this realm. Almost everyone went there. The warriors who died with weapons in their hands were taken by the Valkyries to Valhalla or to Freya's field, and of this a great deal was sung. The poets returned to it constantly, the image of the chosen dead riding through the sky, selected from the field of battle and escorted into halls of gold and firelight, where the feasting never ended and the fighting resumed each morning like a gift. These were the deaths the old stories treated as achievements, destinations earned rather than simply arrived at. The culture that produced those stories clearly found something deeply compelling in the idea that how you died could determine where you went. But for all the space Valhalla occupies in the surviving material, it was never where most people went. The Valkyries were selective. They chose, they passed over, they decided. The vast majority of any battlefield was not chosen, to say nothing of everyone who never saw a battlefield at all. The woman who had borne children and raised them through the long winters, the farmer who had worked his land through decades of cold seasons and brief summers, the fisherman whose boat went down far from shore, the child who did not survive infancy, the old man who lived long enough to see his grandchildren and died quietly in his bed with the smell of wood smoke around him. None of them rode through the sky. They walked the Helviga, and they passed through the corpse gates, and she received them. The Norse had a word for that kind of death. Stradöða, straw death, meaning to die in your bed on the straw rather than out in the open with a weapon. And it is usually reported that they held it in contempt, that a straw death was a shameful thing. I want to be a little careful here, because the sources that say so most loudly are the heroic ones, and heroic literature is not a neutral witness to how people actually felt. The sagas were written by and for a class that valued martial reputation. A great many people in that world died on the straw and were mourned properly by families who did not think less of them for it. What is clear is that the tradition made room for both. It celebrated the warrior death loudly and at length, and it also imagined, in careful detail, a realm for everyone else, not a place of punishment or failure, a destination. And there is a detail that complicates the contempt considerably, which is that some of the most celebrated figures in the whole body of literature died on the straw. Egil, whose poem we will come to, died an old man on his farm, blind and deaf and getting in the way of the kitchen servants. The saga tells it with a certain grim humour and does not present it as a disgrace. It presents it as what happens. A great many saga heroes die that way. They survive their feuds and their voyages and their improbable fights, and then they get old, and then they die in bed, and the sagas record it in a sentence and move on to the next generation. If straw death were genuinely shameful, that is not how a literature obsessed with reputation would handle it. What seems more likely is that the contempt was a specific attitude held in specific contexts, by people with something to prove, in poetry composed for an audience that wanted to hear it, and that alongside it there was a much broader and quieter acceptance that most lives end the ordinary way, and that this is neither a failure nor a subject for comment. And when you count honestly, when you set aside the celebrated few, what you find is that her realm was filling steadily, century after century, with the overwhelming majority of everyone who had ever lived. In that sense, she is arguably the most consequential figure in the entire Norse understanding of death. Not the most celebrated, not the most sung about, but the one most relevant to the actual experience of any ordinary person who ever lived and died in that world, which is to say nearly all of them. There is a kind of leveling in this that sits quietly beneath all the hierarchies of the Norse world, beneath the distinction between gods and giants, between warriors and thralls, between those chosen by Odin and those passed over. She did not ask how you had lived, or what battles you had fought, or whether you had been brave or common. She asked only that you come, and they all came, from the greatest to the most forgotten, and they arrived with equal standing, because they arrived with nothing at all. One of the things the sources make plain, if you read them carefully, is that the dead in her realm were not simply gone. They were somewhere, and that somewhere had a texture to it. This is perhaps the detail most easily lost when the word conjures images drawn from later traditions, because what the Norse imagined for their dead was something far quieter and, in its own way, far stranger than either paradise or torment. It was a continuation, a carrying on, a life that resembled the one left behind closely enough that the distance between the living and the dead felt like a matter of geography rather than of existence itself. Balder, who we will come to properly in a while, is the clearest example the sources give us of what this actually meant in practice. When a messenger finally reached that hall and found him there, he was not described as diminished or lost. He was seated in the place of honor. He was recognizable. He was still himself. He had been the most beloved of all the gods, and in that hall it had not simply evaporated. It had been relocated, held within those walls rather than shining across Asgard, but real nonetheless. There is something deeply Norse in that. The idea that what a person was in life did not dissolve at death, but persisted, carried down into the realm of the dead, and arranged there with a kind of care, as though the hall took the living world seriously enough to reflect it. There is a second strand of belief that runs alongside this, and I want to introduce it carefully, because the two do not fit together neatly, and the sources never reconcile them. Alongside everything the Norse said about a realm beneath the world, they also believed, at least in some places and some periods, that the dead stayed in their graves. The sagas describe this with striking matter-of-factness. A man who has been buried in a mound near his farm is understood to be in that mound, in some real sense. He may be visited. He may appear in dreams. In certain stories, he may be spoken to directly and may answer. Some of the sagas describe the inside of a mound as warm and lit, a small interior world with its own furniture and its own fire, which is a strange and rather moving image once you have sat with it. The dead man sitting in his mound, in a very small version of a very large hall. There are darker versions of this too, where the mound dweller does not stay quietly inside and instead becomes something the living have to deal with, heavy and cold and physically present, which is a genuinely frightening figure in the sagas and nothing like the quiet dead we have been describing. These are worth a moment, because they are the closest thing the tradition has to a horror story, and because they sit so awkwardly beside everything else. The saga dead who come back are not ghosts in the way a modern reader expects. They are not transparent, and they do not drift. They are physical. They have weight. They are described as swollen and dark and enormously strong, and dealing with one is a practical problem rather than a spiritual one. You do not exorcise them. You go into the mound and wrestle them, or you take the body out and burn it, and the sagas describe this with the same matter-of-factness they bring to lawsuits and land disputes. Some of them are malicious. Some of them are simply unwilling to leave, sitting in their mounds with their treasure and objecting to visitors. How this fits with a hall beneath the world is anybody's guess, and the sagas do not attempt to reconcile it. A man in a mound is in his mound. A man who has gone to hell has gone to hell. Both statements appear in the same literature, sometimes in the same text, without any apparent discomfort. I suspect the honest answer is that these were never a single system. They were beliefs held by many different people across a very large area over several centuries, and they overlapped and contradicted each other in exactly the way that human beliefs about death always do. Most people today hold at least two incompatible ideas about what happens when someone dies, and manage it without difficulty. And there is no reason to think the Norse were tidier about it than we are. How does someone dwell in a mound in Iceland and simultaneously sit in a hall beneath the roots of the world? The sources do not say. They do not appear to have been troubled by it. That may be because these were never a single systematic theology in the way we might want them to be. They were beliefs held by many different people across a very large area over several centuries, and they overlapped and contradicted each other in the ordinary way that human beliefs about death always do. What the strands share is more interesting than where they conflict. In both, the dead are somewhere rather than nowhere. In both, they remain reachable in some attenuated way, through dreams or through the proper tending of a grave. In both, the world has depth to it, a dimension running below the surface that is full of people who have already made the crossing and are, by all accounts, continuing on. What that meant for the people who held these beliefs is that grief, while entirely real, did not carry within it the absolute severance that some traditions impose. The person who had died was still, in some meaningful sense, there, not in the room and not at the table, but beneath the ground in a place that had its own table and its own room and its own slow ongoing life. The landscape itself felt inhabited by more than the living. You can see this belief in the ground, which is one of the few places where the mythology can be checked against something physical. Norse graves are full of things. Not everywhere and not always, because burial practice varied enormously across several centuries and a very large geography, but the pattern is consistent enough to be striking. People were buried with tools, with cooking equipment, with combs, which turn up so frequently that they must have mattered a great deal, with jewelry, and with weapons and with the small ordinary objects of a working life. Some were buried with food, some with animals, some, at the highest end of the scale, with entire ships and with carts and with beds. There are graves containing scales and weights, which is the equipment of a merchant. There are graves containing spindle whorls and weaving swords, which is the equipment of a household. There are graves of children containing toys. Whatever people believed about where the dead went, they behaved as though the dead were going somewhere they would need things. That is not a small observation. You do not pack a bag for oblivion. The care with which these burials were assembled, the expense of them, the deliberate placing of objects around a body in ways that clearly meant something to the people doing the placing, all of it points toward a conviction that the person was continuing and would want their comb. There is an argument to be had about how literally any of this was meant, and archaeologists have been having it for a long time. Grave goods can be about status as much as about the afterlife. A rich burial says something to the living who are standing around watching it, and some of what it says is about the family doing the burying rather than about the person in the ground. Both things are probably true at once, as they usually are. But the combs stay with me. A comb is not a status object. It is a thing you use in the morning, unthinkingly, for as long as you have hair. Putting one in a grave is a very small gesture, and it is difficult to read as anything other than someone thinking, quite practically, that this will still be wanted. There is one part of her realm that does involve suffering, and I want to be accurate about it rather than dismissing the idea entirely in the effort to correct a misconception. Within the broader territory, there was a place called Nastrond, the shore of corpses. The Völuspá describes it in a few compressed and unpleasant lines. A hall standing on a shore, facing north, which in that symbolic world meant facing away from light and warmth. Its walls woven from the spines of serpents, their heads turned inward, venom dripping through the smoke holes in the roof. Those who wade through the heavy streams there are named Oathbreakers, murderers, and men who seduce the wives of others. And the dragon Yggdrasil sucks at the bodies of the dead. That is real, and it is in the tradition, and it is a place of genuine torment. Nobody should be told otherwise. But it is a district rather than the whole country. It was reserved for those who had committed the particular crimes the Norse considered most catastrophic. And the ordering of that list is worth noticing, because oath-breaking comes first. In a society built on loyalty and spoken promises, where agreements were held together by the fact that people kept their word rather than by any enforcement apparatus, breaking an oath was a form of destruction that reached far beyond any single victim. It attacked the mechanism by which the society functioned at all. It is worth dwelling on this, because it is one of the clearest windows into what these people actually valued, and it is quite different from what a modern list would look like. There were no courts in the sense we would recognize. There was an assembly where disputes were heard, and there were laws, and there were procedures, but there was no police force, and no prison, and no standing authority capable of compelling anyone to do anything. If a judgment went against you, what made you comply was your own reputation and the knowledge that your neighbors would remember. In that arrangement, a person's word is not a moral nicety, it is load-bearing. It is the material the whole structure is made of, which is why oath-breaking sits at the head of that list, ahead of murder. Murder destroys a person. Oath-breaking destroys the thing that lets people live near each other at all. And notice what is not on the list. There is nothing about belief, nothing about worshipping incorrectly, or doubting the gods, or failing to make the right offerings. Nothing about the ordinary human failings that later traditions would spend a great deal of time cataloguing. Nothing about cowardice, which the heroic poetry despises, but which apparently does not send you to the serpent hall. The three crimes named are all crimes against other people, and specifically against the bonds that hold a community together: betrayal of a promise, killing, betrayal of a marriage, whatever else can be said about that shore, and it is a genuinely unpleasant place. The logic that assigns people to it is not a religious logic, it is a social one. You end up there for what you did to the people around you, not for what you thought about the gods. The farmer who died in winter did not go to Nostrand. The mother who died in childbirth did not go there. The old man who had kept his oaths and lived his years and simply come to the end of them did not go there. They went to the hall, and the hall was something different. The dragon at Nostrand was old, and it is worth a moment of its own, because it represents something the Norse understood with unusual clarity. Yggdrasil, whose name carries the sense of a striker from below or a corpse gnawer, dwelt in a place called Fergelmir, the roaring cauldron, a great spring buried deep in the primordial cold, from which rivers were said to flow outward into the world above, like roots of water spreading invisibly beneath everything you have ever stood on. And at the lowest root of Yggdrasil, the dragon worked, endlessly, patiently, chewing through what held the world in place. This is not a comfortable image, and it was not meant to be. But what it represents is not chaos for its own sake, or evil in any simple sense. It is something older and stranger than either, which is the work of dissolution that underlies all living systems. The slow return of everything complex and structured to something simpler and undone. Every tree that falls in a forest, every body that returns to the soil it once walked on, every great thing that gradually becomes nothing. That process has always been operating, underneath, quietly, and Yggdrasil was the Norse way of giving it a shape and a location, and the particular sound of gnawing in the dark. The dragon is not cruel in any personal sense. It gnaws because that is what it is and what it does, the way fire burns and water flows. It is something older than morality, possibly older than the gods, a force of dissolution sitting at the very foundation of the world. And it does not belong to hell. That distinction matters. The two share the same vast cold territory beneath the world, but their natures are genuinely different. in the way that a governor and a natural process can occupy the same land without being the same kind of thing. She administers, she receives, she makes decisions, she holds conditions, she exercises the authority that was given to her. If the dragon gnaws at the roots nearby, it does so according to no authority at all, because dissolution does not answer to anyone, not even to the ruler of the dead. The Norse understanding that both of these could exist in the same realm, ordered death and unordered decay, governance and entropy, beneath the same cold sky and without any contradiction, is a remarkably clear-eyed account of how the world actually works. I want to turn now to a piece of poetry, because so far almost everything we have looked at has come to us through Snorri, and there is one place where a real person, in genuine grief, reaches for this goddess and speaks about her directly. His name was Egil Skallagrimsson, and he was an Icelandic farmer and warrior and poet, difficult and violent and enormously gifted, who lived in the 10th century and whose saga was written down a few hundred years later. Late in his life, 2 of his sons died, 1 drowned. And Egil went into his bed closet and shut the door and lay down and would not eat, and by the account of the saga, he intended to die there. His daughter got him out of it by a trick, persuading him to compose a poem in his son's memory, knowing that he would not be able to leave it unfinished once he had started. The poem is called Sunnatorek, which means something like the irreparable loss of sons, and it is one of the most extraordinary things in the whole of Old Norse literature. It is a poem about grief written by a man who is furious. He is angry at the sea, which took 1 son. He is angry at Odin, whom he had served all his life, and who has taken the other and given him nothing in return except the gift of poetry, which Egil acknowledges in a tone that is somewhere between gratitude and accusation. And near the end, he turns and looks at what is coming for him. He says, in the compressed way that this poetry works, that the goddess of the underworld stands on the headland waiting for him, that he sees her there and that he will meet her without complaint. I find that image very hard to shake. Not a hall beneath the roots of the world, not a cold realm reached by 9 nights of riding through darkness. A figure standing on a headland, in view, in the ordinary landscape of a coastal farm, waiting for an old man who has lost his children and knows perfectly well that he is next. And the last thing the poem does is turn toward her without fear. He says he will go gladly, or at least willingly, not because he is comforted. He is not comforted by anything in that poem, but because she is what is left, and there is a kind of relief in having something left. Whether the poem is genuinely Egil's or was composed later and attributed to him is one of the ordinary scholarly arguments, and it will not be resolved. The manuscript that preserves it is much later than the man, and the text is difficult in places, and some of the readings are contested. But the attitude in it is the thing worth carrying away, and the attitude does not feel invented. It is worth noticing what the poem does not do. It does not ask for anything. Egil is a man who spent his whole life taking what he wanted by force or by cleverness, and here, at the one point where he most wants something, he does not even attempt a request. He does not ask for his sons back. He does not ask to be spared. He does not bargain. He notices that she is standing on the headland, and he says he will go. There is also no fear in it, and that absence is genuinely unusual in poetry about death. He is furious at the sea, and he is bitter toward Odin, and he is devastated about his children, and about her he is simply matter of fact. She is the last item on a list of things he has to accept, and she is the one item he does not argue with. I think that is because she is the only one on the list who has not betrayed him. The sea took a son. The god he served took another and gave him nothing back. She has done nothing except exist and wait, which is all she has ever done, and there is nothing in that to resent. That, I think, is closer to what she actually meant to the people who believed in her than any description of her furniture. There is a phrase in the account of her appointment that has caused a certain amount of quiet puzzlement, and it is worth raising because it shows how little we actually understand about the geography of her domain. Snorri says that Odin gave her authority over 9 worlds. 9 is the number that turns up constantly in this material. 9 nights on the tree, 9 nights of riding, 9 steps taken by a dying god. It has the feel of a number that means many rather than a number that means 9. But taken at face value, the statement is strange because the 9 worlds are usually understood to be the whole cosmos, including Asgard and the world of human beings. Giving her authority over all of them would make her sovereign over everything, which is plainly not what the rest of the material describes. The most likely reading is that it means she has authority over the dead of 9 worlds, which is to say the dead of everywhere, which brings us back to the same point by a different road. Every world produces dead. All of them are hers. Some scholars have suggested that her realm itself is subdivided, that there are 9 regions within it, and she apportions people among them, which would fit with the wording about assigning lodgings. Nastrond would then be one of those regions rather than an anomaly. Nobody knows. The sentence is a single line in a 13th century book, and there is nothing else to test it against. I mention it because it is a useful reminder of the scale of what we do not have. We can describe her knife and her bed hangings in some detail, because one man happened to write them down. We cannot say with any confidence how her country was actually laid out, because nobody thought to tell us, or because whoever did tell us was not written down. Of all the stories in which she appears, the one that reveals the most about her character is the story of Balder. He was Odin's son, and in him the gods had found something they rarely possessed in such uncomplicated form, a being about whom nothing dark could honestly be said. He was radiant in the most literal sense, the old poets intended, as though light gathered around him the way it gathers around something very white set against a pale sky. His presence in Asgard was the kind that makes a place feel more inhabited. The other gods loved him the way creatures love the sun, without being able to explain it. Not for anything he had done for them specifically, but for what he simply was. It is perhaps because he was the thing in that cosmos which most resembled uncomplicated goodness that what happened to him carried such weight, and that the grief which followed spread through the stories like cold water spreading through cloth. The trouble began with dreams. He began to dream of his own death, and the dreams were not vague the way dreams usually are, but vivid and insistent, returning night after night with the quality of something already settled. When he told the others, they took it seriously, because in that understanding, a dream of such persistence was not merely a dream, it was a message arriving from beyond the reach of ordinary knowledge. Odin rode down toward the realm of the dead to find out what it meant. And the short poem that describes that ride tells us something about her country that no other source does. He goes down and northward. Somewhere on the road a hound comes up toward him from below, its chest and jaws dark with blood, and it bays at him as he passes. He does not stop, and the poem does not explain the animal, and it is one of the small unresolved details that make that text feel genuinely old. He rides on until he reaches a grave on the eastern side of the hall, and there he works the spell that raises the dead, and a long-buried seeress comes up out of the ground. She is not pleased about it. She has been down there a long time, long enough that snow has fallen on her, and rain has beaten on her, and dew has lain on her, and she says so, and there is an exhaustion in her voice that survives translation. He does not give her his real name. He calls himself Vegtamra, which means something like one accustomed to the road, and he asks her a question. For whom, he asks, are the benches strewn with rings, and the platform covered over with gold? And she tells him. The mead, she says, is already brewed for Balder. It stands waiting, with a shield laid over it. And the sons of the Aesir are in despair. I find that answer extraordinary, and it is worth stopping on, because of what it reveals about the hall we have been describing. It is prepared. The benches have been made ready. The drink has been brewed and covered and set aside. Somebody down there has been getting the place in order for a guest who is, at the moment of the asking, still alive and walking around in Asgard, and not yet aware of anything except a run of bad dreams. That is not the behavior of a dungeon. It is the behavior of a household expecting a visitor of high standing and making the appropriate arrangements. Whether that preparation is a courtesy or a certainty, the poem does not say. Both readings are available, and both are unsettling in different ways. Odin asks 2 more questions and gets 2 more answers, and then he asks one too many, and the seeress recognizes him and stops answering and tells him to go home, and goes back down into the ground. What he brought back was not reassuring. The death was already woven into what was coming. The grief of the gods was already part of what the world was going to become. His mother Frigg responded the way someone responds when they love something so completely that they refuse to accept what cannot be changed. She travelled through the worlds and took an oath from everything she found. Every plant, every stone, every metal and sickness and creature, all of them swearing that they would not harm her son. The effort was immense, and it nearly worked. When the gods discovered that weapons glanced off him, and objects thrown at him fell harmlessly away, they made a game of it, gathering around him and throwing things and laughing when nothing touched him, finding in the game a joy that mixed with their relief. For a little while, it seemed that love had been sufficient to outpace fate. Loki had noticed something. He had gone among the world's creatures in disguise and found the one thing Frigg had passed over, a mistletoe growing on an oak, which she had not troubled to ask because it seemed too small and too young to matter. He cut a sprig and shaped it into something that could be thrown, and brought it to where the gods were still at their game. Standing at the edge of the circle was Hother, Balder's brother, who was blind and had been unable to participate. Loki approached him with the appearance of kindness and offered to guide his hand so that he could join in. Hother was glad of it. He did not know what he was holding. He threw it in the direction he was pointed, and Balder fell and did not rise. The silence that followed is the kind the old poets return to again and again, a silence so complete that it becomes its own sound, the sound of something enormous and irreversible settling into place. Then the grief came, all at once, from all of them. The prose Edda says that they wept so hard that none of them could speak to another about what had happened or decide what to do. His wife Nanna looked at him lying there, and her heart broke so completely that she died, and she was placed on the funeral ship beside him, and they were sent out to sea together in flames. It was after the burning that Hermodr was sent. He was another of Odin's sons, and he is not much spoken of elsewhere. He appears in the stories almost entirely for this one journey, and what he was known for is exactly what the moment required, which is a willingness to move toward a hard thing without making much of it. He rode Sleipnir, Odin's 8-legged horse, the one creature swift enough and strange enough for that journey. For 9 nights he rode through valleys so deep and so dark that he could see nothing on either side of him. The path known only by the sound of hooves on cold ground, the world above entirely absent, not even a suggestion of sky. The cold increased as he went, and it was not the ordinary cold of a winter night, but something older and more absolute, the cold that does not fluctuate, that has no memory of warmth. Then he heard the river before he saw it, the Gjöll, whose waters moved with that sound like weapons clashing, a vast continuous ringing filling the darkness around him. He crossed the bridge with its roof of gold that caught no light from any sky, and it is here that Mothguther said the thing that has stayed with me longer than almost anything else in this material. She looked at him, and she told him that 5 troops of dead men had ridden across that bridge the day before, and that the bridge had resounded less under all of them together than it did under him alone. Think about what she is describing. The dead go over in numbers and make less noise than one living man on one horse. They have set something down that he is still carrying, and the bridge can feel the difference. She did not need to explain further. She simply added that he did not have the colour of the dead about him, and asked him why he was riding the road to hell if he was not dead. He told her, and she pointed the way. Downward, northward, he rode on, and the gates rose before him, great and closed. Sleipnir gathered himself and leapt, clearing them entirely, and they landed on the other side in a quiet that was different in quality from the darkness of the road, a quiet with weight to it, as though silence here was not the absence of sound, but its own substance. He rode to the hall and dismounted and went inside. Balder was there, seated in the place of honor, with Nanna beside him. They were present in the way the dead in that hall were present, not suffering, not diminished, but no longer fully part of the living world either. Real and yet unreachable, the way something is real when you are looking at it through still water. Hermother stayed the night. In the morning he went to Hel herself and made his petition directly. He told her of the grief of the gods and described how all of Asgard had gone silent with mourning, and he asked her to release Balder so that he might return. She listened. Her expression, as the sources describe it, was not warm, but neither was it hostile. It was the expression of someone weighing a thing without sentiment, applying the same measure to this case that she would apply to any other. And she did not refuse. That is the detail people usually forget, and it is the most important thing in the whole encounter. She did not dismiss the grief, or declare it insufficient, or tell him that the dead do not return. She took the claim seriously, and then she tested it. If it was true that Balder was as beloved as he said, she told him, then let the world demonstrate it. Let everything in the 9 worlds weep for him. Every creature and plant and stone, every living and unliving thing. And if they did, she would release him. But if even one thing refused to weep, then he would stay with her. The messengers went out through all the worlds, and the weeping began. It came from everywhere, from things you might expect and things you would not. Stones wept, trees wept, metals and birds and creatures of every kind wept for Balder, because he had been so genuinely loved that the grief was not difficult to find. For a time it seemed the condition would be met, that the world had loved him fully enough to bring him home. The messengers were returning. The task was very nearly complete. Then they came to a cave, and inside it sat a giantess who gave her name as Thurk, which is simply the word for thanks. They asked her to weep for Balder, and she refused. She said that she had got no good from that man, living or dead, and that Hel could keep what she had. Snorri adds one line afterward that changes the whole passage, and he is careful about how he puts it. He says that people believe this was Loki. He does not state it as fact. He reports it as what people believe, and I think the care is deliberate, because the two possibilities are quite different. If it was Loki, then the test was rigged from the moment it was set, and the world's grief was never going to be enough. If it was not, then Balder was lost to a genuine indifference that happened to be sitting in a cave that day, which is somehow worse. Either way, the one refusal was sufficient. The condition had not been met. Balder remained in her hall, seated at her table in the cold and the quiet. And she had kept her word exactly. She had promised nothing except fairness, and fairness was precisely what she gave. There is a coda to the journey that the retellings usually drop, and I think it is one of the most affecting things in the whole episode. Before her mother left that hall, Balder walked him out and gave him things to carry back. He handed him a ring. It was Draupnir, which Odin had laid on the funeral pyre as a last gift, and which had therefore come down with him into the realm of the dead. He asked that it be taken back to his father as a keepsake. Think about the ordinariness of that gesture. A son sending a ring home because he thinks his father would want it back. He does not send a message about fate or a lament or any grand final statement. He sends the ring. Nanna sent things too. A linen robe for Frigg, and other gifts, and to one of the goddesses, a gold finger ring. Small tender objects moving upward, out of the underworld, in the hands of a man on a horse, from someone who had not stopped loving the world. She left even from that distance and through that barrier. And Hermodra rode back up through the 9 nights of dark valleys, carrying all of it, along with the condition that would fail, and delivered everything, and the ring went back onto Odin's hand. None of it changed anything. That is what makes it stay with you. The gifts arrived, and the petition failed, and the world went on toward its ending. And somewhere in Asgard, the Allfather was wearing a ring that had been down to the country of the dead and come back without his son. What stands out about her, across every story in which she appears, is how little she seems interested in being either feared or loved. Death deities across world mythologies tend to occupy one of 2 positions. They are either figures of terror, draped in imagery of violence and damnation, or they are compassionate guides, gentle shepherds of souls moving towards somewhere brighter. In either case, they are oriented toward the living. They perform their role with some awareness of the effect it has on those who contemplate them. She does neither. She receives the dead because that is what she does. She governs because the realm was given to her. She sets her conditions and honors them because that appears to be her nature. None of it seems designed to produce any particular emotion in the world above her. When a living man rode 9 nights through darkness to stand in front of her and ask for his brother back, she did not terrify him. She did not comfort him. She did not turn him away with cruelty. She listened. She weighed what he had said, and she offered a condition that was, in its way, entirely reasonable. And either outcome was acceptable to her in precisely the same way. She is not someone who needs the result to go one direction rather than another. There is something in this that the sources never quite explain, but that the stories demonstrate repeatedly, and it is a quality of absolute steadiness, the kind that has nothing to prove and nothing to fear. Her position is the one position in all the worlds that cannot be undermined. Every god in Asgard, every giant in Jotunheim, every person living out their years, is eventually going to come to her. She knows this, and it makes a certain kind of striving beside the point. She does not need to be impressive. She simply needs to be there, and she always is. The worldview that produced this characterization understood fate as something impersonal and unreachable. Not a punishment handed down by a disappointed god, not a reward arranged for the deserving, but simply the shape of things, the structure underneath everything else, unmovable and without preference. Death, in this understanding, was not the enemy of life, but its continuation, the territory every life was moving toward from its first moment. And the figure presiding over that territory need not be malevolent simply because her domain was the one nobody wanted to enter. She was downcast in expression and grim in bearing. The sources do not suggest that she smiled easily or spoke with warmth, but those qualities describe a temperament rather than a cruelty, and the distinction matters considerably. A cold judge is not the same as a cruel one. Impartiality, even when it refuses to be moved by grief, is not the same as indifference. She was fair in the precise and unemotional way that very few beings, mortal or divine, manage to be fair. She applied the same measure to everyone, without consideration of who they had been or what they had accomplished, or how much the gods who loved them grieved at their absence. Farmers reached her gate, and warriors reached her gate, and the most beloved god in the cosmos reached her gate, and she received them all with the same expression and the same cold hall and the same unwillingness to be argued out of her position. There is, in this, something the people who first imagined her may have found quietly reassuring, not comforting in a simple way, but reassuring in the way that any genuinely consistent thing is reassuring, because you know exactly where you stand with it. It will never surprise you with cruelty, or withdraw its acceptance on a difficult day. Whatever else the world might bring, her gate was open. Her welcome, such as it was, extended to everyone without exception. She was not waiting to be overcome, or bargained with, or moved by flattery. She simply governed a realm that every living thing was eventually going to reach. At the end of all things, her realm plays a part, and I want to handle this section carefully, because it is the place where the popular version of the story departs most sharply from what the sources actually say. Ragnarok, in Norse understanding, is not simply a battle. It is the unmaking of all the ordered separations that hold the world together. Asgard from Midgard, gods from giants, life from death. The bridge shatters, the wolf breaks his chain, the serpent rises out of the encircling sea, and the dead, who have waited in that cold hall through all the long ages, pour out through the walls that once contained them, because those walls, like everything else, will not hold when the world itself is ending. The image most people carry is of a ship, and the ship is real. It is called Naglfar, and it is made from the nails of the dead. Every fingernail and toenail left untrimmed on a body that was laid into the earth or the sea or the pyre, across all the generations, each one contributing its small pale sliver to a hull that grew imperceptibly through every age of the world. It is a grim image and a strange one, and it was clearly meant to be both. But it is also, when you sit with it, genuinely rich, because what it represents is not simply a weapon of war, but something more like an accounting, a monument assembled from what the living left behind, accruing in darkness until the moment when it could no longer be contained. The prose Edda tells us it is the largest of all ships, and that it will be launched when the flood comes. Now here is where I have to be honest about the sources, because they do not agree, and the popular retelling has quietly picked one and dropped the other. Snorri says that a giant named Hrimmer steers Naglfar, and he says separately that Loki, freed from his bonds, captains a different vessel, and that with him travel all the people of Hel. The Völuspá says something different. In that poem, Naglfar itself is loosed, and Loki steers it, and with him come the wolf's kin. So we have two accounts, and neither of them says that Hel sends the ship. She is not described as its owner or its commander, or the one who decides that it should sail. In Snorri, her people are aboard a vessel steered by her father. In the poem, the identification of ship and steersman shifts entirely. I make this point because it is very common to hear that Hel launches Naglfar at the end of the world, as an act of vengeance or as the culmination of some long-held grievance, and there is nothing in the sources to support it. What the sources describe is something much closer to a boundary giving way. The dead do not attack the world so much as return to it, because the wall that always separated them is simply no longer there. Whoever is steering, the crew is the crew, and the crew is the ordinary dead. The farmers and mothers and children and old men who came to that hall, not in glory, but because they had lived, and then stopped living. These are the ones who sail at the end, not the chosen warriors from Valhalla, though they will fight on the other side. The quiet dead, the ones who had no particular claim to immortality through battle glory, now gathered on a ship built from their own bodies' remnants and moving toward the final shore. There is something in that image which seems less like malice and more like inevitability. Her role at the ending, if she has one, is consistent with her role in everything preceding it. She is not an instigator or a schemer or a force pursuing its own ends. She is a presence that reflects and responds to what already is. And at Ragnarok, what already is happens to be the dissolution of every boundary in the cosmos. The poem places the launching of the ship among the signs by which the seeress recognizes that the end has genuinely come. It does not cause the ending, it confirms it. It is what happens when the world has already passed the point of no return. There is a custom attached to all of this that I find one of the most quietly moving details in the whole tradition. Because Naglfar was built from untrimmed nails, the sources tell us that people trimmed the nails of the dead before burial. Every nail left uncut added its increment to that growing hull. So to prepare a body carefully, to trim its nails with the same attention one might have given in life, was to slow, by however little, the completion of the ship. Think about the scale of that gesture. A person is washing and dressing a body they loved, doing the small last courtesies, and one of those courtesies connects directly to the fate of the world. They were not, in most cases, thinking about the end of everything in any immediate way. They were doing what one does for someone who has died. But the belief underneath the custom gave that small act a weight extending far beyond the grave beside them, linking a single pair of hands to a ship that would one day carry the dead of all ages across dark water toward the last battle. It is an act of care and an act of fear, woven together and performed at the same moment, and I cannot think of a better illustration of how these people held both of those things at once. There is one more part of the story, and it is the part almost nobody tells. The Völuspá does not end with the fire. After the destruction, after the gods have fallen and the world has burned and sunk into the sea, the seeress goes on. She describes a world rising again out of the water, green and new, waterfalls pouring down into fresh valleys, an eagle overhead hunting fish, the earth coming back, grain growing in fields nobody planted. The surviving children of the gods find one another and gather on the plain where Asgard had stood, and they find lying in the grass the golden gaming pieces that the gods had played with in the days before everything went wrong. And then the poem says that Balder comes back. He returns from Hel into that new world, and Hother, his brother, the one who threw the mistletoe, comes back with him, and the poem gives no indication of any grievance surviving between them. I want to place this beside everything we have said about her realm, because it changes the picture in a way that is easy to miss. She was not, in the end, a permanent captor. She had kept Balder because the conditions she set had not been met, and she had been entirely within her rights, and no divine authority could compel her to release him. That held for as long as the world held, but the world did not hold forever, and when it ended, what she had been keeping was returned. Whether she chose that, or whether it simply happened when the boundaries dissolved along with everything else, the poem does not say. It reports the return without explanation, in the same compressed manner it uses for everything else in that final passage. But the fact of it matters. The one soul the gods had wept for and could not ransom does eventually come out of that hall. It takes the destruction of the entire cosmos to accomplish, which is a very long wait by any standard. And it happens. There is a version of this story in which that is the bleakest thing imaginable, and a version in which it is the most hopeful, and I do not think the tradition tells you which to choose. What it does say is that the cold hall beneath the world was not the final word. Something came out of it, on the far side of an ending, into a world that had been cleaned of everything that put him there. Which raises a question the poem does not answer and that I have not been able to stop turning over. What happens to her? Every other major figure in the ending has a fate that is spelled out. Odin goes to the wolf. Thor kills the serpent and walks 9 paces and falls. Freya goes down before the fire giant. Tyr and the hound end each other. Heimdallr and Loki end each other. The poem is meticulous about the accounting. She is not in it. Her father is named. Her brothers are named, both of them in some detail. Her people are named, sailing on that ship. She is not. There are few ways to read the silence. One is that she simply ends when the world ends, along with the hall and the walls and the gates and everything else, and the poem did not consider it worth mentioning because it was obvious. Another is that she does not end, because what she governs is not a place so much as a condition, and conditions do not fall in battle. The wolf can be killed, death cannot be killed. On that reading, her absence from the roll call is not an oversight, but the only accurate way to report her. A third possibility, and the one I find most interesting, is that the question does not apply. If the new world that rises out of the sea is a world where the old harms no longer hold, where 2 brothers who killed and were killed sit together in the grass without any of it counting, then perhaps it is also a world that has not yet begun producing its own dead. There would be nothing for her to do and nobody to receive, and she would be, for the first time since Odin set her down there, simply unemployed. I do not think the tradition intends any of these. I think it stopped where it stopped and left the rest alone, which is what traditions generally do with the parts nobody asked about. But it is worth noticing that the one figure in the whole cosmos whose position could not be undermined is also the one figure the ending forgets to mention. Whatever that means, it does not seem like a defeat. Now we come back to the word and to what happened to it, because we left that unfinished at the start, and it explains almost everything about how she has been remembered. The transformation is one of those slow changes that is easy to overlook precisely because it happened gradually, over generations, as the peoples who carried the old language began to encounter a new faith and a new way of imagining what waited beyond death. When Christian missionaries moved through the Germanic and Scandinavian lands, they faced a translation problem that was, in its way, quite significant. Their scriptures described a realm of punishment, a place of fire and judgment, and the deliberate infliction of suffering upon those who had lived wrongly. And their new converts already had a word for the underworld, a word deeply embedded in the language and in the very way people thought about where the dead went. But the place that word described was nothing like what the missionaries needed it to describe. The decision that was made, practically and probably without much deliberation, was simply to borrow the existing word and press it into service for the new concept. It was the word people already knew for the realm of the dead. The connection seemed close enough, and that is where the English word descends from. It carries in its letters the memory of a very different place than the one it eventually came to name. What the borrowing did, across the generations that followed, was quietly and thoroughly change the emotional weight the word carried. It loaded it with associations the original had never possessed, with fire, with punishment, with the deliberate suffering of sinners and the active malevolence of a place designed to cause pain. And above all, with a sharp moral division between the deserving and the condemned, a division that had no meaningful equivalent in the older understanding of a realm that received almost everyone without asking whether they had earned it. And as the word changed, the figure changed with it, because her name and her realm were the same word, and she could not easily be disentangled from it. When the realm became morally terrible, she became morally terrible along with it. Her downcast expression and her corpse-dark body were reread through a lens that had no category for solemn neutrality, and so they were understood as signs of malevolence and wickedness. She was not the only figure to undergo this. The old gods generally fared poorly in the process. Their attributes were dimmed or darkened or absorbed into other figures. Their festivals were reframed. Their stories survived only because a small number of people wrote them down. And those people were themselves Christians doing their best to remember something they had not believed in. But she was perhaps more vulnerable to the flattening than most, precisely because her name itself had been borrowed and repurposed. The new meaning travelled everywhere the word travelled, into English and into the ears of every subsequent generation who heard it and could not hear, underneath it, the older and quieter sound of a realm of mist and cold, where the dead lived on in something resembling peace. There is one more layer to this, and it is the most difficult one, because it means the contamination may reach into the sources themselves. Snorri was writing 2 centuries after the conversion. The people from whom he learned the old stories were themselves descendants of converts, shaped by a worldview in which the underworld was a realm of judgment, and some of what he recorded, particularly the bleaker and more punitive elements, may reflect that inheritance rather than what anyone actually believed before the change, which is to say that the correction we have been making all evening may be incomplete. We can strip away the associations that a modern English speaker brings to the word. It is much harder to strip away the ones that were already present in the mind of the man who wrote the material down. What can be said with confidence in the end is fairly small, and I would rather end with what is solid than with what is elaborate. The realm was there. It is attested in the oldest poetry and in the ordinary speech of people who used the word to mean that someone was not coming back. It was cold, and it was beneath, and it was where nearly everyone went. Its name meant a covered place, and a great many people over a great many centuries walked toward it without expecting to be punished. There is a small postscript to the word's journey, and it is a cheerful one after all of that. She came back, over roughly the last 2 centuries, as the old Norse material was rediscovered and translated and taken up by artists and scholars, and eventually by everyone else. Hel began appearing again under her own name, distinct from the borrowed word that had swallowed her. Some of what came back is accurate, and some of it is not. The half-and-half face has proven irresistible to illustrators, which is fair enough, since it is a genuinely striking image, and it is in the sources. Other things have accreted that are not in the sources at all, and it is now quite common to encounter a Hel who is scheming and vengeful and actively hostile to the gods, which is essentially a character built out of the borrowed word rather than out of anything Snorri wrote. That is how these things go. Every age reshapes the material it inherits according to what it needs, and there is nothing to be done about it except to keep going back to the texts and noticing the difference. But the fact that the name detached itself again is worth something. For roughly 800 years, to say the word in English was to say fire and judgment. Now, at least in some contexts, it is possible to say it and mean a cold hall beneath the roots of a tree, presided over by someone who is not angry with anyone. The word travelled a very long way and picked up a great deal that did not belong to it. And then, slowly, some of it came off. There is something in all of this that the people who first told it seem to have found genuinely steadying. Not comforting in a simple way, but steadying, the way a cold, clear night can feel steadying after a long and complicated day. They did not look away from death, and the figure they imagined to receive the dead did not offer false reassurance or warm promises about what lay ahead. Perhaps that was the point. What she offered was the truth, which is that death comes for everyone, regardless of what they have accomplished or failed to accomplish, and that the realm on the other side of it is cold and still, and not unkind. There is a kind of relief in that, if you let yourself feel it. The relief of a world in which nobody is turned away, in which the vast ordinary lives of farmers and mothers, and old men who died quietly in their beds, are received with the same steadiness as anyone else, in which the one who governs that receiving does so without cruelty, without judgment, and without requiring you to have been anything other than what you were. She asked very little of the living, only that they understand, eventually, that her door would open for them as it had opened for everyone who came before, and that the road, however long and cold and dark, led somewhere real. Let that settle around you now, however loosely, the way cold air settles at night, without urgency and without weight. Imagine again that you are lying somewhere in the north, on ground that is firm and still beneath you. The frost is just beginning to form in the short grass around you, and the air carries the faint, clean scent of pine from the trees at the edge of the hillside. Overhead, the sky is fully dark now, a darkness so deep and clear that the stars have come through it in their thousands, quiet and very far away and entirely unhurried. The wind that moves through the pines below is low and steady, a sound more like breath than like weather, continuous and easy to fall into. It has been making that sound for a long time, and it will go on making it after you have stopped listening. The ground beneath you has depth to it. You can feel that if you let yourself. The sense of something vast and layered underneath the frost and the soil and the dark roots of things, extending downward a very long way into cold and quiet. Somewhere at the bottom of all that depth there is a hall, very still, its walls high and its gates great. And within it there is warmth of a kind. Not the warmth of a fire exactly, but the warmth of presence. The accumulated presence of everyone who ever walked the long road through the dark valleys and crossed the bridge with its roof of gold above the river that sounds like the distant memory of clanging metal, and arrived and was received. They are all there now, the ones who went before you. The hall is full and quiet, and she is there among them, her expression composed, her authority absolute, her governance entirely without malice, exactly as it has always been. The stars overhead are very still. The wind in the pines is very low. The frost on the ground is the same frost that has settled on northern hillsides for as long as there have been people to lie down on them and look upward and wonder about what happens next. That wondering is old, and it is yours as well, and there is no need to do anything with it now. Let it rest beside you as the sky deepens and the cold becomes something almost soft, and the distance between you and sleep grows smaller and smaller. The night holds you, the way cold and honest and ancient things hold you, which is to say steadily and without asking anything in return. The cold is still. The stars are out, and somewhere far below the frost and the deep roots of the world, the hall is quiet and full, and she is there, and she has always been patient,